Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. This is Mtembe TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is happening and so fast, so each one of us must work hard to keep abreast with the activities taking place, affecting us, infecting us, and otherwise in our lives. Well, today we are treated to a divided house in the JLAC Committee on Matters. The four commissioners of Iebc that are being petitioned to be ousted out of office. We have those who are for their release, others say no. Azmio is vocal about it, says same old witch hunt that is meant to perpetuate vengeance against their stand for integrity and wanting to follow the due process in determining who wins the presidency within the country. Well, it's something that I would love us to weigh on and be able to understand what actually is happening with the parliament on this matter of the four commissioners. We will weigh on this and I invite your thoughts about the same, even as we start out the conversation tonight. Okay, another blow to the parents is that Kenya Kwanza government withdraws subsidy on secondary school education, meaning that the parents, as from January, will have to foot the full bill of the secondary school fee as opposed to the past when the government used to pay a percentage of the fee and making it easy for the parents to be able to do what they ought to do to keep their students in class and able to sustain them there. Well, I don't know what you feel about the same. Is it a Kenya Kwanza a government policy to do away with every subsidy? Because first it was subsidy on petrol, then subsidy on what else? On food products. And now it is subsidy on secondary school education. And remember, the Minister of Education had also suggested withdrawing some from university. So it seems to be one of the avenues of uh, increasing the kitty for the Kenya Kwanza government by making sure that everything is taken from the Kenyan pocket for a world to be part of. Well, let's talk more about the same. And of course, 30th November 2022 is quickly approaching and it poses a nightmare to the diaspora because after that, the Kenyan passport, you may have used the Kenyan passport getting out of this country. Now it is said you can't use it coming back. If you did not switch to the East African passport, it's going to be tough to get back here. Well, why is this the case? If the passport is Kenyan and the people traveling are Kenyans and they're using it to get back home, why would it be an issue? I would love us to look at that keenly too and be able to dissect it accurately. So I would love the diasporans to come and weigh on the same and look for an amicable way out of this dilemma because the diasporas are spread across the world and some of them are not near the embassies where these things can be done. And so what should be done to help them so that they can travel back home freely for Christmas and go back to their stations as soon as Christmas is over. Let's talk and weigh on the same. Thank you, everyone. And I'm also aware that most of us are caught up with the World Cup. And so some may not answer the roll call on this particular program, but Let's do what we must do because we are the ones that are around. Thank you, everyone. And I really want to appreciate everybody for your continued support and followership. Tuendelee kwa pamoja, hakikisha kwamba unamkaribisha mwingine ama wawili watatu ili wote tukajumuike katika mjadala wa usiku wa leo. Tunaangazia the division in parliament over the 4 commissioners. How far will this go, and will they be saved or they will be hanged? Because there seems to be a spirited effort from some quarter to get rid of them. Reasons that they refuse to play ball in the Chebukati ball in the general election. Is that something that someone should be punished over, or there has to be that someone needs to be congratulated for sticking out their neck to be able to insist on the right way of the election process? Thank you so much, everyone, for continuing to be here. Dahi Abdi, karibu kwa show. Fatma Abdullahi Muhammad, karibu sana kwa show. Hi to you. Miriam Kache, karibu kwa show. Mama Mary Wainaina, God bless you. Thank you so much. Asante kwa kila mmoja. Karibu. Haya, link ndio hiyo unayetumia kuingia studio ili tukajadili mawili matatu tunapoendelea na kuangazia Kenya yetu, nchi ya ajabu kweli. Tunashukuru Mungu kwa kila jambo. Let's listen out to this even as we get set to discuss on the matters at hand right now.
Serikali ya Rais William Ruto kwa juhudi za kutaka kuwatimua makamishna 4 wa tume ya Iebc waliojitenga na matokeo ya uchaguzi wa mwezi Agosti. Kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga amesema yuko tayari kuwaongoza Wakenya kupinga hatua ya kutimuliwa kwa makamishna hawa, akitaja hatua kuwa kisasi cha siasa. Stephen Leto sasa anaarifu.
Hata kabla ya kuku kumeza punje ya mtama, vinara wa upinzani Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka na Martha Karua wamejitokeza wazi kupinga mchakato wa kuwapiga teke makamishna wa Iebc Juliana Cherera, Justus Nyang'aya, Irene Masit na Francis Wanderi, wakitaja hatua hiyo kama ya kulipiza kisasi.
The Order administration has proceeded on a path of impunity, witch hunt and revenge. Their target has been the institutions and individuals the regime thinks did not dance enough to its tunes during the campaigns. The regime has also targeted those it believes it cannot trust to dance to the order's tune in 2027 elections.
Odinga, Karua na Kalonzo wakisema hoja za kuwaondoa ofisini makamishna hao pamoja na vikao vilivyoanza rasmi leo tayari vina matokeo yanayoegemea msimamo ya Kenya Kwanza.
A process whose outcome is predetermined is already underway at the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of the National Assembly. This revenge mission of selective injustice is being steamrolled by none other than the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate and Mr. William Ruto.
Muungano wa Azimio sasa unatishia kupuliza kipenga kwa wafuasi wake kujitokeza kuwatetea makamishna hao 4.
The injustice being inflicted on the Iebc commissioners, if it proceeds as currently conceived, will mark the beginning of a massive pushback against the Ruto and those who think like him by the people of Kenya. We will openly and robustly lead that pushback.
The country is beginning to get together, but it looks like our friends want to take Kenyans back to the streets. Kenyans would have wanted a peaceful Christmas, but why are you doing this to our country? Cry, my beloved Kenya.
We will not tire to remind Kenyans that if we drop our vigilance, we are in for a ruthless dictator than we have ever seen and than that has not been witnessed in this region.
Kulingana na vinara wa Azimio, muhula wa mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati umetimia na anapaswa kuwa kwenye likizo ya lazima na mchakato wa kuwatafuta makamishna wengine watatu wa tume hiyo kuanza.
Chebukati's term ends in January, and instead of forming a panel, William Ruto is busy trying to have the act amended so that he can have a selection panel that will create a commission after his own heart. The commission is for all Kenyans, not for one person.
The Ruto administration supports this conspiracy because it wants to pick a set of user-friendly commissioners to complete the capture of IEBC for the 2027 elections.
Vinara wa Azimio sasa wanawataka makamishna wanne wakiongozwa na Juliana Cherera kutofika mbele ya kamati hiyo bungeni, wakitaja vikao hivyo kama vya kisiasa na vya kulipiza kisasi. Stephen Leto, runinga ya Citizen, Nairobi.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you for continuing to follow the broadcast. I trust it is adding value to you. And please, those of you who want to join into the discourse, the link is in the comment section. Unfortunately, we can't share the link on Twitter. So if you're following the broadcast on Twitter, you will need to go either on Facebook or YouTube in order to get the link to use to get in the studio. Otherwise, mambo ni kama hayo. We have a divided house on the matters of the 4 commissioners. What is your take? As Mio says, it is witch hunt, it is revenge mission by the Ruto administration. Why do you think is the case? And why should why should it be the concern of the government to oust the 4 commissioners whose term is still very young, other than look for how to replace the 3 whose term comes to an end by January? What is happening with these process? We need to ask right questions in order to get right answers. Just to weigh on this further, let's play out another video to show exactly what went on today in the JLAC committee meeting when this process was starting out. Let's watch this.
That there are serious issues that have been highlighted by the lawyers here. On top of that, I want to share a privileged information with the committee here so that it can be part of the decision of the committee, because we don't want to involve ourselves in kangaroo court. Chair, the people who are being removed as commissioners, whose petition has been brought here, I'm aware as a member of parliament and a member of this committee with privileged information under the Powers and Privileges Act, that there were attempts to remove them procedurally even before the petitions. A cabinet minister has approached one of them and told them they are ready to pay them off all their term.
Honorable Junet,
when that was not done, is when now the petition was brought. And the cabinet
Honorable Junet, you out of order.
The road here.
You out of order.
Them, even the ones who have done good job, like Chebukati and the other 2, we are giving them good jobs in government. One is becoming High Court of Appeal judge, and the other ones are becoming ambassadors. Can you take up those? Chair, let us not involve ourselves in charade. Let us not.
You out of order, Honorable Junet.
Kenyans we are serving in this country.
Honorable Junet, I'm going to cite.
I have made my point. It's on record.
Honorable Junet, you may bring your charades here and whatever else you want to do, but we are proceeding with the matter as we have ruled. Now, petitioner, there are no more points of order, please, because we've just ruled on a jurisdiction which we have. Now, petitioner.
Chairman, before the petitioner begins, if we could be heard.
Sorry.
Yes, Mr.
You made your PO. We have made a ruling on it. Please, there is no appeal on it. There are no new points to be raised. There is not any else. Please.
We are not appealing, Mr. Chairman. We are just requesting if the committee would be kind enough to at least avail us a copy of the ruling that you've made. And we'd also be happy if the committee would share with us the Hansard report, and also to inform the committee that our instructions were to challenge the jurisdiction of this committee. We believe the committee has no jurisdiction, and we feel that if the committee insists on going on, then we will not be party to the process.
Thank you very much. Two things, your response to that. If you wish to get copies of the answer, you get them in due course. Usually they are ready at the end of the day.
Chair,
that is number one.
There was no answer in our meeting.
You do not know. You are not the answered officer.
There was no answer.
You are not the answered officer.
There was no answer.
Anyway, you will get a copy of the ruling if need be by the close of the day. Although we may not have it in writing, we have it on answered. That is how we do our business.
There was no answer, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Chair, we sat in a room.
Honorable Junet, you to order.
There was no answer, Chair.
Well,
no, there was no answer. Let us not.
We know it was there.
How do you, Chair? Were you carrying your pocket? Chair, there was no answer.
Chair, we have the answer officer there. Honorable Junet. Honorable Junet.
It must go on record. There was no answer, Chair.
Honorable Junet.
Honorable House, let us not mislead the public that there was answered when there was none. Chair, it is important to be candid.
We had our officers there. They are the ones who can answer to that because it's recorded. All right? And you don't know.
Yes, officers we had, but there was no answer, and that's why.
Anyway,
as honorable members,
what you can say is
this:
very
clear about
we
that.
have made a ruling. The ruling has been made. You will get. If we
made an oral
order.
No answer.
Order. If there was no answer, if it is confirmed, we will have minutes of the meeting. All right. So that's what I want to say. If we didn't record it in form of the answered, we will have minutes and whatever it is we have discussed and agreed.
And who
all right?
was our secretary?
Who was taking minutes, Chair? The meeting.
Nobody was.
Can we know?
We don't.
Who was taking minutes?
Petitioner, please. All right. The other parties have said they do not wish to take part in the proceedings, which is good enough. We have no problem with that. We will carry on if you don't wish to do it.
It's not only the lawyers here. Even us as members of the minority.
Thank you very much.
We don't want to participate in this garage. We are going also.
Thank you very much.
The committee, we will come back when you constitute the committee in a proper manner.
Thank you very much, Jonette. We have had you.
Like this. This is Kenya's taxpayers' money, Chair. You cannot be taking Kenya's
Honorable Jonette, even if you shout.
Chair, how do you want to remove commissioners on account of Chebukati?
Honorable Chair.
Who stole our elections?
Honorable members, you have to be.
Chair, we want to tell you, we are not going to participate in a ceremony that is meant to.
We have had you.
Kenyans,
we have had you.
Yeah, we have had you.
Honorable Chair, I think Honorable Junet has a.
We are not going to take
put
part.
on record.
Yeah.
Honorable Chair, I think Honorable Junet has a choice to participate or not to participate.
Or not to participate.
And the council.
No, I have a choice. I have a choice, but my choice and participation of this committee must be
Honorable Junet, just
yeah, that's okay, Honorable Chair.
We have a kangaroo committee here.
If Honorable Junet does not
cannot participate in a kangaroo proceedings.
We cannot with the petitioner.
We cannot proceed.
Honorable Junet and his team are leaving.
We cannot participate in a kangaroo proceeding. We cannot.
I'm sorry, Honorable
This is an
Junet.
affront to the Constitution.
You can go and address the press out there.
No, we cannot allow this to happen.
Order.
We cannot allow this to happen.
Order. We will cite you.
Yeah, you think if you cite me, how do you cite me? I'm a member of this committee. I have every right.
Junet, can you please retreat so that we move on? We shall see his brief. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable members, do we have quorum to proceed? We do have quorum to proceed. Absolutely, we do have quorum to proceed. For purposes of now standing orders, our standing orders provide the quorum to be 5. And how many are we? We are 6. That gives us quorum for the day, and therefore we are able to proceed, and we will proceed as I have directed. So you may take your positions.
Haya mambo ni kama hayo katika JLAC committee hapo bungeni, wakiangazia masuala ya 4 commissioners ambao wana Kenya Kwanza wanataka watimuliwe. Sijui unaona haya mambo vipi? Karibu kila mmoja. Asante kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika comment section. We salute you all and appreciate your input even as we proceed with the discussion. Welcome everyone. Let us continue together, and don't watch alone. Make sure that you're inviting your crowd to listen out, participate, and make their contribution towards what we are discussing. I appreciate Asha Omari, Passionate Love of Christ, Emmanuel Muzumba, uh, okay, then we have Saum Soita, Christine Bulinda. Thank you so much. Karibu. Of course, Faiza Fadhila, Kitonga wetu. Karibu sana. Mzee wetu Michael Ngige. You're welcome. Passionate Love of Christ. Duke Moses, you're welcome. Dorothy Miruka, nani mwingine hapa, Asil 2TV, welcome back. How are you? Long time. Of course, we have Alex Media. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's continue with the conversation. Mama Mary, how are you today?
I'm very fine, Ben. Niko mzima sana na nasalimu Roda Waithira. Naona hata yeye amejileta na nguvu zake zote. Yes, I would start with I was very happy to see that the debate that was going on in Parliament was positive, and I could see even some people who I never expected to say something to make us feel strong were very very hot talking about the issue of the GMO. I appreciate them so much, and I pray that we continue in the same way, because that is the way we can fight for our country, which we love most, and we want to go back and live with our family as usual. We don't want to lose the taste of the life in your origin, in your place where you come from, because that is the only place you can be comfortable and sure in that you know always and means how you can adjust yourself. So for GMO, I hope all this goes well, and the idea of that gets to the end, because as far as I heard about these farmers crying, I hope they are not crying off, because we would like everybody to be honest, so that the help can come. We don't want to have like people just talking because just to be heard. Let's be genuine. Let's have the reason why we are making the noise. Let's have genuine reasoning, so that we can build up and understand each other. We should not pretend. We need to be real people who want to fight for our liberty and freedom to eat what you want, but the best that comes from our country. Anyway, now I come to the commissioner. These IEBC commissioners, this story started long time ago, and I thought it is gone. I thought they have forgotten and they have left them alone. Because what mistake, what crime did they commit? There is always, even in Parliament, there are two divided part. There is those who are on opposition and the other one in the government. What's wrong with that? So in IEBC, you don't expect 100% to put hands together and say that you are the one who won. And in fact, at least this time round, people have seen all the questionable election, how it went. So coming back to start now carrying things or trying to show the country that you have got the mandate of judging those 4 commissioners, or you want to sack them because you have mandate or you have the government, this is now the time you are creating the biggest blunder, because Kenyans know the truth, what happened. These 4 commissioners, they have a right of what they did. Why are you after them? After all, they are not even bothering you in your office. You have not been stopped not to be president. There is nothing going on. What are you looking for while you are looking for, while you are following these 4 commissioners? They did their obligation, and that is how democracy is. You cannot force people to do what you want if they know it is wrong. And in fact, he should be okay with what happened and he got the government. Don't remind us what you did. That's something that made many people sick in the country. I was one of them who was sick. I couldn't believe. I was sleeping and getting up, and I was just wondering, is it true or something is going to change? And now you are bringing us back to the same scenario. We don't want to live like that. We want the country to heal, and don't bring this back. It's sickening. People are sick. They are still not, they have not gone over it. They are still on it. And we are trying to bury it, and you are bringing it back. Respect us. Respect Kenyans. Give us time to heal and time to be happy, or on our own, because we are now trying to build our own thinking so that we can get over it and make ourselves happy. There is no country where people are unhappy that can be peace. There is no peace. There could be no peace because people are not happy. So please don't bring this back. Now, obviously, you know, the parliament is divided because this has been the ball of buying other people, paying other people so that they can follow you. So that is the division. Obviously, they are going to be divided, and they are not divided because of the truth. They are divided just because pockets are full. Can you imagine coming to you, supporting you, knowing really you are wrong? Kwani hawa watu wamekuwa nini? Si kama wazazi, si kama watu ambao wanafikiria tunawaona. Especially those people who sit back, they see a lot. Kwa hivyo sisi wananchi tunaona mengi sana, machafu ambayo hatuoni hawa watu ni wa kuheshimiwa namna gani. Hatuwezi kuwaheshimu. They have got a lot of baggage that they are bringing to us, and we don't want that. Anyway, hiyo mambo ya withdraw subsidy for secondary school, ninauliza, kwani masomo Kenya sasa itamalizwa ama itakuwa aje? This is the time that the government ought to work hard, to work together with the parents so that we can have a comfortable, smooth running school studies. Hii mambo ya kuwa ati mnaambiwa hii imetolewa, mchezo wa shule tuweke kando tafadhali. Hiyo ndio chazo ya mtoto ndio aweze kujisimamia maishani mwake. The more you are putting problems on this, putting all these irregularities ambazo hazijakuwa hapo mbeleni, these all changes, it is going to spoil and damage the system in those children mind. Kuna wengine watapotea katikati, hatujui wataenda wapi. Hii mambo ya kukatakata, kuharibu, kutoanisha, ati mimi ndio nitafanya hii yangu itakuwa hivi, hii yangu. You are playing with people's mind and it is not good. People gonna be crazy. Sisi hatutaki watoto wetu wapoteze fahamu ama wapoteze mwelekeo. Tunataka watoto wasome in a smooth way so that they can catch up. Look at all these puzzles all over the place. People don't know even where they are heading. The government need to be smooth so that we can follow. But if they are not smooth, we are all lost. And everybody is lost. Mungu atusaidie. This country, really, it's only God Na mimi hata sijui ni Mungu gani huyu anaombaga. I don't believe it. I don't believe these people pray God. If they pray God, this is not the way we should be living. They should be people who forgive and forget and move forward, because they have gotten the government in a smooth manner and they took it from somebody who had won. And because they got it, they should be humbled. They should respect and then move smoothly, and please don't meander. Don't make people lose their direction so that they can live the way they are supposed to be. Because education to play with, you are playing with everything. That is where a child starts to build up their foundation to move forward. I'll stop there, Bernard. I'll be listening. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana Mama Mary, we appreciate that good start, and as we continue the conversation, it's becoming clearer that Kenya Kwanza is in government for elections and nothing else, and that is why they have to set everything to conform to elections before they can address anything that Kenyans are talking about. Kuna nani huyu? Kamo anasema she doesn't get notifications anymore from YouTube. My advice is you go to the Mtembei TV channel, check your subscription status, and if the bell has been turned off, you can accidentally turn off the bell, the notification bell. So you just turn it on, and you will be able to be notified every time we put up a video or we go live. So you keep checking, Nowadays, many things happen, and I believe you all know that YouTube is a robot, and so can even mistakenly unsubscribe you after you have subscribed. If they suspect you are a robot, or they check your bio and then your bio is not adding up, they can come for you. So it's just many things that can go wrong with your subscription. So keep checking and make sure that you are in good standing. You will be able to get the notifications as you ought to get. Otherwise, thank you everybody for continuing to follow the broadcast. I trust it is adding value to you. Let's keep talking. Let us not relent. The struggle is on. We must get right what we have to do in order to move forward. Before order comes, let's listen out to this.
Shogu kutokana na mwelekeo wake wa kutaka kurudisha karo ya shule ilivyokuwa kulingana na jopo kazi la Kilemi Mwiria mwaka 2015. Washikadau wa elimu wanasema kwamba mashogu hawajawahusisha wazazi na walimu kutokana na mwelekeo huo, kama anavyotuarifu mwanahabari wetu Paul Kirubi.
Wanafunzi wakiwa katika harakati ya kufunga shule kwa muhula wa 3 kabla ya kufungua shule mwezi Januari, wazazi watakabiliwa na kibarua kigumu cha kulipa karo baada ya waziri wa elimu Ezekiel Machogu kupendekeza kukumbatia pendekezo la ulipaji karo ya jopo kazi la Kilemi Mwiria iliyobuniwa mwaka 2015. Hisia mseto zimetolewa, baadhi ya wazazi sasa wakimtaka waziri Machogu kufanya uhamasisho kabla ya kutekeleza hilo, kwani gharama ya maisha imepanda haswa taifa inapozidi kujikomboa kutokana na tandavi ya corona.
The PS of education, both basic and higher education, have not been approved by Parliament, and therefore it seems now he's consulting the old PS, or we are back to the roadside declarations.
We are talking about 2022 going to 2023. The cost of living has skyrocketed. The price of products has continued to increase, but the school fees has remained constant. So I am not going to cry about it, but be realistic about even these particular principles where we take our children to them.
Mwelekeo wa Waziri Machogu unajiri hata kabla ya katibu wa elimu bado hajapigwa msasa. Wakati wa ujio wa korona iliyosababisha kuathirika kwa kalenda ya shule, serikali ilipendekeza kupunguza karo ya shule kwa shilingi 8,500 kwa shule za kitaifa na shilingi 5,500 kwa shule za kaunti. Iwapo pendekezo la Kilemi Mwiria litapita, wanafunzi wa shule za kuto watalipa shilingi 22,200, shule za bweni shilingi 66,400 na shule zenye mahitaji spesheli zikitoa shilingi 69,800. Kwa sasa serikali inachangia shilingi 12,800 kwa shule za kaunti na shilingi 32,600 shule zenye mahitaji spesheli. Wazazi wana
Okay, welcome back everyone. Thank you so much for staying tuned. Please, let's keep the conversation going. Sister Rhoda, karibu.
Asante sana. How are you, everybody? You know, today I'm feeling very sad a lot. And if you live in diaspora, please come. We want people from diaspora. We want to be full this forum with the diaspora. Come. Whether you live in America, Britain, wherever, come. There is a message I want to address for people living diaspora. This is our opportunity to change our country. The way our country is going to hell, we will not let these white people to come to steal our property in Kenya. We don't know which deal Ruto have made with this Western. We must come wherever you are. And we have opportunity even to do demonstration to America ambassador, wherever you are. We stop them to leave our country alone, because every country is a rule by the law. Like the country I'm living, it's ruled by the law, and there is a things I cannot do because I respect the law. Here you cannot marry when you are under 18. That is the law. I don't know the same Kenya. So we must stand for our country. We must fight for our country. We cannot let our brother and sister treated like a dog with this Western country. At them, they are walking in the red carpet. And now they are walking outside. We will not. Come. Wherever you are, come. We answer this. We must demonstration even here in this forum. We say no. This is the last. This is the last. We will not let these American people, they do whatever they are doing. They're not giving us money. They are just coming to destroy our country and their country. If you live in America, America is a law by the law. Is a rule by constitutions, is democracy. Tell us how things work there in America. Do Kenya government can go there and try kutawala? Unaelewa? Kama mimi wananiekea red carpet, na wao wanaida nini nje ya carpet. Come and tell us, how is it there in your country you are living? Do they respect the law? Do they respect a system of education? Do they respect those people who do count the vote? We must. Let me tell you, Kenya and America, that is not different. We are all the world, except I don't know which country that is not there's not democracy. Or what? Tell me which country that is not the rule of the law or democracy. Tell me. Maybe not even North Korea is a control. Tell us, how is it there? Because we must fight. We tell these people from Western, leave our country. They don't want to give us money. They want to take what we have built, what our Mau, they fight for us. Come and we listen together. Because the way I saw today, I saw the picture I have never seen in our country. Even when Moi was in Kenya, white people, they used to respect. I remember those days when I was young. In my village, they were coming. We are very close to the school called the International School of Kenya. They were coming white people in our school, and they used to respect. I was a very young girl. They used to respect us. They were not coming to take anything. So come. We will not let our country. Kenya is very blessed. We have many things people they want to take. What the Uhuru Kenyatta he built? What is the current government they built? What is Jomo Kenyatta he did? What is Kibaki did? We will not let our country go. Even if people sometimes they write here, I'm out of the topic. This is a thing, it's hurting me. It's really hurting me when I see what is going in our country, what I see, what is going like now. We see, can you imagine, an old man like Raila is crying. That crying, Baba Orida Odinga is crying, William Ruto would pay. An old man is crying. He cannot feel even pity. And he know our African culture. We respect our old people. When you see our old people are crying, we respect. I saw that man, he was crying. He feels sad. He feels sad for his country. You know his country is going bad way. Hmm? Hmm? So let us come and listen to. This is not the time at your order or whatever. Let us stand our country. Our country is more. It's more better. It's everything. It's our life. When we see like the way many see our education system is not going well. Hmm? We see even those people there in the court. They are not unity. Our country is divided. We must come unity. Hmm? We must, today was Christ. God, the unity must come back to our country. We must live together. You know me, I don't like people to be treated bad. We must come together. Hmm? You see, even the current president, he was not dividing us to say you are Kikuyu, you more favor. He was respecting every community, Our police officers, they were respected. Our military were respected. Otherwise, this government, I don't think Soluto will stay this government. Otherwise, the military, they have to take coup. If he will not respect our democracy, he will not respect our constitution. Me, I can tell the military, take coup. It's better our country be like Mali if it doesn't respect people. If it doesn't respect, because Kenya people are very important than anybody. Everybody must be respected in Kenya. It's better we be like a Mali, Sodom and Gomorrah. Like human being must be respected. Thank you.
Sawaroda, thank you for that passionate appeal. And let's please keep within the boundaries, do what we are required to do. And Alex is reminding us we go back to the 3 minutes rule so that we don't talk forever. But all the same, let's ensure that we are contributing to add to the value of the debate and ensure that whoever comes to watch this video will profit from what we are sharing. There is a lot that is taking place with Kenya Kwanza, and we need to dissect it and make it more understandable so that nobody is confused about what is going on and how they can relate to the same. Naomba moja kwa moja tuende kwa Mr. Wangira atoe maoni yake. Bwana Wangira, vipi leo?
Leo mi niko salama, labda nyinyi hapo kwenye studio.
Tuko poa, tunashukuru.
How
Alex
are you?
anasema upewe bia mbili.
Oh, sinywi bia, pengine atume soda. Anyway, let me make my quick contribution because you are talking of the 3 minutes still. Rhoda has just left, and I just wanted to say something to Rhoda before I start utilizing my 3 minutes. You know, I want to encourage Rhoda that, we are a country ruled by the rule of law. We promulgated a new constitution on the 27th of August 2010. So the only thing we need to defend as the people of Kenya is this constitution that I always carry with me. That's the only thing that we need to defend, because so long as this constitution remains defended, then we don't need to worry about anything. That's the only thing that I wanted to tell my sister Rhoda. He shouldn't despair. Let us keep on defending the constitution of Kenya, and things will keep on working well for this country. So
okay,
let me make
my one moment. Mr. Wangira, 1 moment, please. 1 moment. I'll give you ample time to make your submission. Derek wants to say something before he leaves. He's on medication, so he can't stay long. Please, Derek. Unmute, Bwana Derek.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Ben. Asante sana kwa kunipea hii chance. Bwana Wangira, I'm very sorry. I have to attend to something. So let me just give out my views before you get back. I'm very sorry. I hope my apology is accepted. Now, Bwana Ben and the panelists, I'm very sorry to say that we are living in an era where we as the people of Kenya, we don't know whether to start or to stop. When we are supposed to start, it's like we are to stop. when I see like the issue of 4 commissioners, I thought that this thing is supposed to be over, and these people should be only waiting for their term limits. Hizo time zao zikifika, I think they should just leave. But these people are not supposed to be pushed. And this brings my attention to say, like, I think Ruto now feels like he has a lot of enemies that will make him not to do what he wants to do. You know, like, ukiangalia how Bwana Ruto is, the way he's behaving, the way he does his things, it tells you that he has a lot of enemies. And that's why unaona hadi mahindi inaingia kwa hii nchi through back door. So I'm a very sad Kenyan to see what is going on. Sahi, this is not the time to talk about the 4 commissioners. Kenyans are still healing. And when you're talking about the 4 commissioners, you are going to make this, the people who the 4 commissioners were with, you're going to make them to go to the streets. You are supposed to be working for Kenyans. You're not supposed to be going through like kujiingiza kwa hii mambo ya kina Cherera and all that. Si kitu ulishapewa. Why are you still asking these people to leave? We are not in campaign period right now. If it is 2027, I think there will be a new commission. So I don't think that these are the people that we should be talking about right now. You see? And mimi bado naona like, okay, as much as Raila is backing the less fortunate Kenyans, but I think Raila should also be akae tu kando, because inauma when you feel like Raila was, when you saw and you heard how Raila was speaking, it tells you kuna mahali hatujafika na there is bado kuna ile ka negative tuko nayo as a country. Unaona, I don't think right now Raila should even be speaking, because the way the more he speaks, the more anatuumiza. So I don't think he should even be speaking. Kama ni mambo ya kina Cherera, wawache. If it is to impeach them, let them be impeached, waende. Because mimi as at now tumechoka na inji. Every day, every night, every day, every night, my maneno tu. Every day, every night, maneno. What is going on? The president is dining and whining in Korea, while Kenyans vitu zimewaka moto. What does that tell you? What does that tell you as a country? Secondly, I will leave that at that, but I don't think if this is the time to even debate about akina Cherera as a nation, because the watu walishafanya kazi yao. They already told us what happened. We also know the truth about through them. So we should not even be debating about them. We should leave them. Kama ni saa yao ya kuacha kazi imefika, they will go and they will leave Ruto afanye kazi yake. Mbona nang'ang'ana na watu sahi? What does it tell us? Two, and my last point, because I don't want to speak much. Nasikia vibaya sana nikiongea about this country. Two, it's about the education. Raila told you very well, akipata kiti anataka education system ikuwe free from primary, tertiary, secondary and all that. Lakini what are we seeing right now? What are we seeing right now? Unaona, this tells us that bado tunaenda kuwa na mambo mengi sana. This is just a start, and that's why I was telling you, as kama sisi wenye wako kwa nchi, hatujui kama tuko kwa mahali pa kustop ama hatujui kama ni mahali pa kuanzia. Ruto behaves as if ashafanya kazi in around 5 years, anataka kutoka kwa kiti. Ni kama anatafuta, kuna pesa anatafuta, anataka kuenda nayo nyumbani. And he is forgetting ndiye ameanza kazi, and we really need a lot from him. Sahi ukituambia like wanafunzi wanafunga leo na jana na all that, and you are giving us a different fees structure of the next year. Hasa unaniambia hao watoto wenye wanataka kurudi shule, wangapi wenye watarudi? Wangapi watarudi? And surely if unaniambia unatoa hii subsidy ya education, are you not killing Kenyans? Ile ujuaji yenye tuko nayo like in terms of education in Africa, let me tell you, in Africa Kenya iko juu. Unapata mpaka watu wanatoka mpaka Egypt wanakuja kusoma Kenya just because of the education system. But then in all this unatuambia like in Kenya right now watoto wasiji fees ziko juu. Badala usaidia hao wenye wako kwa Kenya sahi wasome warevuke. At least these people wakisoma wakirevuka tunapata work task force inakuja juu. Lakini sasa sahi usha hike fees. What are you looking for? The president and its cabinet and the government as a whole, these are angry tigers. These are not people who can govern this nation. These are just angry tigers. Unaona? Sahi amepewa 120 billion. It is confirmed 120 billion amepewa huko Korea. Hizo pesa zitafika hapa Kenya, hamtaziona. Unaona? Instead of using that money sahi kusaidia hizi projects kama hizi za education, bursaries and what, you are busy like una hike instead of even helping. So niambie wewe kama mtu wa UDA, mtoto wako maybe next year hataenda shule, then you are busy telling us that mko sawa kwa government. My friend, we are heading nowhere. Ben, I'm really saddened that every day, each and every day we are talking, lakini there is nothing. There is no change in this country. Sijui tutaenda wapi. There is no change. I'm really saddened, but let me just leave it at that. Nimehisi vibaya sana kuona what is going on.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Thank you. I agree with you. Only differ on the aspect of Raila not talking. Raila has to speak, especially on the 4 commissioners, because when a president is set on a constitutional office, that president becomes almost law. The commissioners have what is called security of tenure. They are supposed to serve, I think, 6 years. These 4 particular commissioners, they have served their first year. Chebukati and the other 3, the old ones, have served their full 6 years. They are leaving by January. So why should you get rid of those who are yet to serve for 5 years? And the person mentioned in the Supreme Court to have committed atrocity in the election is Chebukati himself. So this committee sits to preside over these commissioners. For what? What crime did they commit? And then there is a constitutional way of dealing with commissioners. They should be reported, and then the president should what? Ask for a tribunal. Set up a tribunal that will investigate the conduct of the commissioners. That's the procedure. Why should they appear before committee of parliament? That is subverting the constitution and making the constitution serve the interests of one person as it violates the rest of the constitution. So that can, when that is led to happen, then you can be sure that everything will be beginning and ending at the parliament in the committee. And you see the way the chairman of that committee is looking, or he already compromised, and he doesn't even know what the ruling is, or whether there was a ruling or not, but he insists there is an answer. Now, that is the reason why Baba has to speak, and Baba is a responsible father. He will not let his children suffer when he is watching. So there are things Baba will keep off. But when it comes to messing up the constitution and messing up the constitutional institutions, he must weigh in on the same. And his threat is not empty like they think it is.
Ben, I wanted to cut you short and say this. Sisi wa Kenya hatuna asante. Inaniuma kwa mzee akiongea seriously. Sisi wa Kenya hatuna asante. Hatuna. Like ukiona hata akina Oparanya sasa hivi, the way they're behaving and the way they're talking, hatuna asante. So nikionago mzee hata akitetea Wakenya, I feel like sijini kama anafanya kazi bure, because hatuna asante for sure. That is what I can say.
It's okay, Derek. It's okay, Derek. In life, we serve different purposes. There are people who come to start with you, they will never end with you. There are those who join you halfway, others leave you halfway. It's normal. Oparanya and team, you need to understand them. They have served their 10 years as governors, and they have skeletons. And the kind of government we have, they will use those skeletons to manipulate people and make them dance their music. Don't forget, Kenya Kwanza government is a minority government looking to be majority by intimidating and hiring and buying over others. So Kinongwae, Kina Oparanya, and all that can be victim of skeletons, not necessarily Raila Odinga. Everybody who has left ODM or rather has blamed Raila Odinga one way or another. But what did they become? Malala left. Mudavadi left. Everybody left. So it is nothing new. Baba is here for a purpose. We believe a very good purpose. And we pray that that purpose be fulfilled in his lifetime. But everything may not look as easy as we will wish them to be. But something is cooking somewhere. Thank you. Naomba sasa turejelee Mr. Wangira atoe maoni yake tukiendelea mbele. Asante kila mmoja, karibisha wawili watatu, usitazame peke yako. Hii ni Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Now, let me now continue with my contribution. And before I dwell on the subject of the day, Bernard, I've seen something on what they call Kenya.com, where the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Rachel Ruto, says that you know, they are in South Korea. She says that she has seen that there are so many missionaries in South Korea, many Christians in South Korea, many missionaries in South Korea, and she was asking that some of them should come to Kenya. Then, Bernard, I asked I asked myself a question, because her concern could be on the distinction between Kenya and South Korea. Because today, South Korea, that enjoyed the same GDP with Kenya in 1960, looks to be a developed country unlike Kenya today. So what is Korea doing right and what is Kenya doing wrong, given that we are told that there are many Christians in Korea as there are many Christians in Kenya? And again, why should we get Christians from Korea, missionaries from Korea, to come to Kenya? You know, there is a part in the Bible that says that faith without action is dead. I don't know in which particular book of the Bible, but I believe there's something like that, that faith without action is dead. Bernard, what we are dealing with in Kenya is a scenario where somebody wants to input faith without really dealing in action. And that seems to be the problem even with the Kenya Kwanza government. Because for Korea to be what it is, you know, we agree that the people in Korea, majority of them are Christians, just like many people in Kenya are Christians. But the question is, what are people in Korea doing right that the people in Kenya are getting wrong? You know, you'll find that perhaps in Korea, people don't steal elections. You'll find that perhaps in Korea, people don't engage in corruption. You'll find that perhaps in Korea, ordinary citizens are diligent. You'll find that in Korea, there's what we call prudent management of public resources. Unlike in Kenya, where we know that elections are a major issue, And, you know, many times, you know, we have believed that elections in Kenya are won through stealing. We know that in Kenya today, corruption is the major thing. Perhaps the only thing you need to have on your CV is to prove how corrupt you are. How corrupt you are. The more corrupt you are, the likely you are to get a public appointment in the Republic of Kenya. People in Kenya don't seem to be diligent at all. And I'm very, very sorry that the way we use our public resources in Kenya, it is not in a prudent manner. So, my brother Bernard, it does not matter whether we are going to import missionaries from Korea or from the United States, or even if Jesus Christ himself is going to drop missionaries on earth here. So long as we don't want to work in action, Bernard, it does not matter. Kenya will remain to be what it is. Let me now just dwell on the subject of the day today. And I'll start with the Cherera 4, Bernard. Today I heard Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka quote a book that I read many, many years ago, the book called Cry My Beloved Country, a book that is set in the apartheid South Africa. And I also said, I'm crying for my country, Kenya. Cherera 4, Bernard, I looked at the 4 petitions that are seeking for the removal of the 4 commissioners. And the first thing, I am a believer in the Kenyan constitution. And if you go to Article 115, Article 9, it's very, very clear that any member of a commission or a holder of independent office is not liable for anything done in good faith in performance of the function of his office. So long as Cherera and the other 3 were conducting whatever they were conducting in good faith, so they are not liable to anything. And again, if you look at the grounds on which commissioners can be removed, it must be on serious violation of the Constitution. That is ground number 1, serious violation of the Constitution or any other law, and it must be serious, not just any other violation. Any other violation can be dealt with in an administrative way or through any other way, but it must be serious violation of this Constitution or any other law that includes Chapter 6. Then it must also be what they call gross misconduct in performance of the duty of the commissioner. The others are the normal ones, which are physical and mental incapacity, or incompetence, or bankruptcy. So I was looking at the 4 petitions, and I didn't see any serious violation of the Constitution or any law, including the Iebc Act, on the part of Cherera and the 3. I did not see any gross misconduct, Bernard. And I also did not see any incompetence on their part. The only thing that I saw was witch hunts, that there are people who are determined
Mr. Wangera, it seems you have issues with the net.
No, you're not getting me. My net is all right. Are you getting me? Bernard, can you hear me?
You are now back. Karib.
Okay. So I was telling you that I don't see any serious violation of the Constitution on part of the Cherera 4. I don't see any gross misconduct. And the words are serious violation, the words are gross misconduct. I don't see any incompetence. All that I can see is total witch hunt of people who have discovered that Chebukati and the other 3 commissioners are supposed to leave office on the 17th of January, and so they need to have a new set of commissioners, an entire new set of commissioners that they will be in charge of come 2027. And these are the things that we have seen in Uganda. In Uganda, Museveni, the electoral commission in Uganda is Yoweri Museveni. We have seen the same bad manners also in Congo DRC, where President Tshisekedi is now trying to control the electoral commission in Congo DRC. In Tanzania, you cannot even talk about it. It's because the president in Tanzania is the one who appoints the commissioners and is the one who can fire the commissioners. In Tanzania, if you are commissioner of the electoral commission, you work at the pleasure of the president. He is the one to appoint you and he is the one to fire you. So, we are trying to borrow these bad manners, from very, very bad, from countries that don't have examples that we can borrow from. And if you go specifically to the petition, Bernard, I've watched impeachment proceedings for governors, and I think we have had like 3 or 4 governors. I remember there was Sonko, there was Waititu, there was there was Waiguru, there was the Embu governor, there was the Wajir governor. There is one common thing. If you look at those impeachment proceedings, you'll discover that anything that the sitting, it could be the Senate, it could be the National Assembly, it could be a tribunal, they must rely on what we call sworn affidavits. But what are we seeing in the Cherera case? We are seeing statements, something written by a hand and signed below that I, Joram Jared Wangira, am complaining, remove Cherera, then I sign. There is a reason why affidavits are the best way to admit a petition, because an affidavit is a statement of fact that is deponed on, and by deponing on, which means there's an affirmation or oath, and where there's an affirmation or oath, and if you lie on oath or on an affirmation, then there are consequences. And I remember even the Supreme Court during the presidential petition in the month of September was very, very clear that affidavits should not be in vain. Where people swear things that do not mean anything, then they should be held responsible for what they have sworn in. So you find that there are people who have now run away from swearing affidavits, and they are now written statements. And you find that the GILAC committee, which is now hearing this particular matter, and Bernard, I just wanted to correct you on that particular bit that Parliament, it's in its legal position to first determine petitions before they recommend to the president on whether a tribunal should be formed or not. So JLAC could be doing their work within the meaning of the Constitution, that they will listen to the grounds. Then, after listening to the grounds, then they will find out whether they warrant a removal of a commissioner. And if they find that they warrant a removal of a commissioner, then they'll recommend for a tribunal to the president. So if you look at what they are doing, the JLAC committee has admitted.
One moment, on the same point. The JLAC is supposed to determine by going through the petition. But there is a suggestion that the JLAC should summon the 4 commissioners. The 4 commissioners are only supposed to appear before the tribunal, not before the JLAC committee. So if they appear before the JLAC, it is disorder.
Good. I think I tend to agree with that jurisprudence that you put forward, that because the only thing that the JLAC is supposed to consider are the petitions. And if they consider the petitions and they find that the petitions warrant the forming of the tribunal, then they will advise the president to that effect. And the president will form a tribunal in which the 4 commissioners will appear to. That one, I agree with you. There's what we call double jeopardy. You cannot tell commissioners to appear before JLAC, and you tell them again to appear before the tribunal. In law, that one, I think it does not work that way, and I agree with you on that particular fact. Can I continue?
Carry on, sir. Continue.
So what we are seeing is what we call witch hunt, and the JLAC committee is being used as a conveyor belt here, because there's a particular agenda that it must deliver. And that's why you see they are admitting statements instead. That's why they are admitting petitions that are on statements instead of admitting petitions that are on affidavits. You see, Bernard. So there's a particular script that JLAC has been told you are to meet, Bernard. And that script is to ensure that the 4 commissioners, especially the vice chair, does not take charge of the commission come the 17th of January, when Chebukati and the other 2 retire. That is the only script. And the other script is to ensure that President William Samoei Ruto, is in charge of the entire commission come 2027. That's the only script. And the only savior for us here, Bernard, would be the judiciary. If the judiciary of Kenya ends up becoming captive of the executive, Bernard, we are done. I expect the judiciary in this particular case to protect the four commissioners. I remember the Deputy Chief Justice, Philemona Mwiru, had the same problem with the Judicial Service Commission, where the Judicial Service Commission wanted to form a tribunal to investigate her 2 years ago, I believe. And she went to court, and she argued her case, and the court protected her. So we are hoping that in regard to what we have seen going around the jailer committee today, that the High Court will be in a position to protect the four commissioners. Because if the High Court does not protect them, then as a country we will be done. We will be done, Bernard. Then we will be under the captivity of one person who is determined to ensure that he's in charge of everything in this country. You remember the days of Moi, when Moi was Mukulima number one, Mwalimu number one. He could even become your father number one. So we are likely to head to that situation where Moi was everything. So we could have a president who is everything in this country. So, and that's why I was telling my sister, Rhoda, I can see she's back, that the only thing we need to do is to try and defend our constitution. If we can defend our constitution, that will work for us. The second point will be on the subsidy, Bernard. Bernard, I have a young boy who is sitting KCP next week, sorry. He's sitting, a 13-year-old boy who is sitting KCP next week, and hopefully next year he will be joining Form 1. So I am among the parents who are likely to be affected by this move of removing the so-called subsidy on education. Then there was a reason why we had subsidies for education and why President Uhuru Kenyatta introduced subsidy. Bernard, the levels of poverty in this country, Bernard, are at the highest. Bernard, I grew up in the village among ordinary people, although my father was a retired public servant. So I was somehow middle class in the village. But the people we grew up with in the village, we enjoyed almost the same level of life. We went to the same local primary school. Education was affordable for everybody. After primary school, we went to high school where education was affordable for almost everybody. And after high school, everybody went his own way to college and later on perhaps work. Today, things are very difficult, Bernard. The levels of poverty in this country are high, and especially in urban areas, what we call urban poverty, Bernard. Urban poverty is so high. I'm shocked that, in fact, the number of kids who are not going to school in urban areas are higher than the number of kids who are not going to school in rural areas. Because at home in the rural area, you can somehow afford to even get a meal. But in the urban area, everything means a shilling. And that was the reason why there was this subsidy to enable people who are joining students who are joining Form 1 and who cannot afford perhaps boarding school fees to attend free secondary education. That was the introduction of President Uhuru Kenyatta. And there was also a subsidy to enable parents, to afford boarding school education. And today somebody is telling us that they are going to remove subsidy. If you remove subsidy, what are you telling us? You are telling us that you are going to create an even society because there are only people who have the money who will afford to take their children to school. And those who don't have the money will have their children stay back at home. And you remember, the right to education, is enshrined in the Constitution, in the Bill of Rights. It's not a favor the government of Kenya is giving to anybody. So whenever I listen to Kenya Kwanza, Bernard, it really shocks me. It really shocks me on where we want to take this country to. And if that's what we want to continue doing, it does not matter whether Rachel Ruto invites missionaries from South Korea or from America or from Denmark or from Norway. Nothing much will change in this country, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana, Mr. Wangira, for that elaborate start and submission. We appreciate it, and we look forward to engaging further. It is in the book of James where it says, faith without works is dead. Rachel Ruto and the similarities between Kenya and is it South Korea? it's an interesting way of looking at it. Because she should talk about the economic similarities, not the religious similarities. Eh, there is no, I don't think we have a country that has more preachers than Kenya in East and Central Africa. We don't have a shortage of missionaries. If there is anything, we don't have a shortage of missionaries. What we have is a shortage of people who can do what the Bible teaches. That shortage we have. And then we have the compromised ones who have been bought politically, and so they have abandoned the mission. They are now vijana wa Nairobi wanasema wako mishoni. Okay, wameacha mission wakaingia mishoni. You'll be given what that means. Street journalist, VP.
Poa sana Bwana Bernard. And
Yes.
just before I make my observation on the matters we are discussing about, allow me just to take like 1 second and present my preliminary observation on 1-2 issues that I have observed. And I don't know if you are hearing me.
Okay, hold on just 1 second. I want to play a video so that when you come in all the way, other than me.
All right.
Mute your mic for now.
Watch a return of the Nyao regime by another name. By summoning these commissioners, Parliament is usurping the role of a tribunal. They are trying to prejudice whatever tribunal could be formed. Parliament's role must be limited to summoning the petitioners and deciding whether the issues raised warrant the setting up of a tribunal. In any case, the conduct of the commission was part of the election petition. None of the commissioners was found to have committed any offense. Only Chebukati was found to have acted unilaterally. This probe is therefore politically motivated. It is a continuation of the witch hunt mission that Ruto is on. It will turn into a nasty partisan fight at a time we need to unify the country and tackle our problems. In fact, we advise the commissioners to boycott it in the interest of constitutionalism and rule of law. This country wants to move on. UDA must allow it to move on. With all the problems Kenyans are going through, a focus on punishing 4 commissioners who did not agree with their chairman is trivial, vindictive, and vile. It must stop. It will not end well. End of the statement.
Before my brother comes in, Bernard, what does Baba mean by it will not end well?
A word is enough for the wise. Don't go any further. Street journalist, take it.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard and the other panelists. I was saying that allow me to just take a few seconds to make my preliminary observations on other matters that are happening across the country that are affecting us as Kenyans and, of course, our country. Now, it's not only a witch hunt that is directed at the members of Iebc. We have seen today also the DPP issuing an arrest order or issuing a notice that one policeman who was a very important instrument in the previous government, this policeman was working undercover And he was dedicated in fighting crimes in the areas of Isli, Madari, and Mlango Kubwa. And this particular officer, who was known as Rashid, is currently going to face murder charges in a court of law. What does this tell us? This is what Raila Odinga is referring to as witch hunt, which is going actually to bring our country backwards instead of us moving forward. And this, I think, as Kenyans and members of the opposition, led by Raila Odinga, they should stand firm and condemn these acts. And I want to believe that the judiciary system has not been captured like the parliament has been captured already. And if I'm told that the judiciary is captured at this hour, and then it means that Kenyans, we are in for a very difficult 5 years before we make another electoral decision in 2027. So back to the topic of discussion today, on matters of Cherera 4, what I would like to say on that is that that topic is an entire embarrassment to the country at this hour, when Kenyans are still economically limping from the effects of COVID-19 and, of course, the effects of climate change. You have seen how drought has affected the lives of Kenyans, millions of Kenyans in this country. A lot of Kenyans right now, as we speak, are unable to afford a meal during the day. So instead of the members of the cabinet and the parliament focusing on discussing matters that will improve the lives of Kenyans at this hour, they are focusing on matters that does not have any importance or any positive impact to the life of many Kenyans who are suffering right now. And I think, as Baba has said, this whole issue of Cherera 4 petition is aimed at revenging, and I think there is nothing that they are revenging in this. Earlier on in their campaigns, we had them talking about state capture. We didn't know that they are the one who are perfect in this issue of state capture and institutional capture. We have seen regarding Gachagua walking around saying that freedom has come, that it is time when public servants should not be intimidated. They should be allowed to do their work in accordance to the law. But here we see them now doing the opposite of what they tell us always. And I think at this hour, it is high time that the way the opposition has come out to address this issue, they should continue to stand firm and address such matters whenever they come out. William Samoei Ruto and his entire government, when they were campaigning, they were seen like people's savior. People were going to save the lives of Kenyans. People were going to improve the lives of Kenyans. But immediately they took over. What we are witnessing are people who have turned their backs to Kenyans, and now they are doing contrary to what Kenyans expected them to do. The cost of living is still high, and we are not seeing any plans that they have to reduce this cost of living. The insecurity issues are rampant now in the country, and we are not seeing any measures they are taking to ensure that this is corrected. Coming back to the issue of withdrawing the education subsidy, I would like to say that I think this is the wrong time that the government should withdraw this subsidy because many Kenyans, as I've stated earlier, are still limping economically from the effects of the climate change and, of course, the COVID-19 issues. Many people lost their jobs. Others are still struggling to get jobs. We have seen a lot of economic activities in some areas collapsing, and therefore many Kenyans losing their works, their jobs, and they don't have anything to continue supporting their children in school. And by removing this education subsidy, what the government is doing, it is actually sabotaging the very people that voted them into government. And we want to remind them that this country is a country that belongs to more than 50 million Kenyans. And it is not a country that belongs to a few who have been privileged to have positions in government. So they should, when they're dealing with national matters, they should know that they're dealing with matters that affect millions of Kenyans. Our country has been on the limelight as a peaceful country, and it has been viewed as a role model to other African countries, both economically, politically, and other areas. But now what we are seeing, the Kenya Kwanza government is determined to ensure that this country goes back to where it was some years back. And Kenyans of goodwill, of course, led by Raila Amolo Odinga and others who are up there, we need them to raise their voices so that we cannot allow impunity to continue while we are seated and watching. So we call upon all the opposition leaders to be firm and to ensure that if necessary, they can use the judicial system to stop some of these impunities that we are seeing Kenya Kwanza government continuing to impose on Kenyans. So I would like to stop there, but maybe let me allow Rhoda to take over before Bernard comes back. Rhoda, you can take over if you can hear me. Okay, Bernard, you are back. Take over. I think I had finished.
Thank you for that good start. We look forward to engaging further. Now, it is time for Sina Maoni. Sina Maoni, leta maoni.
Sawa, si na maoni, ameingia na maoni leo. Sasa first of all, nimeshtuka sana kuona rais akipata kinywaji mvinyo, na alituambia yeye hawakunywi pombe. Unajua kwa wao dhambi zao kubwa ni kukunywa pombe, lakini kama ni shamba pamoja na hii deputy yake wakipata shamba, hiyo si dhambi, wananyakua. Wakipata bibi ya mtu amekaa mbaya, wananyakua. Sasa leo nimeona huko Korea wamepatiwa kinywaji bwana. Kumbe hata hao wanapiga hii kitu. Anyway, hiyo ndio maoni yangu niliona leo. Lakini hapo siko, wacha tuangalie what is on the topic. Jambo lingine I want to talk about stima. The reason why even I'm in darkness ni kwa sababu stima imeanza kupotea. Na naona kama ule CS tulipatiwa haonekani. Sijui kama anatafuta tender. Najua these are tenderpreneurs. Maybe he is busy looking for a tender. But we are concerned as the people of Kenya. We cannot now plan with this electricity. Yeah, it's becoming unbearable. The other thing I want to talk about ni hiyo mambo ya the 4 commissioners. I think Kenyans, wherever they are, whatever they are doing, they are waiting for the trigger point. Na tunawaambia to be very careful because we have seen things we have never seen in our lives. Can you imagine the commissioner, the chairman of KRA now, is a known criminal, and he goes to be sworn in with another tax vendor. And it's like wanachekelea wa Kenya, because I don't understand if there's a lady there who is a businessman, who is a tenderpreneur, who has evaded paying taxes for many years. And when the other day he was being looked for, he disappeared. He almost got to the airport. Can you just imagine that today they were together being sworn in and KRA standing beside them? What we are seeing is an insult to the people of Kenya, is an insult to democracy, is an insult to progress. Because when did these people get cleared up, Bernard? Yeah? And therefore, We are bitter as Kenyans. We are seeing things that have never been seen. Those people who are not politically correct are being taken to jail and a lot of anguish. Those who are politically correct, their cases are dropped. Even there is a guy who I think is called Soy, yeah, who was involved in the Rio corruption. He has been forgiven, and nothing has been told. I mean, arbitrarily, without any process. So what we are talking about is what is happening. How did we reach here? How did we allow this country to be where it is? But you know, sometimes I look at my friends around me. I look at many Kenyans, and I see the behavior of many Kenyans. We cannot be so surprised to have a president who loves God and is saved, who loves land, who loves other people's women, who loves all these bad things. Because many Kenyans are like that. He resembles many Kenyans who, for example, Kenya has 1 million churches. I think even your church is among them, Bernard. We have 1 million churches, 1 million Pentecostal and mainstream churches, over almost 2 million pastors. Yeah. But again, we are the same people who are leading in corruption. We are actually top 10, top 3 in the world. So what it tells me is that I think we have a problem. And that is why we can elect a government that is of impunity, a government that allows corruption to thrive, a government that is, for lack of a better word, when I see these people being released, I ask myself, then who should be in jail? I don't think there should be anybody in jail, because mtu kama huyo wa Rio, he was convicted and went and actually has been serving his term in the jail. Now all of a sudden it was a mistake. What are we doing? What are we doing to the judicial process? And that is why even the street journal is saying that we take them through the judicial process. Judicial process is rotten in Kenya. There is no judicial process in this country. Kwa hivyo, Bernard, I'm concerned, but I'm sure we are waiting for the trigger point. Cherera is not going anywhere with these people. And if they try to remove them, then we are going to remove all of them. Every government, even MPs, there will be we'll suspend the constitution, like Wajakoya. So, basically, I can tell you for free, guys, that we are waiting for a trigger point. Pahali itavunjikia, ngoma italia hii Kenya, my friends. And therefore, let us not joke around. Hawa watu hawatoki, na wakitoka, kila mtu atatoka kwa hiyo viti zao. That one I can assure Kenyans. Thank you.
Okay. Asante sana, sina maombi kwa maoni mazuri hayo. Tunashukuru kwamba unasaidia kufafanulia Wakenya ukweli wa mambo ili kila Mkenya amakinike. Inaonekana Wajakoya alikuwa na plani nzuri kwa hii nchi kuliko watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Let them just hire him, because I think he had better plans than what they are trying to do. Because we are 60 days, almost 60 days in the Kenya Kwanza government. And if I ask you what one thing has Kenya Kwanza done that that can be credited to their name, anything at all that they have done for Kenya, I don't know if there's anybody who has any. Yeah, you can pinpoint. Since William Ruto was sworn in, he has done this for Kenya. Withdrawing subsidy on petrol made life hard for Kenyans. Withdrawing subsidy on food stuff made life harder for Kenyans. Now it's with I think, in fact, I suspect when they tried to withdraw from the university and the university students came up and warned them, that's when they resorted to go to secondary school, because probably secondary school will not riot and make the country stand still. But there is something very wrong with the style of leadership that William Ruto is showing in this great country. Alex, media naona uko na uchokozi, lakini nisamee wewe. Umeniuliza swali, mvinyo ni nini? Mvinyo ni machozi ya simba. Lakini ile ilinywa ni ya sherehe. It is ceremonial. It's like the one my father used to drink and then spit out and then share with the ancestors before he can officially launch into the drinking ceremony. All the same, you will be shocked and be more shocked by the Kenya Kwanza leadership because they are not up to any good. Serikali ambayo haitaki kuzidisha mazao, lakini inataka kuzidisha kuchukua ushuru. Unajua hiyo ni serikali imeamua kutesa watu. Na Wakenya mahali wako sahi, sioni kama watavumilia. Najua kuna assumption wanasema kwamba Wakenya ni wavumilivu, Wakenya tolerant, they will get over it. But from my interaction with people out there, the heart is so deep and the pain is so much that moving forward is not as easy as Kenya Kwanza is assuming that it will take place, that they will rule by force no matter what everyone thinks. I think this could be just what Kenyans are waiting for. The wrong moves. The first wrong move was lifting the ban on GMO. Second wrong move was getting rid of subsidies on petrol and foodstuff. Now, this third and probably final wrong move is these 4 commissioners. If they don't take their time, I don't think they'll get out of this like they think they can. All the same, thank you very much. Rhoda, if you have something to say, I'll give you a minute before we give to public participation. Just 1 minute.
Yes, I have something to say. I have to say like the history. Malangi went. They told me as our country is ruled by the constitution, and that's true. So and our constitution must be respected. You know, I just want to tell you the story of Samson and Delilah. You know, Samson and Delilah, he was getting his power with his hair, you know, the Old Testament. And Delilah knew that the Samson gave the power because of his hair, and he was cutting his hair. So, and that story of Samson and Delilah is the same station Kenya they are. Kenya, we are just looking. That's the way we are looking. And Delilah didn't know that even Samson could be powerful. So we believe that our country, we still, we can do something. We can do something if we are really, honest and we come together. Like today, I was watching online. There is one lawyer called Toby Dhimbi. You know, when I comment, they were watching online. People they were against me. Oh, you write bad English. Oh, why do you? Until we want the justice. Oh, Baba, that man win. Ruto win. They will support him 2027. Those people they are from Mount Kenya regions. But I didn't care. I told them I will stand with the truth. I will be like Samson. The way Samson say his power is from here. I said I will not. I said I will not fed up because my Christian faith is to stand with the truth. That is since I get, I get saved 2012. My salvation make me to stand with the truth, and I cannot things I know is the truth, and then I'm trying to, then I'm feel like I'm not really Christian. I feel like a fake Christian. So because the Christian, we must stand with the truth, because as the Bible says, if we walk with the right, both, if you want to follow Jesus, you must walk with the right. If you want to walk in the darkness, then me, I'm living for the right, and my right is to stand with those Sherari, because Sherari, they stand with the truth, because they came to say the announcement was the announcement where they are not there, and the Constitution said the both vice must be there, but they didn't. And then you know, we could see what was going on. It was too much things was going on in that. You see, people, they were beaten, people, they were being hurted with the chairs, and nobody cares. And maybe some people, they are still painful, and still the justice have not come, because election have not like to beat somebody, because they have right to we know what happened in 2017 when the Orida Odinga said the election was not free, fair. I was very patient. I was the side of Jubilee, and I said, okay, I will wait. And I said, it's okay, I will wait. And I didn't, nobody fight there, and then we wait. But I was very sad, because there's so many people were killed. Many sort were killed. Thank God. It will never happen like that in elections. So, and I remember William Ruto was using the same thing. Oh, they're using intimidation. So he was calling people like Raila and Muslim Mudavadi. Oh, they are intimidation. So that's the word he used to use. They used intimidation, you know. So if somebody know to play that game, even 2017, that's why we need to remember our history, because our history is remembered. You know, me, I didn't follow 2013. How was it? Because 2013, I didn't know. I follow who win, but I didn't follow. No, I saw when Mother Karua was. No. It's when Kibaki was election, when they say the election was stolen, and Mother Karua was the side of Kibaki. Say that no, we not have, and then no, 2007 and 8. But 2013. I didn't follow real. I don't know why I didn't follow, but 2017, I followed the election, what was going on, and it was very peaceful when they went to the court. Something I was seeing different with these elections, when they went to the court. Can you imagine 5 days in the court? And remember 2017, I think it was two weeks. I was just sitting at the table and watching in my laptop. I was eating lunch and finished. I was, these cases going and going and going. They were finishing every day from Monday to Friday, I think 5 o'clock. And it was 2 weeks. Can you imagine? And this, when they went to the court, it was only 5 days. You can see there was a mistake was there. And I had a lot of fear. That fear I was going on, because I knew I was feeling something, my feeling. Because when I feel feared, something wrong is okay. Because when I feel joy, something. So William Ruto have make us our country be feared in election day, and he know what he was controlling with the feared, because I was feeling when they were in the court, you know, anyway, people who watu wale tulipitia hii kesi zote ni Chibukati was so much hypocrite. I remember there was a man of God and woman of God, they were praying there in Bomas of Kenya, and I could see his body language. He is hypocrite. That man, he's a really hypocrite. That Luya man, I don't know he's a Luya or a Bukusu. He is a really hypocrite.
Your 1 minute ended. Your 1 minute ended. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad you're watching. Please don't watch alone. Make sure you're inviting somebody to watch. And on the comment section, please let's ensure that we add value to the debate. Don't go personal on anybody. It is important that we be patient, and you know, if you're a good student, you can learn from anyone. And everything doesn't need to be systematic for you to learn. If you need everything to be systematic in order for you to learn, then you're proving to be a bad student. A good student can learn everything from a bad teacher and still be able to win an exam. I mean, pass an exam because he's devoted to learning. So let's not be choosy. Let's ensure that we are helping each other in deducing whatever that needs to be understood and make good use of it. Please, let's do that. Otherwise, let's ensure that we are focused also, even as we make our submissions. We are focusing on the division or about the 4 commissioners, the withdrawal of subsidy on secondary school education starting from January, burdening parents further, beside the high cost of living. And November 30th poses a diaspora nightmare as as validity of Kenyan passport closes. There is, I think, a circular about you can't use the Kenyan passport to get back into the country, even if you're coming to process the East African passport after 30th. And so it is causing some storm with the diaspora, people wanted to come back for Christmas. So mambo hayakai vizuri, sijui serikali itafanya nini ili kila mtu awe na uhuru wa kurejea na atumie hiyo Christmas holiday kutengeneza East African passport ndio asafiri akiwa free. All the same, thank you. We'll be weighing out on the same, na kama una information on the same unaruhusiwa kuleta hiyo information. Naomba tumsikilize public participation.
Hi, Bernard.
Hi, karibu.
Okay, is my volume okay ama niongeze?
Uko sawa, endelea.
Okay. Hi, street journalist. Hi, my sister Rhoda. Unajua Kenya, Bernard is like the Israelites. Unajua ukisoma story ya Israelites is like yani it's like they would just be going into captivity. Wakitoka, when God rescues them out of the captivity, again wanaanza dhambi, wanaanza kufanya the wrong thing, wanaanza kuworship idols. Kidogo tena Mungu anatuma enemies, wanakuja wanawabeba, wanawapeleka captivity tena. Wanakaa huko captivity, wanalia. After some time tena Mungu anawachilia, sasa they overcome tena. So it's like that's what Kenya is like. If you look at where we came from in Moi era, I think pia wewe umegrow up time ya Moi, unajua the kind of a life we were living. Yani it was another life with maisha ingine ngumu sana. Uwezi feel free uongea kama sahii venye sisi tunaongea. Uwezi associate na watu wenye they are not pro government. If at all ukisimama useme something is wrong, you are persecuted, you are taken into chambers, you are going to be tortured, you are imprisoned without trial. Yani kulikuanga tu a very bad atmosphere. Alafu katika time sasa economy ikaenda on the brink of collapse. Barabara imejaa potholes, electricity ikaanza kurationiwa. I don't know if you can remember a time when tulikuwa tunarationiwa stima for 3 nights ama 3 days in a row. Sasa yani you can imagine that kind of an environment. Unaona? A very toxic and bad environment. Sasa tukakuwa point whereby, unajua sometimes it's good to remember history so that you don't repeat. Tukaenda point whereby now Gema community wakadecide hawataki kusimama na huyu mzee mwenye anaharibu the country, ana destroy the economy of the country. Nini zote amepea kwa watu yake, industries zote wameloot, wakaloot mpaka zika shut down Kikomi, Rivertex, all those. We had so many industries, but zika collapse due to him allocating people, alafu wanaenda wanaiba kila kitu, ina collapse one after the other mpaka zikafuta. Because me I remember when I was a child tulikuwa tunanunua blanketi kwa hizo, si ilikuwa Rivertex kama ni gani inatengeneza Kenyans tunambuanga we have very short memory. Na nikisoma Bible ninaona tu Israel as a kind of a prototype ama a type of Kenya ama Kenya as a type of Israel, because yani tunasawingi mambo haraka, tunasawingi mambo haraka sana. So it's just 2002 ndio tumetoka kwa mkono ya hiyo utawala ya kiimla ya the late President Moi, because that guy ilikuwa imefika point sasa mpaka anakata. Unaona venye Gema sasa they were not on his side. I'm just saying this to kind of show you that yani the more we are you know we are going forward, it's like sasa tunarudi pole pole tu, we are like going back to that train again. Sasa during that time when Gema nao wakaingia kwa TV, and I think it was ndio nakumbuka ikiwa kama ya Gema hiyo time, parties hazikuwa mingi sana. So it's like kwa sababu umeingia kwa hiyo opposition, sasa anatuma watu wanakuja wanakata wanakata hizi miti za coffee trees, tea tree plantations, nakatakatwa tu kuharibu. Na sasa to intimidate, you notice and here I remember there's a time some people waliuliwa na an airstrip inaitwa Wakala Massacre, wanaekewa sumu kwa nini kwa wells. Yani it was a very chaotic situation, and assassinations were there like every other time somebody has been assassinated. Ikionekana hata you don't need to oppose the guy, akiona tu you are afraid, yani you are bright and like Ouko alikuwa anaonekana anapendwa na western country. So kama alimwangalia akaona huyu anaweza kupiga akiwa president, akamaliza yeye na tukapelekwa round commissioner inquiry, I don't know kuna detectives wenye wanakuwa Scotland Yard wakakuja, hata mtoto ya mzungu akauliwa hapo, alikuwa anaitwa Jewad by one of the family members of you know. So yani the country was just mess, a mess. Ukiangalia hii side yani, so tulikuwa kwa survival mode hiyo time yote, especially towards now when after I think 1982 after the coup, we were just on survival mode because hatukuwa tunajua what will happen from one day to the next. Things were bad, and unfortunately hapo ndio tunarudi. Mungu akatupatia opportunity, tukaingia 2002, tukaingia Kibaki akatusaidia, tuka come up back to our former glory. But you see Kenyans, I think mi vyenye ninaona hii situation, because and I'm seeing it in a spiritual sense, is that I think kuna vyenye Mungu ameona, like you know when things are good, by the way, you never appreciate like time ya Kibaki, things were good, the roads had become good, ameleta free education. Sasa unajua when things are going well, you just take it for granted the same way you are taking for granted hii subsidy ya chakula ya unga, subsidy ya fuel, subsidy ya school fees, tulikuwa tunaitake for granted because it was there. Now when all these things zimetolewa is when you are really feeling impact that kumbe there was something which Uhuru was doing. Wale wenye walikuwa wanaona Uhuru hakuna kitu anafanya ama there is no benefit yenye alikuwa kwao, yeah, now they are seeing as these things are being removed one after the other. And me, what I'm seeing is that what a hustler na dini yake of chaotic people, because anybody, by the way, this is not an issue of anybody who has been in this country, unless you ulizaliwa when very recently, anybody who has been in this country anajua history ya hustler from YK 1992 coming up now to 2007, scandals zenye amefungwa, mambo za witnesses, hakuna watu wenye hawajui. But you know, I think ni ile sasa tulikuwa ina comfort zone, so it's like yeah, hata tukimfikia kura there's nothing which will change, will still continue as in kitu yenye iko imeshatengenezwa iwezi kubacktrack. Like now hizo subsidies, maybe the mindset was that hizi vitu are already there, you know, we are taken for granted, like yenye tuna take for granted kukuwa na barabara mzuri, all that. Sasa tulikuwa tumetake for granted, like there's nothing which is going to, there's nothing which is going to change. This guy maybe akiingia anaweza kuja afanye something extra. Sasa we were only seeing, the guys were only looking at the negative part of Uhuru, that amefanya mambo ya barabara na mambo ya SGR, manage or something like that. Now is when reality is beginning to think very well. After hizi subsidies zinatolewa, na si ati this ya shule ndio the last one, is not the last subsidies, zinaenda kutolewa zote, and life is about to get very very tough for Kenya. Saizi already there is like 10 million bags of maize yenye ishatoka. Wakulima they are harvesting. Nilisikia nani akisema Terajay akisema that they have harvested, but they are still in process of harvesting until March. So can government hold that shipment, which has some of 10 million bags, wangoje kwanza wamalize kuharvest, then wakishapeleka mahindi kwa NCPT, they see the deficit, wakiona bado kuna deficit, then they can take now from what they have brought. Now what they want to do, the price they're asking for is 7K. You wanasema by the time they were planting, hii fertilizer ya 3,500 haikuwa, walikuwa wanatumia fertilizer ya 7,000. So at the very minimum, cost ya input ilikuwa inakuja around 4K. So they want 7K per bag. Na sasa you can just see from the way you know hustlers. Unajua tu hustler doesn't care to see munaita hapo press conference, do you want to impeach Kuria? If he has decided hizi mahindi zinaingia. Sasa that is maize industry inaenda kukufa. Just imagine how many people who do maize farming. Na sana people from his exact background, or so many of them. Imagine they are just going to just go like that, and there's nothing they'll be able to do. Sasa my point is, in all these stories I'm telling you, that unajua Kenyans, when you're going to vote, unajua tumekuwa tukitake voting as a very, yani kimzaha, yani unaenda tu una vote tu kimzaha. You are not seeing the implication of voting for someone, what it can end up putting, the situation it can end up putting you in. You are just driven by emotions, you are driven by tribalism, you are driven by, you know, that euphoria of now it has come time for us to either remove ama to put ama, you know, you don't really look at the far-reaching implications that the kind of effect these people can have on your life as an individual. And I think that is what we need to learn. And what I know is that this is the government which is going to teach Kenyans, such that ukifika time ya kuvote, you'll really understand what you're voting. Saa hizi tumekuwa hapa na Nairobi governor. Even him, there's nothing of value of his address. He's just, yani, unajua vitu zenye wanafanya ni vitu zenye, it's like kwa anataka kupeleka upcountry cars, vehicles zinaenda kwa green park. Yani kitu yenye it doesn't demand anything from him, which was already there from the former government. Unaona? So the guy is like, these students watakuwa na bebo free kwa PSC. You know, you are like, boss, tuko na shida ya nini? Tuko na shida ya barabara ziko mbaya. You know, but this government hakuna chenye tangible. As Ghana defense, there's nothing tangible this government is doing. Ni hizi vitu tu for PR yenye it doesn't make any demands on them, those kind of things. But Kenyans, let me tell you, we have been really taking for granted our vote. Tumekuwa tu tukivote tu kimzaha, yani we are just voting without, but these 5 years, or this whichever duration of which I believe itakuwa 5 years, is the time when you'll understand what you are voting. Ukienda kuongeza hiyo school fees yenye ilikuanga imereduce sasa ikakuwa 40K, now it is 50K. That's when you'll understand. And I think this is, you know, sometimes some bad things happen, lakini it's like to make you wake up. Yeah, it's to make you wake up. Unajua sisi wenye tulizaliwa hiyo time ya Orluadea, time ya Moi, at times tukiona watu wana joke na hizi mambo za electing a leader, especially a president, wakichukulia tu kimzaha, we feel bad because we remember pali tumetoka. Lakini I think this younger generation hawajajua uchungu ya kukuwa na a bad leader, a really bad leader, you know. And we are gonna now is when those who had forgotten, maybe from 2002 mpaka sahi, like 20 years ago, tutakumbushwa what it was like to be under Moi and worse. And those who are born after Moi, ni alikuwa amemaliza makali yake. Now is when you'll understand what it means to be under a dictator, under a president who doesn't care about you, anything about you. He's all about making his friends and him and his family making money. You'll understand it now, so that the next election, ukichukua hiyo kura, unaenda kuvote, ukichukua ya idea you are going to vote, you really think about all these things. That will food be affordable? Will fuel be affordable? Will fees for my children be affordable? Because will my health even be assured? Because now, ukiletewa GMO, what does that mean? Health. Your health goes down, you can't afford even the health care. There's no even health facilities to be able to treat diseases. We need to take electoral process and all these other things, like GMO issue, it needs a lot of public participation. Lakini watu wakiona hiyo kitu online, that can you sign weka signature yako ama append your details so that you can be able to push this motion. People are just taking it for granted like ni mchezo, but the reality is coming. Let me tell you, if at all haikukuwa imesink in, it's gonna sink in. And I just thank God that imeanza kwa backyard ya the community of the president kwa hii mambo ya mahindi, because what I know, without, kwani are we mincing words here, Bernard? This guy wants to kill the maize industry. Kwani what else does he want to do? Anataka kukill maize industry so that mahindi yake yenye anakuza hapa DRC on his half a million acres ipate market. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to kill sasa basically we'll just be having zero, because tea industry, you can't say it's okay. Coffee industry is not okay. They are both on deathbed. Maize industry ndio hiyo nayo it's about to go on its deathbed. I mean, sugar industry already died. We were just it was being brought from Brazil, import, alafu inawekwa kwa karatasi ya Nubia. So by the things are about to really, but it's good. But I'm thanking God, because I'm saying ule mtu mwenye amekuwa akitake for granted what good leadership means, and the power of your vote, and the power of your participating in political processes, na hata hizi mambo za kuchukua signatures, za kuagitate, all those things, it will become real Kenyans now. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, so asante public participation for that elaborate submission. And I think history has it that the sugar industry died under the watch of one Dr. William Ruto when he was the Minister for Agriculture. And I think almost everything dies in his hands. So Kenyans need to be aware of that and understand that we must rise up and make candid decisions on the future of this great country. We can't sit back and watch things go bad. Politicians are in their business, and that is to do politics. And their politics will be pursuit of their personal interest. Very few politicians still have national interest. And so kifika kwa masuala ya Kenya, ni wa Kenya tu wenyewe lazima wasimame, wajitetee na wahakikishe kwamba wanajilinda hata dhidi ya hao viongozi wanaodai kuwa viongozi wetu. Mambo mengi yanasemwa, lakini ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba hii Kenya inahitaji kiongozi ambaye ni kiongozi wa kitaifa, a national leader who believes in nationalism and be able to help the country, burn the bridges and then be able to unite us as one in terms of us following his leadership. But the Kenya Kwanza leadership is for divide and rule, and they are doing it day and night. We pray that something drastic will take place and we shall be free and free indeed. Whatever they are calling freedom is here. It was freedom for the corrupt to walk free, freedom for the thieves to take their panga and their whatever and go and wreak havoc. That kind of freedom we reject. Let's play out this video and then.
Has approved murder charges against Isli-based crime buster Corporal Ahmed Rashid. Rashid is both revered and criticized in Isli and Mathare, Nairobi, over his modus operandi of addressing various forms of crime. He's managed to contain crime levels in the area, during which a section of locals and human rights groups complained, accusing him of applying extrajudicial means. Here's Hassan Mugambi with the details.
After completion of its investigations into the deaths of Jamal Mohammed and Mohammed Khair that happened in Isli area of Nairobi on the 31st of March 2017, the Independent Policing Oversight Authority IPOA forwarded the file to DPP Noordin Haji, where the prosecution nod was granted. The nod means murder charges for Ahmed Rashid, an officer of the rank of corporal. Thursday, IPOA moved to the High Court at Milimani, Nairobi, and obtained summons against the officer to attend court and take plea on the 8th of December this year. The officer, dubbed Super Cop, has been both revered and criticized depending on who you talk to in Mathare, Isli, Mlango Kubwa, and Pangani neighborhoods of Nairobi. Businessmen in Isli celebrated his move to deal with and decimate the gun-wielding superpower criminal gang that terrorized them in 2017. Human rights groups, however, differed with his modus operandi, terming it extrajudicial. The development comes in the wake of a series of cases where officers are individually facing charges over their actions. They include 9 officers from the disbanded Special Services Unit of the DCI who are supposed to face abduction charges in the case of 2 missing Indian nationals and their Kenyan taxi driver. 10 elite members of the General Service Unit are said to face murder charges over the shooting and killing of 4 people on the 2nd of June 2022 at Masimba area of Kajiado County during a protest by residents over increased attacks by wild animals. 11 more police officers, among them senior policemen, are said to face charges over the death of baby Samantha Pendo in 2017 in Kisumu. Hassan Mugambi, Citizen TV.
Okay, thank you everyone. Who is this? Alman Junior Sebena, there is no need for prayer solution. Is the street people must group up countrywide and picket peacefully for 4 months every day. I have a roadmap. Street journalist, you can take it, and you can also say something on this.
Thank you so much, Bernard, for giving me another chance to come back again on this panel and air my views. Especially, I would like to concentrate on the clip that you have just played. And if you have listened to the reporter, he called this cop a super cop. And indeed, this was a super cop. For me personally, I've lived around Mathare area when there were crime and when this super cop was operating there. I know this super cop called Rashid. And actually, he did a very good job that I think no police officer in the rank of corporal will agree to do. He cleaned the area of Mathare, Mlango Kubwa, Pangani, and Isli. Because I can assure you, Bernard, that the security of this nation, right now where it stands, it requires men like Corporal Rashid to work undercover on the ground to handle crime cases like he did in the previous government. But what we are seeing the DPP doing now is that they want to prosecute this super cop who has done a very good job for the Kenyans. If you ask residents of Mathare area, Mlango Kubwa, Pangani, and Isli, they can really tell you there's nobody who lives in that area, even children. They know this cop called Rashid, and they know him very well for his good deeds that he is doing for the people of those areas. I once lived in the slum of Mathare, and I can tell you that during those days, you could not even get out of your house at 6 a.m. in the morning so that you can go to work. But ever since this super cop began his undercover mission and operations in this area, we saw crime rates going down and there was peace. People could live freely. In Mlango Kubwa, like 3 years ago, you could not pass there like when you looking like when you are wearing when you are looking smart, you could not pass in that area without being attacked. But since the coming of this super cop, we saw a lot of criminal activities reducing. We saw a lot of criminals being put down, being killed. This super cop could warn you first. If you are a criminal in that area, he could notice you, identify you, and warn you first, and even ask you where you come from, your rural area. He could even offer to give you his own money as your fare transport, go back to your parents and warn you, because most of these criminals were young people. They were young teenagers who are engaged in robbing others during daytime, using forceful means to steal from others and even injuring people for nothing. He could even give them fares and tell them that, please, I've noticed your behaviors and I don't like them. I want you to go back to your parents, and if you are not going to go home, and then next time we meet, I will kill you. And he used to eliminate them, and crime rates went down in those areas. But what the government is doing by prosecuting these people, I don't think if there is any police officer now in the government who is going to be willing to do such jobs. And if we are not going to have such people in our community, and then the level of crime is going to increase. And I'm afraid that Nairobi area especially is going to be very bad in terms of security. So mine is just to call upon the government to reconsider some of its actions, because they are not meant to help the people of this country, especially in the area of security. Security is an important item in lives of people. And when there's no security, there's no life. When there's no security, no business can go on. When there's no security, the so-called hustlers cannot hustle. And if I told they are going to hustle, then they are going to be robbed off of whatever they hustle during that day. So we want to call the government, we call upon the government to ensure that it is its role to provide all Kenyans with security. And if it is withdrawing the security officers who have been doing a good job for the Kenyans, then they are running away from their vision. If you look at the vision of Kenya Kwanza, if you look at it, the manifesto, their vision was actually to have a peaceful and prosperous country where the poor will be empowered to get more money and land from the rich who they said had been enjoying the financial freedoms since independence. But what we are seeing happening now is something very contrary to this vision and, of course, their mission in their manifesto. We are seeing a country that is not peaceful. We are seeing the poor people who are still being robbed of the little thing that they have. So I think Kenyans, we need to come together and condemn these acts. And of course, being led by the opposition leaders, we need to condemn these acts. Such people like Rashid, this corporal, should be appraised and given some tokens for the good work that they are doing. I haven't seen, ever since I was born, I haven't seen a police officer who was dedicated like this one. He was working for the people of Kenya. he was dedicated at eliminating crimes, and he was very good in identifying these criminals and dealing with them in the broad daylight. Just the clip you played, you saw him killing some criminals in his sleep, and those people are really criminals. If you ask people that they were not good people that he was killing, and therefore the government is witch hunting these people. We have seen them disbanding the DCI unit, and we see them now coming to witch hunt these police officers who have been doing a very good job in the previous government. So I'm worried, Bernard, that where we are headed to in this country, if they are not going to take to take a turnabout and start thinking well and open up their minds and strategize their plans towards working for the people of this country and working towards improving the security and economic status of this country, then we are going to have a country like Zimbabwe, a country like South Sudan, where war is not ending. We are going to have a country full of criminals. We are going to have a country where the common mwananchi is crying every day because of insecurity, because of lack of support from the government, because of lack of good strategic plans that will improve the life of Kenyans. So, Bernard, I don't want to say much on that, but I can say that I'm very annoyed and I feel pain in my heart hearing that this good police officer is going to face charges in court. But I think the judiciary system will do its way and deliver justice for this police officer. Back to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Street Journalist, for that one. Is a good one. And the only summary I can summarize Kenya Kwanza is drama. Because I've not seen any tack, any systematic operation of a government. I'm only seeing drama after drama, drama after drama. If it's not Moses Kuria drama, it is Soprano drama. It is this other agriculture drama. When will these people settle down and to work? So, Baby Pendo and the other people who were killed in 2017, the president now was deputy president for 5 years. He did nothing about it. He said nothing about it. When does it now become a priority now? Because he's the president? Kenyans tuache kuchezewa. Hawa watu hawana rada. They are rudderless, they are clueless, and they are just looking for something that can endear them to Kenyans through emotions. They are playing cards, trying to pretend to care when they don't care, pretending to serve when they don't serve, pretending to lead when they can't lead. And as Kenyans, we need to begin to see this for what it really is. Because the pretense and the hypocrisy and the appearing to look like is too much. But they're doing nothing. What policy have they launched that will help make any life better? There isn't. They're talking about increasing tax, this and that, and all of it is amassing what Uhuru Kenyatta worked and made available. What have they worked and made available? The 100 days are running out. Jumping from Korea to Egypt, back to Korea, to America and all that, is that how to recover the economy of this country? Kenya Kwanza disappoints in a big way. Then there are matters that take place with the security in this country that it's in the know-how of everybody, including the president himself. That one sure way of dealing with crime in the country, especially those matters in security, it is the brutality of the police. Without that, the criminals will be everywhere and on everything. So, in quotes, police brutality is a sure bet in trying to control crime in the country. And I'm not advocating for police brutality. I'm only saying that uh, don't forget that uh, we are understaffed as security officers in dealing with a population. We have more people than the required police. That's what I mean. And so, because of that, there is some uh, I will say, extra constitutional means of trying to establish law and order, and within the security arrangement. And so when they begin to go to for Kenoti and begin to go for police officer like this one, what's going to do is that they're going to open a can of worms. I don't know whether they will be able to handle those kind of worms, because these police officers are not going to court and they're still going to hold the allegiance of their sworn wherever oath of secrecy. The moment you target them and then they are going to be tried in open, the kind of can of worm that is going to be opened, this country will smell the bad smell that will come from those proceedings. I don't know whether people are going to survive. And so I think the wisdom to lead this country is far from one William Ruto, although he pretends to be wise. I've looked for that wisdom, I can't see it. I've looked for any person who is leading. I'm only seeing somebody appearing, making a presser, and goes. Leading you. There's a difference when Baba addresses the nation and when Dr. Ruto addresses the nation. You look at the people around the president, they are all cherry-picked, okay? Cherry-picked to stand. Wengine wamesahau kwamba wamesimama, wengine they are not there. They are not involved into what is happening. And it's like his leadership is not genuine in terms of influencing people and making people be really loyal and committed to him. And this is something that he needs to work on. His trips are too many. Does he want to break a record or something? So Kenya Kwanza needs to do something about their leadership or be prepared to be phased out. They will make history like they made through Iebc. Another history is about to be made in probably ending up somebody not finishing their term of 5 years. It is almost imminent. It has something to do with these 4 commissioners, because the wisdom to handle this, I can't see it, especially in the National Assembly with Wetangula there. I can't see any, smart way of handling this. It will all spill over. It will bring up all the allegations that were brought up in the Supreme Court. But at the end of the day, the kind of beans that will be poured, hey, kutanuka katika inchi. Let us wise up. Let us wise up and ensure that we do what is required and not play around with what needs not to be said. I think we deserve better than this. We deserve better than this. Kenya at 60, we need to have made giant steps. We can't have a president who is afraid of empowered people. He's afraid of strong leaders around him. He's afraid of things being done decently and in order. He wants to have his finger on everything in order to be sure that things are working. That is not what the 2010 Constitution envisions, wherever makes available. The 2010 Constitution makes 47 autonomous governments, okay, that are to be run by elected governors, and it will still end up in harmony with the national government without the president or the leader of the national government having to lord over the governors. So it is a free system of operation whereby in honor and respect of one another, but we are working out on the same project that is serving Kenyans and making the lives of Kenyans better. Will William Ruto get away with impoverishing Kenyans? I don't think so. Will his scheme to finish the maize business in Kenya succeed? I don't think so. But Kenyans should not be shocked with what is happening, because even he told us, ni nyinyi tu hamtaki kukubali. He told us, hakuna, if you remember the famous statement, hakuna watu walio na shida na Wakikuyu kama Wakalenjin, lakini inafika wakati unatofautisha mambo, okay? Unaweka mambo hayo kando, utafute serikali kwanza. Ukishapata serikali ndio uanze kushughulikia hayo mambo. Remember that famous statement? I think that is a script that is fully in work, not necessarily in targeting the Kikuyu people, but using the government to do what you want to do. Because I'm not seeing any roadmap of anything that Kenya Kwanza has except serving the interest of one person who wants to be in agriculture, he wants to be in foreign affairs, he wants to be in everywhere. Something must happen, and we need to wake up to the same. Okay, asante kwa wale wote ambao mnaendelea kujumuika nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Thank you those of you who are watching from across the world. Okay, let's watch this as we continue with the conversation. Thank you.
In fact, come attend a demonstration. We are wondering, how can you shoot a demonstrating youth, a peaceful demonstrating youth?
Tahadhari hiyo na nyingi hazikuwazuia vijana kufanya maandamano mjini Eldoret, kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Wanalilia haki yao baada ya kulaghaiwa fedha, wakiahidiwa kazi nje ya nchi.
All the passports ambayo ni fake. Ni huyo officer anaitwa Manga. Number 2, insurance ambayo vijana wamepewa. Kuna zingine ambayo ni fake. They are given fake passports na fake insurance forms. Sijui wanajaza. So wakifika kwa embassy or wherever they go, wanaenda wanakamatwa.
Polisi walikabiliwa na wakati mgumu kuwadhibiti vijana hawa wenye hasira. Kulingana nao, baadhi ya mawaziri wamechangia maisha yao uchochole wanaoishi.
Tumeambiwa this is a government ambayo inasaidia wanyonge. This is a government ya mama mboga. This is minister in charge of SMEs na vijana kanji hii. And is the one in charge of a scam, a pyramid scheme, a syndicate in Uasin Gishu and the North Rift.
The intimidation of the police is real. It is happening. Right now it is happening.
Hii ni kufuatia maelfu ya pesa waliotoa kwa wakala mmoja mjini Eldoret aliyewaahidi kazi nchini Qatar wakati huu wa kombe la dunia.
Haya, amjamaliza haya, mengine yameanza. Ndio hayo basi, Kenya ndio hiyo. Let me respond to this politician man. He say, today's petition took Raila to parliament. It shows that Raila fears the outcome. They don't want the truth about the deep state plans to come out. Politician, mimi sikuelewi kabisa. Was Raila in parliament? What did he go to do in parliament? What truth? What truth? The petitioners are against the 4 commissioners are supposed to petition the JLAC committee, okay, and put their claims there. If whatever they will submit to the JLAC committee is sufficient, okay, to prove that the 4 commissioners have a case to answer, the JLAC should write a recommendation to the president. And then the president will now do what? Constitute or sanction a constitution of a tribunal. When that tribunal has been constituted, that is the only body that now the 4 commissioners can appear to and defend themselves. The invitation by the JLAC Kangaroo Committee to invite the 4 commissioners to appear before them is wrong, is unprocedural, is unconstitutional. That is what Raila is against. So if you people are afraid of that, confess your fear. But I don't see anything irregular with that, in my opinion. Anything constitutional, we support, and we must insist on the same. Yes, public participation, Karib.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. I want to talk about this issue of Rashid. You're getting me? Okay. So
Yes,
you
yes,
see,
you're okay. Go ahead.
okay, Rashid is a part of a police officers. He's not the only one. He's part of a group of police officers who are like vigilantes. So there are many. There are several, but there are very many because the crime rate in the country is very high because of the poverty. You see. So, and you know, this issue of extrajudicial, I saw somebody in the comments saying that, you know, we are Christians, so why should we be endorsing somebody who is shooting people, you know, killing people? But you see, we are not, but this is not the first time. In fact, during the late Mishuki time, when Mongiki had come up, there was, in fact, it was at a large scale. It wasn't one person like this one for Rashid and Kinahesi. That one was at a very large scale because now the group had become uncontrollable. But you see, Bernard, the problem that we have in this country, we don't deal with the root cause of problem. We are always addressing symptoms. So, you see, extrajudicial killing is a symptom of a problem we are having, first of all, with excessive extreme poverty in this country. Because I keep on I keep on saying here, 65% of residents of Nairobi, they are living in slums. And like now when life has become so tough like this, they cannot afford food because now if it's that ugali flour, it's 230. Where will they get that 230? Even the little small money they were making from Kazi Mtaani has been disbanded. Yeah. So this issue of now going after Rashid and other vigilante police officers are human beings. Okay. So when you come to them over and over, and you know these groups akina Gaza, akina wanaitwa nani hao wenye walikuwa Nakuru, I'm forgetting the name, but these groups, 342 what, and you know all these gangs, they are extremely violent. It's not even about stealing. Forget about even the stealing. They are extremely violent. Sometimes they'll approach you and you give them whatever they want. If they want your handbag, you give them phone, and they still stab you or they still shoot you. So when after you have been shot, you run to the police station, or I've been shot. These people, they are shooting people even without provocation. These people, they have become nuisance. These people, this like what we are having the last few weeks ago, where Kenyatta Hospital was having so many stabbings and shootings. So what do you expect a police officer to do? You have gotten so many complaints, so many complaints. People are coming to report that my kin was killed, my kid, and they are complaining about the same person. And of course, if you are an OCS or if you are a police officer, you know the people who are doing this thing. So you come and you hear they've killed this person, they've killed this mother, they've killed this father, they've killed a young girl who's in school, they have killed, So what, even you as okay, I'm not saying that killing is right. Yeah, according to the Bible, killing is not right. But what do you expect these police officers to do? What do you expect them to do now? Mumekuja complain huyu ni muuaji ama hawa ni wauaji wanaua watu. In fact, forget about robbing. Me, I'm talking about killing. Because so many people were being killed by these young boys who are seeing Rashid. Rashid cannot get to a point of shooting you when you have never killed anybody. Umeua watu kama 10, then injured and maimed about 20, 30 people by the time Rashid is shooting you. And by then, he has warned you, as I told you, from that group which is in Facebook, Nairobi Crime Free. They put your photo, and even they approach your parents or whoever you're with, because they know these people. So they approach and they tell the person, please, what can you do? Remove this person from the area, take him to Shago, find for him something to do. And a lot of this, let me tell you, the corrupt police, the bad police officers are not the ones who are in vigilance. The corrupt police officers, them, they are busy with the, like those conman things which you are hearing now. People are being conned in Eldoret, somewhere where when these ones who are striking on the road. They are busy with those corruption activities. These ones who are vigilante in what way, they care about the community, they care about the lives of people, the lives of Kenyans, and they want these kids to stop killing people. So that if you start taking them to court, there you are like, yeah, Rashid, you have been killing. Yes, and for sure he has been killing them, yet he has not been killing them. So now we are taking you to court. What message are you sending to the police? Yeah? Itafika point, Bernard, you go to, because there was a time, by the way, slightly before election, there was some gangs which were just like on the highways, and they had become too much. So the people who are complaining, motorists were complaining. That's when you go to the police station, the police will just tell you, what do you want us to do? Yeah, these cases are there, they have been on the rise, but what do you want us to do? That's where this kind of chanting with these vigilante policemen is going to lead. Watasema tu, sawa, you don't want us to kill these people, you don't want us to deal with these people, sawa, let's leave it. The same way they had said just earlier, after the group from the special branch were taken in, were arrested. Si walisema, okay, fine, these people, they were trying to deal, instead of the government dealing with the real problem. The problem is not these vigilante officers. The problem is that, number one, there's too much poverty. Yeah. And for all these groups like Mongiki and the rest to come up, it was because of poverty. Those are these young kids, they don't see hata waoni haja ya kwenda shule. And then now with even school becoming it's not affordable, some of these high school now with these subsidies which are being removed. Sasa even shule watu watashindwa kwenda shule, watakuwa wanafikisha primary wanaachia hapo. Then now after that they join gang and they start using drugs. The next thing, and then a lot of politicians also, they do fund these groups, like Gaza was funded by politicians so that wawasaidia win election and all that. Then after election now, they now start some other, So me, what I'm saying is that can this government just deal with the issue? First of all, the judiciary system, the justice system in Kenya is broken. ODPP cannot take, if today, Bernard, you commit murder, it is taking 7 to 10 years for your case to be, even when there is all evidence. Pamoja na hiyo ya kamera yenye wanataka kuwekea kwa Rashid, it will take you no less than 7 years. 7 years. Case yenye it's an open and shut case. Sasa, when this police, and then of course, for constitution, there is that clause of that within you need to, you can be able to get bail even if you are charged. Sasa, when they come out on bail, they go and intimidate witnesses, they kill witnesses. What The system has failed. The justice system is no longer working. It's not working. It's not. I mean, if you look in states, the duration of if you follow, because like me, I follow cases like some of these crime cases, I follow them in US. Inachukuanga wiki mbili na case a murder case inachukuanga wiki mbili. Munafanya wiki mbili and it's not hata nini, inakwanga tu 8 to 5, munafanya wiki mbili mfululizo, kesi imefungwa. In Kenya, tell me, have you seen a murder case yenye imeenda for less than 5 years? Even 5 ni kidogo. 7 years. Na sasa hiyo ni ule mwenye ako na evidence ya kila kitu. So what now do you want police to do? What do you want? DPP ameshindwa na kazi. Judiciary yenyewe nayo imeshindwa na kazi, or it's the cases are too many, or I don't know what is not happening. Sasa there is no justice system. Sasa justice system ni kama uko na problem na mtu ummalize, you take matters into your own hands. Sasa all these people who have been washing people, all these people who have been conning people, that's how they end up in Rivayala, because they are hardened criminals, so the justice system cannot deal with them. They are nuisance in the society, so they are offloaded by these special branch people. Sasa ukianza kuhunt those people who are doing this dirty work, which is very dirty, because I don't think hata Rashid ana-enjoy kuenda kuwaua wasichana wadogo wenye wanatoshana na watoto yake. He doesn't enjoy, but now it's a necessary evil which has been created by a society which has a broken justice system, which has an economic which is collapsing, with 14 million unemployed. What do they want? You know, sometimes you look at this government and you're like, gosh, you know. So they are dealing with symptoms at Rashid. Rashid is just trying to help a very big problem, which even whatever he's doing is just a drop in the ocean. It's not even by the reducing much, but it has helped a lot. Anyway, thank you, Bernard. That's my submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, public participation for that. It's a gray area that very delicate yet necessary in terms of the enforcement of law and order. There are many things that happen. I think it's a clip. Let me see if I can find it. We play it and then Rhoda can add her sense on the same. Let's see. I have it somewhere. I think it's this one.
Is in danger of criminals. If any officer is in danger of criminals, they must use their firearms to deal with the criminals. Musingoje mpaka askari wetu wakauawa na wakora. We must deal with the wakora before they deal with our officers.
So is that not shoot to kill order? Rather.
Sometimes, Bernard, when I come beside people, they attack me, tell me that mimi ni daktari wa kienyeji. Some people, they tell me I come out of the topic. I know what I'm saying. I'm not crazy. I'm very smart myself. I'm very proud of, not proud. I'm thank God he have given me the thought. I'm very smart woman. I'm not ashamed myself. Smart is not about educations. Smart, it's how it's honest. If you are honest, you are smart. If you are dishonest, you are idiot. Idiot people, they are dishonest. And idiot people, they always try to hide something and they're afraid for the truth. They always pretend. But me, I'm a child of God. I'm a born again, really born again Christ. I fear God. I'm not saying that I'm not perfect, but I know what I'm doing. My friend, they always tell me you are kind. You know why they tell me I'm kind? Because I respect them and I have heart for the forgiveness. People, they treat me bad. I remember 2 weeks ago, I was somewhere at work. People, they were treating me like a slave. I was working like crazy. They were treating me bad. Not because I'm a black woman, because of hate. But I forgive them because the forgiveness, it healed me. I had a bitterness, but I have to forgive because forgive, it heal. By the way, I call them. I call that woman, I have already forgive you. So I'm not stupid. I know what I'm saying. So Bernard, when I think about our country, unfortunately, our country is the way Kenyan people are recognized. Kenyan people are very respected whole world. People used to say Kenyan people are very. I remember it's one man, he lived in America. He's a billionaire, but he's a lawyer, man. He live in now. Actually, have developed so much his community in Kakamega County. They were interview him and blah blah in somewhere in New York because they know Kenya people, they are hard work. This man, he's a lawyer, man. He was homeless in New York. You know, he's a billionaire. He had built a lot of houses. He want to build a big house in Kakamega. People that start to come from different country in county, not county, even East Africa, to come to his hospital because he's very smart. I'm really proud of that man. He make me to feel proud to be a Kenya. So Kenya people, we recognize we are very smart. We recognize we are very honest. That's the way. Even when we're going to go to New York City, and I'm always afraid Nigerians, but people, they say Kenya people, we are honest. We get favor because of that. Okay, so let us be honest each other, because honest is the one who deliver this country. We know very well William Ruto, he's not honest. He has been trying to hide. Can you imagine? He's traveling with our money in South Korea. He is sleeping in a good hotel. And then he is prosecute other people, punishes other people. They are just doing corruption, do whatever they want. And some street children, there are some women in the street, they are sleeping without food, and then they enjoy with that woman. And then she just telling us South Korea, not South Korea to come missionary. No, South Korea, it was a Buddhist country. Buddhist. It's because of the God grace came. Many, even those people, politicians, leaders in South Korea are Buddhist. It's us, we need to go missionary there. I can go there and I preach the gospel. They come freedom of the Buddhists. So feel proud of you, you are Christian. Okay? So what I want to say, something can derive our country. We have to be honest. We must be honest. We know these things are not going, because one thing, those people, they have never appreciate that we put them there. They still, they have never believed. Even when you see them, they don't believe that, oh, I'm the deputy president. They have never believed them. They didn't know that they have that opportunity. Instead of they be humble themselves, they work for us. You see, like I saw one daughter of Ruto. She was in another county. A young girl, they must humble for her. They must almost bow for her. A young girl need to take care of the children. A young girl needs to be. If it is me, I'm a daughter of president, I could go to those women sleep in the street, feed them, give them food, go for the widow women, all those disability women, help them, give them hope, instead of to go South Korea lying. That Rachel, she's lying and she's hypocrite. She's a Christian and she's a hypocrite. I don't trust her. I don't call her pastor. By the way, I don't value them. I have never accepted Ruto as a president. I don't call him president. He have never respect our constitutions and our democracy. When he came to the president, he changed everything, state house. He put the yellow, UDA. Mimi naulizaje, kwani Kenya ni yake, ni ya Karejini family? You know, Karejini, they are the one who have destroyed our country. We could not be. They are the one who take our country back in the slavery. We know what the game Karejini, they have been praying for us. They have prayed for these positions. We must stand together as a Kenya, not about Kikuyu, not about Luya, not about Masai. Let us say we don't call this kind of stupidity, because this guy, You know how to play the game. And you know, to be dictator, you are the one who put people to. Dictator is not something you're born. It's people put for you to be a dictator. When people, they are worshiping you, even me, I can be dictator. I can pretend. When you are worshiping somebody, you are putting that person dictator. Dictator is something we grow. We are the one who put Ruto is a dictator. And he know that because we worship him. I saw like one church in Mount Kenya, they call bottom up. Shame on you, bottom up. You are mocking the name of Jesus. Call the church bottom up. You must be stupid. Call the church bottom up. Kenya, you are praying with God. You are mocking God. You must be shame on you, Kenya church. You are lying with the name of Jesus. Instead of you stand with it, because the Bible says, if you are ashamed for me, I'll be ashamed for you in the front of that. That's the way the Pastor Joan Austin used to say. If you shame your father, I'll be ashamed in the front of that. When Jesus will come back, he will know you are ashamed the way you shame him. Instead of we stand our country, we are lying, we are trying to hide something. We must stand. We say enough is enough. Enough is enough. You know, so the people that, let me tell you, we have a lot of strong women in Kenya. They can stand. People like Mother Karua, even Wangari wa Maathai, she was not shakable woman. And that's why she made the neighbor. We want people who are strong. Every community. And women, we are called. We can stand for our country if we want. We say no. No. We want our country to stand. You see, we have a president, even Liberia, they have a president who was a woman. And she was a very strong, she was doing very well. So let us women in Kenya, we stand, we say, no, no. We will not let to be dishonest. We stand with the truth. Because women, they're the one can take care of we meet Luya women, Kikuyu women, Kalenjin women, Maasai women. We hold hands. We say, now is enough. We get a women organization. We say, now is the time. We say it's now, time is now. We don't know what. If it's a governor, you have your work, live your own life, work in your own county. If you're a member of parliament, focus with your own constituency, the people they said for you to do the parliament. Fight for your own community. They said they are in. If your work is achieved, take care of the people who are there. If it's Ruto, focus with the president, not focus with everybody. You are control everywhere. I want to be everywhere. Like confusion. It's like a control. Confused, You try to confuse communities. That's not the work of the president. Live your own life. Don't all the time in the social media, all the time. It doesn't work like that. Know what you want. Know what you want. Give people a chance. Let people alone. Let all the community, they live their own life. And I'm telling you, that country can go far. But if you are controlled, I want to be there. Hey, I want to be here. Hey, I want to be here. Doesn't work like that. Doesn't work. So I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are glad you're watching. Thank you so much. It is important that we be tolerant. We be tolerant and put up with one another. That is a Christian virtue. Is part of the fruit of the spirit. So to sequer too oversensitive and over wherever, choosy. Let's learn from one another, and let us also put up with one another. I notice some of us have very high expectations, and I'm sure some of you pray and say, God, give me the fruit of patience. If you try that, I will advise God to help you get the fruit of independence. And the fruit of patience is only gotten by God putting a slow person for you to work with a slow person. So you are a very fast person, and then He gives you a slow person to work with, so that you'll develop some patience in the course of waiting for the slow person to come up and meet you in your first approach. All the same, let's do what is required, please, and ensure that we add value to the debate. Let's also avoid getting personal. Let's not call people names. Let's just do what is good for Kenya. And what is good for Kenya is that Kenyans need to be vigilant. Kenyans need to refuse to be taken advantage of. Kenyans need to stop feeling helpless. as if there is nothing they can do about the situation. If the Kenya Kwanza government is not up to the expectations of Kenyans, Kenyans have options. I want every Kenyan to know you have options. You don't have to put up with what is not acceptable because the government is doing it. No. And like now, the Kenya Kwanza government, they are full of drama, they are full of pretense, they are full of side shows. That is not how a government works. They are not doing anything in helping the lives of Kenyans go better. Those are enough grounds to agitate, to picket, and demonstrate against this government. And so after the 100th day, as Baba said, when there is a call for picketing, don't be left behind. When there is a call for demonstration, don't be left behind. Because if we are going to get right leadership, we must agitate for the same. And that agitation for the same requires that we must have a heart to love this country enough to do what is right. And the other Tumbokrats who are saying that they are through with the Raila Odinga. Unajua watu wengi hawamuelewi Raila Odinga, okay? Wanafikiria Raila Odinga hao ndio wamemtengeneza. Wakati Raila Odinga alikuwa anasimama peke yake, wakati ameachwa na kila mtu, hawakukuwepo. So wakati wewe umedance kwa jukwaa moja na Raila hivi teremka panda, unafikiria uko wewe ni size yake? Think again. You don't make Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga makes you, as far as Kenya politics is concerned. And the moment you move away from that light, you go dimmer and dimmer and dimmer until you disappear. So don't think you can finish Raila Odinga by walking away. No. And he already has your replacement. And so wale wanafikiria kwamba baba meisha, ngojeni mtayaona. Okay? Hawa watu wote ambao wananunuliwa na Kenya Kwanza, they have their replacement. When Malala walked away, not Malala, Balala, okay? When Balala walked away and thought that the cost will go with him, what happened? Joho replaced him, pap, and now Balala cannot challenge Joho as far as cost politics is concerned. It is that way. Baba is not foolish. He knows what he's doing, and I believe he has the best interest for this country. And for that matter, God is going to preserve him, and he will fulfill his destiny. His destiny is not to become president. His destiny is make Kenya better. And he has already contributed in making Kenya better. He will do it again. Kenya will not go to the dogs. It doesn't matter which strategy, which scheme, which conspiracy Kenya Kwanza comes up with. The truth is, Kenya will rise from this and is going to emerge into the greatness required. We can be the leader of this Africa continent and the world as a whole if we only get our act together. And so as Kenyans, please don't succumb, don't fall for the schemes and the propaganda that the Kenya Kwanza people are throwing around, pretending to be owning anything. They don't own anything. They don't own Kenyans, and they don't have the majority support of Kenyans. The majority of Kenyans are angry with Kenya Kwanza government. All the way from North Rift to South to South Coast, all the way to Northeastern, the majority of Kenyans are not happy with the way Kenya Kwanza government is being operated and how the president is taking Kenyans for a ride. And so we can't succumb to what they want us to be. We must rise up, keep our head up, and say enough is enough. If he doesn't do what we are required to do, let them vacate office. And that goes for all other offices in terms of the governors, the MCAs, the members of parliament, all those their groupings. Hiyo niliona atu Waluya wanakutana, sijui Mount Kenya wanakutana. Tutaki ujinga. We want delivery. We want progress. We want a Kenya that is Kenya. I believe in Kenya. I believe in Kenya for all Kenyans. A Kenya where where the principal of the school is a Kikuyu, the deputy is a Kisi, and the teachers are from all the communities, and the school is performing well because when every teacher goes to class, he's not favoring the Kikuyus over the Luyas, or he's not attending to the Luos against the Kisis. We need to have that one Kenya where even if Mijikenda is the president, okay, his bodyguard is a Luya. Okay, that's the Kenya I believe in, whereby we'll have varieties, that the head of the police is a Pokot, then the head of KRA is a Luya, and then the head of all these departments, we have that alloy, that mix, whereby every Kenyan is safe in the hand of any other Kenyan. Lakini hiyo ukiwa governor unataka mke wako akuwe deputy na watoto wako wakuwe treasurer, na hata hii tuko nayo kwa church, unfortunately. Okay? Unfortunately, and I am speaking as a pastor, and then you church, na hakuna kitu huwa kinanikasirisha kama hicho. Okay, kwa sababu mmeo ni pastor, wewe ndio assistant pastor mkewe. It doesn't work that way. That thing is not in the Bible. It's not scriptural. Hata Mungu akiita watu aitange husband and wife. Biblia inasema aliita Abraham alone. Okay? God called Abraham, then Abraham called Sarah, and then called Lot. It is Abraham who called Sarah and Lot. It's not God. There's no record for that. Najua wachungaji wengi na nyinyi wa Kristo mtaanza kunipiga mawe hapa. Lakini huo ndio ukweli. Okay? So hii maneno ya kujaribu kutengeneza kanisa inakuwa family issue. Mnataka kutengeneza inji ikue tribe issue. You want to make it a regional issue. No, you are destroying Kenya by making it tribal, by making it regional. Kenya belongs to all Kenyans equally. Kama kuna title deed ya Kenya, it belongs to every Kenyan, and every Kenyan can use that title deed to take loan. Not one Kenyan, every Kenyan. Okay, so tukienda to list, like we have like State House. Unajua State House, sisi ndio landlord. Sisi ndio landlord wa State House. Okay, tukitaka kufurusha huko mtu ni sisi wenye. State House. State House is not for the president, it is for the Kenyans. It was built by the Kenyan tax money. And so what happens? Tukichoka na ile mtu anakaa State House, tunamfurusha. We are the people that have the rights to that property and every other property everywhere. And that talks about every state lodge everywhere in the country. It belongs to Kenyans. It does not belong to the elites. But the elites wants to intimidate you and make you believe that you are helpless. In their presence, you must prostrate and you must tell them your honor. You must tell them your excellence and all that. No, you are their employer. Wewe ndio umewahaya, wewe ndio unawalipa mshahara, and you're the one to fire them. And so I want every Kenyan everywhere to understand. Walk on the street with a spring in your step, knowing that you're the one that owns this place. And anybody in office who's not performing, they should account to you. Kama wanaenda hivi hivi, kama hao wabunge wameanza kucheza watimuliwe. Sawa sawa. So nataka let's get it clearly. Let's get it clearly. Na hii drama ya Kenya Kwanza iishe kabisa, tumalizane nayo kabisa. Okay? Kenya Kwanza inapaswa kujibu maswali. Ijibu maswali. Kwa nini saa hii? Baba alisema free education from nursery to university. Okay? Wewe umetoa sasa even subsidy. That means education in Kenya is business. You have to pay or stay without. How are we going to progress as a country without education? Industries. Baba said what? Every county, a product. We will no longer export raw materials. We will export finished products so that when it goes to the international market, tunakaa kwa meza kama sisi ndio business people. Tumekuja in the company called Kenya. We want to sell our coffee to America. America must pay us the dollars. They carry our coffee, not coffee seeds. No. They carry finished product. That is how a country rises from zero to surplus when they are trading in finished product. The Western world doesn't want to buy finished product from Kenya. They want to carry raw material. Why? Because raw material is bought at a throwaway what? Price. Utaendelea kupanda hiyo kahawa yako, utaendelea kuipalilia, utaendelea kuinyunyuzia, na baadaye kile kitu unapata kutoka kwa hiyo kahawa haikusaidii. Lakini ukiwa na industry ya kahawa hapa, tutengeneze kahawa tumalize hapa, hiyo miti ya kahawa ni faida, hiyo maganda ni faida, hiyo kahawa yenyewe ni faida. Hiyo industry imeajiri watu, wanapokea mshahara, hizo pesa zinabaki hapa. Lakini tukibeba hizo seeds tupeleke, okay, walioajiriwa ni wa hiyo nchi, pesa wanayotengeneza ni ya hiyo nchi. Sisi tunapata nini? Mabakshishi. Tunataka rais ambaye anawaza hivyo, anasema hatuwezi chukua kazi kutoka Kenya tuipeleke nchi nyingine, na huku tunaongea kuhusu 14 million unemployed young people. So mimi nataka Wakenya tuelewane vizuri in this forum, particularly tuelewane. Tusikae hapa kana kwamba we are the beggars, we are the finished. Eti walichukua uongozi wakaenda nao. No, hawezi kutuongoza kwa lazima. Wanaweza chukua ofisi, okay, lakini tunaweza kuwaacha kwa hiyo ofisi, tukafungua ofisi yetu, tukaendeleze kazi yetu. Sijui kama tunaelewana. So let us not look like we are beaten. I don't like that face of we are helpless. We are not yet helpless. We are not yet helpless. We are well able. We can rise up from where we have fallen and make Kenya great. And if the people in the leadership are not thinking about making Kenya great, we kick them out by doing what is right. And so I want to urge every Kenyan everywhere who runs into this program, understand that you are the employer of Dr. William Ruto, you are the employer of Gachagua, you are the employer of all the parliamentarians, you are the employer of all the senators, you are the employer of all the governors, you are the one paying them salary. And so they should treat you with dignity and honor. They should not talk to you anyhow. If they try it, we kick them from office. By all means. And so wale ambao wanaenda kuabudu William Ruto kwa sababu yeye ako kwa serikali na wanataka kuwa kwa serikali, achana nao. Let's do what is good for Kenya. And we want a Kenya that will live for our children and our children's children. A Kenya that will be able to guarantee that our children's children are going to live in a harmonious, great environment where Kenya will have food security, will have all amenities that are sufficient to take care of every Kenyan. I believe in a Kenya where we'll have food that is to be consumed in 10 years, still stored and preserved. The apples we are buying on the street in Marigiti, they're coming from Israel. They have been preserved. Some of them are 3 years old. Okay? But they are fresh. They look fresh. We buy them. So, what stops us from preserving our guavas? Organic guavas. From Chwele, all the way, the onions in Chwele, they are free. When you go there during the season, they are even free. You just carry it away. Please, let's all wake up. Let's not look miserable. Let's not look beaten. This country can be salvaged. This country can be made great. Let's do what is right. Tunyime wazungu raw material, wakuje kutuomba. Africa, wata kuvolunteer kubeba raw material ukipeleka. You cannot survive without. We can survive without. Our forefathers ate roots and fruits, and they were healthier than we are. Let us eat what is available and stop all this madness that we have to go and prostrate and beg and hope and wish and pray that the Mzungu has to do something for us in order to survive. No, keep breathing with your nose. Be secure in your own skin. Do what you are required to do. This country can rise from where it is and become great. Africa can be the greatest continent on the face of the earth like God ordained it from the beginning. Let us not prostrate and be made inferior when we are actually superior. Yes, we are actually superior. Thank you. Yes, public participation, you have something to say?
Yes, Bernard.
Carry on.
I want to say this. You know, our problem as Africans is the issue at tribalism. That my tribe has to be given a position, Luyas have to be given position, who have to be given position. You know, this kind of thing is what even Wazungu are using to divide and conquer us based on those tribe things. We need to move away from that, because you see, like these advanced nations like US, you can find like when Obama was a president, you can find Obama is Obama, who is like a black person, that is like maybe 15% of the population. So huyo ni kama 15% ni kama which tribe? A small tribe, you know. So imagine if it was Kenya, wangemuelect kweli aje kama he is coming from a tribe which is making 15%, which is making up 15% of the population. We need to come out of that. But unajua Bernard, no, when people are frustrated, they are not. Unajua the reason why wazungu wanaweza enda wa vote for a black person is because they you know, they are fulfilled. You know, their systems work, things are working. So you don't have to use diversionary kind of mechanism for you to be able to confuse them, because now things are chaotic, things are not working. Agriculture is the main source of income in the country. The same agriculture is the one which is being destroyed from one industry to the other. Mahindi ndio hiyo inataka kuharibiwa, coffee ndio hiyo imeharibiwa, hii imeharibiwa, sukari imesha kufa. Sasa you now have to keep people attention. Ndio hawa, the system, the justice system is not working, the economy is almost collapsing. Justice system imeshindikana kufanya, ODPP office cannot be able to take cases through properly, judiciary is not working. Sasa police go and shoot to kill. Ukishoot to kill ndio huyo tena unawekwa ndani, then others now stop shooting to kill and come back and start threatening the population. Sasa unajua, a population which is in a crisis mode is the one which I need my person to be put as a minister, so that at least naweza feel there is something, I have a stake, you know, because you are just displaced in every, you know, you are frustrated in every way. You know, farmers are frustrated, teachers are frustrated, parents are frustrated. Sasa unakuwa the only thing which is giving you some kind of solace is that niko na kama mimi ni Mluya, at least madpt yako hapo, so I can look at madpt and feel some consolation that at least mtu side yangu ako hapo. But in countries where things are working, hakuna mzungu angaliangi at president ni mzungu ama president ni Mwafrika aseme at least sasa niko na mtu wangu hapo, because akuwe black, akuwe white, akuwe yellow, the systems are there, the systems work. President akianza kuleta nyokonyoko, he'll be impeached immediately, like what happened with Trump. Kung'olewa yenye alileta mambo zingine zenye they were not very good. So our problem, you know, it is issue of tribalism, and the day when we will come out of it, by the day is when we'll be able to conquer this poor leadership. Because like now, you can see everyone is suffering. Kwanza starting with the people from backyard, their president, the main sufferers, ya hii mambo ya mahindi. So you see now, even if their man is the president, wanasaidika. Ndio hao sasa, they are busy crying over there, please msilete mahindi hapa ikuje iharibu soko, tushindwe kuuza mahindi yetu na tulikuwa tumeinvest tayari pesa hapo. They are suffering like the rest of us. Na hata ile siku yenye nani alikuwa on the seat Moi, watu wa Baringo, they still remained as poor and they are still as poor. Unaona? The only people who benefit ni our inner circle and the family members. But other than that, most of these people, hata kwa kina Uhuru, they have some abject poverty. So Kenyans tunatakikana tuache kuwa myopic in terms of looking at other tribes as our adversaries. So that we are fighting with this tribe, we are fighting with this tribe to see who is going to, so this man is of my tribe, I want him to get how many Kikuyus wamepata ministerial posts, how many lawyers have gotten ministerial. We don't want that kind of a mindset. And that kind of a mindset is what Mudungu was doing to oppress us. And it's the same thing, divide and rule, which even now is being used. If we come together as people who want better for our nation, imagine everything will work. Lakini na hii mambo ya sasa, we are thinking in terms of our tribal cocoons. We cannot move. We can only move when we see. And what I'm seeing is that the crisis which is coming up from this poor leadership of these guys. Criminals ndio hao wakuwe wengi, agricultural sector ianguke, economy ianguke, then we'll all know that as Kenyans, all of us, we are going to face we have a shared fate, and our fate is equal. It doesn't matter whether you are a Kikuyu, whether you are a Luya, whether you are a what, whether your tribe is the one who's in the president, you'll still suffer when things are not working. So that we come together the same way we come together on this channel, and you're from different tribes, like I'm from Mount Kenya. Sasa hakuna venye ningekuwa nina support baba kama ningekuwa ile ya sasa, it's about tribe. But I'm looking in terms of principle, which leader is having the principle which I can support. So when I look at Hustler and I look at Baba, I see Baba is the one who is having a principle which is, we have a shared principle. So the same way that in the US, you look at whether you're having values which are equal to Republican or Democrat, then you support based on principles. Hiyo mambo na tribe. Sasa hiyo mambo ya tribe ndio sasa na wanatumia ku divide and rule, is why we cannot move. So me, I would just like to tell Kenyans, by the way, let's take this opportunity of crisis to be able to re-examine ourselves na tutoke kwa mambo ya tribe, kwa sababu if tribe was so wonderful right now, mkulima wa kutoka Rift Valley would not be crying on the TV here that mahindi yake alikuwa ameexpect kuuza 7K hata pata pahali ya kuuza, na wakisema industry ndio hiyo inaenda kukufa. They are just suffering like everybody else. So we need to come together to allow how watu wa divide on a tribal basis, because when we are divided on tribal basis, we cannot come together to forge what will be our common good. Because anything good yenye inakuja kama hizo subsidies zenye zilikuwa like for school fees, ilienda kwa okay fine, ililetwa na I don't know if it started na Kibaki ama ilianza na Uhuru, but it has gone across to everybody. Kila mtu benefit from those subsidies. Sasa hizo subsidies zitolewa pia, everybody from every tribe will feel the pain. Sasa let's focus on issues okay kwa hii mambo ya tribe, Kalenjin, Kikuyu. Those things are not helping us in any way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, public participation. That is a very touching appeal and pointing out where the really problem lies. But one thing I love about Kenya is that when you give them a cause that is cross-cutting and they buy into that cause, they don't disappoint. Like 2002, when the Kibaki Tosha came into the air, the tribe thing did not play. Everybody believed in Kenya, a new Kenya. Kenya without KANU. Kenya without the oppression of KANU. And they demonstrated it by overwhelmingly voting in Kibaki. The problem is when Kibaki got in, he surrounded himself by tribalists. and they distracted him from the real mission of making Kenya one. If there was a president who had an opportunity to make this country one and lost it, it was Kibaki in his first term. He had no opposition as far as solidifying the country and making it one. He only missed it by beginning to think about the next election and organizing himself for the next election, and he missed a huge opportunity. Just like free primary education succeeded, he would have succeeded in making this country one. We will not be talking about tribalism at this point in time. But all in all, we can do it if we rally ourselves together and make Kenya great. Let's believe in Kenya. Let's believe in Kenya enough to lay down our life for this country. If we do that, there is nothing that can stop us from rising and being the leader of this particular block and the rest of the world. We can make it. Charles Lusamamba. Hiyo ni jina la kwetu. Lusamamba, vipi? Oga Charles, are you there? Okay, it seems Charles is not there. Mama Mary, you have something to add to the conversation?
Yes, I have something, Bernard. Sometimes you sit back and think about Ruto since the beginning, those many years back, and you'll see that he has a trend of having to hovering on the most money manufacturing dockets. Amekuwa kwa agriculture for many years. Na wale ministers wamekuwa kwa agriculture, he was really messing with them, and it's like they were getting hand in hand with him. So they were doing very messy stuff. You can remember lastly with the Kionjuri. When Kionjuri was mentioned, actually they were hand in hand with Ruto. Remember those other days when Jirongo said about the t-shirts. This guy has been messing but running away and getting away with it all the time. And because he was given chances of all these times, and remember the time when he was sacked by Raila, still he was in agriculture. So this guy really has meant business of getting over the farmers or over agriculture, because he was able to penetrate and see the weakness of the farmers. And so he felt like farmers get a lot of money, maybe, and so he decided to compete with them, and not compete with them in Kenya. He decided to go out of Kenya to do his agriculture there, and then he come and so you know, to and compete with them, and not somebody talking, and so bring everything. I mean, bring out.
Order. So Charles, keep your mic mute. It is providing a feedback that is irritating.
My mic?
Thank you. No, Mary, continue.
Yeah.
Charles seems to have an issue with his gadget. So, just continue.
Yeah, he is competing with the farmers in Kenya, but he's not doing his agriculture or doing all these crop planting in Kenya. He's doing outside the country. So what does it mean? It means that he is not able to compete with farmers in Kenya. So he decided to go out of the country to do his farming. Now he comes with whatever that dirty crop and bring to Kenya to finish up the agriculture, the farmers in Kenya. When did these people start crying? Many years ago. And still, if you trace, there are footsteps of Ruto in this category of farmers having these problems. So even the time when they imported maize from Mexico or wherever with the Kionjori, remember, Ruto was still involved. What were they doing? So is he ready to develop our country or is to finish it? This guy doesn't care. He wants to finish Kenya. He wants to curtail everything so that he will be overall, then we will be ruled like Uganda. And I see that coming. If only we Kenyans, we don't raise up, this guy is trying to make us crippled, weak. We start limping so that he can take over us. And we are not going to survive if we don't say no. And I hope those people who said no for GMO, they mean it, because we don't want to find ourselves in a ditch where we cannot be able to raise up. This is very serious and very sad. For me as a Kenyan, I feel that is my country where I belong. I don't want to stay in foreign country. I want to go home. And I want to go home where I can grow my own crop, my own food, and eat it. And not cross-pollination of what bad things are being brought in Kenya. Let's say no, and let's unite. Seriously, Kenyans, let's save our country. Our country is being ruled by somebody who don't care. It's like he's going to die tomorrow, and he has nothing to lose. That is the way he's behaving. We don't want this. He should stand up and tell us, I'm not going to do this, or he's going to do it, rather than I'm going to do it. Then when he hears that we complain, he goes under the ground. This is a very dangerous person, because when he hears our voice, he goes underground. He will come when you are sleeping. Let's be vigilant. Let's fight for our country. Let's fight for our country and for our children. If our children don't go to school, this is very, very dangerous, because we want them educated so that they can uplift their foundation. That is where we stand. We are not all of us going to be farmers. We have to divide ourselves. We want engineers. We want pilots. We want educators, and we want doctors in our country. We don't want to be flying out of the country going for treatment. And what is happening now, his guy doesn't care. His children are educated and he has a lot of money. So he don't care about us. He don't care about the poor people. And we are not poor for him. We are poor because we are on that status. We cannot be rich, all of us. Some will be poor, some will be moderate, some will be filthy rich. But we don't care about that. We want our life to be as usual. God has created us for a purpose. Let's fight. Let's not let it go. Please, let's get up and say no for all this treatment he's giving us. It is too serious. And I think it's so, I don't know what I can say. This is our country. We are fighting. We are talking, and I hope we are not talking to nobody. Somebody is listening and should know that we are very bitter about this. We are very serious. We want to have our country. We want to take care of ourselves. We don't want any support from the government if that is the way they want to give support. Support for killing people, that's not support. That's not a country. The president should stop this. Thank you, Bernard.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you, Mama Mary. It's a great one and a very serious call that every Kenyan needs to adhere to. And we are here to see to it that happens. So let everyone be on the alert. If we sit and fold our hands, our country will go and we will live to regret. So let's ensure that we do the right thing. Charles, how are you? Charles, unmute and speak. Charles, yes, go ahead. Charles, we can't. You seem to have a problem with your gadget. If you're using your phone, restart your phone, please. Restart your phone. You can't. If you are not well configured, you can't feature on the show. You are muting and unmuting at the same time. Putney.
Yeah, Bernard, shukuru sana. I've been watching since we started. I saw the clips in Parliament, JLAC. One of the greatest embarrassment is that chairman who says we do not need a point of order. That he tries to lie that there were written documents and in the hindsight, only Junet to aggressively tell him that he was lying. And then I think one of other MPs, 2 MPs came back and told that chair that is out of order, and actually was out of order. You could see that he was working under some strict instructions. They want to do everything in their capacity so that Cherare can get out. And the danger is that they are fearing the worst, Bernard. The chair of Electoral Commission, Chebukati, his time has come. By January, he should not be in the office. The worst nightmare for Ruto is to find that beautiful, eloquent, and most trustable electoral commissioner we've ever had, apart from my other sister who came to New York, to be the chair of that electoral commission. And it looks like by-elections are going on right now, maybe January or February, because I saw that on Tuesday or Wednesday, we will be doing the selection of those who are going to the by-elections. The worst they will want to do, because remember, Wahome seat is so contentious, they might not win it. The other seat that they have really fought, and our brother was connived and he agreed to that, is Waluke. Waluke was to bring Sirisia, and Baba knew how to manipulate so that we are able to make sure that Kenya Kwanza does not win over there. Waluke has chickened out, so I don't know how we are going to do in that place. But I think that we are losing politicians, Bernard, but we are not losing the electorate. And you have seen in this country, general election is easier for you to steal. But when it comes to by-elections, there have been like a midterm election here in the US, whereby they gauge where the people mind is. So I think the worst part of it they are going to see is that Cherare is going to administer those elections, and they want to do everything in their capacity to make sure that she is not there. And you saw how that chair was agitatingly advocating for things that are not totally there, to a point that he's refusing any point of order or any discussion. But later on, when Junet and the group goes out, then he starts to use the same point of orders that he had refused by asking, do we have the quorum? I mean, he uses the rules when he wants to, and he refuses to use the rules when he thinks it does not favor him. So, I mean, that is one thing that I realized. But I want to thank Junet for standing very firm. Junet actually behaved like Ndozi. He was not listening to what that guy was saying. Junet was actually speaking his mind, and we Kenyans had it. And Junet took on him. I don't know if that guy went back in his house and watched the clip very well. He looked like a fool. Being a chair of such a big committee in Parliament, you ought to behave yourself. That was really, really wrong. So I think the circus is going to continue, but I don't think they are going to win. one thing that made me happy is during when the proceedings were going on, Baba and Kalonzo and and Karua just steps in. The purpose was that for that I don't know, but it gave them the commissioners the confidence that whatever that is going on there is hot air. So that was good. The other thing, Bernard, I saw, they started it earlier. This Kenya Kwanza government, they started earlier. Then the pressure mounted, and then now they have brought it back. Is the education in this country. When we passed the budget, Bernard, 2022-2023, and I've read the education budget here in this channel. I think I've done it twice. Kenya passed the biggest ever education budget, which was 513 billion Kenya shillings. 513, which was the biggest in terms of stake. Hata hospitali hazikupata hivyo, Bernard. Now, my question is, that budget goes until June. Why increase the school fees in January if already that budget has been given? You see, Bernard, and I've said it here, and we need to do what the education system has done to our country. One of the biggest cash cows in Kenya, and I read it here a couple of months ago, iko mtu kutoka kwetu Kisii, anafanya Jogoo House, alikuwa ameandika kuwa kuna shule that does not exist in Kakamega, and funds were being remitted to him in his personal account, up to 30 million. We need to audit the education department. Bernard, 513 billion is not a walkover. When we have 513 billion and you start telling us that January school fees, according to what they said, it's going to be about 60 something, average of about 70. Ukieka shopping na kila kitu, transport na kila kitu, you're talking about 80,000. And yet we budgeted for it 513 billion. Somebody somewhere wants to cut off and get away with that money. During the 2021-2022, the budget that was passed was about 300 and something, Bernard. And that budget, our kids was to be given masks, gloves, and other things. Nothing of that nature was given to our students. And we go back to when actually the Ruto government started, they even budgeted for the laptops. So ever since Ruto became the deputy president, he has used the education department as his ping pong. I wish our members of parliament could stick their feet in the cement and say no to that nonsense. They passed the budget, the money is there, hakuna njia watoto wetu wanaenda kulipa school fees. So ikiwa wao watafika 2023-2024 budget were increase, then we'll know it's them who has done. But Uhuru did not do. The budget we are running on here is the one we passed unanimously last time, and we said atujui nani atashinda. And the members of parliament passed it and said whoever that will start the government, we don't need to give him a hard time. Where is the money going, Bernard? That is the question. Hiyo maneno ya machogo, you should stop that nonsense. Hakuna school fees itakuwa increased. Instead, that school fees need to be decreased, because after all, watoto wetu wamekuwa wakienda 30 weeks, sengine wanaenda sijui ni 27 weeks, and they have been paying the same money that they ought to pay for 36 weeks. That was another lie that they have been doing. So with those few submissions, Bernard, I'm going to remain here. Na nasalimia Ndeto Makiadi, karibuni.
Okay, thank you so much. And you need to work on your camera. It's like you have hanged, but you heard loud and clear. Thank you so much for that observation. Somebody has seen where to milk, and he's ready to milk this country to death. Kenyans must rise up and make sure that that does not work. If something is already budgeted for and provided for in the budget, why call it off? the subsidy for petrol was budgeted for, subsidy for foodstuff was budgeted for, subsidy, money for kazi mtaani was budgeted for and released in the budget and needs to work until June of next year. Why, when all these programs are called off, where does this money go? Does it go into trips to Dubai and Qatar and North Korea? If that is the case, isn't that abuse of office? Because you're taking what is supposed to be done for specific projects and making it, be diverted to the president's office. Now, all these questions need to be asked and we must demand for right answers. But more than that, Kenyans, wherever you are, please don't relent. Don't relent. This is a fight we must fight until we win. Don't relent. Now, choke sai. This struggle has been on, is now 60 years. If their fathers, our founding fathers, were relenting, we would not be here. So, wacha kuchoka sai. Wacha kusema imeisha, haijaisha mpaka tukuwe na Kenya ya Wakenya wote na Kenya ambayo inahakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya ataishi maisha ambayo yanafaa, maisha bora ambayo kila Mkenya ako secure, safe. That's the main thing here. Until every Kenyan, like the video we are playing about Gaddafi, he swore that he will not build a house for his father and mother until every Libyan has a house. Now we need that kind of leadership. If we can only make sure that every Kenyan has a house, every household has an income, somebody earning income, like Baba's project. Mtapata 6,000 mpaka mtu in your house apate job. Hiyo job ya government. Akishaanza kulipa mshahara, hiyo inakatika. When we have that kind of approach, we are heading in the right direction. Lakini hii tukule ni wakati wetu wa kukula, tutamalizana. It is about time we have a rethink. I want to appreciate everybody for continuing to follow the broadcast and participate and support our cause. Please, let's keep it up. I will want to sign out. Makiadi has come. Putney is here. The prophet has come with love. So I want to leave you with love. Even as I sign out. Yes, Putney, unasemaje?
Unanitoroka na nimekuja na love leo. Wacha siasa hapa.
Alex ashasema Kenya hitaji love, saa hii inahitaji demonstrations. So wewe unaleta menu ambayo itaharibu kazi ambayo tunapaswa kufanya saa hii. Saa hii ni kudemonstrate. Ukiingiza maneno ya love watasema we use love now. Let Kenya Kwanza work because we are children of love. No, that's abuse of love.
Ama nitoke nirudi na Kenyan with hate.
No, come with Kenyan on fire. Yes, Putin,
No,
go
Bernard.
ahead. Yes.
No, nilisahau kusema, Bernard, today is Thanksgiving. Huh? It's one of the biggest holidays in the US. So I want to thank God for being a member of Mutembei. Kenyan with love, happy Thanksgiving. Makiadi, happy Thanksgiving. Bernard, happy Thanksgiving. It's quite in order for us to remember. So Thanksgiving, it's not about eating turkey peke yake. You thank God for what are you thanking God for? For me this year, I'm thanking God at least. Baba is still there in our country. I can't imagine that country without Baba. And I want to pray for him to live more years so that we are able to have a better country than it has been. Nimeona Black huko chini. Black pia wewe, happy Thanksgiving. Tunakupenda hata kama wewe ni mtu ya yellow. Asante sana Bernard.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone too. Kenyan with love. You have the breast of turkey for me for Thanksgiving. I've not forgotten. How you're going to transport it and make sure it is on this table, it's your problem. But
But
my breast for the
I will
turkey.
not send the GMO one. I'll send the
No,
Kienyeji one.
the GMO one, no. Did I send you the video for GMO? I'll forward you. Alex, have you seen that video? Kenyans are serious.
Yeah, I saw it. It was good.
Kenyans don't disappoint. Kenyans are something else. They brought us the GMO kid who can only be washed using the hose pipe. God have mercy.
Mutakuja kunimaliza. Lakini nyote mtakuja kunimaliza. But
wacha nimalizie hapa tafadhali. I need to go.
No, you can go before my submission, bwana.
I will follow your submission while I'm signing out.
Okay, sawa.
So Makiadi, you will take the chairmanship. You give Kenyan with love to make his submission first, and you can make yours. Na mimi nianze kungatuka.
Shukran Bernard. Thank you so much. Nasikia leo ni Thanksgiving. Si tumepata nafasi ya kupiga siasa pia, so we are happy. Umeshikilia studio for the time being. Wacha na sisi tuendelee. I don't know sahi Kenya ni saa ngapi? Saa 6 ya usiku ama saa ngapi? Saa 7.
It is 20 minutes after 2 a.m.
Wow. Oh yeah, tulipoteza 1 hour. No wonder unaona saa ingine watu wanachelewa kuingia because we lost 1 hour, some people lost 2 hours, so tukarudi nyuma. Ile tuko nakuja mapema saa ingine ilikuwa I think it was 7 hours for some people, 8 hours, but now imekuwa 9 and 10. So thank you so much. Sisi tutaendelea kushikilia studio hapa and we are happy for the work that you're doing. So far so good. Walisema tutafunga kiosk baada ya kutuibia kura, lakini bado tuko tu. Kiosk inaendelea kuuza maziwa na maji pole tu. GMO ndio bado hatujakubaliana nayo hapa. So thank you so much, Bernard.
Asante karibu, nashukuru kwa nafasi, and we'll do this. A better Kenya is worth suffering for. We must suffer and deliver. Baba suffered, our founding father suffered. What will we tell our great-grandchildren that we did for this country? We must have something that we did. One of it is that we stayed all night to talk and push and pressurize until Kenya took shape. Kenyan with love. Teachers love today.
I was looking at Roy venye nitakuja, but also it's because of what you were talking about, and I think ni kitu kubwa tunafaa kuangalia today. Leo hata sikuji na politics, by the way. This is my opening, but I will say I'm not coming with politics. I'm coming to what Bernard you were talking about, and I need people to ask themselves, what is Kenya? Where is Kenya going? What are we doing? Where are our kids going to be? And what is your nationality? Now, I might be living here saying, oh, I know people know where I live, lakini tuliambiangwa tusisemage, but most of the people that have been in this channel know where I live. But this is not my home. This couch that I'm sitting on, this is not my home. Where is my home? My home is Kenya. What are we doing? Let's forget the politics. Let's forget Kenya Kwanza. Let's forget Baba. Let's forget everything. Let's just go to the basics of, if you want to go back to Mau Mau, let's start there. Patriotism, the love of your country, the things that you do for your country, even when you're out there. What are we doing? I mean, yes, we do see silly politics. Tushaipeleka mpaka nguruwe na tukaeka damu tukasema parliamentarians, nyinyi wote ni manguruwe, na tukaweka damu huko na tukaguzwa, na wengine tukaguzwa sehemu nyeti. Wenye waliguzwa si mimi, lakini wenye waliguzwa. But what were they fighting for? Ni nini ambayo tunaangalianga hata kila time when we have election? What is it that we're looking? What is it that we want with our country? Are we going to be called third world forever? Or do we have, actually, are we so low in the international world that we can never get ourselves from a third world to a first world? You know, Bernard, I have seen leaders who get late for a meeting, and they have to resign. Just getting late. Not calling people the F word. That's a no-no for a leader. This Iebc people that you're talking about, they're actually the heroes of the world, of our country. They tell us, ukiona kitu mbaya, be a whistleblower, say no. Why are they kwa nini wanakuwa persecuted? It's over. The man went through Kamago, we know it. He went through all the trenches that he could do. He became the president. Na tukanyamaza, even though we know he wasn't. Sasa anaenda kusumbulia hawa nini? They told us what happened, which actually they didn't tell us something we did not know. We knew it from 2007. We knew it with all the elections that has happened other than 2002. So it's not something new they came to tell us. It's what we talk in the bar. Hiyo ndio tunaongeanga tu hapa, watu walitushika. Kwanza 2007 tunajua hiyo already venye ilienda. Umepata uko ahead na 1 million, alafu stima inazimwa, mnaamka kesho iko 32,000. Alafu kidogo mtu anaenda kuapishwa na usiku, which has never happened. Kwa nini hatu kwenda Kasarani? So, can you tell me that was a lie? It's an open thing. Hizi vitu zinafanyangwa hadharani na tunaziona. This time tuliona Bomas, Chebukati akienda kukaa next na the person mwenye anaenda kutangaza. Hajaifanyika. Lakini waganikasi ni kama mawathog. Kitu inakufanyikia and then you don't do anything about it, and then you start talking, and then you find the other side in a counter, and I don't know what they're countering, because the truth is the truth. Bernard, this pen that I'm holding is red. If you call it white and you want us to agree, is white. And that's the problem where Kenya we are. First of all, we are not patriotic, most of us Kenyans, because we keep on moving on, and we've been told move on. And I think it comes to a point where we will one time start to say that we are not moving on. Education subsidy. Bernard, really? Education. Really? Yani Kibaki na Raila walikuja wakachapana tukapata free education. Saizi kuna watu walikuwa wameambiwa itakuwa free education all the way. The other time walijaribu kuchapa HELB, lakini watoto wa university ni kina nani? Kwa sababu hapo ndio wengi wametoka na wanajua the wrath that it can happen. Like Babu Owino huko ndio wametoka. Most of these politicians wametoka hizo ma university, wanajua how that union works. That's the way agenda huko. Lakini you come in to take subsidy ya education, watoto kusoma? Really? Hata Moi yako hajafanya kitu kama hiyo. Moi kwanza alikuwa anawapatia maziwa. This thing that Ruto is doing, the high cost of education, then and the panelists and the people that are listening, Putin and Richie, why do we pay taxes? Do we just give it? Is taxes charity? Do we give it by kupenda tu kwani ni charity? We need to stop paying taxes. Wacha nikae na pesa yangu. If you're going to control and tell me that you cannot help me pay school fees for my daughter or for my kid, don't take my tax. Tukue na cap. Mwenye anataka taxes na atasaidiwa na gava, aseme mimi nitalipa taxes na gava itanisaidia. Na mwenye ataki help ya gava whatsoever, wachana na mimi nikae venye nakaa. Nikikufa kule nitakufia huko. Na usiguze pesa yangu. Then we need to even put this thing to a point where we don't even pay taxes, or we pay by will, and we have a register of the person that pays the taxes and expects something from their government. We're not going to pay taxes, and everything is being taken away from us, yet everyone is being paid. And one thing I've always said in this forum, these people are not our waheshimiwas. They are our employees. They are answerable to me, you, Bernard, Richie, and Putin. And even the little kid that the parent pays taxes to. We cannot keep on running our country like this. And that is why we are so looked down upon by the big countries that call themselves first worlds, second worlds. We are so looked down by even South Africa. You know what? Worse of it, even the guy next to us, Museveni, looks down on us. Why? Because we never stand up and say, you cannot even go to a police and tell them, we ni mtumishi wangu, atakuitisha mafuta ama atakuchapa kibari. But what people don't understand, that's their taxes. Ruto has no right to go make any decision without talking to you and everyone in your kijiji, because the way he talks to you and all your kijiji is because you chose someone to go represent you, because angekuja kwa kijiji yote onge na nyinyi, mkaenda tukasema tutachagua huyu atu represent sisi, aende aonge na kwa parliament, na alafu after parliament hapo, so Ruto president tunambakishia watu kaa watatu, lakini amekuja hiyo watu wote wameongea. I want us to be patriotic. To be patriotic to our country. Because once we go, we will leave our kids in it. Staki politics sana leo. And Bernard, I will talk about, and I thank you for putting that topic on there. And it's a topic that people need to talk. Because the diasporas suffer also without talking too much. There's students, this is the topic of the passport. There's students, there's green card holders, there's people who want to go home and they're canceling their tickets. Bernard, what sense, when did someone stop being a Kenyan that you have to pay $40 for you to be able to travel to your country and you have a valid passport and a valid ID and everything? Why is the embassy around the world. And I realized, imagine immediately we spoke about that. I spoke to some people in other countries and they told me, Mato, thank you for bringing up that, because there are also people in other countries that are suffering the same thing. How can you tell me that you cannot travel to your own country when you have a passport that is valid and you have to pay for it? And Bernard, this is where I want to close my opening, because what I believe, and what I've been saying, this government that we have has become a money-making government rather than a service government. Everything to them is money-making. To a point, hadi wachana na nini, because you know hakuna ship inaweza beba mahindi bila nini, bila kulipwa. And you can tell me what it is. Na tunaambiwa panya za kanisa zilipatikana hata hazina chakula. Unaona? So, out of that, imagine how much money they are going to make from the diaspora to pay for just an exception for you to travel to your own country while you have everything. That's another money-making scheme that is hidden, that people will not talk. And the diasporans know about that. But they don't talk a lot because they have no avenue ya kupiga kelele. Hapa ndio tunapataga hiyo avenue saa zingine. And I was told, bring up that issue. It's not for me, but it's affecting a lot of people that have their passports, have their ID, and cannot go, and they're being told to pay $40 to get an exception letter. Exemption for what? To go to your own country? And your passport is real? You know, Uhuru, when they were passing this thing, your international passport, Uhuru used to say, tembea, ingia country. Lakini ukitoka toka na hiyo ingine. These people have put a caveat. I have a friend, alirudishwa. Akaambiwa, you can't travel with that. It's so wrong that you have to pay money to go to your own country. Why are we looking for so much money? Kwani Uhuru was a broke, president that did not have anything, that now we're trying to find so much money. Bernard, kwani Uhuru was so stupid, hata alikuwa anajenga ma overpass and he did not have any money. So what is this thing that hata saizi mabarabara zimesimamishwa but sasa tujenge pesa? Is because it's a cartel. And we don't need that kind of president. We need presidents that can actually, and leaders, not even president, people that actually care for people and don't care about the money too much. When you have people who care about the money, that is why we're talking about Mahindi. The guy was the minister, alikuwa na shida ya Mahindi, alikuwa kwa jela. That is why we have Gachagua, walikuwa wote washaenda jela, na kila kitu. When you get a bandit economy, let me change it. The last CS said it was system ya majambazi, Mutunga. I'm going to say it. If you get a mafia economy, a mafia leadership, you will end up in the same issue. Yeah, watu kupigana, and you don't know where it's going, and things just not working in a country. We need leaders. We don't need money makers. We don't need business people. We don't need whatever. We need leaders who have the best interest in our country, and we need public servants, not money makers. Wacha nimalizie hapo for now.
Okay, thank you. The money minting government. Now, you know, even in the Bible, it is the foreigners that were taxed, not the children of, not the indigenous. Even if you are broke and you need money, you should have a style of asking for it. You don't just introduce some unnecessary things. What is authorization letter? Or authorizing who to do what? Is it not the same thing they call certificate of good conduct when they give to people with bad manners to come and misbehave in the public because they have good conduct? God will help this country. Richie, take it and over and out. Let's catch up later on in the day. Thank you, Mato. And muendelee kupiga debe, hakikisha kwamba Kenya haiendi na wezi wakamatwe, wafungwe, sisi tuendelee mbele.
Aya, sawa Bernard, weenda unaitwa kuteka break kama ni kurelax. Whichever it is, sijui ni kuteka break kama ni kurelax. It's only 4 hours to asubuhi.
I'll be up in good time. Thank you so much. See you later.
Aya, sawa. Thank you. Aya, na mimi wacha nione kama nitacheza video hapa. Video moja alafu tuendelee kutoka hapo. I hope it will play. Let me play this one first.
The Director of Public Prosecutions, Nuruddin Haji, has approved murder charges against Isli-based crime buster Corporal Ahmed Rashid. Rashid is both revered and criticized in Isli and Mathare, Nairobi, over his modus operandi of addressing various forms of crime. He's managed to contain crime levels in the area, during which a section of locals and human rights groups complained, accusing him of applying extrajudicial means. Here's Hassan Mugambi with the details.
After completion of its investigations into the deaths of Jamal Mohammed and Mohammed Khair that happened in Isli area of Nairobi on the 31st of March 2017, the Independent Policing Oversight Authority IPOA forwarded the file to DPP Nuruddin Haji, where the prosecution nod was granted. The nod means murder charges for Ahmed Rashid, an officer of the rank of corporal. Thursday, IPOA moved to the High Court at Milimani, Nairobi, and obtained summons against the officer to attend court and take plea on the 8th of December this year. The officer, dubbed Super Cop, has been both revered and criticized depending on who you talk to in Mathare, Isli, Mlango Kubwa, and Pangani neighborhoods of Nairobi. Businessmen in Isli celebrated his move to deal with and decimate the gun-wielding superpower criminal gang that terrorized them in 2017. Human rights groups, however, differed with his modus operandi, terming it extrajudicial. The development comes in the wake of a series of cases where officers are individually facing charges over their actions. They include 9 officers from the disbanded Special Services Unit of the DCI who are supposed to face abduction charges in the case of 2 missing Indian nationals and their Kenyan taxi driver. 10 elite members of the General Service Unit are said to face murder charges over the shooting and killing of 4 people on the 2nd of June 2022 at Masimba area of Kajiado County during a protest by residents over increased attacks by wild animals. 11 more police officers, among them senior policemen, are said to face charges over the death of baby Samantha Pendo in 2017 in Kisumu. Hassan Mugambi, Citizen TV.
I want to state here categorically that there are serious issues that have been highlighted by the lawyers here who are supposed. On top of that, I want to share a privileged information with the committee here so that it can be part of the decision of the committee, because we don't want to involve ourselves in kangaroo court. Chair, the people who are being removed as commissioners, whose petition has been brought here, I'm aware as a member of parliament and a member of this committee with privileged information under the Powers and Privileges Act, that there were attempts to remove them and procedurally even before the petitions. A cabinet minister has approached one of them and told them they are ready to pay them off all their term.
Honorable
and
Junet,
when that was not done is when now the petition was brought. And the cabinet
Honorable Junet, you to
across the road here.
You out
and
of
he told
order.
them Even the ones who have done good job, like Chebukati and the other two, we are giving them good jobs in government. One is becoming High Court of Appeal judge, and the other ones are becoming ambassadors. Can you take up those? Chair, let us not involve ourselves in charade. Let us not.
You out of order, Honorable Junet.
Kenyans we are serving in this country.
Honorable Junet, I'm going to cite you.
I have made my point. It's on record.
Honorable Junet, you may bring your charades here and whatever else you want to do, but we are proceeding with the matter as we have ruled. Now, petitioner, there are no more points of order, please, because we've just ruled on a jurisdiction which we have. Now, petitioner.
Chairman, before the petitioner begins, if we could be heard.
Sorry.
Yes, Mr.
You made your PO. We have made a ruling on it. Please, there is no appeal on it. There are no new points to be raised. There is not any else. Please.
We are not appealing, Mr. Chairman. We are just requesting if the committee would be kind enough to at least avail us a copy of the ruling that you've made. And we'd also be happy if the committee would share with us the Hansard report, and also to inform the committee that our instructions were to challenge the jurisdiction of this committee. We believe the committee has no jurisdiction, and we feel that if the committee insists on going on, then we will not be party to the process.
Thank you very much. Two things, your response to that. If you wish to get copies of the answer, you get them in due course. Usually they are ready by at the end of the day.
Chair,
that is number one.
There was no answer in our meeting.
You do not know. You are not the answered officer.
There was no answer.
You are not the answered officer.
There was no answer.
Anyway, you will get a copy of the ruling if need be by the close of the day. Although we may not have it in writing, we have it on answered. That is how we do our business.
There was no answer, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Chair, we sat in a room.
Honorable Junet, out of order.
There was no answer, Chair.
Well,
no, there was no answer. Let us not.
We know it was there.
How do you know, Chair? Were you carrying your pocket? Chair, there was no answer.
Chair, we have the answered officer there. Honorable Junet. Honorable Junet.
It must go on record. There was no answer, Chair.
Honorable Junet.
Honorable House, let us not mislead the public that there was answered when there was none. Chair, it is important to be candid.
We had our officers there. They are the ones who can answer to that because it's recorded. All right? And you don't know.
Yes, officers we had, but there was no answer, and that's why.
Anyway,
as honorable members,
what we are saying
need to
is
be
this:
very clear about
we
that.
have made a ruling. The ruling has been made. You will get if we
made an oral.
Order. If there was no answer, if it is confirmed, we will have minutes of the meeting. All right? So that's what I want to say. If we didn't record it in form of the answered, we will have minutes and whatever it is we have discussed and agreed.
And who
all right?
was our secretary?
Who was taking minutes, Chair?
The meeting. Nobody was.
Can we know?
We don't.
Who was taking minutes?
Petitioner, please. All right. The other panels have said they do not wish to take part in the proceedings, which is good enough. We have no problem with that. We will carry on if you don't wish to do it.
It's not only the lawyers here. Even us, as members of the minority.
Thank you very much.
We don't want to participate in this charade. We are going also.
Thank you very much.
The committee. We will come back when you constitute the committee in a proper manner.
Thank you very much, Jonette. We have had you.
Like this. This is Kenya's taxpayers' money, Chair. You cannot be taken Kenya's
Honorable Jonette, even if you shout.
Chair, how do you want to remove commissioners on account of Chebukati?
Honorable Chair.
Who stole our elections?
Honorable members, you have to be.
Chair, we want to tell you, we are not going to participate in a ceremony that is meant to.
We have had you.
Kenyans,
we have had you.
Yeah, we have had you.
Honorable Chair, I think Honorable Junet has a.
We are not going to put
on record. Yeah. Honorable Chair, I think Honorable Junet has a choice to participate or not to participate.
Or not to participate.
And the council.
No, I have a choice. I have a choice, but my choice and participation of this committee must be respected.
Just
that's okay, Honorable
Chair. I don't have a kangaroo committee here that wants to.
If Honorable Junet does not
cannot participate in a kangaroo proceedings.
We cannot with the petition.
We cannot proceed.
Honorable Junet and his team are leaving.
We cannot participate in a kangaroo proceeding. We cannot.
I'm sorry, Honorable
This is an
Junet.
affront to the Constitution.
You can go and address the press out there.
No, we cannot allow this to happen.
Order.
We cannot allow this to happen.
Order. We will cite you.
Yeah, you think
All
if you
right,
cite me, how do you cite me? I'm a member of this committee. I have every right.
Junaid, can you please retweet so that we move on? We shall see his. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable members, do we have quorum to proceed? We do have quorum to proceed. Absolutely, we do have quorum to proceed for purposes of now standing orders. Our standing orders provide the quorum to be 5. And how many are we? We are 6. That gives us quorum for the day, and therefore we are able to proceed, and we will proceed as I have directed. So you may take your positions.
Yeah, mambo ni kama hayo, sijui kama mna yapi ya kusema. Putin, Red Army and Kenyan with love. The session is open. Ukiwa na maoni, toa maoni. Endelea.
So Nona, and that's what I was saying. When you look at that chair, it was out of order in many ways, and he kept lying and lying and lying until Junaid called him up and said there was no hindsight, there was no recorded anything, there were no minutes. And then when he kept saying that there were even minutes, we will bring the minutes. Then where is the secretary? Who was the secretary? Because who takes the minutes? I mean, these are things that were spoken in State House. They were finished and they were told how they are going to push it. I don't know, Makiadi, if you have looked at the 4 petitioners who are putting the affidavit and the removal of this Cherare 4. Number one is, first of all, they say the committee has 14 days within which to submit a report to the House as required under the standing orders. Once the committee tables the report, the House will have 10 days to decide whether or not the petition contains valid ground. So they want to make sure the 14 days are going to lapse off. Then within 10 days, they are going to make a decision. They want to make sure by January 1st, Cherare is not part of the commission. And why is that? Because she's likely to take over when we are having the by-elections. That is what they want to block by all necessary means. They don't want that embarrassment. But let me read for you. The petition by Farmers Party expresses, Farmers Party is one of the people who have put a petition for the removal of the Cherare 4. The Farmers Party expresses the conduct of the commissioner as being a gross violation of the Constitution and a breach of their oath, which denies the 4 commissioners their legitimacy to hold the state office as a commissioner of Iebc. That is what they are saying for that party. And then we have Chege and Sang and Company Advocate, who also put another one. This is a second party. On August 15th, Julian Wonge Cherare, Irene, and the 4, being commissioners to the Independent Commission and Boundaries Commission, in utter breach of their oath of office, walked out of the National Tallying Center with sensational claim that the presidential elections were opaque. That is the second one. The third one, wanasema, the third one, the commissioner proceeded with their treacherous scheme in the Supreme Court and swore affidavit based on falsehood, a fact which the Supreme Court noted in its decision of September 5th. Commissioner's conduct, therefore, had the effect of subverting the will of the people and consequently in violation of the express provision of Article 1, 2, 73, 74, 138, and 140 of the Constitution. And lastly, that Geoffrey Langat and Stephen O'War, the predecessor, has previously guided this House that proceeding relating the removal of these people is based on gross violation of not taking orders from their boss. Now, Sama Kiadi, from all these petitions that have been put, if you do not agree on the results that you are being given and you did not see the head count yourself, how is that a violation? You see, whatever they have brought there is hot air, but it's a well choreographed program so that they will be able to remove these 4, because the other 3 are attaining their retirement mandatory by January. So they fear that the remaining 4 are going to be anti them. And you know, these are people who believe not in election. These are people who believe in those who count the votes. So the removal of the Cherare 4 is a matter of urgency for them, because they know that if they allow this team to continue, they are going to get embarrassment after embarrassment after embarrassment. It is sad to see that even I was cautious when I heard Wetangula saying, let us use the strict caution of the Constitution, but at the same time, you could see that Wetangula is also supporting the removal of them. So what I'm saying here is this, Pakiadi. Whatever allegations that have been brought of gross misconduct, the commissioners have a right, because they are asked, do you think these elections are free and fair? So if you say they are not free and fair, must you be castigated that that is a gross violation of the Constitution? I mean, they are grossly violating the rights of these commissioners, so that the commissioners may not speak their mind. If I was their lawyer, actually, I could sue the JLAC chairman, who was acting unilaterally and subvertently without any respect to these people. He kept lying that there were handsides. He kept lying that there were minutes. He kept lying things that were not there. And he got cautioned by the members that then he say, oh, we had our team, maybe they have. And then later on he agrees that if it's not there, then we will see what we will do, which means he was not sure of what he was saying. So what we are saying is this: may Junet continue to behave the way he's behaving, because it looks like in Kenya Kwanza, when you behave like a gentleman, things don't go very well. So I think I support how Junet behaved, because there is no way you can deal with somebody who is very, very adamant in lying in everything. That chairman was out of order. Thank you.
Just two quick questions for you. Putin hii jina yako bwana ya Putin hata ingiani hapa. Two quick questions for you. Number one, who chairman wa JLAC, is he a first time MP? Who is this guy? Because sijai muona. Who is this guy? Is he a first time MP ama ni mtu ambaye amekuwa kwa bunge?
He has been in parliament before.
Okay.
And he has been given a seat that is way beyond himself. And you could see somehow that instruction came from above. These are things, it was a well choreographed thing that he was doing, but he was challenged very well. He is not a first timer. I don't think they could put a first timer in such a committee, knowing very well what their next course was what. So he has been there.
Okay, na inaonekana hajui standing orders. Okay, question number two. Question number two ni hii. We were listening to what the Supreme Court said in its ruling, and everyone of us heard the name of the chair of the whatever Iebc being mentioned. So my question to you is this: who was cited by the Supreme Court? Why are these other commissions? I did not hear anybody, calling out the so-called Cherera 4 in the Supreme Court ruling. Why is Chebukati not being submitted to this, to the same charade that you are seeing in Parliament? Perhaps you might tell me kwa sababu wanaenda nyumbani, but I expected if this JLAC committee is supposed to be a fair committee, then we should expect to see all the commissioners there being subjected to the same questioning. But anyway, I don't know if you want to comment on that so that we move to Mato. Naona ameinua mkono hapa.
Awacha Mata ongea, nitaongea baadaye.
Endelea Mato.
Mi hata si kuongea, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Alex, just a point of information and inform. Therefore, hawajaprotectiwa na security of tenure.
And that is why they want to use that procedure to remove them. They are protected. But even if you are protected, there is... did you hear what Junet said? They have been offered their full payments and even grants so that they can leave. Ukisikia Junet akisema hivyo, it means that they were given that opportunity. they are protected. And that is why they are using the parliament so that they can make sure that they force them. Yep.
Yeah, just to add on that, there's a process whereby, if you read the constitution, there's a process of how a commissioner is supposed to be removed in office, and it begins from a petition. Now, when the petition is made before a parliamentary committee, the process then flows from there. But like we are saying here, these people are just appointed. Was it last year or this? And I think last year, December, if I'm not wrong.
They started their work this year.
They started their work this year.
Yeah. So they have, yes, they have a tenure of the next 4 years.
6 years. Is it
6 years?
Yeah, 6 years.
6 years, you're right.
I'm not wrong
Yeah,
on that.
it's 6 years.
So these people are supposed to oversee, and I remember there was one lawyer who talked about why we have commissioners going for 6 years. It is because they're supposed, at least in their lifetime, in their lifetime as commissioners, they're supposed to oversee at least one general election. And so we have commissioners being appointed and going for 6 years. Now, the Cherera 4 are the commissions, the commissioners that were appointed by Uhuru Kenyatta and the so-called handshake team. That is how they are branded, because it looks like when Uhuru Kenyatta appointed these commissioners, they were in good terms with Raila Odinga. Now, the big beef between these guys and the other 3 guys is that the other 3 guys are veterans. They've been running this commission as their own kiosk. They do not take orders from anybody. They do not listen to these other 4 commissioners. And mark you, one of these commissioners is a vice chair. The vice chair is supposed even to be giving instruction to the other 2 commissioners, that seem friendly to the chair. But now these people wanamdharau pia yeye. They don't take anything that she says. She's like just any other commissioner. Now, the big scheme here is to get rid of these 4 people. And like we have said here, the only way mnaweza toa hawa watu ni kuleta hiyo petition. Na hiyo petition, you have to show what you are calling gross misconduct. Now, what is the gross misconduct? That is the big beef
Richard,
here.
Quick question. Is the other 2, were they still there when Rosa Kombe was in?
Yeah. This is the team yenye iliacha wakati wale wengine wali resign. These are the people who bungled the 2017 elections. These are the people who were opaque in the other election. Hata wakati nani aliondoka Akombe, she left these 2 people, and she has also been talking about these 2 people plus the chair being the people that run the IEBC as a kiosk, their own kiosk. And when you talk about these 2 commissioners, the Boru and the other sijui ni Gulia ama Gulie, hawa ndio watu ulikuwa unasikia hata the former cabinet secretary without a portfolio alikuwa anaitwa nani? What is his name? Tuju. These are the people wenye walikuwa nakutana na Tuju huko kwa nyumba yake. They are hawkers. They hawk elections everywhere. And so they have enjoyed protection of the previous government because they did their part in 2017. They have enjoyed, and they are still enjoying, the current support of the current regime because they did their job in 2022. And as you've heard Junet say, we know very well Chebukati is going to be appointed a high court judge. Let's wait and see. Kama ni uongo alikuwa anasema tutaona. You saw the wife of Chebukati alikuwa ameenda interview ya PS. I don't know why she was not shortlisted, because everybody knew very well that it is a reward for what the husband did. Now we have these other 2 guys that are being promised, like Junet says, they're being promised to be appointed ambassadors. So let's wait and see, because these things, kama walipromisiwa, there's no going back to that. They must be given what they were promised. So let's wait and see. But with this committee, the only point of departure with what the House is going to do is that probably these people are going to rush to court, maybe. And I know the court decision comes after the decision from JLAC. That is what I know, because Cherera tried to go to court to prevent JLAC from, proceeding with this commission, and then it was thrown out. So we are probably going to see a decision come from JLAC, and then that decision will be challenged in court. Unfortunately, this is where it gets scary. We are looking at a court of Madam Hot Air. Hapo ndio sasa shida inaingilia. Because even if you feel like you've not been served justice down there kwa jailer commission, because when it goes to the house, even the house will pass, because William Ruto amenunua watu tayari. You know, the people have already been instructed. So we are going to see this thing going to court now. My fear is when they go to court, this decision already, we can see the vice president, the deputy president saying wanakunyonga chai na chief justice. Sasa sijui ni nini ingine unatarajia Kenyan with love, unless uniambie kuna kitu ingine mpya unatarajia inatokea, because chief justice, the president, the deputy president, you can see them every day smiling around, walking around. They say they share tea in the office. So my friends, my brothers, I think this thing is gone. It's gone. Hii kelele Junet anapiga hapo ni mzuri kwa sababu, like Alex said here, it is good because inaonyesha ya kwamba you deal with crooks, deal with them like a crook. But at the end of the day, watatumia kifua, na these commissioners unfortunately wataenda nyumbani even without their dues.
And then Richie, wacha niongeze tu alafu ninyamaze niachie, kuna watu wamekam. Unajua kuna moja sikuongea about. Jamaa mwenye na prosecutiwa saizi, the cop. I have seen his BBC BBC expose yake na ile kitu alikuwa akifanya. Yeah, we might wanna call it what it is, civil service, civil rights, watazataka kusema kitu yenye walikuwa wakifanya. But Richie, ni kitu nilisema hata jana. Hawa say walikuwa wanaitwa Haize Wakayole, Haize sijui, I think it was a name like that. My friend, ulikuwa huko unaenda kushikwa. Watu wako wanaenda kushikwa. Walikuwa na Facebook account. Wakikuweka kwa hiyo Facebook account, watu walikuwa wanatoka, watu the magas and all those people walikuwa wanatoka wanarudi ushago. And it curbed the whole insecurity na nini, kumagiwa na watu kuuliwa nini, ilimalizio kitu. Now, if you look at it, this is critical. It's very funny because, yeah, if you want to go civil, civil kind of way, civil rights and all that, yeah, you might find him accountable. But what are you telling the criminals? That now you're open, you're okay, you can do whatever it is? Si ati walikuwa wanaua mtu, walikuwa nakwambia tukikushika, tutajua kule utajitetea. Nyi wote, Putin, Richie, Stone, na hata Kenya all the time. The land that we live in, tunajua venye iko. Tunajua mimi saizi nikishikwa pale nikipiga wrong turn na Zambia karao ni aje kula hii mbili. Wacha nipite. Tukue careful. Are we ready to start using the real laws? And if we are we ready to actually get those criminals in the same way that it's supposed to be? Because I think those people had really curbed the criminality in Nairobi. It's a funny kind of way of talking, and I think that guy helped a lot of people. For them to go try and persecute him, I think they're just telling the criminals, hata wenye walikuwa wametoroka, you can come back now, everything is good.
Aya, sawa, Kenyan with love. Wacha tusonge kwa Stone PK. Sijui kama umeona zile video nimecheza video mbili, sijui kama kuna comment ya hizo, but you can still pick from the menu hapo kwa tray.
Richie, thank you very much. Hey, put in red army. Watu wameanza majina wala. Kenyan all the time. Kenyan with love. Na mimi nitaitwa nini? Fundi wa mafundi. Okay. Ndugu zangu, how are you guys? Can I ask any pass kwanza? I digest some of these things, Richie. Can someone else continue talking? There is something I'm trying to decipher.
Haya, unataka time ya kudigest. Naona Kenyan all the time pia amechukua break. Ngoja kwanza ni nyoroshe moja hapa, niachapia kibao kimoja alafu tusonge mbele.
We want to warn this regime that we will not sit back and watch a return of the Nyao regime by another name. By summoning these commissioners, Parliament is usurping the role of a tribunal. They are trying to prejudice whatever tribunal could be formed. Parliament's role must be limited to summoning the petitioners and deciding whether the issues raised warrant the setting up of a tribunal. In any case, the conduct of the commission was part of the election petition. None of the commissioners was found to have committed any offense. Only Chebukati was found to have acted unilaterally. This probe is therefore politically motivated. It is a continuation of the witch hunt mission that Ruto is on. It will turn into a nasty partisan fight at a time we need to unify the country and tackle our problems. In fact, we advise the commissioners to boycott it in the interest of constitutionalism and rule of law. This country wants to move on. UDA must allow it to move on. With all the problems Kenyans are going through, a focus on punishing 4 commissioners who did not agree with their chairman is trivial, vindictive, and vile. It must stop. It will not end well. End of the statement.
Haya, Stone PK bado unataka kuongea ama unakula tano kwanza?
Let me say something.
Haya, sawa. Sawa, Stone PK dakika moja.
Yeah, so if you see what Baba said, and that is what I was thinking, but I was not very sure. We need a tribunal. The legislature is usurping the powers of a tribunal. They can receive the petition, but they don't have the powers to remove the commissioner from them. Makiadi, if you can remember, when the DPP forwarded the allegation against Mwilu, Philomena Mwilu, to be removed, this is what the 3 judges said. Justice Chitembwa, Roslyn Aburili, and Weldon Korir said the DPP and the DCI cannot petition Judicial Service Commission to remove Mwilu, as following them to do so violates the doctrines of separation of powers. So if the jurisprudence is going to be followed, if we have to look at the case of Philomena Mwilu, and we look at this because both of them are their jobs are guaranteed by tenure, the doctrine of separation of power must be put into it. And that's why Baba expressed and said that the parliament now is usurping. What Ruto needs to do is to set up a tribunal. Parliament cannot remove the lady from office. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just bring you our panelists up to speed what I was reading here. And like Alex, you said, I was not even sure about the process, but the constitution says that so for independent office holders, for independent office commissions to make that process even start, a member of a commission that is other than an ex-official member or holder of any independent office may be removed from office only for, number 1, serious violation of the constitution or any other law, including contravention of chapter 6, gross misconduct when in the performance of the members or office holders functions or otherwise, physical or mental incapacity, incompetence, or bankruptcy. Now, the process begins here when a person desiring to remove the member of a commission or holder from an independent office or on any grounds specified in clause 1 may present a petition to the National Assembly setting out the alleged facts constituting that ground. Now, when you present that to the National Assembly shall consider the petition, and if it is satisfied that it discloses a ground under clause 1, shall send the petition to the president. So when they send the petition to the president, on receiving the petition under clause 3, the president shall may suspend the member or office holder pending the outcome of the complaint, and B, shall appoint a tribunal in accordance with clause 5. So when the tribunal is appointed, it shall consist of blah blah blah, a person who holds office, and like that. Then the tribunal shall investigate the matter expeditiously, report on the facts, and make a binding recommendation to the president, who shall act in accordance with the recommendations within 30 days. A person suspended under this article is entitled to continue to receive 1/2, that is a half, of the remuneration and benefits of the office while suspended. Stone PK.
What chapter was that?
I'm reading 251, Article 251.
Okay.
Yes, Stone PK.
Richie, thank you very much. And let me say, it's a great pleasure to be here discussing and delving into the plight of that country called Kenya. And one thing, I'm very happy that all what we have been saying, and we were day and night kind of deliberating on, is coming to pass. That's the joy, you know. Sometimes it's good to have what we call bitter sweet. It will be bitter, it will be bad, but then sometimes it's good for people to learn. I'm saying this without even a blink of the eye, and it is good that Kenyans and Kenya will go through this. Nabado. In my discussion, I've always avoided to go legal because there is no law in Kenya anymore. I don't want to delve in Subsidy Constitution chapter hii nasema this and that. That I put it to the gutter. I don't want to waste my breath on that because there is no law that is being followed. There is no constitution that is being followed. There is no parliament that is being followed. And in fact, the executive is Basak. And we know the only one agenda is to impoverize Kenyans, it's to loot, it's to steal, it is to make Kenya an evil ground. So basically, kukaa hapa mimi nikiongea juu ya sijui ya violation of this, violation of that, hiyo mimi siwezi kama Stone PK. Because if you quickly do a summary of who UDA is and what they were talking about, hakuna kitu ilikuwa ya sheria pale. They came and told you, wakadanganya watu, kuna watu wanaitwa hustler. In the real sense, hustler means a harlot, a conman, mwizi, kila kitu. But Kenya came to accept, wakabadilisha hiyo vocabulary based on UDA, at kwamba hustler ni yule mtu very hard working, living hand to mouth, wewe hustler. Mpaka watu wamesoma wana madegree na diploma na madaktari, unasikia ati hiyo ni hustle yangu. So you are a hustler, you're just saying you are a harlot, a con man. Yeah. So we accepted that. So Ruto government came and said evil is good. And now we have accepted it because we said we can stand in front of church and do anything that is against all what you are taught to be good. It's opposite. You can kill, you can rape, you can do all sorts of things. That is the new world order in Kenya. Dunia ya Kenya, that is it. So basically now when we are talking about these things, we should be knowing that what is happening is actually now the norm. Those commissioners wataishia, whether Junet ataongea, asiongee, ama nini, wanaenda. In fact, they have already been sacked. Hiyo ni kitu Ruto ameachieve. The rest ni ile tunaita window dressing, because Kenyans now Tushakuwa known where we don't reason, we don't any. So it is a motion, a routine ya kuonyesha ati, a due diligence system was being followed. But the answer and the end result is already becoming. So they are going home. And it was there, even the moment they defied. Baba standing to give a press conference is also a waste of time. Baba should have told, and this is what I was waiting for when somebody, inboxed me akaniambia Baba is going to issue a very tough statement. I was so happy. Mpaka nilienda nikakunywa brandi kidogo. Nikifikiria sasa mambo hata nini watu wataingia kiwanjani. But Baba comes, he has become a coward also. I sympathize with him, maybe because of age.
Ukakunywa nini?
Brandy.
Oh, okay.
Mimi nakunywanga brandy hata kwa kanisa. I don't lie. Nikinywa maji nakwambia ni maji mkoyoni. Nikinywa maziwa nakwambia ni maziwa. Nilienda nikapiga double. Hata si unajua ni Thanksgiving. Anyway, it's not a joke, but I was so happy that Baba was coming to unleash what people have been waiting for. Because Makiadi, as our moderator, what we are waiting for in this country is nothing else. At least madoido, sijui commission, sijui nini, it will not work. If we wait any further, you will be saying once upon a time you had a country called Kenya, and that take it to any bank. This country is finished, and it will be completely itamalizwa kabisa. Yeah, the parliament is finished. There's nothing there. It's only some of us who are out here who feel that it's okay. How do you finish a country? You finish a country by doing the opposite of what the Azimio was saying. The Azimio had promised free education. Why? Free education was to ease the burden of Kenyans. And they knew how they would do it. Look at what has happened to ODA. Remove subsidy. Yani, do all that can be done to suppress and make mwananchi so weak that you cannot even say no to anything. Ukiletewa mavi ya kuku utakula tu. Ukiletewa mavi ya ng'ombe utakula. Ikiwekwa flavor kidogo utakula. And that's why GMO is welcome. Because a population will be so downtrodden, so beaten. You tell me if now you have to pay fees, you am a 50,000-60,000. That's the cheapest day school for any mwananchi. Honestly, even those guys who are in UDA and are clapping and saying give time, unless really we have all become devils and evil, and maybe you've never sent anybody to send to school, that you know how tough it is, and knowing that Kenya has been going poorer and poorer, that very few people can afford to send kids to school, and that's the reality. And we sit here to see that now secondary school subsidy is gone, all right? And then we hear, what else? Every other subsidy has been taken away. So if you are the interest of mwananchi, you should be able to handle that. If you feel there are cartels misusing all this, that is what you should rectify. Either you should rectify by reappointing people, the people you think you trust to oversee those kind of programs. You don't abolish them. No one can convince me, but it's so good that one of our listeners has actually quoted the Bible, which is what Ruto is using to kill. You can use the Bible to kill and unleash evil to the people as much as. Yeah. This lady, I have forgotten her name, she has quoted Isaiah, and Isaiah, I think 32, verse 7 says, it describes what Ruto is doing very, 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 very well. So basically, Ruto will use the Bible. He will go to church every morning, like Moidi, and the mwananchi will suffer, na tutaanza kusaga meno. In fact, we will continue kusiaga meno. Let me talk about, and I always say the country now is a mutadu nation. You know, mwananchi, by the way, you can't turn things away. You can't. Things are the way they are done. There is nowhere on earth where goodness has been achieved through harmony. No. Atunakaa chini, democracy. Today, one of my friends asked me, is your country a democracy or nilisikia kulia? And I was at pain to even answer that question. And indeed, I didn't answer. I just said, I don't know. And, the person thought I was I was joking. I said I'm ashamed to even try to begin to pronounce that word democracy and what it has done to our country. All right. So basically, whether we want to say the due diligence will be followed, the gross misconduct of the 4 commissioners and all that, it's a joke. It's a lot of joke. And Kenyans, if they want to continue waiting, they can wait and perish. They have no option. Wait and perish. Or come out, we have a few people perishing and the country suffering, leverages. Okay? We sacrifice a few people, and I feel so bad that Baba did not unleash us today. He refused, okay? Although he indicated, but Baba should let the people go. Aende nyumbani, aache tujifungue kwenye minyororo, and the people are ready to go. We are ready to burn that state house. We are ready to chase away all those cars. We are ready to chase all those MPs, put them in the garbage, okay? Because there's nothing. Even if Junet goes making all those noises, they're just there. Hakuna achievement yoyote. And I stand to be proved wrong. Let me stop there for the moment before I come back on the validity of the Kenyan passport, which I also, to me, should be a very trivial issue. It should be a small, it's an answer. There's a booklet. Just say, extend it for your citizens. What is the hurry? What's the hurry? Some of these are detracting and useless kind of, subjecting wananchi into pain because this government does not care about wananchi. All right? Why would there be a panic in terms of changing the passport? Kwani iko na nini? Shida gani? Why should I pay $400-500 or $1,000 to go to Washington if I'm living very far? For those who are in the diaspora, why can't you be given your time and you are genuine Kenyan? Yeah. So some of these things that we see happening in this regime is just nonsense, and Kenyans should come out to talk twende kwa barabara. Those of us who will die, and those who will live. Mau people died, many of them. Second liberation, the same. People died. Akina Baby Pendo died. Yeah. So tukianza kuwa so coward, uoga mingi, then let it go. I heard people complaining, oh, the Western want to control Kenya. I mean, Kenya is stupid. Kenya is so stupid than a small country like Rwanda. I keep on quoting Rwanda because it's a tiny country that said no to nonsense. What is this that Kenyans say are the foreigners are controlling us? Foreigners are dictating. Kwani sisi ni mang'ombe namna gani? Sisi ni wajinga namna gani? Foreigners wanatucontrol na nini? Kwani sasa watakuja watapanda mpaka mabibi zetu. Then we start saying we have no power because of foreigners. I think this is a sickness. Hii ni ugonjwa tuko nayo, and we should inama tupinduliwe kama samaki. It's so annoying. Thank you very much. Go back to you, Makiadi.
Stone PK, thank you for your submission. Naona Kenyan all the time wamengoja hapo, lakini
imeendelea kuibua hisia mseto, wazazi wakilaumu waziri wa elimu Ezekiel Mashogu kutokana na mwelekeo wake wa kutaka kurudisha karo ya shule ilivyokuwa kulingana na jopo kazi la Kilemi Mwiria mwaka 2015. Washikadau wa elimu wanasema kwamba Mashogu hawajawahusisha wazazi na walimu kutokana na mwelekeo huo, kama anavyotuarifu mwanahabari wetu Paul Kirubi.
Wanafunzi wakiwa katika harakati ya kufunga shule kwa muhula wa 3 kabla ya kufungua shule mwezi Januari, wazazi watakabiliwa na kibarua kigumu cha kulipa karo baada ya waziri wa elimu Ezekiel Machogu kupendekeza kukumbatia pendekezo la ulipaji karo ya jopo kazi la Kilemi Mwiria iliyobuniwa mwaka 2015. Hisia mseto zimetolewa, baadhi ya wazazi sasa wakimtaka waziri Machogu kufanya uhamasisho kabla ya kutekeleza hilo, kwani gharama ya maisha imepanda haswa taifa inapozidi kujikomboa kutoka na tandavi ya corona.
The PS of education, both basic and higher education, have not been approved by Parliament, and therefore It seems now he's consulting the old PS, or we are back to the roadside declarations.
We are talking about 2022 going to 2023. The cost of living has skyrocketed. The price of products has continued to increase, but the school fees has remained constant. So I am not going to cry about it, but be realistic about even these particular principles where we take our children to them.
Mwelekeo wa Waziri Machogu unajiri hata kabla ya katibu wa elimu bado hajapigwa msasa. Wakati wa ujio wa korona iliyosababisha kuathirika kwa kalenda ya shule, serikali ilipendekeza kupunguza karo ya shule kwa shilingi 8,500 kwa shule za kitaifa na shilingi 5,500 kwa shule za kaunti. Iwapo pendekezo la Kilemi Mwiri litapita, wanafunzi wa shule za kuto watalipa shilingi 22,200, shule za bweni shilingi 66,400 na shule zenye mahitaji spesheli zikitoa shilingi 69,800. Kwa sasa serikali inachangia shilingi 12,800 kwa shule za kaunti na shilingi 32,600 shule zenye mahitaji spesheli. Wazazi wana
Kenyan all the time.
Yeah, thank you Bwana Richi, na wasalimia wote. Putin, hiyo jina nafikiria ubadilishe. Tony PK na Kenyan with love, Bwana Mato. We don't have a country. That is one thing which I want to say here. And it is so unfortunate that within a period of 3 months, we have lost a country. Sasa mimi ile wakati, so mimi nashangaa baba anataka nini? Kama ni namba M-Pesa anataka tuchange so that we can get organized, sasa we need. Because let me tell you, we cannot allow Mr. Ruto and his brigade, which doesn't understand the plight of Kenyans and where we are coming from, to get organized in terms of planting Kenyans or taking us into. Now they are getting organized towards taking our country into chaos, into problems. They are getting organized, by the way, and we are slowly losing what we have cultivated for over 36 years. And I think as Kenyans, we have a problem. We allowed a very difficult time during Moi time for close to 24 years. And whereas we knew that this guy was taking us to nothing. And he organized himself. He organized his akina Chesoni, akina Nani. Those were the guys he organized, and he was able to screw us for close to 24 years. And Mr. Ruto is organizing himself. And this guy is going to screw us for 10 plus years if we don't joke. They are now creating a system which can give them a government successions for the next 20 to 30 years. That is what exactly these guys are doing. I want to say, maybe I want to slightly support Mr. Stony PK vile ameongea. Let me say, if this government is around to settle, we will never recover our country. Mimi sijui baba anataka nini. We are slowly losing everything. How comes that this is the only government ambayo simple after they get power, things seem so disorganized. School fees, sijui nini, everything. Whatever they are implementing was not in their manifesto. And sai hakuna hata kitu moja ilikuwa kwa manifesto. Au watu wanatakaje? Ile kitu iko, watufungulie sasa tuondoke. We are tired. Let me tell you, these people, they are not big as us as a country. The power belongs to people, and one human being cannot hold us hostage. We refuse that. So ile kitu iko, baba ache kutuweka breaks. Hii si ile story hata ya kina Musalia Mudavadi walikuwa wanasema ati break imekwisha. Hapana. Baba atufungulie, we get out into the streets, we get those guys out. You cannot allow such a government to continue dismaying people. Unajua tu kila saa ati they are saying ati we are getting organized, sijui tunataka kufanya hivi, ati serikali ilikuwa imekulwa, and so many things wamekuwa kiweka hapo. Mimi nawauliza tu swali rahisi, what are they doing to make the life of Kenyans simple? What are they doing to make us have good life? Because the reason why you need a government is they continually improve the quality of life. Whatever Kibaki left Uhuru Kenyatta akaingia ile tumaendeleo kidogo ametuachia hapo. Right now these guys wameweka their cronies hapo. There is nothing we have. I think there is something we are not doing. There is something we are not doing. Iwezekani ati Wakenya wanalia tu from the north to the south, Wakenya ni kulia tu. Kwani hao watu wanatoshana aje? At these people they have to make people to cry day in day out. One human being. People are not even close to 60 years old. Vijana tu wanafanya watu walialia hapa. It's unfortunate. I was not expecting my country to fall to this. Yani, whoever we get, kitu ya kwanza, by the way, they organized their own election. That is one thing which we should not forget. These people organize their own, just like the way they are organizing the system now. We are losing our country. And if we allow these guys to get organized on this impunity, we will never recover our country. Itabidi sasa tuanzie sasa ile, tutaanzia sasa, we will have to start focusing and refocusing. We will lose our time, we will lose our future. Mtu kama wewe Bwana Makiadi, you will need to earn another 30 years for you to restabilize your country hapo. Angalia miaka utakuwa na mtu ako na miaka 20 saa hii. If we joke around, we will return back into the cycles when they are 50s and 60s. We are now losing our future. We are losing our focus. We are losing our point of contact. We are losing everything. We are losing our investment. We are losing our vision. Hakuna kitu tunapata hapa. The moment, let me say, the moment mtu anakuja anasema anataka kupandisha shule, did they explain about it? Unajua, these things, and that's, I think Kenyans, we don't know our lives. Mtu hawezi kuja tu anajitokeza alafu anaanzia kusema anaongezea school fees. You need consultative. Then kama wamekuwa akisema hiyo serikali ni mbaya, why are they implementing some of the proposals? Sababu nasikia kama sasa hiyo vitu ilifanywa 2015. Kama serikali hiyo imetoka ni mbaya, why are they implementing some of their proposals which had been done by their own commission? Why can't they set up their own commission and they investigate these things? Naone actually the real state capture kwa hii country ni Ruto mwenyewe. Is the real state capture. So walitumia reverse psychology, and that's what I always say. Politicians use reverse psychology to try and portray who they are not. Ukisikia mtu akiongea story in politics, whatever somebody speaks is always the reverse. Ukisikia mtu akisema we want to get you out of the state capture, yeye ndiye state capture. In politics is always the reverse. Ukisikia mtu akisema na tunataka kuwafanyia hivi, it's always the reverse. And that is why personally I looked at these issues, and that's why some of us, we were able to make a very wise decision, apart from Akina Mise, who they cannot be able to see beyond the nose. The reality of the matter is that this is a fake government, and it doesn't need support of anyone. In fact, let me tell you, hii gava inataka hii haitaki hata ati 100 days. They have already failed. They don't need a scorecard. These are cackers moving. These are cackers. These are cackers moving. So Kenyans, let's get organized. So na baba, wacha kutufungilia sana. Kama ni pesa hakuna ya kutuorganize. The other time we had a very serious pay bill na tukachanga sana. We are ready for a pay bill if that is what is needed to get people organized, to get our troops organized. We need a pay bill or anything to get our people organized. Otherwise, we cannot allow somebody to destroy our country deliberately. This is not about opposition. This is somebody denying you your rights, denying what you need to have. So bwana Mato, sababu najua mko na watu kama akina Karonzo huko, kama ni pay bill wanataka wa launch $10 tu wagonge, they launch us pesa ya kununua maji na nini, watu watokezee kwa barabara. But we are tired. We cannot hold this more. Richi, sawa?
Haya, sawa. Kenyan all the time. Naona kuna jeshi ingine imeingia hapa, sijui ni aina gani hii. Acha tumpatie nafasi tusikie anasema nini.
Richard, najua mimi atakuja kudemystify nani lawyer. Can I just read something before kuja?
Yeah, go ahead.
From the Constitution, which actually supports hiyo kitu mnasema. I think at this point, if we were a serious country, I agree with Stone PK and I agree with Kenyan all the time. Njiru, I agree. I'm just reading the chapter 4 and chapter 6 as we are talking of our constitution. The Kenyan people really, right now, they can actually do the million march and take these people out per the constitution. I just wanted Richie and Mrs. coming in. 76, Richie. 76, it says a public officer. So it says financial probity of state officers. A gift or donation to a state officer on a public, sorry, I can't say it very well, on a public or official occasion is a gift donation to the republic and shall be delivered to the state unless under the Act of Parliament. 2, this is the one that caught me. A state officer shall not, A, maintain a bank account outside Kenya except in accordance with the Act of Parliament, or B, seek or accept a personal loan or benefit in circumstances that compromise the integrity of the state officer. Richie, how many state officials right now do we have that have bank accounts outside and they tell us that they trade outside, including the one president that we have? Why would the Kenyans, what would even a Kenyan going to do that, even though says it to me, okay, Mtata ako huko ndani? How many of them are not even qualified to be state officers as we speak right now? Do we normally take our time to read the Constitution? Because I downloaded the Constitution to my phone, and sometimes when I'm bored, I start reading it. And Richard, you remember we used to read the Constitution every night here. What will it take for the Kenyan person to understand that it's time to take this government out? So I support what they're saying per the Constitution, because attacking mtu ashikwe hata even if we do the million people march. But if people look at the Constitution, some of the leaders that we have, including that Ruto, and there's another one I read, that even those state officers, you cannot have had any case for you to hold a state office and to be, to hold a state office. Ruto has been in jail. Gachagua has been. And some of them washafanya. I mean, they're going we don't even treasure our Constitution. And the thing that hurts me, the reason we let a story a Constitution, Richie, we don't treasure this thing called Constitution. We only treasure it when it comes to Mama Mboga, when it comes to me, you, Mise, and those people. But once you get that state office, this Constitution inapotea. And Kenyans need to understand that we have to keep the Constitution. And Richie, that's the reason the places that we live. You give one reason you've gone against the Constitution. Ata Karawa nashikwa, ata lawyer, ata even a former president, Bill Clinton, was impeached because of what? Going against the Constitution. Trump saizi anaenda wapi? Taxes zake, Constitution, because it's public, and especially people need to understand, once you're a public servant, everything should be public. And that's what the leader of the superpower that had been there right now is fighting, and the Supreme Court has said no last week that yes, your taxes are public. to be viewed public. Why can't we see the money and everything of one Mr. Samoei Ruto? Even Uhuru, just for the sake of, because najua misa kwa hapa atanuza na Uhuru nini, hata Uhuru na kina Kibaki, any person that is a public servant, you cannot, mwezi kutuambia ati you're declaring, alafu ziko sealed in parliament. They are supposed to be public. Let's see, where did you get your profits? Because I know that ship that docked and has put maize in Kenya is Ruto's. Kuria anapata tu kakitu tu. But unless we start reading our constitution and know what we are doing, but I believe, yes, we have the power to take them out, because some of them have forfeited the constitution in a way that you as a common mwananchi, you cannot forfeit the constitution like that without you being arrested. And they will charge you against that same constitution. So what is so special about our leaders when actually, especially, they're not leading our country the way we told them to go lead our country? Mise pole kuchukua time yako.
No, ni sawa. Just I want to seek clarification. Were you reading the constitution that you were referencing? Were you reading Article Chapter 4 or Article 75, 74, 75, and 76? You're on mute. You're on mute, Randet.
You're very right. Yes, it was chapter 4, 75, 76, and 77, going through that from 74 to 76. I think the one I read was 76. 1, 2, A and B, 2.
Of the financial probity of our state officers?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I hope that you, I mean, you are very right, and I hope that you know what you're saying is very right. I agree with you, and it's good that you say that up to including what is it called? Up to including Kibaki, Uhuru, Raila, everyone. They need to comply per that article. 2A and 2B, respectively. So yeah, I think I agree with you, Mato. I agree with you. So Richie, how are you? Mato, how are you? Stone PK, revolutionary. How are you? And Kenya all the time. Nafikiri Makiadi, I think you need to tell Kenyan all the time to withdraw his statement of saying that we can't see over beyond our nose. So that is misrepresentation of us. I saw beyond the nose today. I was able to get out of my house and go to work. So I think when he comes, Richie, it would be nice that you compel him to withdraw that statement. But I think for me, I'm going to listen more in this debate. I watched through the committee, the JLR committee, the proceedings, and I think both the petitioners, the honorable members, and the chair did not conduct themselves in a manner that they were supposed to conduct themselves. I think Junet Mohammed must learn how to balance emotions vis-a-vis conducting business, official business for the house. So despite the fact that the chair could be out of order, there are standing orders that should guide everyone in how he or she must conduct themselves. So I found a lot people emotional, and when you are so emotional, sometimes you lose the focus and you digress from the objective discussion to be personalized discussion. And I think that's what I saw in Junet. I think it's important that despite the fact that the chair might have been out of order, but he has a responsibility to contain the house and conduct business in a good decorum. If he's misguided, he needs to be corrected in a way that is honorable. I think that is the observation that I made out. And I think in terms of what the utterances from Mother Karua, Kalonzo Musyoka, Nani, Raila Amolo Odinga, and this guy, I forgot the guy who used to live in New York here. So I think what I'm hearing is more of inciting inciting the public. The public should be ready. The public should, whenever we call upon you, our supporters, we need you to stand by. The same thing that Trump said, stay back, stand by, is kind of a narrative that I'm hearing from our leaders. Our leaders, they are capable and they are able, through the systems that are in place, to find a way that they can address it. That's why they are leaders. Instead of trying to pull in the public to incite them, the public. For me, Junet Mohammed was right. Raila Amolo Odinga is right for the cause they are championing. The approach that I am not liking is inciting the public. We cannot elect you or give you the power to represent us, yet you keep crying back to us saying, oh, stand by, we will seek for you, your indulgence, we will seek for your support. I think for me, leaders can stand above this and handle it in a more honorable way. And their cause is worthy, championing what they believe in. But what I'm getting tired is just trying to call upon the public, tell them, we the people, or so on. If you look at the preamble of the Constitution, it says the power is vested in the people, and the people can either exercise the powers directly or indirectly through their representatives. As of now, I think the representatives, they have not exhausted all the avenues that are there in order to call for the people to exercise the powers directly. So I find that we need to bring positivity to our country, as opposed to every day selling fear to the people who are actually suffering from many other things. So we need to give, as leaders, even when things are not working okay, we need to give our people hope so that they do not despair. That's why you are a leader. Sometimes as an army, you as a general or as someone who is a leader, you might find that all your troops are being killed. you don't discourage the other armies from fighting and telling them that we have killed, 10 have died, 20 have died. I think you kind of try to encourage the soldiers to soldier on, and that's what I'm expecting to hear from our leaders, as opposed to crying foul all the time. I think that's what I wanted to suggest this evening.
Mr. I have a question for you. Would you support, and if people want
hold
to
on, Mato, hold on. Just a minute. You know, you come through me. Otherwise mtaanzana na mise vile mnaanzanaga hapa. Na kuwatoanisha inakuanga shida. So just come through me, alafu na mimi ninakupatia nafasi nauliza mise swali. Otherwise ile vita yenu sidhani kama itaisha hapa. But I'll give you an opportunity to ask your question. I think Mise is suggesting here that Raila Odinga as a Kenyan is not entitled to asking questions or calling press conferences. I know that we have a minority and a majority in parliament, but we as Motembei family here also come in to criticize what we feel is wrong with the government. I've never heard Mise come into this forum and complain that every day we come here, we criticize his government. I don't know why you take an issue with Raila, who is just an ordinary citizen, like you call him, every day. He's not the opposition leader. There's no opposition leader in Kenya. So Raila is speaking out his mind against what he sees is wrong. It baffles me to see that when Raila Odinga goes mute, everybody starts complaining that Raila Odinga is not speaking. When Raila Odinga comes out to speak, again, the same government that criticizes him for keeping quiet, then comes out and starts bashing him, that he's being critical of the government, which has been in office for less than 2 months. So I don't know. If I was Raila Odinga, what do you want me to do? Because there are people who believe in what he says, and when he doesn't speak, those people want him to say something. Now, with the government that is in place right now, they feel like if Raila Odinga speaks, there's something somewhere that is going to happen, which is not the case. I don't believe that Raila Odinga came out to issue this statement as a threat to the government. He came out to speak his mind as a political player in the country. And so, Mise, I differ with your ideology that Raila Odinga was inciting. I didn't hear Raila Odinga incite anybody. Raila Odinga read a speech. If that speech is an incitement, then we could have seen violence following. It never happened. So, please tell me that you're just not afraid of Raila Odinga speaking. Because that is what I'm seeing. What I'm reading your fear. I can see the fear in your face. I can see the fear on your face. It's like mnasema tu Raila Odinga anyamaze because akiongea hii serikali ni kama itasambaratika. You have the government, you have the sword, you are given instruments of power. You are in control right now. Kenyans will always come out to criticize something that goes wrong with this country because everybody lives in this country. This is our country. We have a right. We have a stake in this country. It is our duty to protect the country that our forefathers fought for. So hakuna siku tutanyamaza, hakuna siku Raila Odinga atanyamaza akiona kitu inaenda wrong ati kwa sababu akiongea inasemekana na criticize watu. That's just my observation. Mato, you have something, then we move to Stone PK, a comment each, and then tuende kwa Eli.
No, it's fine. You just said what I wanted to do, so we can move on.
All right, hold on, Mise. Hold on, Stone PK.
Okay, I'm gonna forget before you say before. Let me first correct something here. I think you are misrepresenting my facts and my statements. Number one, I did not call Raila an ordinary citizen. I think he's an extraordinary citizen who has contributed to our country, among other citizens like Kenneth Matiba, and very many others. And I do have utmost respect for one Raila Amolo Odinga. And neither did I say, that's the first thing that you misrepresented that I said. The second thing you said that I misrepresented is that Raila doesn't have a right to criticize the government. He does have the right. And I did say that actually they are right to champion their whatever they feel that the government is not doing right. Every citizen has that obligation, and that's why if you look at the Constitution, and I quoted it and I said that powers are vested, these powers are vested in the people, and the people can either exercise it directly or indirectly through their representatives. What I say, if I might say what I say, is that as leaders across, I did not say only from Azimio, but I said what I am asking for the leaders, and I'm not here to defend the UDA government. I am here to say that it's about time that we stop selling fear to our citizens and try to exercise leadership skills, the ability to resolve problems, either through negotiation, either through means that can resolve issues so that we can have prosperity in our country. And this, it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be confrontations all the time. Dialogue can also is another way of resolving problems. So don't misrepresent my approach. I'm not here to defend William Ruto, neither am I here to criticize Raila Amolo Odinga. I do actually echo his effort because we have seen the results from his effort. But what I'm saying, overall, the attitude, the atmosphere of the country is too toxic every day. It's not GMO. It is not Hustler Fund. It is not the education fund. It is not everything the government is doing. You guys are coming out and criticizing, which is good. But don't you think there's time for everything, time to criticize and time to allow implementation, or you want to forever be indebted in criticizing the government negatively? Why is constructive criticism?
Thank you. It's me. It's my chance now. Miza ameniguza mahali. I'm laughing with bitterness. Those who have not been there before, Eli na kusalimu, Mize ndugu yangu na kusalimu sana, and I'm waiting for the day utaacha maneno ya classroom to face reality. Now, let me. You concluded very well that we are criticizing everything that UDA government is doing since day one is wrong, and I can attest that. I might need like 1 hour. Everything. There is nothing that UDA government has done that is promising light at the end of the tunnel. Take that to the bank, and you can analyze one by one. Anything and everything that UDA is doing in the name of trying to kufanya nini. Anything and everything that UDA is. Yeah, it's wrong, and I repeat, it's wrong, totally wrong. It's not where Kenya is supposed to go. So we will criticize, and even if we give them 30 years, they'll kill the country as follows. We are seeing history repeating itself. We had 24 years of terror, 24 years whereby everything called parastatals were killed in the name of they are not making money. As if parastatals are supposed to make money. Parastatals are not supposed to, they are not proper profit. Okay? They were killed, they were sold, the housing, whatever, every other parastatal that was working and providing jobs and delivering and giving services was killed in that regime. Kenya Airways went with me in that regime. Ilikuwa ikaanza kununua matairi za ndege za Eritrea. Kama umewahi kusikia watu wananunua tairi za ndege za Eritrea. They used to burst on landing, burst on takeoff. Yeah, Kenya has become so risky. It died actually to went with me. It is during that time that education in Kenya became doubted. Ilikuwa ukisoma umesomea Kenya. After many years, kutoka 1963 when Kenyans were you say you are educated in Kenya, you'd be given first priority. The world doubted our education during the 24 years of that, call it whatever regime. It is during that time that all our infrastructure collapsed. Ilikuwa barabara ni mashamba. That is when everywhere everything was potable. 24 years. I know those who are wale walikuwa wadogo hapa, they can only remember maziwa ya Nyara. It is during the 24 years when all the hospitals were killed. Hospitals ilikuwa ukipeleka hospitali unaenda kukufa. You are just being sent a stopover towards your grave. It is during the 24 years when agriculture died completely. Coffee became valueless. And that's when farmer wa coffee walikatakata miti ya kahawa kabisa and converted their farms into something else. And it is during that regime when they were trying to promote value ya mahindi. Okay? Mahindi iwe valuable kuliko kahawa. It is during that regime. Ngoja kidogo narudi.
Aya, wacha Kenya all the time.
Yeah.
Dakika moja nipatie Eli nafasi, endelea. In a minute.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. I wanted to say, by the way, maybe as I ask Kim Swari, one of the frustration I have is that, by the way, I don't think church has ever helped in any revolution anywhere. And I'm a bit frustrated that even some of the things which are happening in Kenya, the church is not helping. And I wanted to reiterate something here, that Africa was colonized for 70 years, and the church was still alive and kicking. And I think they were still pretending they were preaching within hapo sijui na mzungu administration. So we have also to be very careful, because churches are some of the institutions which are used in managing people either wrongly or badly. And I can say that I can see the Kenyan church being used in that direction, whereby you have a church which is toothless, it cannot talk. Remember, Africa was colonized for 70 years, and the church was still around there, and they were not talking. I have looked for information about what the Kenyan church was doing in for the last 70 years when there was colonization. Sijaona kitu. Back to you, Mrs. Swali yangu ni, can you audit for me Kenya Kwanza government? Tell me, where do you think they are doing well? Do you think some of the things which they are proposing, those things are going to work? If you can help me, try to rate for me the government in a scale of 0 to 10. Tell me what they are doing without sycophancy, just as an individual.
Aya, utapata nafasi. Wacha nikukaribishe Eli kwanza, alafu then we go back to another round. Eli, karibu.
Thank you, Luambo Luanzo Makiadi, and all these gentlemen. There's no ladies here today, Paul Sana, because I think they add a lot of strength in our debates that most of us men always find difficult to analyze. I don't want this to be something I'm taking out against Kim Jong-un, the Red from North Korea. Habari yako. You have said some things there that are quite shocking for a person of your standing. First, I want to ask one question in regard to this petition in Parliament. Do you think it serves Kenyans right? You know, because you're talking about peace and all this flowery language, that a government that we assume is illegal sponsors someone, because you earlier on you spoke about the way the constitution The sovereign power belongs to the people, yes, but we know that someone or a group of people, I think there are 4, have been sponsored to present a petition against these 4 commissioners who are the majority in the IEBC at the moment. And we know that that's what has happened. These people have been sponsored. It's not their individual thing to remove the commissioners. Do you think that in itself can, let's just say pacify people, make them forget about what has already happened, and so that we can have a stable Kenya? Number 2, personally, I don't really care about what happened in Parliament today, because I think it's it's nonsense actually. I don't even understand why we're complaining about it. Raila is complaining about it, and all these reactions. The fact is, over the last 15 years, no Kenyan election has been right in the last 15 years. We know it, and we know that the next election will be the same. It will be rigged. So while we're thinking about what happens to these 4 commissioners, and these guys in JLAC earn lots more money apart from the MP salary that they get when they have these sittings, what's the point? I know that I could be dismissed as giving up, but these are the facts, that it does not matter what we do or how much we shout about it. The elections as it stands will continue being rigged. And I'm sorry to say this, maybe I'm not sorry, but the sort of alliance of convenience between central Kenya and Rift Valley is real, to the point where they laugh at the rest of the electorate, that they're designed to stay in power for as long as they like. So then why do we even care about what happens in JLAC? Sorry, in the group that managed or mismanaged that affair today in Parliament. I just think it's a waste of time. People should really put a lot of energy in their counties. People should demand that the current constitution of 2010 may need some serious review, because a lot of flawed things are happening, because that constitution doesn't seem to be working as it should. But the problem is, the person who is in power through rigging has himself opposed any change in this constitution. Another issue that one of the things that really disturbs me is the obsession with religion. The way religion, and I don't know whether to paraphrase it as faith or religion, but faith seems to be taking a very serious, it's like it's basically cutting down any form of rational thought by our people, by Kenyans. It's just every time you hear, even on this forum, oh, God will do this, God will do that. What about the rest of us who don't have a God? We're atheists, if you like, but we still believe things should be right. So should we be forced to think in a certain way? I find the faith movement to justify things. We should start questioning that, because it doesn't make things right just to say that you have a God and you're going to pray and this will happen. This is one of the things that makes it difficult for people to compel themselves to obey a constitution which they made, because everything else they say God is above everything, including the constitution that Kenyans voted for in the referendum, and that was made after the that was made, and then people chose that constitution. So I'm sorry for the waffle there, but I find it very, very difficult that the faith is used in all these discourses. Another thing which Kim mentioned, or Mise, is, and we've been here before, when you hear this language, even yesterday, someone mentioned it again about Africans, we are too emotional, and that's why we're not focused. Eagles Park was here yesterday, and he kept talking about this. The human being is an emotional entity. There's some silent emotions, some are loud, and this guy, MP for Migori, or is it Suna East, is one of the best debaters in that house. And for him to demand some common sense in whatever was happening in that building today, and then you claim that this person has too much emotions and that emotions don't result to anything, I think that's not fair. I think emotions can be silent or loud, and they're part of the human frame. The last point I wanted to make, and again, this is nothing to do with the headlines that we have on this channel today, but I'm seriously worried about what's happening in the Congo, the KDF in the Congo. Maybe this is a discussion we might have another time, but it looks to me that Uganda and Rwanda have started looking at their friend Ruto in a different way, especially knowing that Uganda and Rwanda have a hot and cold relationship. Their relationship is not always straightforward, especially in the Congo. And the Kenyan general there, Nyaga, has made very, very big speeches about how the Kenyan forces, if political assignments or solution does not come, he will use force. And I think what Rwanda and Uganda might do, only you guys might know, especially Rwanda. So this can damage a lot of trade and economic union between these countries. And we already know that the M23 rebels that are supported by Rwanda have started sanctioning Kenyan trucks and truck drivers and all that. It's already happening. So, like someone said there earlier, everything that this so-called regime is doing in Nairobi is going really bad. And for me, this issue of Congo, and I would not probably blame them totally, because it doesn't look to me like it was a knee-jerk sending of the troops to the Congo, because I think it was probably planned during Uhuru Kenyatta's regime, but it's just the way the speeches that are being made by politicians and the army generals, it's just there's some kind of language that might not go well with the two other countries that are involved in the Congo, two other main countries involved in the Congo. So thanks anyway. That's my contribution.
All right. Thank you, Ellie, for your contribution. And as before we take another round of comments, let me see. There's something I need to play here.
A matter of grave national importance.
Destroy the institutions of democracy so that it can husband all power in this country. I think this is just the opening act of a very long play that they are putting in place. You've seen, what they have been doing with the parliament, trying to buy off members of parliament and senators to bring them to their side, to silence them, so that there is no oversight. But what we saw today was a slaughterhouse that is being prepared for the 4 commissioners who bravely stood for justice and for a free and fair election. Isn't it really ironic that the one person whom the Supreme Court found to be liable for offenses in the election, Wafula Chebukati, the Supreme Court said this itself, is not a person who is being investigated by this Committee of Parliament. It is the 4 commissioners who stood in the breach at the hour of need for this country. So what we saw there is a sham. We saw a chairman who has a script and who is an autopilot and who is determined to conclude this process very quickly, despite the objections of the members of the committee. I should note that in my view, the most important thing that happened there were the objections raised by the lawyers for the 4 commissioners. And principally, the objection of jurisdiction, that JLAC lacks the jurisdiction to call those commissioners there to investigate them because it is not the proper forum for that particular purpose. Secondly, that the allegations that are made against them cannot be interrogated because they are based on an affidavit that was sworn by Mr. Chebukati. Mr. Chebukati himself is not available for cross-examination, and so that process would turn out to be a sham. We've said before that, and we warned Kenyans ahead of the election, that the UDA party would, if elected, seek to install a dictatorship in this country. And I think what we are seeing is simply a coming to fruition of that prediction that we made. But as the Right Honorable Raila Odinga has said, Azimio is not going to permit this to happen. We are not going to lie down and let this happen to the people of this country. As we said, at a time of great national peril, when there is no food, when there is insecurity, when the economy is in a free fall, the thing that the UDA regime wants to do is to go on a witch hunt, to investigate and to persecute individuals who have stood for democracy in this country. So with those few remarks, I simply want to say that we are not going to relax. We are going to ask our supporters in the near future to stand with us to stop this regime from carrying out these dictatorial acts. Thank you so much.
Stone PK.
Thank you very much. I'm exhilarated. I had not seen that. Very busy Thanksgiving Day, so I didn't really follow what was happening. But I'm happy that that is coming. It's just too late. We should have started like 20, 30 days ago. And I'm happy it is going to happen. I was trying to give my long list of what happened in 24 years, and people cried. The list is long. It is when Kenya went to its knees. Actually, Kenya collapsed under the leadership of one Mr. Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, who came in slyly, one saying anafuata nyayo. Kenyans bought into that stupidly. Kenyans, we are very stupid. Ati anafuata nyayo, and we na akaleta yeye ni mtu wa Mungu, as if other Kenyans don't belong to God. So two things, nitafuata nyayo na Biblia. Sunday, every Sunday ako kwa kanisa, and he was slaughtering people, slaughtering uchumi from the back. Those who are grown up, they know what happened. Kenya went to its knees. That's when we had some of the worst education systems, where we started things called workshops in every other school, which never ever were equipped, just similar to the laptop project. So reality be said, okay, it is when innovation was killed. Tunaletewa vitu zingine za ujinga ati nyayo vehicle, sijui gari inaitwa nyayo. Things that just ate money. It is when we killed our research institutions at Nakari and everybody else. In those 24 years, it is when the national language in every office, in every civil service office was Kalenjin. It is when the army was 80% Kalenjin. It is when the offices that serikali ni makoti ndio ilikuwa inafanya kazi. It is when you will not get any government service for free. And it is when people are buying land, people are investing, and it was only one tribe that was shipping money and investing all over. That is what is going to happen in this regime if we sit and lay eggs. Tukikaa tu kutaga mayai, tutakamuliwa, and this time the kukamuliwa is being done by a student of that regime. Sorry, whoever may call me tribal can do that. I don't really care. But I've never seen any success in the leadership of this particular section of people. Everything they have touched, power, everywhere you put these guys, Kenyari, everywhere. Because people culturally believe in stealing. Wizi wa ng'ombe. That is when you become a hero. Sometimes we have to look at this. People who believe nikiibia mwenzangu, that's when I become a hero. It's not about any working hard. It is me raiding and stealing somebody else's bank. It is me raiding somebody else's bomber. Kenyans, we have to come up and, I don't care whether somebody calls anything incitement. Yes, Kenyans need to be incited into being realistic. We need to incite Kenyans by telling them the truth. What people at Inamise call incitement is when you tell Kenyans the truth, that you are going to fall in that ditch. Please jump when you reach there. Then you're being told you're inciting. When now Macau professor says what he has said, that Kenyans should make sure they stop. By stopping this government, you can use every other means that is at your disposal. You can stop the government by coming out in large numbers and closing all those offices and ensuring that nonsense, like today's nonsense, should not have been allowed to go on. Kenyans should be ready, like those days of Njoya. Kenyans should be ready and sabotage everything. In fact, let's begin by not paying any taxes to this government. Let's forget. Let's not even support anything. And number two, let all the MPs of Azimio, and I keep on calling, resign from this government. They should all walk out from this government. Walk out and we form a force outside. You are too rich, you have a lot of money you eat. By you foregoing this salary, it's not. But we make sure we eject this government out as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Aya, sawa. Kenyan all the time.
Okay, thank you. Mimi, I'm a bit frustrated by my country. And the first frustration I have is because we do not seem to have a voice of reason anymore. And one of the group which is highly frustrating me, because it's a group which can help us, is the church. The church is sinking very low in Kenya. And I want to give a prophecy here. I'm a Christian, but I want to give a prophecy here. If the Kenyan church will continue behaving the way they are behaving, we are going to see a fall of Christianity percentages. From that percentage, which we always say we are 83%, to close to 50, if we continue this way. Because let me tell you, people can reason. People know what is true and what is right. Even when you sink people into delusion, because this government thinks that they can sink us into delusion, and by just using the church to communicate things which are not there. So it's a concept of they want to delude us. And I can say when Kenyans will understand the truth that the church and the government work together to subdue the truth, to make them miserable, people will start individually rebelling. And let me tell you, what I'm saying is what happened in many countries a long time ago. You know, sometimes people say like in Europe, watu hawaendi kanisa na tunawacheka hapa. Tunaanzia ati kusema ati huko kwa wazungu hatuendi kwa kanisa sababu maybe ati ni vile wameanzia kuingilia mambo ya kidunia. Hapana. It started with interference whereby the church was not able to separate itself as a moral compass for the society. And people saw that the nourishment which the church is supposed to give me is not there. And starting in the 1940s, England and some other countries in Europe, the percentage of Christianity started falling and falling and falling and falling, up to now, where by now people mostly go for church when there is a wedding or in Christmas holiday, but they are actually not serious with it. These things start this way. I want to see a church which can stand to atrocity, a church which can reason. But let me tell you, a church doesn't need to be told there is a problem. A church should be able to tell the people in their country, we have analyzed this government, and whatever is happening in this government is not right. And you people, because we know churches do not lead revolutions. We know churches are too meek and too weak to lead any revolution. But they are supposed to tell people the truth as the custodian of moral compass of a society, so that now people can be able to make their decision. I do not want the cardinal to lead a demonstration. I do not want a bishop to lead a demonstration, but I want the bishop, a pastor, to tell people the truth of what the government is doing into its people, instead of the church and our church leaders behaving as if they are protecting a viper to swallow their members. And I want to tell our pastor, or mtu yote ambaye ni pastor hapa sahi, hiyo pesa tunaletanga kanisa ya tithe, hiyo pesa tunaletanga kanisa. If this government is going to deprive us, our uchumi yetu iende chini, tukue hata mifuko hatuna pesa, even your tithe is going to be affected. We will not be giving. Nitaleta nini kwa kanisa? So, as you protect this government, remember that it will also affect you in another way. We will be unable to give because the government has affected all our coffers. Sasa, ni tithe nitapeleka kanisa ama ni school fees nitalipa? Now, these are the things now which we have now to be serious about them now. Wameongezea school fees to like 60,000 or whatever they want to earn. So, these coffers, they are also going to even affect the amount of tithe we give in the church. Because hata kama napelekanga tithe ya 4,000 kwa kanisa ama 6,000 and the government is affecting me, now the choice will be between the tithe which I take into the church and the immediate needs which are here. Yes, I'm supposed to give for the Lord, but I will have to first of all now pay this school fees. So how am a pastor who think they are protecting this government? The government will come to you indirectly. That is one thing which I want to say here, and it is very clear. I'm very clear about it. Naona ni kama Eri anataka kusema kitu. Okay, you can say Eri. Maybe. Wacha aseme tu. I will make a conclusion.
Sawa, endelea Eli. Umemute Eli. Unmute. Aya, sawa, jaribu tena, malizia Kenyan all the time. Eli, jaribu ku unmute.
Okay. Okay, ni sawa. So what I was trying to say here is that we have now to start getting serious. And by the way, let me say, the days when the church was the one which was telling people what to do, they are long gone. I'm a Christian, and I'm sorry to say this, but let me tell you, I cannot listen to the church any longer. The day when the church decided to go into bed with this government and portrayed them as if they are the ordained people without even showing that the government needs some form of direction. That is why I developed some reservation of supporting or of listening to the church in terms of governance. I can listen to the church on other issues, but listening into the church, and I think sometimes our churches might mislead our people. This idea where the church thinks they can talk about the governance, and they are also the same people who are abating some of the problems which people are getting. I think it's not good and it's not fair. So going forward, what I want to tell Kenyans is that make your own determination. See what your pastors are doing with the government. Make your own determination. And I can say it here. You will even start seeing migration of people from different churches to these churches. Because I can tell you, kuna makanisa Kenya hazisaidii. And let me speak this one with a lot of authority. Please, ladies and gentlemen, choose your churches well. There are some of the churches in Kenya you are attending, you are just wasting your time. Thank you.
Okay. Just
Yeah, uko sawa.
a point.
Uko sawa.
Yeah. On the issue of church and how the faith movement has now gone really down, but I was also thinking about the Muslims. It looks like they've also been cornered. If you like, they've been captured by this current regime, and it's very unfortunate because during Moi's time, the Muslim fraternity were doing so well in opposing the ills of Moi's regime. You can remember people like Mohammed Bamariz. There were a very strong fellowship of Muslims, which you don't see now. It's totally the opposite. If they're not being misused at the Iebc, they're in parliament doing other things like wanting a life president or something like that, or the age limit debate. So it looks like we go back to the faith movement, or the faith part of this discourse. They seem to be captured everywhere, and this is very unfortunate. I think that there will come a time when maybe individual faiths people will then turn again. There'll be the dissidents. They will be there, and they will change things. I think you said something like church has never changed anything. But if you look at the likes of South Africa, Bishop Desmond Tutu, he was powerful in the change of South Africa. What happened during that time? There were lots of faith people who were genuine, just the same as Martin Luther. Sorry, not Martin Luther. Reverend J.Z. Jackson. Of course, Martin Luther, yes. But so what I'm saying is we cannot dismiss all of them, but there are some really powerful actors in this movement, in this section of society, that I only wish that such people can come to the fore and present themselves to wananchi, because in a society which is very much pegged into religion, you need such powerful voices, to check what is going on in the country. So I just wanted to add that to what Njiro was saying. Thank you.
Yeah, put in Red Army. It's your time now.
Yeah, asante sana Makiadi, our moderator. Yeah, nilikuwa nimetoka kidogo, saa ingine kusikiza from behind is a little bit better. But I was kind of shocked when Mise said something that I want him to clarify from his heart, not to answer me, because I think it's painful when he says that we come here to complain about food subsidies. We come here to complain about energy subsidies. We come here to complain about school fees subsidies. And yet they campaigned on the grounds of hustlers. So if that is how you view that we come here to complain, it hasn't been even 90 days. We already had a budget, 2022, 2023, and the money has already been put for fuel subsidies, for food subsidies, and for education. So is that complaining when we come here to ask that which is rightful to us? I think you must apologize saying that we are here complaining every day. And if we are complaining, why are you in a bunch of people who are complaining if you are better? I don't stay where people are complaining. If I feel like they are complaining and I'm better than that, I up myself. I think we are here making cogent, persuasive, and fighting for our country. We are not complaining, Mise. That was an awful statement you made. We are here trying to find ways. In the end, Mise, you are in somewhere you are. You know how our people ask for money. Ikuwe matanga, ikuwe hospitali, mwingine Disemba itafika, tutaambiwa wengine wanaenda kutahiri. Hata pesa ya kutahiri inashinda watu. What we are saying is this: we need a country whereby we can realize a few things. We can't just be going back, Mr. Mise. In less than 60 days, the progress that we had made are all gone. Mise, January inafika. I don't know if you pay school fees for your relatives. And you know, Wikis, it is your duty even to take care of the children of your sister, or we have a very bad culture. January inafika. And we are being told school fees inaenda kuwa sijui ni 60 something. So while we are talking about that, are we complaining or we are talking about our country? We are not complaining, Mise. And if that's how you take it, that we are here complaining, it is sad. We have a collective problem, Mise, and we need a collective solution. Hata mtu mwenye anatuita hapa ati ODM are chaos, yeye ndiye ako na shida. Let me tell you, the fact that you have said sisi ODM ni chaos, probably hiyo ndio kitu unafikirianga wewe huko before even so what we are saying, Mise, is here we are not complaining, and that is why we listen to you and you listen to us. We are not a bunch of people hoarded in a corner complaining. We are having a cogent, persuasive talk on how to move forward. Thank you.
Mise.
Thank you very much. Alex, you are a perfect example of Azimio diehards, because they are delusioned and they always pick up things and twist them in a manner that will create a narrative that anyone who is of the contrary opinion is against them. First of all, I did not say, let me correct, I did not say that you people come here and complain. I have not said that. And Makiadi, as the moderator, you should have corrected your...
Makiadi, I'm sending you the clip where he said that. I'm sending you right away so that you can put back so you can see what he said.
So absolutely. And I would love that. What I said is the leaders should stand above the threshold of leadership and provide hope to our country. Instead of being part of the people who are complaining, they should provide solutions. That's what I said in a clear and perfect. And I came here today not to defend the government of UDA. What I was saying is that we have not, and I think Eli, you actually praised one Junet Mohammed, who is a sycophant, and who is even involved in a scandal of not paying the agents of during the election. So I was wondering what kind of a debater who is a joker. I don't know what you take Orengo for. People like TJ Kajwang, I respect TJ Kajwang, because even when you stood up and disagreed with the chairman, he did so respectively. He did not whine, as you saw one Junet Mohammed, who is a sycophant, who is actually riding on the back of Baba to his benefit. So there are people who are genuine, who have fought for our country. Orengo is one of them. TJ Kajwang, Mapambano, those are the heroes. Those are the good debaters that we had when they stood, they spoke points in parliament. Now, let me go back to what and advise my friend here. Njiru runs away because he knew that I was going to go back to him. Njiru, and actually I respect panelists who come here. I don't attack panelists.
But you also ran away when we were addressing you first time. You went for like 10 minutes.
No, I was
but we were not seeing you.
I was sitting
Then you could have told us. You also read. How do you know that he's not sitting there?
That is the Azmio style. Confrontation.
It's not the Azmio style. You like casting aspersions and thinking that we can't get on you. My friend, don't joke with our intelligence. If you are sitting there, he's also sitting there.
Chair, can I get protection from you, because people should go through you. And this is how the very same thing that Junet Mohammed, the chair, kept telling him that he was out of order, but he kept talking. So it looks like it's contagious with the Azmio people. But there's something that I want to argue, I want to put across, and I totally want to agree with you to a certain extent. For me, the truth is that our government should rise above this. Which, see, he ran away. The government should stand above and beyond this, theatrics that we are seeing every day, and move to action. I want to agree that this government, if we continue this way, we are losing the dignity of a government, even in the past, even during the Uhuru Ruto government. The first few months, the first few years, we saw them, committed to addressing issues and ignored criticism. Of course, there will be criticism, but they focused more on constructive criticism. But the people like Kenyan all the time, Njiru comes here and tells us that we are not going to allow this government to do this and that. My brother Njiru, Ruto is the president. You have, apart from coming here to Mtembei and make statements here, you and me, our effort and influence is inferior, if I may say. It's insignificant. We are here just backing up. We are educating one another, you and me, because I can talk to you, Mato, I can talk to you, I can disagree with you. Eli, I can disagree with you, I can agree with you. But I can tell you 100%, maybe President William Ruto maybe doesn't have time to listen to all these good suggestions that we gave here. But again, what you said that is very fundamental, Eli, that since we have decentralization of resources to our county governments, I think we should focus more on putting more effort and resources and channeling all these ideas, because they are close to our hearts, close to where we come from, and perhaps we can be heard more than the national level. But again, all I'm asking, all I'm asking is that people like the guy who spoke, his name keeps going. The guy who spoke after Raila, what is his name? The guy who lives in New York. I keep forgetting his name. What is his name? The lawyer.
That's how I know you're not a serious person, because his name is Makau Mutua.
Makau Mutua. the human rights whatever lawyer. So what I am trying to say is that his sentiments, if he spoke the same sentiments here in North America, probably him as a lawyer and him as he knows what probably would come out of his statements, because we cannot come out as a leaders. There are many people who look up to Raila Amolo Odinga, millions and millions of Kenyans. There are many millions and millions who look up to Makau Mtua. What we want our people to be talking about, our leaders, is to show us the way, tell us how we can resolve problems, not be part of us, like they are part of us, they are lost. They are also trying to find themselves instead of giving us solutions. Now, let me speak to the role of the church. You guys have been castigating. I think it's the church, the role of the church and government, or church and politics. I think I want to agree with you that agree and disagree. The position of the church is very it's like when you are a lawyer, you are in private life and in public life, you are supposed to conduct or carry yourself in a manner that does not reflect the ethics and ethics and conduct of lawyers differently. In other words, in your personal life and your private life and public life, you should always have good ethics at all the time. The church as well has a very unique position in terms of what they say. First of all, the role of the church is to pray for the government and make sure that there is prosperity and its people. And second, to pray that it brings in the moral values and teach and bring about responsible citizens who obey the law. And also, they should also preach the truth, nothing but the truth. But and also they should model justice and righteousness. But now the problem that is here, and you know that, you and me know that, sometimes it is very difficult. The church should be an illuminating hope to the people who are despairing. Give them hope, rejuvenate hope, and tell them that it will be okay so that they can see another day. But at the same time, it is very difficult for the church to make decisions because the decisions, they can only suggest, they can only admonish, they can only reprimand the government. They need to take that position when they think that the government is taking the wrong direction. But also, you would understand that the government, the church, is sparing, that they have a benefit of doubt to the government. If the government goes down 1 year without implementing, I hope that the church will rise above and beyond to make sure that they have reprimanded the government, they have admonished the government in times when they have failed. And I think, let me stop there, but I hope that people would understand that when you are criticizing the government, you don't have to cry every time. The statement of Raila Amolo Odinga, he's an icon. You know, every day you people don't agree, you don't listen to me keenly. I respect and admire Raila Amolo Odinga, and that's why I don't want to see him complaining, being a perennial complainer. He can let Akina Makau Mtua do that. He can let Akina Junet Mohammed do that. And when he comes in, he will cement and speak with authority. That is so. In 48 laws of power, Raila needs to increase his absence so that when he resurfaces to speak, he will speak with authority and influence. To me, that's all I'm appealing today. I'm not here to fight with anyone. I respect everyone here. You guys are wonderful, admirable, and you guys I've learned a lot from you. Like Alex said, if I wasn't really happy with you guys, I wouldn't be coming here. It's not that I know it all. It's just because I am not the type of a person who is going to come here and drum support to something that is not the non-existent thing. So I'm here to speak my mind, just like you speak your mind. And the good thing I like here is we respect one another's space, which is more than other debates that I've engaged in. Thank you.
All right, Kim Jong Air Force. Ngoja hili dakika moja. Nimetuma link kwa wale ambao wanataka kujoin, tafadhali click on that link. Ukipata nafasi utaingia. Let me play this video and then I can come to you, Ali.
The decision to adopt a new generation of passports and phase out the old ones was reached by the EAC heads of state in March 2016 in Arusha, Tanzania. The deadline to phase them out has been postponed severally on various grounds before it was finally set for 30th of November this year. As it stands, the goal to fully transition is being impeded by lack of funds to procure printing booklets, with at least 70,000 Kenyans who have fully paid for the service in queue.
The contract now for the supply of passports for this financial year has not been signed.
The current technological infrastructure is also a barricade in the transition, as the current facilities cannot match the demand.
We also need to buy new printers, which has a capacity, say, of printing 10,000 passports a day. These ones that we have do not print more than 1,500 passports a day, whereas the applications we receive per day is more than 4,000 or 5,000.
41 immigration commissions in at least 34 countries are also facing the brunt of funds shortage and have not been reimbursed since June 2022. According to the Directorate of Immigration Service, some of these officers are opting to be recalled back.
Their children are out of school because fees has not been paid. They are getting notices to leave their houses because rent has not been paid. They are not being paid foreign service allowance because the money is not there. So even I had yesterday an engagement. We went to Treasury and pleaded to them, please release even the first quarter. Up to date, as we speak, it has not been released.
The Directorate is saving urgent intervention from Treasury to save face before the international community.
So this is a matter of allocation, other than it being used in the embassies, for Treasury to allocate this money to us and maintain the services that we offer.
David Kagina, K24.
Alright, hiyo ni story ya passport. Wame set date tarehe sijui ngapi November. We can see listening from those government officials, there is no money at all. They have no capacity to print the passports that are required, and they have had a discussion with the Treasury. Unfortunately, up to date, no fruits. So hakuna pesa ambayo imetolewa ya kusaidia kuprint passports. Sijui passports watu watatafuta wapi. The embassies outside there are crying. They have no one to help them out, and Kenyans in the diasporas, diaspora have no way to get new passports as envisaged with regards to the expiry date ambayo ni November yenye Mato alikuwa naongea jana. Wacha nipatie Eli kwanza, alafu then we go to the next person.
First, my apologies to there's a person chatting there who was saying that they can hear my smoke alarm. That is something that will be sorted tomorrow. So my apologies, the little noise that you hear in the background. I just wanted to suggest that the channel can maybe start by inviting some of the political leaders or people who are, pressing for change, or even people who are defending this regime, so that we start now seeing maybe, other angles of where things are happening and why they're happening. And we can put pressure on those people when they come to this platform, because during the campaigns, they were all over the place. They were going to different channels. These people were not really not just going onto the mainstream channels, but they were also coming to YouTube channels and things like that. So maybe Mutembei and co should think of something like that. I just want to demystify this idea that political leaders don't watch this channel or YouTube channels or don't read social media things. That's a lie. We're living in a different dispensation, and people of all walks of life, including Kim's president, Mr. Ruto, who emphasized a couple of weeks ago in front of young media people, including Mutembei, that he watches this channel. So when Kim was saying that we in the panel, including himself, are inferior, we can only talk to each other, that the people in power are not listening, I think that's a misconception. So we just need to, we don't even need to up our game. I think what we're doing is enough. We're doing something that in most countries, even next door, Uganda, the police or the army will knock on your door if you're doing the stuff that Mutembei is doing. So I think we should just continue, but look at a different way of mobilizing different strands of thought into this channel. And that should be also inviting those leaders. We just demystify these people. There's nothing so big about them. Most of you who live in different parts of the world, if you want to speak to your MP or your local councillor, it's just, he or she is just a phone call away. You can meet them for coffee and all that. We need to demystify these people because this is part of the problem. Thank you.
Briefly, I'll give you Mato just a minute, alafu tuende kwa come now.
Richie, you reprimanded me, but I'm a veteran up with this, so I understand and I agree. You know where I'm going. Mise, just watch how you talk to people around this channel, because the way you come out as a mtu mwenye una demystify kila mtu na kitu anasema. And Mise, we are not here about tutetea Ruto, tutetea Raila. We come here, some of us come here not because Ruto is there. And if you want to stay talking about Ruto and tetea in everything, you live in Canada. And you're privileged to live in Canada. Mise, we are not talking about Ruto, we are not talking about Raila in this forum. We are talking about our country. And there's people who are listening, and there's people that come here and listen. And like my friend Eli just said, you had the president, your president, imposed, and please don't let me I won't even mince my word. Self-imposed president on the people. I have asked you this question. We've gone, me and you, and I asked you, other than Central, a little bit of it actually, and the Kalenjin land, where did he get the votes? You were never able to answer that. We've done this 2 times, me and you, because there's no votes. Self-imposed president. Other than that, we don't care about him. If he's self-imposed and he runs the country the right way, all good, Mise. You can keep your president, we keep our country. We are talking about a country, and that country and the future of that country, the history and the future of that country. We are not here to argue with you 24/7, trying to demystify, what Ruto did not do. You claim to be a very smart person, and I think you are. But Mr. Sometimes let some things go. Come back and think about that country. Forget about UDA. Forget about whatever ODM, forget everything, but think about the country. When Alex comes and tells you what he told you, and quit telling people here they're coming to yap. You think we have that time? What do you think most of us here do? I know you are a lawyer. Some of us do something but come here not to yap, but to talk about our country. Because this is the activation that we can do right now where we are in our place. And Mr. Let me tell you, as yapping as we yap over here, and as my friend Eli told you, they listen, and you had even your own president say it. When everything works, it's going to work not just for me, not for Alex, not for Richie, but even for you and your kids. Start listening, start thinking about your country. I was talking to someone today, and they told me that even the overpasses imeacha kujengwa. Are you happy about that? While you're talking up, hivi unatuambia tunakam kuyap. Things that zimeenda mahali, things that you use in Canada, overpasses and down passes and whatever. Na kuna mtu wako nyumbani anataka kutumia hizo vitu. Mise, please, today I said I'm not going to do much politics, and even Richie reprimanded me because he knows how I go, me and you. And most of the people know that I don't take easy from you or Duke. But Duke hata ameanza kufikiria. Mise, at some point, please, stop thinking of your political affiliation or your career or where you are. Stop looking down on people and just come here. We accommodate you. Talk about the country. That is what we are doing here. It's no no, we want you to be able to articulate matters our country, and we move together. What you have is what we need, and what we have is what you need for us to make a better Kenya, so that ile kitu nasikianga wahenga, we become the wahengas of the generation to come. Thank you, Richie. I'll give another badai. I just wanted to put that out there.
Richie, do I have the right of reply since my name has been invoked several times?
Hold on. Just give me a minute. Let me go to Kamnao first, Afadhalini. He has not spoken. He's been here for a while. Then I'll give you an opportunity to rebut. Wacha tupatie Kamnao kwanza nafasi.
Hey, Richie. Habari yako?
Salama sana. How are you?
Good. So, I've been struggling with the issue of election and all that. I personally met Ruto. I personally met all those leaders, but they are not straight. And there are two tribes. You know, I'm from both tribes. They are Kalenjins, I'm sorry to mention, and Kikuyus. What Ellie said, these two tribes deliberately made the intention to rule Kenya for a long time. And what they've done is to use each other. Is a choreograph thing. So like today, I saw the former speaker, or Nyeri, I think, being used, and some of the Kikuyus being used in talking about the commissioner. So it's something they've planned. And they're doing that. And even they've gone to an extent of using other tribes, like say people from Western. You see people from Kisii. So there are people who favor them, and they're using them to continue ruling Kenya. So until the communities that have been ruled for so many years wake up and say enough is enough and go back to their homes. And I've been giving an example of Igbo. Igbo decided to forget about the national politics and went back home. And what Ellie said, the governors and the senators and the people should go back to their rural areas and start building. Because these two tribes are very, very smart. Like what was going on in the parliament, in the jail today, you could tell they are using other little tribes to continue ruling Kenya, and that's not going to stop. And you've seen people like Oparanya already. They are being taken away from ODM and, I don't know, manipulated to support the current government. And I feel bad for Raila, because Raila is always supporting all these people, and they stab him at the back. The man is so patient. he has lifted all these people. You know, the current minister, what's her name from Mombasa? How can I forget her name? She was lifted by Raila. You've seen
Aisha Jumwa.
Aisha Jumwa was blessed by Raila. You see the former governor of Kisii was blessed by Raila. So all these people have continued stabbing Raila's back. The man the national politics and going back to the beginning of saying, hey, how can we support each other? And I'm calling upon the people in diaspora to think about that. Start thinking about your own city and see how can we do that. Otherwise, we have to start. If we are starting a revolution, we need to stop talking about it. We have to say, some of us have to fly back to Kenya and start that revolution. Some of us have to start funding like Bunge la Mwananchi, start sending money. Some like Jacaranda, they need microphones. Start sending money for microphone to be able to do that. So my thinking is the Kikuyus, which I belong to, and the Kalenjin have made a deliberate decision to rule Kenya forever, and they are using the people from the little tribes. I don't know what is attractive, like Oparanya. Example of Oparanya, to go and support them. So it's a deliberate move. Get somebody like Weta who's going to listen to them, use him so that the two tribes can continue ruling us. And I saw Kanini Kega talking about, the ODM was not there for them. So it's a game. They'll continue doing that until the little tribes say enough is enough. And then, as I conclude, the Mwananchi in this other tribe, it's 40 tribes or 42 tribes, have to start having a serious conversation. Why is that the two tribes, the Kalenjin and Kikuyu, are denying us leadership? They have to start thinking about that. And that's the reason why it goes to the point. Okay, the GMO is coming. The Kalenjin is the president. Who's claiming the GMO? Korea is from Central. It's a game. Right now they're in South Korea. Who's in South Korea? President, Korea, and the Linturi. Why? It's a game. So the other tribes have to wake up and say enough is enough. Otherwise, they'll be ruled for 1,000 years and they will never see the presidency. Otherwise, they have to wake up and go back home and do what they have to do. The JLAC thing is a gimmick, it's a game of the little tribe being used to take over and to continue controlling the country. It's all game. That's what I wanted to contribute today. And then my friend, the lawyer from Canada, I watch you're very smart. If you don't mind, I'm from Central. Where are you from? And there's a reason why I'm asking you. In Kenya, and I respect you.
I'm from Nyanza.
There you go. A guy who's from Nyanza, who Baba is from Nyanza, and your comment is supportive of the current government. That's example of what I was talking about. But I respect you. I'm gonna call you. I need to bring somebody to Canada. Just talking. Thank you. All right. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Safi sana come now. I think now we had people who lifted their hands. I want to give Putin Red Army, then I come to you, Mise, because I know you guys have a beef. I don't know who is supposed to go before the other, but Putin Red Army, take it away, and then we go to Kim.
Makiadi, Bernard, happy Thanksgiving, all of you. I don't want to mess up my Thanksgiving, but looks like it has already been messed. The turkey is not going to be as cold as it should be. Makiadi, we have watched the clip of how the JLAC chairman, who is called George Githonga Murugara, he is a second-time member of parliament. He is not a first-time member of parliament. He knows the rules of the committees. When he unilaterally refuses for any point of order and is forcing things, and then Mr. comes here start lying to us that Junet was out of order. How do you deal with a chairman who is totally refusing to listen? Do we send our members of parliament so that they can be cornered and be told what to do? How many times did Junet ask for a point of order? How many times did Junet try to tell the chairman that whatever he's saying is not true? And he did not use that word. He just kept asking, where are the hand sites? In the end, he said, oh, we have the minutes. Then Junet asked him, who was the secretary? Where are the minutes? The guy could not answer. So when you take Junet for a ride, and the chairman, who's supposed to have the greatest integrity on how he conducts, because he didn't go there because he's much smarter or better than anybody. It is an opportunity he has been given to become the chair. So he ought to respect all members of parliament. Now, when he refused even a point of order, when he refused to listen totally to everybody that was there, how did you expect Junet to respond? And that is for you, Makiadi. Makiadi, if you are a member of parliament, you have been sent by the people from Kakamega. You get there. Your party ODM has given you the privilege to become part of one of the best committees. And then you are taken for a ride. How do you respond, Makiadi? So this issue of saying the charades, he was not very smart, that's a lie. You must ask yourself, what made Junet to respond in such a manner? In the end, we knew the truth. There was no hindsight. There were no minutes. There was nothing. Even that Gidonga accepted and said, you know, if they are not there, then we will cook the hot air that they are used to. It can't be. So we cannot allow people to castigate Junet here on the basis of what he's trying to do on behalf of his party and on behalf of his country, and also the constituency that sent him. Junet action today were right because we had a chairman who was usurping the powers of every member there, and he did not even know the rules. Now, what surprised me is after they had left, then he started following the rules. Then he asked, do we have the quorum? So when the others were there, he did not want to follow the rules. But when they left, then he started asking, do we have the quorum? It was a script being played. And they knew if these people walk out, they still have what? A quorum. So Junet's actions today should be respected. And anybody who's criticizing Junet must be out of order. Thank you, Makiadi.
All right, Kim.
Thank you very much. Anthony, thank you for such a sober and objective debate. I think we have a difference of opinion, and as such, we respect that. I think, let me first talk to Mato. Martin, I have told you this again and again. When I come here to speak my mind, give my opinion, and I have no interest whatsoever to look down upon anyone or even underestimate anybody's power or anything that he does. So I just want you to know, however, it's also important to understand that I do not have control on how you interpret my message or my contribution. So it's that is within your powers. It's not within my powers. What I endeavor to do is to be able to deliver my point and to the best of my knowledge. However, you actually amused me when you said things that were actually contradicting each other. For instance, you said when we come here, we don't talk about Ruto, we don't talk about Raila, neither do we talk about this government or the other government, but we talk about our country. Within no seconds, you went ahead and talked about how Ruto is an self-imposed president that you do not recognize, which means you actually contradicted your initial statement of saying that you do not come, when you come here, it is not that you don't talk about these two people who are the key contenders or main contenders in the initial elections, the just concluded election. So I think, in all fairness, I think your statement was a twisted concept of discussing the prosperity of our nation. Then Alex, you know, he ran away. I think again, Alex keeps missing my argument. I said the conduct of both parties today befitted or defeated the decorum of the House and the honorable members. I did not praise the chairman. I did say that he was not well informed. There were things that he missed, but he had a job to contain the House, and sometimes he needs guidance by the people around him, which I think he was guided, and he did correct that. And afterwards, he followed the standing orders. But Alex, in anything, even in any procedures, there's something called technicalities. And a lot of the time, people use technicalities and they work for them and work against others. So, for example, Junaid and his team walked out of the meeting, and whether they had a decorum, a quorum or not, they continued in order. I mean, they continued because they knew there was a technicality. They walked out and they realized they have a quorum. I mean, they will continue. It's a technicality. You can lose on that. So for me, what I'm saying, our leaders should stand above and beyond these trivialities that we are seeing from there. However, my brother Anton, what I see in our country is there's toxicity. There's toxicity. And if I jog your mind, look at what happened in Cuba. Look at what happened in Cuba, not Cuba, but Muammar Gaddafi's country. It all started like this. People talking about going to government, going to change the government. And whereas our country has the systems that are there that we can follow and still challenge these things because that's why we elect leaders. All citizens, the 50-something million Kenyans cannot speak at the same time. However, we elect leaders to speak on our behalf. Now, these leaders have not exhausted all the avenues that are there within the constitutions and within other aiding or supporting systems. So to me, I am encouraging that we encourage our people to foster unity in our country, and the leaders that we have sent, the likes of Akina Junet, they know, they have been there, they've been to the trenches. Raila has been there to the trenches, and find and follow the available avenues in challenging anything that they feel that this government is not doing right. So that option we have there. So for me to tell people to go, and that's why I wanted to disagree with you, my brother Anthony, to call people for, you're an investor. I believe so. You're an investor. To call people, there are people who thrive in that. They are waiting so that they can jump and steal, destroy property, and all that in the name of championing democracy. Let us not give them that loophole. Let us look for a way that we can challenge and champion these issues that we are facing as a country, as a nation. If we truly love our country, we should begin talking, we should have dialogue, and ensuring that Ruto doesn't get away with everything that he thinks that he wants to do, but to involve others, even from the Azimio part, to bring a way and find a way that they can talk. Because at the end of the day, what we have sent them to do is to serve us, Mwananchi. It's not to serve themselves. It's to serve us. We are the people, not them. They are our servants. So the moment our leaders understand that, then they will serve us. To me, that is what I'm appealing to the people, because unakumbuka the narrative of hustler versus dynasty wakati ilikuja, you started seeing kuna mwanamke who was robbed and sexually abused, in the name of hustlers versus dynasties. So let us not bring our country down to that kind of narrative. There's a better way that we can challenge issues through dialogue. That's what I'm appealing. I'm not saying Ruto is right. I'm not saying Raila is right, but the narrative of toxicity should be exiting from our country.
Haya, Kim, dakika moja kwanza, ninakusikia sana ile vitu umesema. Let me see if I can jog your mind here a little bit, and then we move on.
This commission continued to put up a legal battle in a bid to stay in office and complete their terms. The Constitution is clear on the removal of constitutional office holders. As per Article 251 of the Constitution, a member of a commission other than an ex-officio member or the holder of an independent office may be removed from office only for 1, serious violation of the Constitution or any other law, including a contravention of Chapter 6, 2, gross misconduct, whether in the performance of the members or office holders' functions or otherwise, 3, physical or mental incapacity to perform the functions of office, 4, incompetence, or 5, bankruptcy. Now, a person desiring the removal of a member of a commission or a holder of an independent office on any ground specified above may present a petition to the National Assembly setting out the alleged facts constituting that ground. The National Assembly shall then consider the petition, and if it is satisfied that it discloses a ground under the above reasons, then they shall send the petition to the President. The President may suspend the member pending the outcome of the complaint and appoint a tribunal. Now, the tribunal shall investigate the matter expeditiously, report on the facts, and make a binding recommendation to the President, who shall then act in accordance with the recommendation within 30 days. And well, KTN News, KTN Prime.
Mise, umepotea tena. Najua Mise alisema. Mise yako wapi?
Richie, before this is very important.
Hold on, Mato ngoja.
I just want to read something.
Just a minute.
To that. I just want to read.
Please. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, second, in the first one up with wamesema Constitution. Now, I want to read you the supremacy, which is on the page, the supremacy of this Constitution, so that we don't think ati tu watu wanasema. The supremacy of this Constitution. This Constitution is the supreme law of the Republic and binds all persons and all state organs at both levels of government. Number 2, no person may claim or exercise state authority except as authorized under this Constitution. Number 3, the validity or legality of this Constitution is not subject to challenge by or before any court or any other state organ. Number 4, any law, including customary law, that is inconsistent with this Constitution is void to the extent of the inconsistency, and any act of omission or contravention of this Constitution is invalid. So nilikuwa tu nataka msome ndio mjue how much it means, that Constitution, what the binding fact of it.
Okay, I think Mise, you are insisting on people having a dialogue, and I don't know. are you the same person who supports the UDA government where the deputy president is on record always insisting that the opposition has nothing to tell them? I don't know if you listen to the deputy president who you support saying that they have no business listening to what Raila Odinga or any other person that did not win this election has to say. You insist on having dialogue. I want you to tell us, you've listened to how a commissioner is supposed to be removed from office. I want you to tell us one of the reasons you think the Cherera Four should be kicked out of office. What have they done that they deserve to be kicked out of office? And then from there we can have that conversation that you want us to have. That's only what I have for you.
I think I will only respond to one part of your question, and the other one I will restrain myself from attempting to answer it, because you are right. The deputy president, together with other people who are toxic, we are saying that they need to stop and focus on the prosperity of our country. This is not about the people who lost the election. This is not about the current government. It is about the prosperity of our country and those who have been charged with the responsibility of propelling our country forward. So the deputy president, I do not agree with these sentiments. Many times they're more of, igniting fire, especially to other people who are now healing from what transpired during the general election. So we, as a leader, he should begin to foster, customize his language to appeal to others, to work as a team player, because he cannot work in isolation. He requires all expertise from both parties in order to take our country forward. So in terms of the commissioners, I do not have, I'm not privy of the facts and the grounds under which they are seeking to remove them from office. And for that reason, I have to address myself with facts before I comment on them.
You know, Mise, but you were just here a few minutes ago telling us that we are supposed to address these issues with sobriety. I thought you had the facts right, because I mean, if you listen to news, unless you tell us that you don't follow what is happening in Kenya, everybody knows what is happening with the Iebc. I don't know why you seem to be the only.
I think my comments are general, that beyond just the Iebc, I think we need to move our country to have an attitude of coming together and resolving problems through dialogue, not through confrontations and maandamano.
Aya, ngoja kwanza kabla tuendelee sana. Ngoja tumebaki naye hapa studio and you are giving me the same story. All right.
The former Prime Minister complaining that President William Ruto has become a project of the West. And in fact, he said a puppet of the West. President William Ruto is nobody's puppet. President William Ruto will work the West. He'll work with the East. If need be, he'll work with the North and the South and the Center, so that we can make progress. And we want to say that the president needs no advice from that corner. The time they were given an opportunity to advise government, this country sunk into a ditch. They have no moral authority to advise on what we need to do to get out of the crisis we are in. When they were given an opportunity to advise government, we went into a 10 trillion public debt. When they were given an opportunity to advise government, government turned against its very people by touching their goods and killing businesses. If President William Ruto was to get advice from that corner, this country will be in further trouble. So I want to ask them to leave the president alone. The West is supporting us and we are happy. And that engagement with the West will continue. We'll engage the East and we'll engage anybody who means well for this country to protect our national interests and for the benefit of our people. So this engagement will continue, and those who have a problem with it, there's nothing we can do. They can just sit and watch, and we'll just ignore whatever they are saying. But I needed to clarify that the engagement is continuous and is for the benefit of the people of this country. And there's nobody who can be a puppet. You know, people who have been other people's puppets, when they see something good happening, they assume there is something about being a puppet. The president is clear. He has a clear mandate from the people of Kenya. He has a clear mind. He has clarity of thought. He continues to engage continuously. He has met many stakeholders and it has enriched his thinking. And that is why he is continuously engaging. I know they are unhappy that the president has met our development partners 3 times since he was sworn in. But there is nothing that can go wrong by engaging continuously. The president is clear that a good idea must give way to a better idea. And a better idea will ultimately give room to the best idea. So that continuous engagement is a new mode of governance in this country. And that is why we are here today. If you want to meet the president after another 3
Miss, these are the people you want us to talk to, eh? These are the kind of people you want us to spend our time trying to give ideas, talking to.
Makiadi, what's wrong with that statement?
I know you cannot see anything wrong.
No, I mean, honestly, he said 2 things. One, he has said things that have worked against Ruto, and some things that have worked to the better of the president. Pedestrians cannot call the president of the Republic of Kenya as a puppet. That is disrespect of the office. So for Rick G to come out and defend his president, I think is perfectly within his position to defend his government and the president of the Republic of Kenya. Now, second, he said that what the government turned against his people. The government, we plunged into debt in the previous government. And I think that works against Ruto because Ruto was also in the previous government. So he cannot exonerate himself because he was part of the decisions that were made during the Uhuru government. And so Mr. Rigiji cannot exonerate William Ruto for being part of the government. Whatever mistake that were made in the last government, Ruto must own it and move on and correct it during the time now is the president. So for me, this speech, the only part that I don't agree with Rick G is saying that they do not need advice from those quarters. I think if the other quarter can also tone down, it's important that they have a discussion and find out how they can work together. It doesn't necessarily mean they have to be in the government, but in very many ways that even for them to get a peace and serene environment for them to run their government, I think it's also an effort they should make in order to have our country peaceful again.
Okay, just quick question to you. Rigiji is talking about the advice that were given to the previous government ensured that the government fell into a debt of 10 trillion shillings. And then he goes ahead and says that people are just not happy because the president has met development partners 3 times. Who are these development partners? What is the relationship between the president meeting these development partners?
It is within the preserve of the president to meet development partners. I mean, the president, it doesn't have to be the president physically.
No, my question is
president,
this. My question is this, Mise. Who are development partners?
That's what I was saying. The president, through his cabinet secretaries and other people that he has appointed, one of the development partners that we have met is Saudi Arabia. I mean, you saw the minister for, Alfred Mtua met, and there were some resolutions that came very good that came out of that meeting. So, and very many others that we have seen. So the president, it doesn't have to be Ruto physically, through proxies as appointed and directed by His Excellency William Ruto. I think that also accounted as people who are meaning well in our country to invest, foreign investors, and I think our country should encourage that because we are here to do business. Every country is out there to do business.
I think, Mr. You probably don't understand my question, but the development partners that this guy is talking about are the people who lend money to the government. In very simple language, development partners wenye Rigathi Gachagua wanaongea ni wale ambao president ameenda kukopa pesa kwao. Very simple language. And the same guy is telling us that the previous government fell into a debt of 10 trillion. And they are repeating the same mistake that they claim failed the other government into a crisis. So you look at the person who is talking, it's like this jamani kama hata ajui ile kitu anaongea. You listen to the guy anaongea, he keeps on contradicting himself. Today he is saying that he does not want to listen to that guy. Tomorrow you'll hear him, and I have a video here saying that they need also to listen to the other people ambaye hawana kazi. Now that is the so-called opposition, because they might have good ideas. Even though they do not have jobs, they might have good ideas. So these are just confused elements, Mise. And you are telling us to spare our time to sit down to talk to these people who do not even have an opportunity and honor to listen to things that we say. They feel that they are privileged just because they have power, just because they have a president and the deputy president. We have no right to tell them anything. These are the people you are asking us to listen to have a dialogue with. Comes back to parliament. You see the chairman of the JLAC has a script. It's like ameambiwa enda ukafanya hivi na hivi na hivi. And he is hell-bent to do that, regardless of whether the rules are followed or not. He is there to ensure that whatever he has been told to do is going to be done, whether they break the rules or not. And that is why sometimes I say Raila Odinga should have taken a back seat and relax. But out of his will and his love for the country, just because he doesn't want to see people do things na thorax, ile unaita kifua, they have come out to say they have given William Ruto enough time to put his house in order and to put his act together, and he has failed. And right now they are not going to spare him anymore. And I agree with him. I would have wished Akai, because I always keep on saying on this channel ya kwamba the big enemy wa UDA government is not Raila Odinga or the minority for that matter, or Azimio. The big enemy of William Ruto's government is the hustlers, the so-called hustlers themselves, and time. We are heading towards the 100-day mark, which William Ruto said is going to perform ABCD, of which the ABCD that he said is going to perform, he has performed. He has done absolutely nothing. Zero. There's nothing that this government has done in the past almost 70 days now. We're almost hitting 70-something days, if I'm not wrong. They have done absolutely nothing. The promises that they said they'll keep to mwananchi wa kawaida, they have done nothing. And people are looking. You have seen all these scenes, vijana saizi are involved in crime in Nairobi. It's a free roam. Kila mtu anaenda ananyang'anya ule mtu anataka. The people that were protecting mwananchi, the police officers, are these same police officers that are being charged with murder. People who have done their best to protect the wananchi are being charged right now. They are being the special units that were protecting wananchi, for that matter, against crime, are being disbanded. We can see the youths, they walk into supermarkets and they carry whatever they want, because we are looking at a country that is almost falling into anarchy. Unfortunately, when we speak, tunaambiwa tusiongee kwa sababu tulipoteza kura. So wacha mimi niachie hapo, nipatie utu uzima ni mvi au busara. Namjua kama chaka mdune, la hii jina ndefu, utu uzima ni mvi au busara, sijui ni jina aina gani, lakini karibu Chaka.
Pole sana Maki alikuwa kuweza kulichanganua hilo jina. Yaani ni kwamba je, utu uzima ni umvi au ni busara? Sasa kazi kwako. By the way, habari za usubuhi, maana ni usubuhi huku nyumbani. Brother Mise, Kenyan, Stone PK na wengine. For real nilikuwa nafuatilia nikisikiza na huu mjadala. Ni jambo ambalo halipendezi kwa serikali hii kuonyesha uwazi kwamba wao wako katika hali ya kutaka kulipiza, especially for those who did not support for them, na pengine walikuwa na kinyume upande wao. So ni kana kwamba hii ni kuweza kuwalipiza visasi, ndiposa uletwe huu mjadala kuweza kuwang'oa hawa makomishna wanne, na ni kinyume na katiba na pia ni kinyume na maadili, kwa sababu kama ndani ya tume kunao wenye wamemaliza wakati wao waende, na wale ambao bado wako katika hatamu yao ya kuweza kuendelea kuongoza, let them stay na waendelee na kazi yao, kwa sababu hapa hakuna kikubwa, hakuna dhambi kubwa, wala hakuna cha zaidi ambacho upande wa hawa 4 commissioners wakiongozwa na Cherera kuweza kuondolewa. Hakuna la msingi wala kikubwa wala kigezo kikubwa zaidi, kwa sababu kama basi wapo watu wa kuondolewa, wa kwanza kuweza kuondolewa katika ofisi ni Moses Kuria na pamoja na wenzake. Hao ndo ambao wamefanya makosa, kwa sababu kama mnaweza ruhusu vyakula ambavyo vina utata na havijakaliwa katika hali ya meza na kujadiliwa tena, vimeagizwa mapema kuweza kuwamaliza wa Kenya, kwa kweli hawa ni watu ambao wanafanya biashara na kwa kisingizio cha wanyonge, kwamba labda pengine wataweza kupunguza harama ya chakula hadi kufikia shilingi 70 kama walivyoahidi, jambo ambalo mimi nalipinga kabisa, kwa sababu usinishukushie chakula huku ukijaribu kutimiza ahadi yako ulioiweka kwamba unga utaweza kurudi shilingi 70 wakati umeniletea chakula ambacho si sahihi, ni chakula ambacho kina mashaka, ni chakula ambacho si kizuri kwa afya ya mwananchi. So kwa hiyo Cherera kuondolewa, mimi kwangu nasema ni kulipiza kisasi, kwa sababu tumeshaona matukio mengi tu katika wakati mfupi wa hii serikali walivyokaa katika uongozi, katika hali ya mfumo kama huo wa kulipiza visasi, jambo ambalo nalipinga kabisa. Tukirejelea katika video ambayo Makiado umeweza kuicheza, si mara ya kwanza, si mara ya pili, ni mikutano yake yote ambayo atakwenda kusimama katika press conference, wao bado ni kutaka kuweza kuwaonyesha kwamba yes, tumeshika mamlaka. Kwa hivyo hatutaki advice yoyote kutoka mahali kokote, especially kutoka kwa Raila Odinga, kwa sababu huyu ndo wanayemlenga zaidi, na kibaya zaidi kinachojichanganya nacho wanachojichanganya nacho wenyewe ni kwamba lawama kubwa ni kwamba wao wanasema kulikuwa na maovu mengi ndani ya serikali ambayo imepitwa na Raila Odinga alikuwa na nafasi ya uongozi kuweza na kuchangia zaidi mapungufu ambayo yalijitokeza katika serikali iliyopita, jambo ambalo pia mimi linanipa maswali, kwa sababu kuunganika kwa Raila Odinga na Uhuru Kenyatta ni mimi kimtazamo wangu na nilivyoona haswa ni kwa kuhakikisha kwamba umoja wa Kenya umerudi, kuliko ni kwamba wangebaki katika misimamo yao waliokuwa nayo, ambayo nchi ilikuwa inaenda kugawanyika vipande vipande. So kwa kuungana nao tuliweza kuhakikisha kwamba nchi yote nzima imerudi na watu wakaanza kuonana ndugu na dada, na mwisho wa siku Uhuru kaweza kupata nafasi yake ya kuweza kuongoza. So jambo hili la kwamba imekuwa ni siasa mbaya ya propaganda ya uongo, ya kutafutwa uongo kuletwa karibu na ukweli machoni kwa mnyonge ambaye ni mwananchi wa kawaida, ni jambo ambalo si zuri. Kwa hiyo upingaji wa huyu Gachagua kuweza kupinga kila jambo, yeye ana vita vyake binafsi, asituchanganye sisi wa Kenya. Ana vita binafsi na Uhuru Kenyatta, ana vita binafsi na Raila Odinga. Kwa hivyo asichukue roho yake maadamu, kwa sababu ya kuzungumza hivyo. Huyu alizungumza live wakati wa kuapishwa, walipopewa kiapo, walipopewa nafasi ya kuongea. Hii ndio ilikuwa speech yake ya kwanza, na hii ndio ilikuwa roho yake. So kumbadilisha mtu katika misimamo ya roho yake inakuwa ngumu, jambo ambalo linanipa wasiwasi katika uongozi huu, especially kwa naibu wa rais. Si uongozi ambao ni wa kuunganisha Wakenya, si uongozi ambao ni wa kutoa msamaha na watu kuangalia taifa kuliweka mbele kuliko masuala ya mtu binafsi. So ndugu yangu Mise, ukisema kwamba Gachagua ni sawa, ana haki ya kutetea rais wake, sikatai. Hata mimi pia na rais na haki kama mwananchi na haki ya kutetea rais wangu, lakini je, ninamtetea kwa njia gani? Pili, Mise, ukisema kwamba ana haki kuweza kutetea rais wake na hakuna haja ya kuwa na mazungumzo yoyote, ama kuna haja ya kuwa na mazungumzo yoyote upande wa serikali, inakuwa ngumu kwa mtu ambaye ni yeye ni mtu wa pili katika hii serikali, kwamba anazungumza peupe hadharani kwamba hawataki ushauri wowote kuhusiana na masuala na serikali. Rais anatosha, ana akili ya kutosha, hiyo sio hitaji lolote kutoka nje, kwamba ameiva, amekomaa, kwa hivyo anajua kila anachokifanya, kwa sababu yeye anaamini yuko na akili timamu na yuko na maono, jambo ambalo mimi kwangu nalipinga, kwa sababu nchi hii ni lazima watu waelekezane. Ni kweli hapo mnapokwenda ni pabaya, watu wazungumze, mwache. Ni kweli hapo mahali mnaenda ni pabaya, hapo mnaenda ni pazuri. Lazima kuwe na watu, kuanzia sisi wananchi hadi wale viongozi wako kule. So kwa swala la kupinga, na hawajapinga kwa sababu ya mapendekezo yao wala faida yao kama viongozi. Wale wenye kupinga wanapinga kwa minajili ya taifa zima, na tukiangalia kweli ndani ya hizo siku zote wenye amekaa katika uongozi, hakuna kitu ambacho serikali imeweza kutufanyia. Kwa hiyo kuzungumza hawa watu kwamba na business partners, basi hata Bill Gates alikuja hapa kama business partner, of which tunaanza kutuliana mashaka. Kuja ujio wake Kenya tumeanza kuonetilia mashaka kwa kile ambacho kinaendelea sasa hivi Kenya. So mimi Makiadi brother, kwa hii nafasi langu ni moja tu, langu ni kwamba Wakenya wote tufungue macho, let's focus, let's unite. Tukitaka kuijenga hili taifa vizuri, ili lifikie haswa mahali ambapo vizazi vinavyokuja vitafaidi na wajisikie kweli hakika kulikuwa na watu nyuma walio tutengenezea hili taifa, ni lazima tushikane kama kitu kimoja, tuondoe ukabila. Ni gumu, lakini tunaweza, na tuimilike hii serikali vizuri mno, kwa sababu nikiangalia imebase zaidi tu upande wa kutengeneza biashara. Hao partners wanazungumziwa ni masuala la biashara, kwa hivyo itakuwa ni biashara ya kuwafaidi wale walio juu, na kisingizio cha kwamba tunatengenezea walio wanyonge, wakati wanyonge ndio ambao wanaumia. So for real, Kenyans, tushikane pamoja, tuimilike hii na kama kuna uwezekano basi kuimpeach, badala ya tuimpeach kina Cherera ambao hawana lolote la kutolewa katika ofisi, ni siasa tu. Tutoe Moses Kuria, tutoe Limturi, kwa sababu hawa maana hawaelewi majukumu yao. Hawa ndio watu tunaweza impeach, na pia tunaweza impeach the whole government if watashindwa kudeliver what they promised to us as Kenyans. So Mise na wengine, please let's all tuangazie hapo, tusitetee mahali ambapo tunaona ni pabaya kwa kisingizio kwamba mimi ninasimama na mrengo wangu, hata kama ni nini nitakufa hapo hapo. Huo wakati ulisha pitwa na muda. So mimi chaka sizungumzi kwa sababu ya kwamba najiangalia mimi, but naangalia ile hali ambayo inamkabili mwananchi, nikiwemo mimi mwenyewe haswa ambaye sina kazi, niko huku mashambani. Mzigo huu ndo naouona kwa macho. Kwa ninachokizungumzia na kizungumzia kwa sababu mlengwa zaidi ni mimi. Sasa Mungu amenisaidia na ufahamu, na naona yale tunayazungumzia tunaweza fuatilia kwa runinga, na those ambao hawana runinga, hawana masimu, hawana nini, ni jambo la kuambiwa tu, wale ndio ambao wako hatarini zaidi ya kuweza kutumiwa vibaya na hii regime. Kwa hiyo langu ni kuhakikisha wote tushikane ili tuwatetee, tujitetee haswa, maana katiba ya nchi inatupa nguvu zaidi. Tusiachie hawa jamaa zetu waanze kuchakachua kwa masuala yao na kwa faida zao. Tukiachia wanasiasa tutaelekezwa visivyo, kwa sababu watu wapo kwa ajili ya kuweza kutengeneza mapeni, na wewe mnyonge ubaki kuumia tu kama kawaida. Hatutaweza kuishi katika hali ya nchi kama hiyo. So kwa jana kujitokeza hadharani mzee kuzungumza ni sawa. Hata mimi nilikuwa na maoni sawia na Makadi kwamba mzee anyamaze, tuangalie hii uwanja hii game itachezwa itaishia wapi. Lakini nafikia mahali kuweza kusimama kwa sababu ya taifa, kwa sababu hatutaruhusu wananchi wauawe kwa mijadala la kuuziwa vyakula ambavyo ni vya sumu, ile hali chakula kipo katika nchi yetu. So please, hii regime sijaona chochote chenye kinaweza nikakifagilia na nikaweza kukisema kwamba hiki kwa kweli hakika kiongozi huyu ambaye yupo ananifaa. Na kila kukicha mambo yanazidi, hakuna matumaini. Watu wapo kwa sababu walishika serikali, basi kila kitu ni wao, hawataki kuwa control, wafanye kile wanaona ni sahihi. La hasha, wao tuliwatuma pale kazini watufanyie kazi. Sisi wananchi ni tuachane na mirengo na ukabila, tuhakikishe wanatufanyia kazi. If wakifail, waende na tutengeneze serikali nyingine. Asante Makiadi, nitasimamia hapo kwa sasa. Asante kwa huo muda.
Haya, asante sana ndugu yangu Chaka kwa mchango wako. Hakika umenena mambo ya ukweli. Sisi hatutakoma kuongea. Tukiona mazuri tutasema haya ni mazuri, tukiona mabaya pia tutasema haya ni mabaya, na hatutakoma, manake hiyo ndio kazi yetu kama wananchi.
Also look at those commitments the Deputy President has made with regards to women. And we start with their economic empowerment. And he says that 50 billion shilling hustler fund he's committed to establishing in this financial year, half of it will go towards women-owned enterprises. And based on that hustler fund, he claims that automatic qualification for LPO financing will stem from there with no other preconditions. Now, as far as leadership is concerned, he has reiterated his commitment that half of the cabinet slots will be for women. But interestingly enough, he says within 90 days he will implement the 2/3 gender principle. He's also advised, or he says, should he assume the presidency, he would advise the Public Service Commission to employ the gender role for all government agencies. Now, let's move on to another sector, and he addressed education. And as regards to the girl child, he's committed that there will be a return to school policy for teen moms, a school feeding program that will be expanded to cater to 8 million school-going children. He says he would expand it from the current 2 million to 4 million and then require county governments to match that figure. Now, he has also committed to TVET bursary for girls pursuing and women pursuing math, sciences and engineering, sanitary towels for all girls in school, and the establishment of an institute within the Kenya School of Government for the training of women in leadership and enterprise. Aside from education, let's also look at safety. And as regards to SGBV, that is sexual and gender-based violence, he's committed to establishing a women's rights agency within the office of the president and county rescue centers for victims of SGBV, enumerating forced marriages and as well as domestic violence. And he's also among those, he's also included female genital mutilation as some of the abuses that will be catered to by that agency in the office of the president, should he assume that office. And as far as healthcare is concerned, he has again reiterated that the premiums for NHIF will be made affordable under the, and I quote, Hustler Healthcare Program, as well as the provision of adequate community-based volunteers. And as far as healthcare and universal healthcare is concerned, he says they will establish mechanisms for cost sharing with counties as far as stipend repayments are concerned. And if you're a mother to a newborn, or in that period you will be a mother to a newborn, he says 3 months worth of free diapers for children. Minimum, he says, minimum that. And as far as land and environment is concerned, he says he will eliminate the use of wood and charcoal for cooking, which causes health deterioration as far as the respiratory system is concerned, by focusing on provision of gas to cook. And finally, he says he will protect the property rights of women and children, and I assume by protecting their right to inherit.
Ahadi ndio hizo, watu wameahidiwa ahadi mingi. Ambiwa NHIF rates will be lowered, premium rates will be lowered za NHIF. Aidiwa diaper miezi 3 full diapers, 2/3 gender rule in 90 days for all public service employees, and then 50-50 cabinet slots. Mise, munatoanga wapi nguvu ya kutetea huyu jamaa?
Yes, ni mimi nimesikia vibaya ama nimesikia 3 diapers?
No, 3 months. 3 months diaper supply for new mothers.
I think Makiadi, everything is possible where there is commitment and willingness to support. Ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, na kutumia zangu salamu kutoka huku hadi kwako. Nafurahia sana kwa mchango wako.
Asante sana Mise.
Haya, basi sasa mimi, kwa sababu unajua kila mara ukiwa hapa napenda sana kuzungumzia hii lugha yako ili nijifunze kuwa na lugha mufti ama Kiswahili mufti, kwa sababu wewe ndio unaenzi hiyo lugha sana. Sasa mimi naona kwamba panapo nia kuna njia. Kwa hivyo tungependa sana kuhimiza serikali yetu iendelee kufanya kazi ama kujitahidi ili kuhakikisha kwamba wameafikia ile mikataba ama ahadi ambazo wamewapa wananchi. Kwa hivyo mimi haswa sana ningependa pia jinsi tunavyoizungumzia hii serikali katika mahali wameanguka, pia ningependa wakati mwingine tupate kuzungumzia yale ambao wamesema na ambayo yanatuletea faida ama manufaa kama si hivi sasa, lakini kwa pia siku zijazo ambazo zinaweza kuwa mwaka ujayo ama mwisho wa mwaka huu ama miaka mitano ama zaidi ya miaka mitano. Kwanza kabisa ningependa kusema kwamba nikiangalia serikali ya William Ruto, ningependa sana kuangazia yale ambayo umeyazungumzia Asua Makiadi kupitia development partners ambao nafikiri ni waegezaji katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa sababu tunaposema hivyo, hili tusije tukalifanyia msaha, kwa sababu ukikumbuka kwamba katika wakati wa serikali ya Kibaki kulikuwa na Grand Regency ambayo ilinunuliwa na nchi ya Libya na ikageuzwa jina na ikawa kwamba nchi ya Libya imepata kuegeza Kenya, ingawaje hoteli iliuzwa kwa bei ambayo haikuwa bei ambayo ilikuwa approved ama ilikuwa bei ambayo ingeleta manufaa kwetu, lakini ilipata kuuzwa na serikali ya Kenya, serikali ya Libya ikapata kuingia kuegeza Kenya, na ukaona wameegeza katika hata mafuta ya magari, mafuta ya kila kitu, na ikawa uchumi yetu ilinawiri kupitia kwa waegezaji kama hao. Lakini sasa hebu nisungumzie kidogo juu ya the visit. Kuna vitu ambavyo mmesema juu ya the presidential visit through proxy and in person. Mmeongea kwamba kwa mfano William Ruto alienda South Korea. Alipoenda South Korea kuna manufaa ama mikakati ambayo walikuwa ya kiserikali walieka, ambayo chaka mjune, na ungejua hii sana kwa sababu hii ni mambo ya shipping companies. Nafikiri there is more shipping company in the coast than where I come from. So kwa hivyo unaona kwamba rais alizungumzia juu ya blue economy, na ukiangalia katika kwenda kwake pale kuna masuala ambayo yalizungumziwa pale na yakaafikiwa kwamba serikali ya Korea pamoja na serikali ya Kenya itaungana ili kunufaisha wale wafanyikazi ambao wanafanya kazi katika shipping companies, ambao hapo awali walikuwa wamenyimwa nafasi hii kwa sababu hakukuwa na mikataba baina ya nchi ya Kenya na nchi ya Korea, South Korea. Na kwa hivyo ukiangalia mambo kama hayo yatafungua milango ya employment ama kufanya kazi kwa hiyo sekta ya shipping companies. And also uliona kwamba walisema kwamba mafunzo yatapatiwa ama training itapatiwa wale ambao wanafanya kazi kwa shipping companies, na kupitia shule ya utalii kule mchini Nairobi, not Nairobi but Mombasa, ile campus ambayo hiyo imefunguliwa mpya ambayo inaitwa Bandari. Kwa hivyo mambo kama hayo yakianza, unaona ni hizo ni kazi, nafasi ya kazi zinafunguliwa kidogo kidogo, inapanuliwa. Na pia ukiangalia kupitia hiyo ni kupitia Kipchumba Murkomen na rais wake Ruto. Na pia ukiangalia kwa upande mwingine waziri wa utalii ama waziri wa mambo ya nje ambaye ni Bwana Mtua, pia wakati alipoenda Saudi Arabia pia the same thing aliongea na akasema kwamba uhusiano wa baina ya nchi ya Kenya na ile ya Saudi Arabia umeimarishwa ili kupata kuekeza na kutengeneza uhusiano wa kuongea kwanza katika immigrant workers ambao watatoka Kenya wakielekea ile nchi na kupata kazi kama nchi zingine. Watu wengine wanafanya kazi zingine kama nchi za Marekani na nchi zingine za ughaibuni ambapo wanafanya kazi wakiwa wameheshimiwa. Pia walifanya kuhakikisha kwamba wale agents ambao ni wabaya ambao wanafanya Wakenya kuumia wakienda nchi za ughaibuni kama nchi za Middle East, wao pia watazungumziwa na watashughulikiwa ili wapate kurekebisha watu kama hao. Kwa hivyo those are some of the things that I positive kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na ukiangalia pia walisema wataweka namba moja kwa moja, nambari ya ile emergency contact, ambapo Mkenya yoyote akiwa ina distress call anaweza pia akapiga na akapata usaidizi. Naona kama hizo ni hatua nzuri, lakini ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, kile ambacho natofautiana na hii serikali ni mazungumzo ambayo sio ya kuleta amani ama kuleta peace katika serikali. Kila mara umepata mtu kama Gachagua, Rigathi Gachagua anazungumza hivi kana kwamba anapigana na wenzake wale ambao wako kwa ule upande mwingine. Na pia viongozi wote katika hurka zote wanapata wanatakiwa kuwa na lugha ya kujenga nchi yetu, iwe na utaratibu, sio nchi ya kurushiana maneno, sio nchi ya kupomoana. Kwa hivyo Chaka Mdune, ndugu yangu, mimi hayo ndio natofautiana na hii serikali, kwamba tunapozungumza tusije tukamkasifu Raila Amolo Odinga, tusije tukamkasifu au wengine au na viongozi wengine, lakini tufanye hivyo kwa kujenga. Lengo letu liwe mazungumzo yetu, maneno yetu, vitendo vyetu ni vya kujenga nchi yetu ya Kenya. Asante.
Mise nakubali mambo mengi ambayo umeongea, hata safari ya Nabii kuelekea kule Korea Kusini kwenda kutafuta uwekezaji katika nchi yetu. Ninakubaliana na yale ambayo umeongea na ni mazuri. Wakenya wanatamani kutafuta kazi katika sehemu zingine kama hawapati kazi kwao nyumbani, lakini kuna sehemu moja ambayo sijui kama umesahau kutaja ama umeamua tu kuitupilia mbali, kwa sababu sikusikia ukitaja ya kwamba kando na hayo mambo yote ambayo rais amesema anaenda kuwatafutia Wakenya kule Korea Kusini, Nabii ameweka sahihi loan ya shilingi shilingi bilioni 112, 112 billion Kenyan shillings loan. Sijui kama hiyo umesahau ama ni vile hukusikia hiyo wakitaja. Hiyo ni katika muda wa mwezi mmoja ambao umepita. Hiyo ni mojawapo tu ya zile mikopo ambazo serikali ya Nabii imeweza kukopa. Nikikurejesha pale nyuma pia, kabla ya yeye kwenda Korea Kusini, aliweza kukopeshwa pesa na IMF takriban shilingi dola 433 milioni 433 dola. Kabla ya yeye kukopeshwa hizo pesa, alikuwa amekopeshwa pesa takriban shilingi za Kenya bilioni 366 na benki ambayo inajulikana kama Afrexim Bank. Kwa hivyo nikihesabu tu, nikifanya hesabu yangu kwa kijuujuu, mwezi mmoja ambao umepita, mwezi kutoka tarehe ambayo nikihesabu mwezi mmoja mpaka kufikia tarehe ambayo ameenda kutembea kule South Korea, Nabii amekopa yamkini karibu trilioni 1. Nabii amekopa almost 1 trillion Kenyan shillings.
Nabii ni nani?
Ni yule jamaa anakopa pesa kwa niaba ya Wakenya. Amekopa takriban shilingi trilioni 1. 1 month the government of Prophet has already accrued a debt of 1 trillion Kenyan shillings. Na ningependa sana, kama tunazungumza hapa kwa kusema kwamba hatuwezi kufanya kazi Kenya bila mikopo, tungerudi tuangalie ni nini ambacho kimefanyika na hii mikopo ambayo Nabii ameleta nyumbani. Nikiangalia kazi ambayo imefanyika kule nyumbani, kitu cha kwanza nimeona waziri wa elimu alinunua chumvi ya milioni ngapi? Unajua mimi nakupatia nambari ambazo ni za hakika, kwa sababu mimi nimeenda nikafanya utafiti wangu kule nje, na nikija hapa kusema maneno ambayo ninasema hapa si ati kwamba nina chuki nao, ninaongea ukweli wangu. The CS for education listed 2 million shillings that was spent on buying salt as part of the expenditure. Kwa hivyo kuna pesa ambazo zimetoweka tayari in the Ministry of Education, Wizara ya Elimu. Kuna pesa ambazo zimetoweka na ni takriban shilingi milioni 800, 800 million Kenyan shillings ambazo zimetoweka tangia hii serikali ingie uongozini. Na baadhi ya hizo pesa ambazo zinadaiwa ya kwamba zimepotea, kuna milioni 2 ambazo zilitumika kununua chumvi, salt. Sasa wakati unakuja hapa kutuambia kwamba hii serikali iko na mpango wa kubadilisha maisha ya Kenya, ningependa pia utueleze pesa hizi zote ambazo zimekopwa zimefanya kazi gani ambayo unaweza onyesha wananchi ya kwamba ndio hiki ambacho tumefanya na zile pesa ambazo tumeweza kukopa kama nchi kutoka nje. Chaka Mdune, wacha nimpatie Chaka Mdune kwanza alafu nitakuja kwako.
Asante sana brother kwa hii nafasi. Kwanza nimepata mshangao mkubwa kwa sababu kauli mbiu ya hii serikali kwanza na lawama kubwa ni kwa sababu ya madeni, kwamba Kenya iliingizwa katika madeni. Nadhani pia katika video iliyocheza awali ya DP wetu alisema Kenya iliachiwa deni la trilioni 10. So nashangaa kama kuna haya tayari mapeni ya kutosha tena marefu trilioni 1 kwamba imekopa tayari. Sasa how can you, ni jinsi gani unaweza pinga kitu useme ni kibaya then uweze kufanya the same thing? Hilo ni kitu ambacho najiuliza katika najiuliza kwenye akili yangu. Yaani unapinga kitu kwamba ni kibaya na tayari tumeingizwa katika ubaya, then the same way unaweza unaendelea ni miezi tu mitatu kasoro ya uongozi tayari umekopa trilioni 1, of which ya hiyo pesa hiyo tayari over 800 million zimeenda bure tu, hazijulikani. Na kibaya zaidi zimenunua chumvi. Hii chumvi hata sielewi hii chumvi ni ya kufanyia nini. Ni ya kiwanda ama ni ya nini? Ama ni ya kupeleka mashule ama ni ya kufanyia nini? So unaona vile ambavyo mapungufu ya hii serikali, tukisema tunaikosoa tunaonekana sisi ni upande wa Azimio, kwa sababu we lose the election. Kila unapopinga unaambiwa because you lose the election, you did not win the election, that's why mnapinga kila kitu. So tunawekwa katika hali ile kwamba ni because of election, tukizungumza ni sababu ya siasa, lakini ukweli ni wa mambo ni kwamba si jambo zuri, si jambo zuri. Na ndio maana mimi Makiadi nilitarajia pale nyuma kwamba unapoingia katika uongozi, ukitaka kuendelea na kufaulu katika huo uongozi, usijaribu kumponda yule ambaye alikuwepo hapo. Wewe kazi yako kama kiongozi, mshukuru, maana hapo Mungu ndipo alipomwajalia. Anzia pale ili upate nguvu ya kuweza kufanya nini, ya kuweza kuleta yale yako ambayo utayaona ni sahihi. Lakini wingi wa kujiamini, wingi wa propaganda, wingi wa kudanganya wa Kenya ni kitu ambacho kinaniumiza mimi, kwa sababu kama utamdanganya mimi mwananchi kwamba fulani ndio alifanya hivi lakini mimi nitafanya hivi, na nakaa nao na matumaini kwamba hii serikali hii ama uongozi huu unaoingia basi hakika huu ndio uongozi, lakini baada ya muda kidogo nakuta hakuna kinachoendelea zaidi ya lawama nyingine. So hii pesa ambayo imekopwa tayari, je, iko na program gani? Kwa sababu zile ambazo tuliambiwa tuliingizwa kwa madeni tuliziona. Barabara zilitengenezwa na lami, hata kwetu huku leo tunaona lami. Katika uongozi huu utaingia Uhuru ndio tumeweza kukinyaga lami. Mabarabara alikuwa tunaonyeshwa kabisa kwamba huu ndio project hii, kuna project hii, kuna ndio tulikuwa tuna madeni, lakini tunaona ile madeni imeingia kwa infrastructure. Na hayo madeni pia naweza ngasema zile ambazo pengine hazikufanya ni kwa sababu ziliingia katika mifuko ya watu katika hiyo miradi. Na wengi walioweza kumeza hizi pesa ni hawa ambao wako tuko nao katika serikali, of which serikali hii imewapitisha kwamba wao hawana makosa. Kila jambo walilofanywa liliingizwa pale kisiasa, kwa sababu walikataa kumuunga mkono William Ruto. Ule ni kunani upande wa Azimio waliunga mkono William Ruto, ndio maana vita vyote vimeingia pale. Lakini hawazungumzii jinsi ya hii pesa ilivyopotea. Sasa kama tu at early stage we are now witnessing lot of money being used pasipo kuwa na sababu za msingi. Mise, hii serikali inaelekea wapi? Umeniambia vizuri kwamba kule kwamba walienda kwa sababu ya masuala na blue economy. Well and good. Venye umedescribe ni vizuri. Hayo ndio ambayo nilikuwa tuna expect kwamba kiongozi anapoingia kwenye uongozi ajaribu kufanya mambo hiyo, kufungua hiyo mianya nchi zingine, ili Mkenya kuweza kufanya kazi katika mazingira ambayo ni mazuri zaidi na kwa faida ya taifa. Lakini sasa nitakosoa kwamba tayari kuna ile kwamba mtu anaenda ndio wanazungumzia kwa hilo zuri, lakini kwamba tayari kuna mipango kwamba endapo hayo makubaliano yapo yatawafaidi wale walio pale juu badala ya mwananchi. Maana ikitoka Korea sasa hivi limewekwa katika hali ya kwamba yanalenga mwananchi kumtengenezea nafasi za kazi na kuweza kupata mafunzo katika hizo shipping unazozungumzia, lakini baada wakirudi hapa mambo yatageuka, kwa sababu si mara kwanza kuahidiwa vitu kama hivi na haviji katika mfumo ambao mara kwanza vimewekwa. Tukichukulia mfano pia wa manifesto yao, vile walivyo implement na kuweza kuieneza wakati wa kampeni, sivyo ambavyo wameanza nayo. Sasa mimi nitaamini vipi kwamba kile kimefuatwa Korea ndicho hicho kitakachokuja kufanyika hapa, ikiwa tayari kuna hiyo record ya kwamba kinachozungumzwa na kupangwa sicho kinachofanywa? Maana hayo ndo mapungufu ya rais wetu, kwamba anapotandika sipo atakapolala. Kwa hivyo hayo ameyazungumza ni mazuri, lakini sidhani kama yatafanyika kutokana na hiyo record ambayo ipo. Kwa hivyo let's wait, lakini kungojea kwetu na kuongezea muda kwamba tusubiri labda miaka 2, 3, 4, 5 tutakuja kuona mazuri, that will be too late. Kwa sababu atakayeumia ni Kenya mnyonge, yule ambaye hana ajira. Lazima atalipa ushuru, lazima ataumizwa. Harama ya maisha ikiwa kama hii, harama ya vyakula ikiwa kama hii, na harama ya maisha ikipanda hali kama hii, mnyonge ndiye anaumia, mwenye ajira yake hana tatizo. So tukisema tupe muda Mise kwamba serikali tuangalie within either mwaka ujao au mwaka mwingine tutaona hizi nani neema wanazotutafutia, ni uongo. Kwa sababu wangeanza tu pale mapema kabisa, hapo mapema kabisa walivyoingia katika uongozi, wangeanza kutoa tofauti zingine zao zote, wakajua kwamba sisi tumeshika serikali na madamu tumepata hii nafasi, let's make use of it at early stage. Tutia imani kwa wananchi, kwa wale ambao wametusupport na kwa wale wengi ambao hawajatusupport, tuatie imani. Lakini je, imani yetu iko wapi? Na swali langu la mwisho ambalo nitaliuliza, kati ya Moses Kuria, kati ya Chebukati, kati ya Madam Koome, kati ya DP Gachagua na rais wetu, ni nani bora hapo, tukilinganisha na hawa makomishana 4 ambao sasa hivi ni kikwazo kwao? Nani hapa zaidi ana afadhali, akina Cherera ama hawa ambao nimewataja ndio wenye afadhali? Hilo ni swali ambalo nataka nimuulize Mise na wale ambao ni supporters wengi wa Kenya Kwanza. lakini kwa kweli brother Makiadi, ni mapema mno kuweza kupoteza tu pesa zetu kiholela hivyo, milioni hizo zote zimepotea. Lakini tumwache Mise, pengine anaweza tudescribia bali zimeenda, lakini kama hakuna cha msingi chenye kimetengenezwa, basi ni hapa mapema, tusisubiri. Let's impeach this government, form another new government.
Aya, ngoja Mise, ngoja tena, ngoja utapata nafasi pia wewe. Naona Mato anasema hapa kwa comment tumemweka nje. Oh, amedrop. Haya, sawa basi. Mise, wajua nilikuwa nasoma hiyo habari ambayo nimekupatia, hiyo taarifa ambayo nilikuwa nakupatia saa hii. Labda ningekupatia yote kwa uzima, ama ni uzima, taarifa yote mzima ambayo inasema namna hii: Ruto's education CS Machogu under fire after misuse of 800 million. The story goes like this. President William Ruto's education CS secretary Dr. Ezekiel Machogu is under fire after Kenyans ganged up against him. This comes after the CS misused 800 million public money, spending 2 million on salt only. During the breakdown, hapa sasa alikuwa ameenda kwa Senate pale kuulizwa maswali. Anasema during the breakdown, Machogu said that 457 million shillings was spent on buying rice. 115 million shillings was spent on buying beans. 43 million was spent on buying vegetable oil. In addition, the soft-spoken CS said that 2 million shillings was used to buy salt. So katika contribution yake alikuwa anasema the money that we are talking about here comprises of 457 million shillings, rice worth 457, beans worth 115, vegetable oil worth 43 million, and salt worth 2 million for the last 1 month in the 10 counties. Hata nimekupatia muda mrefu sana, si miezi mitatu, ni mwezi mmoja, 1 month. So the past 1 month in only 10 counties, I think this is feeding schools. The government has spent 800 million, he told the committee during his grilling at the Senate chambers. Even after breaking this down, many legislators put him on the spot, asked him about the schools where those listed items were taken. I am also very skeptical, that's somebody that I'm quoting, I am also very skeptical because your list does not show if the schools got the food. This list is showing the requirements of the school. Can you tell us where the taxpayers' money has gone? Nominated Senator Peris Tobiko asked. All senators have said that this program is not in their counties. You are insisting it is happening, but we are not seeing it on the ground. Where is it? She added. Angry Kenyans were not left behind, either as they ganged up against the new CS, education CS. Some said they were busy looking for ways to recover their campaign money, while others regretted voting for Ruto's government. Kindly view the attached for more angry reactions, blah, 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 from Twitter followers. Sasa, Mise, tumekuja kwako sasa. Wakati unatutetea, hebu tuambie, hizi pesa ambazo unashinda ukituambia hapa, hata PK amefanya mzuri kuja. PK tuko na chambua hapa pesa zingine ambazo education CS anaitwa Machogu, inasemekana kwa 1 month yenye imepita ametumia 800 million Kenyan shillings kwa feeding program in 10 counties in 1 month. Na senators wa hizo counties wanasema hawaoni hiyo pesa mahali inatumika. So wakati aliambiwa breakdown hii kitu, akasema ametumia 457 million kununua mchele, ametumia 115 million kununua maharagwe, ametumia 43 million kununua mafuta ya kukaanga ama mafuta ya kupika, na milioni mbili imenunua chumvi, salt. Alafu Misi anakuja kutupatia hapa habari mingi sana, ati kwamba mtukufu rais wake ambaye sisi tunamuita nabii ametembea kule nje sign agreements na investors. So nilikuwa nampigia hesabu hapa nikamwambia kufikia saizi hata Linet amenisahihisha hapa, the prophet in quotes nabii amekopa 122 billion kutoka South Korea. IMF ilimpatia 433 million US dollars. Alafu Afrexim Bank imempatia 366 billion Kenya shillings loan. So ninapiga rafu hesabu hapo, inaingia karibu trillion moja in 1 month yenye amezurura huko nje. Sasa swali langu ninaenda kwa Mise, ukituambia hapa mnafanya maendeleo na kubadilisha maisha wa Kenya, hebu tueleze hizi pesa zimeenda wapi tafadhali?
Asante sana Bwana Makiadi, lakini ningependa sana kukuhimiza kwamba kama hautaki pia tumuite Bwana Raila Amolo Odinga mganga, basi itabidi ukome kumuita rais nabii. Kwa hivyo kwa sababu hata sisi mkitukana rais ama kwa saa zingine, ningependa sana uheshimu ofisi ya rais kama haumuheshimu William Ruto mwenyewe. Kwa hivyo afadhali you address the office of the presidency, respect it and address it with the due respect kuliko kuita ofisi ambayo ni nabii. Lakini kama mnataka basi tuende kwa hiyo njia ya kuitana nabii, pia sisi tunaweza tukaita waganga ama mganga. Kwa hivyo vile mtakata pia sisi tutakata tu hivyo. La muhimu ningependa kusema kwanza, if there is any tribe in Kenya that should abstain from attacking William Ruto, it is the Kikuyus. If there is any tribe in Kenya ambayo ime abuse Raila Amolo Odinga and stole from him not once, twice, thrice, it is the Kikuyu tribe. So it's only pretentious of them to come and castigate William Ruto because waliibia Raila Amolo Odinga several times. I think the hope of the Kikuyus was that Raila Amolo Odinga, given his age, would stay in office, short-lived in office, and therefore they will take again power to go back to the Kikuyus. So I think for me, the last tribe that actually should be on the last line to even try to pretend that they are protecting Raila Amolo Odinga is the Kikuyu tribe. They know. Walimuibia na wakaapisha their people usiku. They stole from him. So any Kikuyu that I see who is there, who was not at the forefront to fight for Raila when he duly won, I think is pretentious. Now let me address something here. You know, the responsibility, one of the responsibility of the government, maybe we should ask our questions. Are governments allowed to borrow on behalf of the country? You know, this is a question. And when we ask ourselves this question, what is that borrowing known as? It's public debt. So when does the government borrow? When its expenditure exceeds its revenue. That is when the government will go out and borrow. Now, that being said, the president has made several attempts in goodwill and in the effort of fulfilling the mandate of the government. He made the effort of coming up with a registration of people in order to advance and enhance revenue collection through taxes. by registering people, akapingwa. He's came up with the Hustler Fund, rolling it out, and I believe it's going to get rolled out December 1st. Pia ikapingwa. And the president has made very many attempts in goodwill to bring investors and sell the country out there, and create diplomatic agreements for on behalf of his citizens or the citizens of the Republic of Kenya. Bado tunampinga. Sasa ndio nashindwa. Why are we so hell-bent kupinga? Unajua kuna kitu yenye Stone PK, if I want to oppose the government when they are wrong, when there's corruption, when they are not, when there is injustice, that is what I want to oppose the government. I will follow you, Stone PK, as a revolution and fight to the teeth, to fight and make sure that I have challenged the injustices, I've challenged corruption, and that is what I'm committed. But if we are going to ensure that we are going to pin down everything, I think we will lose the objectivity of correcting the government and become very personal, and because maybe we have personal vendettas, which we have actually asked Rigathi Gachagua to stop. There's also this idea or imagination. Actually, it's a wildest imagination. And Stone PK, you are a soldier in this, that you are going to impeach Ruto and take the government over to the right people. And this is, I find this coming a lot from Azimio diehards. This is an attempt to sabotage the government of William Ruto and make it look like it is a government that is incapable of delivering on its mandate, securing and protecting its citizens, not providing food security, not providing jobs, not creating employment. This is the narrative that is out there. So I want to think that people should begin to know that Kenya has only one president right now, and that is the president who is in charge. And if you really want to try it, absolutely, try. I think our focus should be, how can we fight corruption? How can we eliminate corruption? The moment we put systems in place to eliminate corruption, this all stories of who did what, Machogu spent this money and did that and that, you know what? It will be a forgotten case. So the problem is not Ruto. The problem is not Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. The problem is us Kenyans who are corrupt. So our leaders should fight to make sure that they have put systems in place to fight and impede or protect people from taking advantage of government resources and being corrupt. If we fight that, our country will prosper. And I think when we do that, this name calling and shaming of personalities will disappear, because the systems will work. Whether it's Raila who is in power, whether it's Ruto who is in power, the system will redirect him to do the right thing. That is, for me, that's what I'm advocating for this government to do. This is not about William Ruto. This is not about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta or even Raila Amolo Odinga. This is about the future generation, the foundation that we lay. If we fight the impunity, the culture of impunity, and inculcate and lay a new foundation that will defend anyone who comes to power from abusing the power, being corrupt, and so on, I think that is what we are lacking. So to address your issue of Machogu, whether it was Raila Amolo Odinga who was elected today as the President of the Republic of Kenya, there will be those people who are not actually even in that position that you have mentioned, below that, who maneuver and knows how the system works and will swindle the public funds. So this is not about Ruto. This is about the culture of corruption that we have in Kenya. And if this is about William Ruto, Stone PK, when you nod your head, you're trying to say that during Kibaki's time, there was no corruption. During Moi's time, there was no corruption. During Uhuru's time, there was no corruption. So Ruto is beginning his presidency. We hope that he will lay foundation to fight corruption, and let us give him time. And I believe that he will deliver on his mandate.
I think, Misa, you cautiously avoided my question with regards to borrowing. That's number one. You never talked anything. You never addressed anything about borrowing. PK, hold on kidogo tu. I'll come to you. Misa, you also avoided the issue of the 1 trillion shillings that the government has borrowed over the past 1 month. What has the money done for our country? And when you talk about this, the president, whom you want us to respect, I just want to, before I give PK an opportunity to grill you, let me just do you a favor here.
Defended the Jubilee administration against claims by opposition leaders that it has plunged the country into an economic crisis. Speaking at a fundraiser at Gikondi Catholic Parish in Nyeri County on Sunday, Ruto said the Jubilee government had a clear vision when making development proposals to Parliament.
We are responsible leaders. We are a responsible government. We have demonstrated over the last 5 years that we know what is priority and what is important for the people of Kenya.
Deputy President William Ruto was responding to ODM leader Raila Odinga, who told the government not to overburden Kenyans with taxes and instead fight corruption, saying the huge amount of money lost through graft is enough to clear the debts owed by the country. While defending the Jubilee administration, Ruto has said the opposition should respect the achievements made in the past 5 years.
We can demonstrate using facts and figures that this country has changed for the better. So those who keep on telling us about propaganda, that all resources are being used, or we are taxing people so that it can be used for this or that, for corruption and the rest of the things, we want to tell them, please respect what we have done over the last 5 years.
His sentiments were echoed by Kikuyu MP Kimani Ichung'wah, who said the country should not be governed through conferences and public forums, as suggested by the opposition.
Tuongoze nchi kwa kukaa pamoja kwa parliamentary groups za chama zetu. Sisi wana Jubilee, Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais, wewe na Rais, tuiteni sisi kama wabunge wa Jubilee. Raila Odinga aite wajumbe wake wa ODM, Kalonzo Musyoka aite parliamentary group ya chama chake cha Wiper. Sisi wote tujadiliane.
The deputy president was accompanied by leaders from Central Region who urged President Uhuru Kenyatta to free Kenyans from the new 16% value-added tax on petroleum products that has led to increased prices of basic commodities.
Naibu Rais, tunakuomba, manake mnaketi na rais, tupate kikao cha faraga, kikao cha haraka kati ya ninyi mkiwa na mdosi na sisi kama wabunge, hata kama ni kesho, mambo haya tuyasuluhishe, maisha iendelee.
Nimesikia Raila Odinga akisema kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta akirudi hiyo maneno ya VAT atamaliza. Mimi sababu sijui wanaongeanga wapi, wacha niamini hiyo ni ukweli. Lakini kabla ufanye hivyo, hata sisi wengine ambao hauko mlikuwa mnaongea na Raila, ukuje tukae chini tuulizane hiyo maswali.
This comes a day after a group of opposition leaders cautioned against excessive borrowing by the Jubilee government. Nur Abdulaziz, NTV.
Deputy President William Ruto is expected to present his papers before IEBC Saturday. And his Kenya Kwanza counterparts today took their bottom-up economic model to Nairobi County.
Tutapanga ajira ya vijana ama vyeo ya viongozi? Tutakopa deni ama kwanza tutafuta pesa ya kuzalisha chakula tuondoe njaa? Si jameni, tuondoe njaa kwanza.
66 days to the March anticipated 2022 election, and his team, among them his running mate Rigathi Gachagua, made several stopovers in Kamulu, Ruai, Utawala, campaigning for their formation.
Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mwaka huu, miezi miwili imesalia, ni lazima tujikomboe, tujiondoe kwa hali ya hatari. Tuko pamoja? Na suluhisho ni nani?
The Kenya Kwanza team took a swipe to President Uhuru Kenyatta over what they termed as continued borrowing, accusing the Jubilee government of plunging the country into debt, saying it had raised the cost of living.
Wale majamaa wa kuzimia ati wanataka kuendelea ati kukopa pesa, ati wanataka kuendelea na capital intensive projects ambayo inafaidi watu wachache. Tunataka tuwaambie hii serikali ya mahasla, tutabadilisha hiyo maneno. Tutawachana na kukopa pesa, tutatafuta investment. Tutawachana na capital intensive programs, tutatafuta labor intensive programs.
Kwa hivyo yeye akiingia, madeni itapanda, bei ya mafuta itapanda, bei ya unga itapanda, bei ya school fees itapanda, bei ya healthcare itapanda. Yeye anasema lazima aendelee vile rais anayestaafu anafanya.
Siku hizi unakopa ndio uende ukalipe mkopo, kwa sababu maisha yamekuwa magumu sana. Wale jamaa wa kuzimia, si nilikuwa huko, hawana mpango mwingine wa Kenya, wanataka kuendeleza Kenya vile imeendelezwa na ile serikali iko. Kumaanisha ya kwamba maisha yako hayatabadilika, maisha yataendelea tu vile vile.
Njia ya kupunguza bei ya vyakula ni kufukuza mtu ya kitendawili na kuweka William Ruto ndio tupunguze bei ya chakula. Tuko tayari.
At the same time, they pledge that they will ensure that the common Kenya accumulates wealth, saying it will help solve the ever-present unemployment issue facing the youth. After drumming up support for the bottom-up economic model,
Hey, Stone BK. Wanasema makambo ezalimi nene.
Makambo ezalimi nene. Bwana Mise, ndugu yangu, I'm sure wewe ni umeelewa Kiswahili kabisa. Yaani hauko na upungufu wowote wa msamiati wa lugha ya Kiswahili. Nadhani kwa kweli Kiswahili ulikisoma kabisa, maana ni lugha yako ya taifa. Now, hiyo matangazo ama clips zimechezwa na ndugu yetu Makiati, nadhani zimezungumziwa kwa lugha ya urahisi mno. Urahisi tu. Na Bwana Mise, ningekuwa mimi ni wewe. Na nadhani Mise wewe unafanya comedy. Bado sijaamini kwamba wewe uja kwa hii TV ukiwa unaamini ati serikali ya Ruto itapeleka Kenya mahali popote. I just hope that you just come so that we can have a debate mahali kuna opposing and proposers, kama vile tulikuwa tunafanya secondary na aswa secondary. College kulikuwa hakuna maneno ya debate. Yeah? College ilikuwa ni reality. Once you are on the left, you are on the left. When you are on the right, you are on the right. So, na tungekuwa college Mise tungekukanyanga mbambo. Hata hakuna mahali tungekupatia hiyo uwanja ya kuzungumza yale You are insulting Kenyan. You and Ruto. These are the plain kabisa. Wallahi billahi nyinyi, yani mnatutusi tu mkiwa mmefungua macho hivi. Those clips were played a few months ago. And Mise, tafadhali uturudie hizo clips uzicheze ukiwa free. You will never come to Mtembei to say the things you are saying. That we are demeaning our government. It's a government of thugs and liars, Mise. There is no way kama ulikuwa unaniibia ng'ombe zangu, utakuja na ziko kwako naziona kwako, ukichinja na ukila, uje kwangu naanza kuniambia nikuheshimu kwa sababu ushakuwa chifu wetu. Never. It's only a foolish person who will do that. And as we are speaking today, It's only Kenyans who believe in stealing, and as I keep on saying, a very huge percentage of Kenyans are thieves. Tunapenda kuiba, ndio tunaitanga ati nilicheza mahali, nililapa mtu, nilipiga deal. I was in the generation that was talking about the deal. You put on a tie, and what unapitia unaenda kwa maofisi ya serikali ukiwa umevaa tie, na envelope ya brown, moving from one office to the other. Ukiulizwa unaendaga kufanya nini ofisini, ati mimi niko na deal office of the president, niko na deal kwa hapa. That language was there, and those were the thieves that were being used kupeperusha karatasi from one place to another. So I was of the generation whereby for a very long time City Hall ilikuwa inaosha maji, ina treat maji na chalk. Okay? Na hiyo ilikuwa part of the era ile nilikuwa nimeeleza hapo mbeleni. So someone like me, when you hear me talking, I'm talking what I can give you as total evidence, and I can put my neck on the chopping board and tell you that hakuna mahali Ruto atapeleka hii nchi. And I don't think maybe you are so young. Let the young people continue talking. The young people, hata ukiwachezea hizo clips, they are not interpreting or elewi. Most of them even don't understand Kiswahili. Yeah? So wanadanganywa vile wanadanganywa tu. Hata wajua wakiambiwa, most of them even don't read to understand what it means, what borrowing means. Yeah? And that's why for them it was pesa mfukoni. That's the easiest they could understand. And they were able to cheer what they are cheering there. So tell me, of all those things that have been mentioned on the clips, are they not contrary to what I was telling you? Uchore 2 lines, upande huu andika Azimio promises, na upande ingine andika Kenya Kwisha promises. Let us look at who is really doing what. At the time umesema ati hata kama ingekuwa ni Raila ameingia ingekuwa hivi. That's a very tired thinking, Bana Mise and those other fans of yours. Why are you thinking that Raila would have done this kind of shit that Ruto is doing? Really? Kenyans know. Kenyans know that there is nothing that Raila has ever mentioned or promised and it has not come to pass. Look at when he held kidogo 2 ministry kule, he fired Ruto. That tells you that is a guy of whatever. You are telling me, sijui there was corruption in Kibaki and all that. People are dealt with. What we don't have is that we have a hyena leading a government and you expect it to take care of the fees. It's not possible. If it was somebody else in Ruto's government heading the presidency, I would say maybe we give it a chance. But now we have Stag, Mwizi, your head, Mwizi Mudogo, your deputy. Okay? Then you have all those waizi wa kuleta fake things into the country, wakichomwa na vitu zile wameimport, ndio hao ndio wako kwa Ministry of Trade. You have watu wa kunengua viuno. You have, and then Mise, you are telling me that we should be fair with this government. In fact, this government, as I keep on telling Kenyans, don't wait to be burnt alive. Timua hii serikali mbio. Yes, you are right. You are saying, there is one president. Yes, alijiapisha. Okay, aliiba in broad daylight. Na huyu mtu wa kuiba broad daylight anatimuliwa broad daylight. Sasa hiyo tu ndio dawa. Hatutakopa. Hiyo hesabu ukipiga imekuja 1 trillion. You are not telling us 1 trillion as of now in 30 days. What has it done? Unaambua mchele, sijui mafuta, sijui chumvi ya milioni 2. My good God. Really? Mise? Sema tu, you are here to entertain us, but I don't want to believe that you are seated there. And those of you akina Geoffrey mna support Wezi, you would want to also to almost make us believe that birds of a feather always flock together. You could be the same birds. Unablabda, yeah. Because unasema, show me your friend and I'll tell you who you are. I believe anybody supporting Ruto can qualify to be a doctor in that field. Yeah? And that is automatic. Somebody supporting kanaitwa nani yako Kachiet. Ule ameiba pesa, amekula pesa ya serikali, imekuja akaambiwa ati atarudishiwa. Anybody who is clapping and cheering that person is also a thief. All right? Then you tell us to give them time. Half of the ukiangalia hiyo cabinet yote wezi tupu. Kama si mwizi ni incompetent. And then we sit here saying we have hope for Kenya. Lakini mkifuata mambo ya mize mtakuja kujuta. Lastly, let me say this way. Whether people say Kenyans are being incited or they are not, it will happen. Manake njaa ndio itawatoa kule wako. Njaa itawatoa huko kanisani, because hata kanisani kimbilio hamna. Kanisani pesa ile inatolewa ni pastor anakula peke yake. Alright? And sooner than later, Kenyans will realize that there is no safety in the church. Hakuna kimbilio katika kanisa la sasa huko Kenya. Alright? Mkienda pale ni kukamuliwa, ati mnaambiwa mnatoa sadaka. Sadaka mnaambiwa how much you are supposed to remove, because it has been infiltrated by evil and it has been indoctrinated by one, the purported president of that country. So let nobody try to convince us, for those of us who have eyes and have seen what good governance looks like and what good leaders look like. For those of us who know what chapter 6 is all about, okay? But if you are part of the bigger majority of Kenyans who believe in stealing, then of course you'll be here yapping and saying that Ruto is the best and all that. But for those who know what integrity is, we can tell you we are in for a surprise, and we are getting deeper into that S-hole. Asante Makiadi.
Thank you PK. I think nimekuwa na connection mbaya kidogo, but I hope it will be okay. Misi umetuwekea dirisha curtain, lakini ni sawa tu. Enda uconsult, ukuje hapa na majibu. I can see Julia is here. Good to see you, Julia. Hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Sisi tumepiga siasa kuanzia saa 10, ilikuwa saa 10 ama saa ngapi, mpaka saa hii bado tuko hapa. So karibu, it's your time to also say what you have. Tumekuwa na a lot of videos, we have talked a lot. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to what we said, but you're welcome.
Asante Makiadi, happy Thanksgiving. PK, Mise, I'm just seeing, Mise is annoying people on the comment section. Mise, kwa nini unakasirisha watu? Sijui kama amekasirisha watu, kila mtu. People are really commenting about Mise, I don't know. I think I missed something that he said, but maybe this is something we wanted to discuss yesterday. Makiadi, remember about the issue of school fees? And I'm just asking myself why this government is interfering with the budget. I mean, what are the laws about the budget? Because I think this subsidy on the school fees is in the budget. Even the subsidy on food, on maize was in the budget. The subsidy on petroleum products was in the budget. So, sijui what are the laws? Where will this money go? That's my question. Hiyo pesa imeenda wapi? How come Uhuru government could afford to do this? Now, the other thing, I watched Makiadi earlier, you played a clip about Parliament, what was happening, Junet and that committee. So I wanted to ask you people, what do these people need to kick those commissioners? I mean, after this said committee, although Junet said it is not well constituted, now, if they bring their proposals to Parliament, what do they need? Do they need that? What do they need? Makiadi, I need to find out that. What do they need? Do they need just simple majority? Or what do they need to kick? Because that is the intention of Ruto. If they need just simple majority, I think they are going to get it. And I think we are going to have another kind of IEBC, something that is close to IEBC or not IEBC. So I don't know what we're going to have. So that's what I need to ask from you people. But about the cost of living and the education costs, Mimi, okay, partly the people of Azimio. I think I belong to the school of thought that I don't believe this government was legally elected. So I don't think this government has the legitimacy. However, now that they're in power and they are making all these decisions, hata wenye watu wa Azimio wanaumia. Lakini mimi ningetaka kusema wale watu akina Mise na wengine, sijui Mise ameenda wapi, those people who are supporting Ruto, they are also suffering under the same cost of living. Now, what are they going to do to their children? How many Kenyans can afford 70,000 Kenya shillings? I saw it was an average of 70,000 Kenya shillings. Na saa hizo uzihesabu pocket money, shopping, ama uniform or anything else. So maybe, I don't know. CGPK, how many Kenyans can afford that? How many Kenyans can afford 70,000 Kenya shillings? So my question is, I listened to PK earlier, and I think Martin Deto, and I think Jiro. I think I want to agree with you. Now, Kenyans are going to sit and tolerate this nonsense like we did the days of Moi, or what we're gonna do? PK, sijui wacha nifikishe hapo anisikie maoni yanyu, lakini munijibu. How will Parliament handle this? What is expected? Do they need a simple majority or a 2/3 majority to kick out the 4 IEBC commissioners?
Okay, I think I played a video here before you came in, and it briefly was talking about how Parliament, let me see what Parliament needs to kick out the proceedings of removing the IEBC. I don't know. I'm looking for that video. If I find it, how? Okay, let me just play this first.
Commission continue to put up a legal battle in a bid to stay in office and complete their terms. The Constitution is clear on the removal of constitutional office holders. As per Article 251 of the Constitution, a member of a commission other than an ex-officio member or the holder of an independent office may be removed from office only for 1, serious violation of the Constitution or any other law, including a contravention of Chapter 6, 2, gross misconduct, whether in the performance of the members or office holders' functions or otherwise, 3, physical or mental incapacity to perform the functions of office, 4, incompetence, or 5, bankruptcy. Now, a person desiring the removal of a member of a commission or a holder of an independent office on any ground specified above may present a petition to the National Assembly setting out the alleged facts constituting that ground. The National Assembly shall then consider the petition, and if it is satisfied that it discloses a ground under the above reasons, then they shall send the petition to the President. The President may suspend the member pending the outcome of the complaint and appoint a tribunal. Now, the tribunal shall investigate the matter expeditiously, report on the facts, and make a binding recommendation to the President, who shall then act in accordance with the recommendation within 30 days. And well, KTN News.
So I see Makiadi. I see now they're gonna remove them because I don't see any votes there. Like, see anywhere any subjecting to a vote. I think they're gonna remove them. So I think Kenyans should be prepared for that. Though I liked what Junet was doing, I think we should be prepared for that. That's my take.
Yes, Don PK.
Yeah, Julia, it's good you have seen the answer. Before you came, I think I submitted before, and I told the guys that that's a done deal. They are going home. They are already home indeed. Kitinini yao imekwisha. The deal is sealed. Because I justified by saying it's only here to Mtembe we keep on talking about constitution, parliament, sijui president, nini. Hii kitu ni jua kali ya Ruto. Is known to be jua kali guy number 1. Yani alisoma kwa another jua kali man called Moi, Arab Moi. These guys will be fired. There will be nothing, there will be no commissions that will be ever constituted constitutionally because 1, let me use a simple term, Ruto suspended the constitution the day alipo drop Bible the first thing alifanya was to suspend the constitution. So right now, Ruto ako kwa free fall, or it is their holiday. There is no constitution that is being followed. You've seen he has dismantled anything that holds anything to control. So, because that is Ruto. You know, people don't know Ruto very well. Ruto does not follow any order. Give me one thing he has followed. Go read about Amaco, an insurance that has fleet money from the government. Kulipa, kupata pesa tu, they don't pay. They don't pay what we call, if you have an accident or anything, they don't. You just sack. Ruto is a one-way guy, and he's seconded by Kachagua. They are one way. Ruto and his government are people who budget for what they are going to steal. That is one of the things that Kenyans could not know. You know, and I'm telling Kenyans because most of us are thieves. When you are in an institution or somewhere, ukifanya budget, una budget ile utaiba. Ukiwa kwa ofisi ya serikali, you heard that chai, a cup of tea, was being budgeted at 150,000 or 150 shillings. You see, so that you have what to steal. It is in everywhere.
Stone unaongea juu ya chai kuwa 150. Hii ministry budget nimekupigia saa hii, chumvi moja ilikuwa inauzwa 500. Chumvi.
Yes, chumvi ya 45.
Which ministry is that? You're talking about
education. Yeah. Education ministry. For the past 1 month, they have spent 800 million shillings.
Education ministry is withdrawing the funding. You know, when I saw the funding distribution, I want to say that Uhuru and Kibaki did a good job. I worked in the education sector in the days of Kibaki and partly Uhuru. And I want to say this, that I can tell Kenyans that Uhuru and Kibaki's government financed tuition in all public schools. Children were able to get free stationery. Children were able to get textbooks, a ratio of 1:1. I'm talking about Kenyan government schools from class 1 to form 4. Naongea juu ya class 1 to form 4. Mwanafunzi alikuwa anaingia shule form 1, anaambiwa unafanya math. You know, Kenyan kids take so many subjects. That's what some of us may not know. Kenyan kids in form 1, they take about 12 subjects. They take the compulsory subjects, math, English, Kiswahili. Then they take 3 sciences in form 1, chemistry, physics, biology. Then they take 2 humanities. Then they take 1, 2, or 3 technical subjects, which sometimes add up to 12 subjects. Mwanafunzi anaingia form 1, anapewa kitabu ya hesabu ya KLB. Sijui kama PK nyinyi mlitumia KLB. Secondary mathematics form 1. Anapewa ya English. Tena anapewa set books because they read set books. They read story books and set books. And then anapewa ya English, ya Kiswahili, ya biology, ya chemistry, ya physics. Alafu anapewa notebook 200 pages. So those 2 governments did that. I can confirm to you. So, and then the government also finances things like the lab equipment, and pays some of the support staff like the BASA in some of the big schools with big populations. And on top of that, pays all the teachers, that all the teachers under the Teacher Service Commission are paid by the government. Now, if Ruto is going to withdraw that funding, mimi nataka kuuliza Wakenya, nyinyi Wakenya, hata kama mko na upumbavu wa hali ya juu, what PK was asking here, even if you are so dumb, seriously, now I agree with PK, something needs to be done. So mnasikia hii budget, they are budgeting for stealing. Wameona hiyo pesa ni mingi sana, they better make their parents pay, so they're gonna pocket that money. So I'm waiting to listen how Mr. will defend that. I didn't hear him defend. Maybe that's why people are picking a fight with him on the comment section. Sikusikia vile Mr. alisema, lakini haya maneno ya masomo, I think now we are going too far.
PK, endelea, tumekukatisia.
Umenikatia, ni vizuri tu kuchangia. So basically, nafikiria tumemjibu Julia that our commissioners are on their way out. They cannot fit in hii serikali ya wezi. hii serikali ya bandits, serikali ya rapists, serikali, it's the worst. Then on that note also, Kenyans should sit, if we sit laying eggs, then don't cry when once upon a time a country called Kenya will be no more. And I know when people hear us talking about this, they want to see any a pipe dream. You know, most Kenyans, as much as some Kenyans travel, most of them, especially hao unasikia wana confuse na Ruto, Hasla, nini, they don't know anything beyond the area. Mtu kama ni Wanyeri pale Mukurweni, anajua tu hapo Nyeri Mukurweni. Mtu kama ni wakule mahali, yani you just know your village. Sasa hapo hiyo village, wewe ukiona kinaendelea, you don't know. Even most of them don't know how big Kenya is or how small Kenya is. When they hear kuna vita Congo, they even don't know where Congo is. That is how bad it is. Kenyans have very learned people and very illiterate people. That's why we are having that serious problem. And Ruto came to utilize the very illiterate people, okay, ambao kwa kweli hawezi endeleza mbele ama nyuma. Because if as of today, bado Ruto can address a meeting and people clap and cheer, then you will agree with me that there is something extremely wrong with a very big number of, a group of people in Kenya calling themselves hustlers. It is something else I wanted to touch on in terms of this money that they are taking. It is no wonder. It's hakuna surprise. Remember, they started stealing from campaign. They changed the names of everything. Walichange jina ya madeni ikakuwa sasa itakuwa wanaitwa investors. Okay? Because huyu ni mwizi sugu. Mwizi hatari Julia. Yaani mtu akija kukuibia hapo kwako amekuja amekusoma karibu 1 year. How you drive in, how you behave at your gate, yani anajua mpaka when you enter, where you sit, where you put your handbag. Yani amekustudy. So this guy comes with that script. Kwa hivyo huyu alijua wa Kenya sasa, because number one, what we'll do, tukiingia we need to steal as much as possible, tena haraka kabisa, the way they did with Kenya Power. Kenya Power, with Kenyans walikuwa na complain, bili imeenda juu, alafu mnaambiwa nini? Ati cost of running the electricity imeenda juu. Kwetu maji ya Sagana ndio inapiga Kindaruma, inapiga hizo dams zote. Cost imeenda juu ya nini? Na ni maji inapiga hiyo ni turbine. It is not diesel. Turbine inazungushwa na maji. The only time maji inapungua ni kukiwa na ukame mtotana ikinini. But we bought the garbage, we bought the rubbish. But electricity had to go up. So hizo inaenda juu na tunaambiwa on carrier, now we have sijui well 1, well 2, well 3, well number 25, sijui ni. Ukienda on carrier you have thermo nini mvuke kila mahali. Na unaambiwa imekuwa fed kwa nini. But we bought the idea. The electricity became the most expensive electricity in sub-Sahara. In a sub-Saharan country. We are still top in terms of that. Okay? So, tunaibiwa, watu wanasema hapana, ni vile kunaenda. Right now, hizo trillion inachukuliwa, it's just going directly to kwa mfuko. There is no accountability for that money, my friend. And Ruto ataenda mpaka miguu ipule. Lazima atatembea sana. He needs a lot of money for him to steal and for him to bribe everybody else. So when his legs are getting swollen, I sympathize with him because amekava mileage kubwa sana. He's really working very hard because ataiba nini? Lazima atafute pesa ya kuiba, alafu nyinyi wa Kenya ndio mtalipa. It's the same deal as SGR. Get the money, 3, 4, 5 times, Kenyans will still pay. You get those old coaches and all that. Alafu anasema SGR ndio hiyo. So when Kenyans sit with Akinamize saying that we sit and wait to move, once bitten twice shy. In my tribe we say ule aliumwa na nyoka akiona kamba anarukanga futi 10 juu. Sisi kama Mize wewe na sione kama unaona ni kama ulikuwa zile mbaya lakini una behave as if wewe ulikuja 1990. As we know what it means, Julia has actually ran it very well. We even know Kenyatta government, Kenyatta one, as much as it was a new government, we never bought anything. No stationery was bought in primary schools, even secondary school. I don't remember. Mimi sikumbuki nikinunua kitabu throughout. Kutoka nursery, I mean class 1, all the way mpaka form 5 and 6, I never bought any book. Yeah, tumekuja kununua vitabu siku ya Moi. And why we are so mad is because Moi is from the same school with this guy. So Moi did it, what he did for 24 years. This guy, what he will do in the next 2 years, kama atakaa 2 years, utakuja nini. I hope Mtembe will be here. I will be coming just to listen as you lament, kusaga meno na kuitana. Today, 20,000 shillings for an ordinary Kenyan to pay school fees. It's unbelievable. It's impossible. So what does that mean? Ruto is killing education the way Moi killed education. Because most kids will drop out. Most people will not go to school. In 10, 15 years, you will have a boom, a zombie group of dropouts, class 4, class 2. All right? There will be very few people going to secondary school. The same thing that Moi did. Yeah. So once you kill education, then you have killed that nation. In fact, you will become now the real hustlers, wealthy, to be a Kenya community of thieves, these young people. And we will see now where those who are calling themselves were those where they will be living. Yeah. So Ruto means nowhere, no good. You can't borrow 2 trillion, and out of that, hakuna pesa hiyo ya continue subsidizing education. You can't have all your... Now, if I ask, means, what is Ruto's priority? At least give us 2 priorities that we have. Quick impact priorities. Don't tell me about fertilizer na hiyo maneno ingine. Tell me what he has to salvage wananchi in the next 6 months. 0. The guy should go home. In fact, we hope he collapses while he's on those trips. Ama ile ndege anaenda nayo tu ianguke hata wakiwa wengi. We don't mind the collateral damage. It has reached that bad. When you wish even your fellow Kenyan, he's my Kenyan, but maybe actually it can only do us good by kujiuzuru tu. Ajiuzuru kabisa. Thank you very much. Back to you, Julia or Makiadi.
I'm struggling to pronounce this name. PK nisaidie kupronounce hili jina.
Usiume ulimi, sema tu SS anon na hiyo utajua.
That is what akina PK used to tell us when we were, and it really used to annoy us. Unasimama unasikia.
Yeah. Huyu alikuwa mgondi wa hizo siku. Wewe prof unaonekana wewe ulikuwa chairman wewe.
Can you SS? Can you show your face first? So na imeambiwa nikukaribishe utoe maoni yako. Karibu.
Yeah, thank you, Julia.
The best place to get soccer
Reading how to write and how to write, how to write and how to read, is it? Hi, PK. Miss is absent and brother has just come. Where is Richie Makiadi? And he played some scripts here which I wanted to make a reference to. Some of the things that Makiadi has played here goes back to some of the promises that were given during the campaigns. Some time back, I did say that if the manifestos and the promises have so much weight that they can make somebody be elected, I think these things need to be entrenched in the Constitution. If we ever have an opportunity to change the Constitution, I think we need to entrench these promises by presidential candidates, so that the moment Kenyans are hoodwinked and they elect you because of what you say on those cars and what you promise to do, automatically, once somebody is elected, they should become legally binding. It is the only way that you'll be able to follow somebody to say that, look, you promised that you will put down the Bible, and you have done so. So you are supposed to deliver on this. Without that, this hot air of Martha Koome and wild goose chases is going to kill everything. You do realize, if you listen to somebody like Mise talking here, it's like the promises were neither here nor there. Now, if for whatever reason Kenyans have relied on those promises to elect you, then there you are. Now, you do realize that the attitude taken by the current president is that, like, he doesn't believe in those promises himself. And given the circumstances surrounding the winning of that election, he may well say that, well, even if I promised you, but what contributed to me winning the elections? So what do you have to come to cast to insist that 100 days have passed, so I do X, Y, Z? If you are not the one that brought me where I am, I know how I got where I am. I owe you nothing. If I promise the hunger will come down and the hunger has not come down, I may well have to remind you that you are not the one who made me president. Maybe the Venezuelans did. So what do I owe you, Stone? Give me break. Give me a break. I know you voted for me, but to win, I used the other route. So what do I owe you to come and try to pin me down at I've not delivered this, I've not delivered this, I said I will not borrow? That's what Richie was playing there. How they insisted the borrowing, they defended the borrowings. And I think today is it in Korea, they were busy borrowing some more. Yet in the promises during the campaigns, that would never happen again. So that's why I'm saying that Kenyans, if we ever have an opportunity to change this constitution, we must make sure that those presidential promises during the campaigns, immediately the Bible comes down, they are legally binding, so that you can take them. Unfortunately, I wanted to say you can take them to court and pursue them, but remember yesterday I said there that the judiciary is rogue, captured, parliament is rogue, captured, executive is rogue, captured, the church is rogue, captured. So where will Kenyans run to? Nowhere. Now this Cherera, the 4 commissioners which are being taken there, Julia, I would remind you that this is a script which the beginning and the end are already known. Now, the rest of these are now just the cries of Chura, which cannot stop the cow from drinking water. Now, by the end of the day, there's going to be some voting there in that committee. And you and me know how that voting is going to go. So then you ask yourself, what's the cause of all this? Remember, the parliamentarians are busy making allowances there. After that hearing, you are going to hear how much they have consumed, how many millions they have consumed just to listen to that case. Now, the rest of it will just be water under the bridge. Now, what exactly is going to happen? Now, what I foresee in this case, the 4 commissioners, the matter will end up with the tribunal, the way they are saying. And maybe before then, if the matter ends up in court, there may be some partial revisiting of the election issues. There are likely to be some partial revisiting of the election issues. Remember, some of the petitions that were presented before the Supreme Court, there were accusations on Chebukati. And again, there were also accusations from the 4 commissioners. Now, the Supreme Court, in their own whatever it is, did not find any of these people culpable for anything. Except I think Chebukati was found to have overutilized his powers. He was the only one of all the commissioners who was found to have something to answer. Now, if these 4 commissioners now have something to answer to Parliament, you can see it is all politics. Now, the best thing that could have happened here is not for people to go and start issuing press statements. If I was in Kenya, I would urge myself to take the audacity to get Kenyans on the streets to demonstrate against Parliament doing what they are doing. It's the only way to stop it. But the courts, the script is already written. Parliament, the script is already written. Ruto is waiting to make the tribunal. The script is already there. Now, these other fellows who are struggling, who will take over from Baba, who will take over from who? Some people are saying that why is Mutata in the Senate? He should be in the streets or going to the courts. But going to the courts, you can see, is pointless because the courts are already captured. Any matter landing in court is likely to go nowhere. Now, where does that leave Kenyans? It is the streets. It's only the streets that you can force Ruto to deliver on the promises that he made. Parliament cannot, the judiciary cannot, the police cannot, the couriers, the executive cannot. You have limited choices. The fact that Azimio did not win the elections have relegated them to almost completely nowhere. They have nothing to stand on to make a point. Those MPs attending the committee meetings are basically there to earn their allowances. And that is, I think, as far as it can go. So if people are serious that you want these things stopped, because remember, even Chebukati, Kenyans had issues. Today, there are so many things which Chebukati is accused of. They have not been resolved. I think a part of it is, some part of them are in court, but who is pursuing? The court is part of the executive. The executive is the court. So where will that end you? Kenyans are on their own. The only way you can put pressure to stop any of these things, for me, from what I see, the matter, it lies in the courts. If you have weekly demos there that these cases must be dropped, I can assure you they'll go nowhere. It is the only way to stop Ruto, to make sure Ruto delivers on his promises and to stop doing the wrong things. I won't stop there for now. Thank you.
Asante, SS, you know where I come from. A consonant is followed by a vowel. So that's where I'm struggling to pronounce that. So, what promises do you want Ruto to deliver? How? Okay, the demonstration part, I agree.
You see, I was just referring to what Makiadi played there. He played a chain of those promises that Ruto made. He promised the issue regarding the issues around the borrowing, the issues around the cost of living. You know, he has honored none of them completely. And that's why I was suggesting that Unfortunately, Parliament is also captured. Now, I was trying to imply that the moment we have an opportunity to change the constitution, these promises which the presidents make, and then make promise after promise, and they make us to elect them. Even if it was Raila for that matter, assuming that we had elected him for the 6,000, then once he's there, he's not delivering. You see, Kenyans are helpless. That is very sad. And that's why I'm suggesting we should get the opportunity to change the constitution. Those promises, those manifestos, the moment somebody pushes down the Bible, they become legally binding.
But what about if somebody doesn't, the constitution is there and is in place, and then someone doesn't still obey the constitution? For example,
that's what I'm saying.
What do you do in the next? What do you do as Kenyans?
No, what I'm saying is this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that there were no issues around the elections, that Ruto won based on his promises and the manifesto. But now he is the president. This manifesto, whatever is there, what Makiadi was playing here about the women charter, the issue on what he promised on the cartels and the elections, what he promised on the Hustler Fund, what he promised on the cost of living, bei ya unga itakuja chini. The moment he put down the Bible, bei ya unga did not come down. The cost of living has only gone up. Now, assuming that is the reason why he was elected, those promises he had made, his manifesto. Now here we are, he's doing the opposite. What do we do? And that's why I'm suggesting the next time we have an opportunity to do anything on this constitution, we make it that mandatory that the moment somebody is elected, that manifesto become legally binding. So that if he doesn't deliver it, he has a case to answer and we cannot re-elect him.
Okay,
we should not have a constitution which allows Kenyans, which allows presidential candidates to give promises they don't honor and they get away with it.
Okay, that is if we are going to have, we are not going to have a rogue judiciary. So, Stone PK, Storm, I know you want to ask Kuseo something.
No, I want to help Kuseo. You know, Kuseo, but when the professor SS, don't fall category akinamise, you know. In Kenya today, if elections are held properly, and they have always been held, and if at all the votes were counted and whoever had been voted for becomes the president, the issue of not honoring promises would not come. It is simple as that. To see Mbali, when you elect Mwizi, not to elect, when a thief steals votes and pronounces himself as the president, they will not be delivered. Jubilee did the same. They were lies. They didn't have an agenda. Okay? They didn't. Because what happens, Kenyans vote for people of integrity, for your information. But those who still vote are groups. They are thugs. So you will not have an opportunity to change the constitution. You don't even have to entrench. Promises cannot be entrenched in, it would be, your constitution itakuwa too much. You can't. But can we be allowed to elect Kuseo? Because by the time we are voting for you in our village, hoping you don't reach the election, because as I say, it's only thieves and crooked in your Iebc. And that's why they're the ones who are in government, most places. You do your research, Kuseo. I think you should do that paper. Just research. Usikie ule mtu alipigiwa kura na ikahesabiwa vizuri. Muangalie uone. It is somebody unaweza kumtrust. But those others who rigged from MCA level, my MCA being one of them, he rigged himself. He's a thug, ni mwizi kutoka zamani. But he managed, alipiga watu na nini akachukua. Everywhere you have had election rigged, they are rigged by thugs, and a thug will not come to deliver any promise. Go take that to the bank. So we should not debate on promises being entrenched in the constitution and all that. What we should entrench ourselves in is to overthrow this government and let's create an opportunity where votes will count, or we create an opportunity where we don't have elections. We have people, maybe Jesse or anybody overseeing the activities of our country until we shall be able to really run the country properly. It is possible. We can go Jesse for even 6, 7, 10 years until watu watakuwa sasa wale wana trustika wanaweza kunini. Otherwise, elections, there will be no elections. 2027, no election. 2028, if we continue, there will never be any election in this country that will count, period. Because who will initiate that? Until there will be bloodshed, there will be an overthrow of this system, then we have a new uprising that may install. We might install the first one, we fail, the third one, we'll have to go through a 15-year of try and error. That Kenyans should brave. Or you go through 20, 30 years of Ruto and his cahoots, and there will be no country. Takuwa kama Zambia very soon. Thank you.
So, Kuseo, I want to agree that in a typical situation like the American situation, the constitution can work. And in fact, I don't think that we need anything else. We have a good constitution. We have the chapter 6. But the question is, are we following the chapter 6? No. Look at Ruto's government. Look at his deputy president. Look at his cabinet. Do those people really fulfill the demands of chapter 6? The answer is no. So even thinking about changing the constitution would help us. The real thing, like Stone is saying, we need a real change of our mindset. And we really just need to say that we tried going to the ballot to vote for leaders. We tried having an election. We didn't succeed. We changed the constitution. We have the constitution 2010. We didn't achieve. We achieved a lot, but we are back to square one. So what next? If we demonstrate, if we keep on agitating, I'm thinking about if you have a family or if you have a wife that you have to keep on reminding, mama fulani, naomba ukikaranga chakula unatumia kitunguu. So when you don't complain, she boils the food. Na mafuta ya kondoo. But when you complain, she comes back to her senses. You're going to get tired and try a different style. So what I'm thinking is that now we have tried those good, wonderful things. We have gone to the ballot several times now. We have patiently gone to vote and waited for the votes to be counted patiently. We have written a new constitution 2010, and we have included chapter 6 of the constitution, which we are talking about integrity of our leaders. We have done all that. We've looked at how we can safeguard our commissions. See what is happening to our 4 commissioners. See what is happening. They are literally being thrown out by a rogue government, rogue parliament, rogue judiciary. See what is happening. So what next for Kenyans? We might take demonstrating is not enough. We just have to go beyond that. What PK is saying. With something I don't know what Kenyans will do, but something urgently must happen in Kenya so that never again will any leader from heaven or hell take Kenyans for a ride. Karibu, Brother Benson.
Oh, just a minute, or maybe I come after Benson.
You can talk.
Go ahead, Kuseo. I think Benson is patient.
I wanted to point out something to Stone PK. You see, he's appreciating that we have a rogue judiciary. He's appreciating that we have a rogue executive. And the good thing is, like those clips that Makiadi played there, what you can see there is that they narrate exactly what is happening is the opposite of what Ruto said he will do. Now, to make matters worse, we all know what happens in parliament. We have a rogue parliament, and you know how the scripts in parliament will go. It doesn't matter what those contributors are making on the floor during that committee sitting. Eventually, they are going to vote, and Ruto will have his way, isn't it? Now the tribunal is going to be there. So given rogue judiciary, rogue parliament, rogue executive, and worst of all, the rogue church. So apart from just complaining, I don't know what practical anything that Stone is having in mind that is going to do anything here. Because you can't run to the judiciary, you can't run to parliament, you can't run. And Julia has just said that demonstrations will not do. So then, what will do?
Mapinduzi.
It is just that if I say that we have made a new constitution, we have a rogue parliament, a rogue judiciary, a rogue government, a rogue cabinet, a rogue president and his deputy. We have been demonstrating. We did. So I think if you ask them, the teacher asks you what is 5 times 5, 5 plus 5 is 10, then Kusel, you can tell yourself where we are heading to. Because you see, all of us here, look, Kenyans are pushed to the wall. Kenyans need to take their children to school. Kenyans don't have food. The police are being harassed and mistreated left and right. I don't know that the army is happy too. I mean, think like a Kenyan. What are you thinking? I'm not suggesting anything. I don't know what Kenyans are going to do, but I'm telling you something. I believe something will happen. Something will happen because you cannot push people to the wall. Try pushing your spouse to the wall. Kuseo. Ati leo umemuita sijui mama fulani, kesho umemnyima chakula, kesho kutwa. I'm telling you, you'll get something, you'll get what you're looking for. Yani utapata chenye unatafuta, utakipata. Na hii serikali, I don't know. I believe watakipata chenye wanakitafuta because you see, I don't know how Kenyans are going to handle this. In fact, I don't put myself into their shoes because I think it's a very difficult time in Kenya right now. Both even for those who voted for the government and those who voted for them, I think they are to blame. And that is why I said the other day, I don't want to hear Cheragai open his mouth to say anything against this government. I don't want to hear him because he was there campaigning, even on national TV, talking about how big things they are going to do. And yesterday, he was big mouth, complaining, maneno ya mahindi. Mimi nikasema, watu kama Cheragai wanyamaze kabisa because they are part of those people who have sent our country to the dogs. So, Brother Benson, toa maoni, tuelekee wapi?
Nyinyi itabidi mmetulia pale mko mchapwe kabisa mpaka mjue. Okay. Kenya ni nchi yetu na nchi mzuri na tunaona vitu haziendi sawa sawa. Mimi nataka, I just want to talk about the issue they are taking like is doing away with subsidiary in school fee, especially in secondary school. I think if indeed he believes, the president believes that he is a son of nobody the way he says, then I don't think he should do this. Because even with the subsidies on secondary education, some of our parents still find it very difficult to pay the school fee. And if you're paying school fee, you know, the government was taking something like around 22,500 on the fee. Maybe the fee was 70,000 in a year or around 100. In some schools, it varies with the school. So the government was taking something like 22,500, per student. So which means if you are paying 70 something, you end up paying less by that money. So maybe 50 to around 40 or 60 something thousand. Which some parents, after even that, could not do. And like, if you do that, which means the population that is going to drop out of school is going to be a very high population that is going to drop out of school. That is what you know. And when the larger population drop out of school, what does it mean? It means the society is sinking because a society that does not invest in his youth, that society is dead. because everybody will be jobless. And what will happen, the rate of insecurity will go up, because like, where are these people going even to get employment, yet they've not even gone to school? So I think it requires people of goodwill, especially the MPs, if they're really for the Kenyan people, yeah, they should fight for this, yeah, because like that is a society whereby we don't want to belong, a society whereby people are not going to school, like people, we just have like so many dropouts. So you will find like the secondary school will only be for the rich, the hustlers, the mamambogas who have their kids will not manage to go to school. So I think they should do something about that. As you're talking about changing the constitution, changing Kenyan's constitution cannot change everything and cannot make a change. And this is based on the mindset of our politicians and the political field in Kenya. Because when you look at the politics of Kenya, is like, even now when they're taking out the commissioners, they're doing it, first of all, the way you say it's a script that has been written. Indeed, it has, because they have the numbers, they have the government, they have everything, And it is something that has been always happening in the political landscape, whereby even like, you remember when they passed, during the Jubilee, they passed the security bill. Remember that? And that security bill was passed because they had the majority in the parliament. And what sometimes they tend to forget, that you may not be in that government forever, even if you're going not to roll it very well. You're not going to, a time is coming, then somebody is going to come into power, and the same way you make your doing is the same way it will happen to you. So I think I don't know where they can get that mind and forget about the politics and power center, and think about Kenya as a country for everybody. Yeah. When that's the thing, even the common man, the voters themselves, the voters themselves are sometimes also to blame, because sometimes they vote with the view of punishing, showing the might that we are punishing somebody. But when you're doing to punishing somebody, you don't know that you're punishing yourself. You don't know. For instance, like I would talk about the Central Kenya, the way they did to Uhuru Kenyatta. They think they was punishing the former president. Yeah, the former president is enjoying his life. He has the security, he has the insurance. He doesn't. His life is kind of like safe. He's protected. But like, if somebody who has been in the leadership can tell you, like, this is what I feel is very good, and you ignore that person, and see what is now is happening. The cost of living is going up, and like, even like, to find a way of doing the subsidies, which the president did, they just undo these things. Like, you feel like they're punishing President Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president, Mr. Kenyatta. But like, the people who are feeling the pain most are the common man, the family man. We are the people who are feeling the most pain. Yeah. And like, if you're doing this, even look at even like every Sunday when they go for those church, the cost of that, the cost the security is using, like, maybe is going for a service somewhere every Sunday, you know, is a lot of money that the security is using to protect the president. If he's doing that weekly and weekly, there's a lot of money going on that. You know, we are not saying that he should not go for worship. He should. But like, God can listen to you even when you're in State House. If you love that you God, you know. And some of the money that is going to the security and doing that every time can be diverted somewhere. It's a matter of common sense. How can we maximize, minimize our expenditure? We have very good accountants in the country who can advise the president on how to minimize the expenditure. How do we minimize? What are the areas that we should even merge? You know, yeah. Even if we go even for protest, who can stand to say that today we are going to protest? Who is going to work? They don't even have food themselves. They want an inch. How will they work? How? So it is a bitter lesson that the citizen of Kenya will have to learn. And it should be a period of learning lesson to them, such that we should not vote with emotions, but we should vote with conscience. And when we are voting, we just don't vote because he's coming from this tribe or is coming from that tribe. We vote somebody as a Kenyan who has the interest of the people, who can take the country somewhere. Yeah. And this is a school. Let them be in a school, a learning lesson. But for the protest, it will come. You will lie to the people. You will tell good stories until it reaches a point whereby there's nothing more you can tell them, and they will want to hear more. And when they fail to hear those, they will come for you to talk to them so that they can listen to you. But since you will not have, they will have to get it by force. And to get it by force, which means they take you out of there. They tell you, you don't have the reason to be here because there's nothing you can tell us. It will come, but it will come when the lesson is learned. It will not just come. They have to go through a lesson of hardship, a lesson of regret, a lesson of learning the truth. That is the only thing I can say.
Yes, it is coming. And we don't even have to incite anyone. No one is gonna incite anyone, but it is coming. Ama aje kuseu, unasemaje? Karibu kuseu.
I'm still on PK. PK is saying Mapinduzi. And yet the writing on the wall is, okay, I promise to put down the Bible, bring down the cost of unga to 70 or 100. And I've not done that. Utadu? You'll take me to court? You'll take me to church? Or take me to impeach me, take me to parliament? Utadu? That's the message. Now, it shouldn't take us so long to see that. It should not take us so long to see that. We are cornered and cornered badly. Badly, Stone. And that's why I'm telling you that if let's say the promises, that manifesto, the moment Stone becomes president, it is binding. Me, an ordinary citizen, I can use it to bring an uprising against you. I only need to collect, like they call them, like-minded fellows. And we are, every other time we are at your doorstep. It is either or not. Either or you get out. Right now, everybody is just confused. How do you start? How do you even start You can't take Ruto to task because of the Hustler Fund. It is like his own private thing anyway. Yeah? You can't take Ruto to court because the price of unga has not come down. No. He'll tell you that was a campaign, my friend. That was a campaign. You can read it from Moses Kuria's mouth. Eh? You can see he goes and lifts the ban on GMO and tells you that the ship is already in Mombasa. Utadu? Hmm? That is the kind of desperate situation that is here. If, for example, the manifesto for a presidential candidate becomes binding in a court of law, for example, and right now we know that the courts are captured, we can just go to the court for the sake of it. The court will throw it out. Once they have thrown it out, then we go to the streets. Yeah? But right now, the way things are, all the scripts are written already. The scripts are there, and one after another, they'll just follow like that. In fact, it is not difficult to realize that these people are already on 2027. Benson is talking about people dropping out of school. If I want to tell you the level of impunity, Utadu, okay, so many will drop out, Utadu. Thank you.
Yeah, you will see what we will do. You wait. What you do, you will see. Yes, PK. Tell SS what we'll do.
SS wewe nitakuweka kwa kategori ya Wakenya waoga sana.
Mapendusi kwa ya mdomo.
Oja, SS wewe nitakuweka kwa kategori ya Wakenya wale waoga sana. You don't need a written MOU for you to go and ban that state house. No. And angalia Sri Lanka, there was no MOU. They just told this guy, you go away. Simple. Kenyans don't want you. You'll be banished. That is African tradition. You can be chased out of your village, by the way, if you didn't know that. Kusewa Miguna amefukuzwa kwao, ameambiwa asirudi huko Kujaluoni, ameambiwa apeleke ujinga yake Canada. Si amerudisha ujinga Canada. So it is ngoja tu, the trigger is about to happen. It's about to happen. Mtakuwa mkisema huyo Mungu saidia. Ruto might not go back to that country. I'm telling you, take it, whatever you want to take it. I know we have a chunk of Kenyans that don't care. And we have a bigger chunk of Kenyans that are cowards. Beginning with our MPs and all those who are calling ourselves leaders, because they are looking at the pay pack, your package, ndio wanaangalia. And the day we increase the salaries za hao watu to make your job very lucrative is when we kill this country. An MP earning 1 million, anaona sasa niende kwa street ama hii million times 12 times 5 years. That is the kind of thinking they are doing. All of them, even the ones I respected. Pesa kwanza. Like now they are looking at what they spend campaign. Wanataka kurudisha. Ni wezi. Karibu wote, by the almost all of them are taxed. They are thieves. Yeah? That's why hiyo mtadu, they are part of it. Ni chorus yao. Wacha wa Kenya tu wapige nduru. Whether you go to school, you don't go to school. Si amesoma ni professor, ni ana masters zake, watoto wake wamesoma. Yeah, so Kenyans should immediately ignore this term like, oh, Kenyans love peace. Oh, Kenyans, we should come together. Come together only to come and chase this government away. But we shall never be brothers. We cannot be. We can't. Hatuna undugu. Our country is not anchored on undugu. So let's not pretend. Every man for himself in Kenya. But now because what will hurt us most, bad governance, that we can unite, pretend to unite. When people go to the streets, inaanzangwa na watu gani? People come from Kibera, then you have Kawangware joining in, then you have Madare. Hiyo moto imewaka. Hiyo moto huwezi zima. All right? So this is gonna happen, and it doesn't matter hata wakithreaten na nini. Wait come January, the farthest. When unatafuta hiyo pesa, hata unajaribu kuuza mama mboga, unauza unapata shilingi 200 jioni ama 500, inakuwa iwezi make. You don't have customers because people will start eating less. They will reduce to 1 meal. If you are selling half gunia of sukuma, utauza mabando kama 20. Unajaribu kupiga mahesabu hivi huyo mama atatoa nguo kwa street, apende aspende. They will go to the street naked, screaming, telling you kuja utuue, because sasa hawatangoja kufa na njaa. So kuseo, you just wait. For us, if you don't make it to Kenya, tuma pesa, saidia, send money, because that uprising has to be funded, and we shall fund it bila fear.
I'll give you the benefit of faith. I'll give you the benefit of faith. But I think we are going to use the long cut and not the short cut. You see in 2007, you see this script of the Iebc, the one going to Parliament, and then chances are that it will end up in court. Now, since the script is already known, you can then tell the courts that you have no faith in them. So in other words, it doesn't matter what they decide. That is enough to take people to the streets. If we don't go to the courts to have anything resolved, it will drive a point home. It will drive a point home. That is the only time these rogue institutions will start listening.
So why take a case to a court that you know is going to say no? Hiyo ujinga ni gani bana wa Kenya watu takuwa na? Why do you go to the street? Why do you want to go to the court to do what? Who has that money? And you are going to the court for the case to be thrown away. My
mentioning of the court is with respect to how do you get as many numbers as possible on this?
We don't need numbers.
Remember, Kenyans are divided.
Divided? Let them be divided. The majority will take it. We will start coming out kuseo. What are your theory? There is no theory that will work in our country, Kenya. Finished. Theory is maiden. Inakuwa maiden by somebody of intellectual. I mean of integrity. Ndio unakuwa una midwife. Right now, nobody can midwife what you are telling us. So the thing is, kama ni mbaya, ni mbaya. This is the time for it. Orthodox. Nyundo ginyundo. Okay? Tuade ginyundo. Kama ni nyundo, piga na nyundo. Kama ni bomb, piga na bomb. Kakue, kanuke. That is the thing. And I'll be so happy to that. Nitachukua the next flight the moment utakuwa hivi. Mimi nitashikilia upande wa Eastern. Hiyo jeshi. Thank you very much.
I mean, Kuseo, I think what you are disagreeing with Stone PK is you see, we don't need the judiciary to change. They cannot change. Unaona, pale ni vile umechapa mtoto unabakisha tu kumnyonga mtoto wako. You've done everything you can do to change that child. So we don't want them to change. We don't want anyone to change. We just want them to go and get the H out of our lives. Karibu Makiadi. Sijui nani kuna ghost anaitwa a man of valor. You people, what is wrong with you people with your names? Muko na majina ya kiajabu ajabu. Who has scared the H out of your life? That
ni nani mmeadmit hapa anatuonyesha cutting.
Amejiadmit. Sasa sijui ni nani amejiadmit.
Hey. Okay.
I think let me see whether I can remove if he's removable.
I don't know who that is.
Labda ni Ruto mwenyewe. Yaliambia najua mtembei.
But
Hiyo ni nini bwana? Mbona mnanitoa?
wewe sasa unatuonyesha curtain na tumezoea kukuona
Sasa
bwana.
nyinyi mumesema jina ya Putin ni mbaya baada ya huyo jamaa mwingine kuja anajiita Kim Jong sijui ni nini, mkaniambia nitoe hiyo jina.
Huyo ni Alex.
Sasa unaweka man of mola hii ni nini bwana?
So Alex, you know,
No, niko kwa bed. Niko kwa bed. Wacha nitoke bed. Niko kwa bed.
Ni sawa mkuu, ni sawa mkuu. Kama ume relax
Alex,
ni sawa, weka tu
first your
curtain
background is like Putin. Secondly, you write man of valor. Then you admit yourself. Hiyo ni kama ume crash kwa meeting. So I was about to call 911 because of that. So I was winding enough to nikaribishe Makiadi. Kuse, we don't care. We don't want anyone to change. Okay? We don't want anyone to stop stealing because they cannot stop stealing. These are people, this is a government from hell. So we just want them to get the H out of our life. Karibu Makiadi.
Aya, wacha nicheze hii video mmesema niicheze alafu tuendelee sasa. Naona hii video hata Mato amenitumia kwa nini. Sijui ako na maoni gani kuhusiana nayo, but I found a longer version, so let's see.
I urge you that this bill is only for rejection. And in conclusion, I want to talk to my sister Nyaugenya, Honorable Beth Mugo. We have gone through the trenches with you. You know how, when governments are in power, how they behave. I think probably you can give people on the other side a little education. That sometimes revolutions eat their own children. Yes. Government eats their own people. This government is going to punish you more than they will punish me. I'm telling you, in another 1 year, you'll be crying in my office to come and represent you. I know, I can tell you. I've appeared for President Kibaki when he was in the opposition about laws which were made here. I've appeared for President Uhuru and Vice President Ruto when KANU was going away. When Kibaki was taking away his members and making them ministers, I went to court on their behalf. But now that they're in power, they are forgetting. And power, when power gets into your head, I can tell you, you will never remember that one day there's a bigger power, almighty, that will give.
Aya, video ndio hiyo, sijui ni kwa nini mmesema nicheze.
Allow me to comment on what Benson was saying regarding education. The new rafts of changes that they are trying to bring down on the education system. The observation is very correct. How going forward, the dropouts are only going to be more and more and more. Now the challenge is here from those who are on the other side. How do you correct these things? And you see, time is not on our side. Now the rest of the other team, as I said earlier, is Utadu. Those are the people who are in charge. You can read it from what Kuria was telling you. Utadu, we'll do it like that. And that's why I was saying that the script for the IEBC 4 is already written. It's already written, and there's a section of it which is in court already, I think, regarding Chebukati and some other claims. And we all know what the courts are going to do. And that's why I was back on PK, that the parliamentarians who are there to get the allowances. And of course, to raise questions, this and that. Now, Stone was implying that there is no need to go to court. But somehow, the matter will end up in court and in a tribunal. And we know what the script is going to come out with. So how would we propose to tackle, to deal with the matter. Stone, I remember mentioned the issue of Mapinduzi, but that is, Mapinduzi can be in various forms. Thank you.
Stone, you want to respond to that?
Ya kusewa anatuzungusha sana. Sijibu ni moja tu. Hata mtoto wa nursery school Kenya saa hii anajua. Saa hii jibu ni moja. Ni Wakenya wamechelewa. There will be no other solution. Jibu ni kutimua serikali ya William Ruto. Kuitimua. That's the lugha sanifu ya Kiswahili. Kuitimua. Na ukitimuliwa huo unaenda mbio, umesahau viatu. Kama ule mama wa Philippines alitimuliwa mpaka akawacha viatu. President wa Sri Lanka alitimuliwa tukaenda kuswim hapo nyumbani tukikunywa chai. Yeah, that is all what we want. Once tumemtimua ama resign akiwa kule yuko hospitali akae huko, we treated huko. All right? Asikuje. If he remains there, we will forgive him. Kenyans, we are very forgiving. He just stays there. Aseme vile ameona kwa TV na kila mahali anajua Wakenya wana nini. Aseme ni sitaki. Akae huko alafu tutamuita tukishatengeneza mambo yetu. That is the only dawa. Hakuna dawa ingine. Debate hizi zingine tu ni kupass time. So Kenyans, we need to rally them, we need to tell them they should not wait ati Mungu akuje, akiwaende kanisani kuomba. That they should forget. They should be praying, God awasaidie watimue huyu mtu mbio. See God at your prayer change Ruto. God cannot change Ruto because he doesn't pray God. How do you expect God to intervene huko kwa nini? Dawa ni ya moto ni moto. Hivyo alibadilisha mambo pale dakika kidogo pale Bomas of Kenya. Akija airport afute mambo nyingine. Like the way Zambia things are done. Unaambiwa kaa hapo Sugoi tafadhali please. No bloodshed lakini kaa hapo. Wewe announce mambo kwisha. Na Kenya you will see how everything will be okay in less than 30 days. Because once tumemkaisha chini tumemfua hiyo maneno, all that money tutafreeze, tunamwaga hapa Kenya. Tunafanya education in the first 30 days, everything will be reversed. Hiyo 1 trillion tusipomtoa saa hii within 1 month, hiyo 1 trillion atakula within the next 15 days. So that is it. Kumpindua, and all these guys are lined up pale Uhuru Park. Wanaambiwa just order all the money to come back here. That is what is needed. Wanavuliwa nguo. Wanaambiwa whenever you have your money, that money should be flown back as soon as possible. Period. Forget about foreign SG, America, US, human rights. Hiyo tutaongea nao baadaye kama Kagame. They will come to us after 2 years when we put our house in order. But that money should be repatriated at whether gunpoint, whatever you want to call it. That is the route that we are supposed to take. And that is what will salvage this country. Otherwise, you are going to lose generation and generation. Thank you.
Yeah, Brother Benson.
Mr. Stone PK, who, because like what you are saying is a very good thing, but who has the will? Because there's a majority of people who feel like Kenya is headed to the right direction. There's a majority. There's that feeling of majority, especially a group from maybe some Kalenjins feel like they're headed to the right direction because they feel.
How many are they? How many are they, Bro Benson? Talk numbers.
I can say the majority. Let me just. I don't have like I cannot quantify or give the exact amount. But
So
like,
it's a number. It's a number, not majority. Majority means the biggest number of Kenya, but it's a number. Sorry to interfere. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Because like this is something that when you look at political landscape, yeah, and you'd see what is happening. And you can even see in the political field right now, there's kind of like, I think is a defection, some defection coming from ODM. And where are they going? You know, those are some of the things that you have to look at. You know, if like we say that Orange Democratic Party was a party that stands for Kenyan people, and the people who are elected there are defecting, or the majority of people who can fight for common men in that are defecting from that party. What does that one tells you?
They are going as individuals, bro. Those are individuals. If my MC defects to UDA, my senator is a UDA idiot. I don't care. But we are more than that. So this is what we need to, Kenyans, we need to incite them that. Let the MPs go. MP weenda. You can go alone, you and your wife and your children. Kenyans will, watu wa constituency tutafanya ajui. Asante.
Aya, kwa laini namna hiyo tuende kwa Kenya with love. Ama ulikuwa umeongea? Aya, go for it.
I wanted to respond to Kuseo. That's why I came in here.
Okay. Acha niachie mkubwa.
Hakuna ukubwa bwana. Hapa Amerika kila mtu ni slave. Kuseo, I've been disappointed by you. When you unilaterally say utadu. So if you are, and I know you are, Kenya has evolved. What we did in 2007 is not what we can do in 2022. Our democracy and everything has evolved. We have moved actually many people from low income to middle class income. And I think we were on the right goal and set of path to move our people to a higher income. One of the problems that democracy has is when people move from low class to middle class, they protect what they have. For the first time you're driving, you own a home, and so on and so forth. So you start fearing to lose what you did not have. So from that context, you must look at how are we evolving as a country, and how are we also responding to the current impasse. I'll give you a classic example of Malaysia. When Najib became the prime minister of Malaysia, and you remember the famous 1MDB, the Soviet World Fund, that he took almost 4.5 billion unilaterally, and he said there was nothing that can be done to him. And the court, he had bought the courts, he had bought everything. And what became of it was simply Mahathir Mohamad came from retirement. Mahathir Mohamad had become a president for almost 22 years, the prime minister. At the age of 83, he came back to politics to solve the issues that were pandemic to that country. So when you unilaterally say that, Mutadu, if you can see what Baba is doing, he's holding the hearts of Kenyans. And I've seen even people here in comment section, they are bitter with Baba, not only Stone PK. When will Baba call for demonstration? When Kuseo, you say Mutadu, the only thing that is holding Kenyans is because people respect that man. It is sad when people are angered, but they have not gone to the streets. So they are built. I've seen people who used to be here, wameenda hawajarudi, wakati wanarudi, then they confess that they are still suffering from what happened in that election. So when you say Mutadu, there's so much to be done. But also we have somebody who loves the country, because he knows when he calls for demonstrations, there is so much that can happen. And in the end, we may not have the same country that we used to have. So we are in a quagmire. But it looks like, Kuseo, and you must agree with me that anytime you fight for democracy, you don't get it without shedding of the blood. I don't think that is the route Baba wants to use at this late stage of his life. So there is so much to be done, Mr. Kuseo. You cannot say Mutadu. Kenyans can really go to the streets right now. Umeona bunge la wananchi, you've seen how people are bitter. And the more you're making their lives difficult, the more they are mad. School fees is going to increase. food is already skyrocketing, and all these things. This is why extremists go further. If you don't have food and you don't have hope, you don't fear to die. And that is the position he's putting many Kenyans to. If you don't have food, you know you can die tomorrow. If you know even your children, you can't take them to school. You create a situation whereby death is same as living. And I wish Ruto could understand that these subsidies, though he is right in one way or the other, and I support him, because it looks like some of these subsidies, 80% went to some people who are not truly helping us. But the question is, did he take those subsidies so that he can help us? Is he diverting them now to his clique or to his elites? That is the problem that we have. But Kuseo, you cannot say utadu. The only thing standing between us and going to the streets, and I will guarantee you, is because Baba has said, let's wait for 3 months. That's 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenyan with love.
Kuseo, do you have a constitution in Kenya? You're the biggest constitutionalist here since channel nikujue, ama nijue channel. Do you have a constitution in Kenya?
Oh, I'm supposed to answer that. You want my response?
Yes.
We do.
Have we followed it to the latter?
Well, it has not been followed to the latter.
Is that okay?
That is not okay.
So since other people are breaking the constitution and they're not following the constitution, can we break it too?
You can. You see, basically, that is, I think what I was trying to say is that all the areas of recourse, the judiciary, parliament itself, the executive itself, the churches, when all these fellows are letting everyone down, now the people who already have a script to play, especially I was referring to the issue.
Okay, no, I was just asking a simple question because it's my time.
Iebc 4, and that is why I was telling you that wherever they are just saying utadu.
Yeah, and that's why even me, I want to say that if the constitution is not being followed, then why do we need to follow it, and why do we need a constitution? Why are you coming here telling us about the constitution? It's already not been followed from the top. What are we doing? Do we have criminals in there? Is that in the constitution? Chapter 6 of the constitution is Aisha Jumwa supposed to be there? Is even Ruto himself supposed to be a president? Is Gachagua supposed to be there? So if you guys are going, if people are going to break the constitution up there, why are you telling us nisikunyonge nikikupatana nawe kwa streets? If me myself mwenye ako chini hapa has to follow the constitution, but you guys are mnakunia constitution yetu huko juu, hata chapter 6 hamwezi fuata. Why would you tell me as a common mwananchi, yet you're my public servant, that I need to follow the constitution? We don't need to follow any constitution. And by the way, the first chapter of it, and you know it, says that we are the ones, actually the Kenyan people are the ones that hold that constitution. State House yenyu, my friend. And when you find Gachagua coming to say, no, tutafanya hivi na kama mpendi mfanye hivi wa majority, my foot, we can shut it for renovation. We can shut that Kenya for renovation. When you have power kidogo hivi you want, and that's why I wanted, and well, that's why I wanted Makiadi to play that Orengo thing, that Orengo, you know, clip. And I wanted to play it purposely for Mise and people like Bro Benson. Because some of them that are fighting and talking about that is what Orengo was talking. The same government will come and eat you alive. And there's so many, I mean, there's a question of, I'm still waiting for someone to answer me. If not somewhere of Central and, you know, Rift Valley, where did Ruto get votes? Before you tell us that a majority of people are feeling a certain way. Which majority? It's just that people are so good in their psychology way of doing that they go bring a leader, then they make you, oh, they pay something, Kinaruto, they go pay, and a leader come, and they take the media, oh, show this one, and then it becomes a perception that that village or whatever that guy was representing has moved with that person. Kenyans have not moved anywhere. They're not with Kenya, with Nini, with Kenya Kwanza. And by the way, I was one of the people who was very skeptical when Stone Piquet started talking about that thing of revolution. We need to go hard on this one. And over some time, I've come to agree with him. And only a stupid man doesn't change their mind. I have changed my mind. And revolutions actually give birth also to good countries. The countries like I live was a revolution that was called civil war. People understood that you have to stay by the constitution. You have to follow the constitution. Kuseo, for the longest time that we've debated with you in this forum, you cannot come here and tell me that you know the constitution and tell me that there are people who can follow the constitution and I cannot follow the constitution. Who's that special? Who's that, I mean, above, you know, above the law, above the constitution? So why do we even have the constitution? Tuachane nayo. Tukae kama Somalia. Kila mtu ajibambe. If you can have murderers up there telling us what to do, and actually not telling us, dictating to us that this is what you're going to do. If you can have people who have used public funds the way it's not supposed to be used in the constitution. So what constitution are we following? Nini munatuambia tuonge constitution? There's nothing. It's BS. Ningeongea matope, but it's BS, like Stone says. And that state house tunaweza tuingoe, tulingoa reli. State house ni nini? Na tuone hiyo power mali itakuwa, utaona wengine wakikimbia. Like I always say, Italy walichukua leaders wao wakaweka kwa trash. Let everybody follow the constitution and don't come here telling us that we are a constitution and telling us that we have a country. When we have a country that is wanting, I mean, leadership that is wanting to kill people, and we already know that they have no legitimacy. And Baba should not give them any kind of legitimacy because we know the president that was chosen. And there's a thing I said the other time. You know, there was one bad leader. Even today, we still talk about him. His name was Idi Amin. Museveni kadogo hivi kwa Idi Amin. Idi Amin did a lot of things. But I'm telling you, when people decided that he needs to go, the man died in a country that is not even his. So Ruto is a nobody. And this time people are educated. This time people have communications. If we decide to take, I mean, it's over and we're done, he will go. aendelee hivyo. So your friends na wenye mnatuambia hapa, mnatuambia constitution, endeleeni tu. Kwanza ni bunge ya wananchi, endeleeni tu hivyo. When that, and like people are saying here, baba ndo anatuangusha kwa kitu yote. And I think it's the love of his country. Nawaambia baba saizi mali watu wako, and I speak to a lot. Baba saizi akasimama hivi aseme tuende, hata ile tia gas mko nayo mtaweza. Haiwezekani. Saizi watu they are stressed, they are, I mean, sikiza bunge la wananchi, see, listen to what people are talking. It's just the respect that people have for baba. If baba was to say right now, hata mimi napanda ndege, because that would be historical and that would change the country forever. It's just that he is quiet and they are working methodical. I saw them wakiwa wote watatu wameshikana bado na madhakarua, wakasema saizi tunaenda State House, na kuambia hiyo Kenya yote inafungwa, your constitution will be nothing. Na hata hiyo nini, hata hiyo State House Ruto atatoka kama atapitia side nyingine na watu yake. So yes, it's true, baba ndo ametushikilia. Richi, acha ni nyamazi hapo for now, but don't tell me about constitution if you're telling me that not everybody follows the constitution. So how are you going to tell me to follow the constitution if somebody else is not following the constitution?
Yeah, Julia.
Niko na clip. Can I play a clip about this passport thing? Okay.
To adopt a new generation of passports and phase out the old ones was reached by the EAC heads of state in March 2016 in Arusha, Tanzania. The deadline to phase them out has been postponed severally on various grounds before it was finally set for 30th of November this year. As it stands, the goal to fully transition is being impeded by lack of funds to procure printing booklets, with at least 70,000 Kenyans who have fully paid for the service in queue.
The contract now for the supply of passports for this financial year has not been signed.
The current technological infrastructure is also a barricade in the transition, as the current facilities cannot match the demand.
We also need to buy new printers, which has a capacity, say, of printing 10,000 passports a day. These ones that we have do not print more than 1,500 passports a day, whereas the applications we receive per day is more than 4,000 or 5,000.
41 immigration commissions in at least 34 countries are also facing the brunt of funds shortage and have not been reimbursed since June 2022. According to the Directorate of Immigration Service, some of these officers are opting to be recalled back.
Their children are out of school because fees has not been paid. They are getting notices to leave their houses because rent has not been paid. They are not being paid foreign service allowance because the money is not there. So even I had yesterday an engagement. We went to Treasury and pleaded to them, please release even the first quarter. Up to date, as we speak, it has not been released.
The Directorate is saving urgent intervention from Treasury to save face before the international community.
So this is a matter of allocation, other than it being used in the embassies, for Treasury to allocate this money to us and maintain the services that we offer.
David Kagina, K24.
Okay, Makedi, I wanted to refer to that. Somebody said that they went to the embassy and they are not served well. And Martin was trying to update us what they have been told. You people, you see the predicament that our servicemen, the immigration are going through, even the ones in the diaspora. Unaona, they want to be sent back home. Imagine if you're working at the embassy in the Washington, na una pesa hata kulipa rent. I mean, what are you going to do, Kuseo? You're working for the Kenyan government and you're not being paid, and you're in the US or you're in Canada. I mean, they want to go back home to their families. And they are saying that this, since the money has not been reimbursed since June 2022. So you can see the situation we are having in this country. And I think this one is, I said here that some time back, these situations are going to pile up one on top of the other, on top of the other. Now, we are even going to see doctors not being paid. You're going to hear teachers have not been paid. Now, we began with the issues of Kenya Airways. The next thing you're going to hear the banks. You know, there are some banks that are owned by the government, like KCB. More of KCB is owned by the government. National Bank, I think, almost fully belongs to the government. Some of those banks don't be surprised if you hear them collapsing. Alafu utasikia is these other private banks like Equity zikiingiliwa, because there are people in Kenya Kwanza who believe that there are people who should not have, the dynasties should be brought down in this country. So now we need to understand each other. Where are we coming from? We are coming from a background where we have a big population of Kenya feeling that election has been stolen from them several times. The climax being this year, 2022. We are coming from a background where we are asking ourselves why we should have presidents from two communities. You know, we are coming from that background. We need to understand each other. Now, and then coming from that background, we have a cabinet that is implicated with corruption, murder, theft, name all sorts of crimes. That's the cabinet we are talking about. Leave alone mentioning that the president himself and the deputy president have also implicated in many cases that should not allow them to become president and deputy president. Now, we are coming to a situation whereby we see Parliament gathering to throw out 4 Iebc commissioners who disagreed with the massive rigging that happened in 2022. We're in a background where a government takes over, a rogue government takes over with a rogue judiciary, a rogue Iebc, and decides to withdraw food subsidies, fuel subsidies. That's where we are coming from. Now, we are coming in a situation where we see skyrocketing prices of foods and prices of electricity, prices of fuel. And then, to add salt to injury, we are hearing that the government will withdraw the funding or will reduce the funding for education. Therefore, we have to pay more for our children. And now we are seeing here, we need passports. We don't have money to process that passports. Our workers, even the ones working in immigration departments in abroad, want to go home to their families because probably they are going hungry and they are being evicted from their homes. So the question is, tufanyeje wa Kenya? So what? That's the question. So it's like this thing is piling up, it's piling up salt and pepper on a wounded wound, piling. So we are piling. I don't know whether South Africans had reached this point when they said, a luta continua, the struggle continues. Asante Makiadi.
Unajua hii story tulikuwa tumeongea jana. I told Mato here yesterday, these people that you're talking about who work in the embassy, DC sijui nini, these are the kind of people wanaendaga kutafuta masaa MacD. Wengine wanakutana nao wakizunguka DC huko wakiendesha Uber. Told you these guys hakuna kitu huwa wanafanya hapa. And you've seen, it's like the government does not allocate it. These embassies are not funded at all. Hakuna. Hata ukienda huko vile nilikuwa nasema ati I have a friend of mine alisema alienda DC, akasema anataka kusaidiwa passport. Yule mtu wa DC akamwambia, you'd rather ubook ndege uende Kenya ukachukuliwe fingerprints zako huko, within a month or so utakuwa na passport yako, kuliko wasting your time unakuja kuinvolve embassy ya DC, because at the end of the day hata kama tutakusaidia hapa, everything has to go back to Kenya. So hakuna vile itakuchukua less than 6 months. And I still wonder, why do we have these embassies? Why do we have these guys being paid money? At least tuseme wanaingiza mshahara yao hata kama wanalipwa hiyo wenye wanasema wanalipwa, but then they are not even facilitated enough to do anything, to do any function that they are supposed to be doing. I would expect you as a citizen of the Republic of Kenya, ukienda Washington DC unatafuta passport yako, those people should be able to facilitate you to get your passport without even calling back at home kusema unataka usaidizi. Na ukienda huko unaambiwa sijui certificate of good conduct, lazima upigie CID. Sijui uende kwa CID, uende uchukuliwe sijui vidole kwa CID huko, uangaliwe kama uko na makosa. Na sasa hizo mtu anakuambia hivyo, ako hapa analipwa kama mfanyikazi wa serikali kurepresent serikali hapa Washington DC. And it's been like that ever since. There's only one ambassador mwenye alijaribu kuimprove. I can't remember his name. I think Alex unamjua. Huyo ambassador ndio alijaribu kuleta change, lakini venye aliondolewa tukaletewa hao watu wakina Robinson Jerugithai, vitu zikarudi to normal. These are people ambaye sijui wanaendeshaga malori. I think Robinson Jerugithai came here, he became a trucker or something. Kama alikuwa anapeleka vitu Mexico ama Canada huko, and he was an ambassador. So some of these embassies here are just a joke. See what is happening in Saudi Arabia. Watoto wetu, our sisters, kila wakati wanapiga picha, wanatuma videos wakinyanyaswa huko, you know. Wengine they have stayed hungry, wengine wamekuwa poisoned, na kuna embassy huko, kuna ambassador huko, hakuna kitu wanafanya. So I just hope something will change very soon. But with these thugs in office, na Nabii, I don't think so.
Makiadi, and don't forget that besides their level of responsibility, unaona kuna shida ya pesa. You put yourself in their shoes.
But money is there, Julia. Pesa iko. Pesa
Okay,
iko. Wewe nimekusomea hesabu saa hii. Within a month Nabii amekopa trilioni 1. Hiyo pesa imeenda wapi? You know,
okay,
when you say
so
there's no money, I wonder.
If there is no money, have you seen how desperate those men were in that meeting, saying that our people want to be brought home, warudishe nyumbani, wafanye kazi nyumbani, sababu hata hawana pesa ya kulipa rent. Have you seen how desperate they were? And they are talking right on TV, which means they mean what they say. They are not creating it. So it means they are not being funded well enough. So how do you expect services from people who are not being funded well? Ukisikia mtu ako Washington na anasema mimi nataka kurudishwa nyumbani, umeletwa Washington DC kufanya kazi hapa, and you want to be taken back home. How far? How much? What are you going through for you to ask to be taken back home because you no longer want to be in Washington? There's a big problem here.
Let me answer Julia quickly. I have a privilege of dealing with embassies, and I don't want to go beyond that. We grew in that life. The kind of money these people are asking, Julia, is not their salaries. During December, Moi alizoesha hawa watu, and Kuseo can guarantee you that when you are going back to your country, walikuwa wanapewa marupurupu. Ikifika wakati mnaenda nyumbani, unapata ambassador na watoto wake wanapewa marupurupu mengine ya kiujinga sana. And we kept questioning that. So hii marupurupu ndio probably Ruto has stopped it, because some of it was so hefty and it did not make any sense. I can guarantee you, as a military attaché or as a commercial attaché, you see, like an embassy has so many attaches: educational attaché, military attaché, commercial attaché. Ikifika November, there's a hefty pack that you get. Ukienda nyumbani, you are like a small king. That is unnecessary, because pesa peke yake unapata should help you, because unapewa ticket. Wewe na watoto wako wote. Unapewa mpaka ya kwenda vacation. Na tunafika Kenya tena unapewa ingine ya kwenda vacation, tuseme ni Dubai. So I think the only problem that I have with Ruto's administration is, if you are taking these subsidies, are you redirecting them to a more feasible force, or you are taking it to your coffers? So hii pesa ambayo wanasema hawajapewa, sio pesa hii ya mshahara, my sister. These are marupurupu wanapewanga wakati wanaenda Christmas, na wameizoea. And that must stop. Thank you, Julie.
Yes, Brother Benson.
Let me I've listened to Kenya with Love. I've listened to Stone PK too. The points they are raising are very valid, and they're very valid. But sometimes it requires men with courage who can do it, which sometimes we might be lacking. And if you look at our history, and I think Alex gave countries whereby the country came and took people out of office. When you look at those people, they share the same ideal and they love their country, which Kenya we lack. We don't love our country. We love our bosses who gives us work. They are bosses that we adore, that we will do anything to protect the bosses that we love and not protect our country. And this is something that you're seeing across the political divide. Yeah. So sometimes, like here, we can have the energy even to go and storm the State House. But I don't think Kenya as a country has reached that point to go and storm the State House. They've not reached that point. And you will agree with me. You might disagree with me, but at some point you will agree with me. Another thing I heard you are talking about, we are waiting for Baba. And I ask myself, immediately after election, after the Supreme Court nullification and when Baba lost, I don't think whether you went to social media and you saw how Baba was really mocked. He was mocked to his best. And like, I felt it as a person, as somebody was supporting Baba with everything that was said to Baba in social media and everything, how he disrespected his father. So many things were said about this Baba. And now how comes like those who mocked Baba so much, those who said all that so much, now we want to say we are waiting for him to say something. Are we very genuine as a country, or are we very genuine as a citizen of our country? We just only wait when we are cornered. That's when we see our importance or how good Baba is. But like, if we are not having any issue, Baba is nobody. That is my only what I want to ask you. How comes like the majority of the people who mocked Baba and said everything about him, now we can say we are waiting for him?
Yes, SS underscore unknown scripts.
Yeah, thank you, Makiadi. The issue of the passport. I think I've had the advantage of having my earlier passport and the new one. And what I can say to begin with, I'm not so sure who exactly is pressing for the change in passports, unless some of us are having very, very old passports. The last time I traveled to the US, I had the old passport. And I remember when I arrived, they were able to check my biometrics and I think my eyeballs and things like that, facial and those other checkings. And that was my old passport. It had the page which had my personal information laminated and with some glossy stuff. Now, this time with the new passport, what I've seen there is the same glossy page, laminated.
Kuse, I think you're misreading something. Look at the topic. It says 30th, it becomes invalid even if you have it. So you cannot travel with it. So it's a future thing, it's not a previous.
No, listen to me. I'm trying to tell you that this issue about passport, why even 30th? Because I'm trying to tell you that my earlier passport, it had the so-called digital page, which is laminated and glossed up. So in other words, you cannot even peel or even scratch the photo in there. And that was the old one. Now I have this new one. It has a similar page like that. What I've seen is that the rest of the pages have got a lot of watermarks, and then they are still blank. You know, all the visas and what have you are still on the old passport. Now, I'm wondering what is this new thing which is being brought on the so-called new passport? Unless the passports, the old passports are different generations. Some people are having paper-like passports. Because I came to the conclusion that even the passport I had before was digital. Because it had my biometrics. These people were able to have me checked biometrically with my old passport. That is what I realized. Now, I have no quarrel with anybody trying to remove the previous passport. But that deadline, as far as I'm concerned, is completely uncalled for. Especially if the producers of the same passports are not up to date in issuing the so-called current passports. So why should Kenyans suffer because you are late in issuing them with a new passport? You see, the processing side, I got my new passport while I was in the US. And you know what happened? This fellow told me that they are sharing the same processing computer with the people in Kenya. All they do is process everything here, enter all the details, capture all the biometrics. The only thing is that the printing has to be done in Kenya for those who are outside Kenya. That is what I realized. So the last time I was trying to follow up, where is my new passport? I was told that it's only that it has not been printed. You know, it has to be printed and checked in Kenya, then it is sent over. So why all the hula baloo, and even why they are so slow? Because he told me that the fastest they can do is to process passports, let's say for the ones for the Washington, D.C., once a week. Once a week. So when you go there for the passport, they tell you wait for 3 weeks. You end up waiting for 1 month. So I don't understand. And then the other thing is what Alex was talking about. This issue about money. Where is the connection with the passports? The people who are here and their money issues not being paid, where is the connection with the passport? I thought the passport is an entirely different thing compared to money being paid to staff, embassy staff who are residing in their various countries. I don't understand the connection. Thank you.
I don't know who was supposed to respond to you.
It was Julia.
Oh, okay. I think she's not here. So Stone. Oh, I think she's coming back. So let us. Julia, I think ni wewe.
Oh, okay. So I heard those people saying that first they are saying they need to print new generation passports, and then they are saying that they have been forced to use their own money, I think, to do the work. That's what they were saying. I thought I heard them say, and so they need money. They need that money reimbursed, which has not been reimbursed. That's why they want to be taken back home, because they no longer want to work in the immigration departments in the foreign nations. Then the people in Nairobi have also said that they need new machinery to process the new generation passports, and they don't have that technology. I mean, they have the technology, but it's not efficient enough, so they need an improvement on that. And then they said that the funds to do that have not been released for this financial year. That's what they said. So it means they are facing some challenges with technology and the amount of work the machinery they have can do. That's what they are saying. They're facing challenges. Like they need equipment to print those many passports, because they are saying the applications are in thousands. In fact, one person said the applications are over 5,000 per day. However, the equipment they have can only print 1,500 passports per day. Therefore, that's why we have a backlog. Another thing I want to explain this. If you apply, okay, Kenya has not reached this, but I think we should reach there. We need equipment that can do this. But I don't think our foreign embassies and the immigration departments and our foreign embassies have the technology and the equipment to coordinate this. So if you apply for a passport, now they take your fingerprints here in Washington and they send your fingerprints to Nairobi. They cannot process that document here. They cannot. And the document is not printed in Washington. It's printed in Nairobi because they don't have the equipment to do that. The last time I did that, I think I renewed my passport like I think 3-4 years ago. And I took my biometric in Washington. I did that. I did mine in Washington. Okay, though I took time, the process was I applied in eCitizen. You apply everything in eCitizen. You go to eCitizen, you create an account. Now, after you create an account, then you present yourself to Washington, D.C. for biometrics. So after the biometrics, I asked them, I'm informed that those biometrics have to go to Nairobi, and Washington is not printing by then. I don't know whether they have changed now. By then, Washington was not printing passports. So my passport was to be printed in Nairobi. And for sure, sometime.
You see, Julia, mine was done this November.
Yeah.
And the money issue is through eCitizen, the way you are saying. Now, the same money which I think these other MPs were talking about, I think is what Alex was bringing up.
So let me ask you a question. How long did your passport take? How long did your passport take?
You can call it 1 month.
Okay, it means maybe now they are printing now. I don't know here.
No, they are not printing here.
They're not printing here.
They capture the information here. They have a center, like a connected networked system.
Yeah.
So the data entry they do here, including the biometric, exactly the way you have said.
Yeah.
It is the actual printing which is done in Kenya. I think part of it is to make sure that you don't end up with fake passports and that kind of thing.
Yes, the other thing, I think I understand that if we don't have the equipment to coordinate our biometrics, they cannot print them here. So that in case we have people being issued passports and they're not Kenyan citizens. So that's what I'm trying to say. So it has to, more of it, it has to do the work. They have to work on their technology so the technology can produce more passports. That's what they have to do. Because now the people in Nairobi are saying that they can only make 1,500 passports per day, while the demand is 5,000 passports per day.
Yeah.
That's how so that's where the funding is coming in. That's where the funding is not more of the
it's not for the applicant, isn't it?
Yes, it's not for the applicant, neither is it for the people processing. It is not about their salaries, it is more about
it's for the immigration department.
So yes. Julia, this is where the lies is. When somebody says that they are using their personal money, when you are going to e-filing, you pay everything through M-Pesa. When somebody comes and lies to us that they are using their personal money, man, even if we don't like the regime or whatever is happening, e-Kitia immigration is one of the most potent things that ought to be resolved. We used to get passports here in Washington, D.C. The problem was they were given the privilege of making diplomatic passports. This guy for Nissan who recently alihepa kutoka Japan akakuja Lebanon, he had a diplomatic passport here Kenya. The problem that we are having is that our immigration is so corrupt to the core that we said we cannot print the passports anywhere. And that is why Matiang'i said, look, this thing must stop. If you come here in Minneapolis, every Somali is a Kenyan, but they don't know Swahili. They can't speak Swahili, but they will tell you they are. Yeah. And I'm not using it as as a way of using it ni Wasomali peke yake. I'm just giving an example. Lastly, I have done this, and may God forgive me. I know for sure there are a way unaweza fika saa 3 asubuhi apply passport by saa 9 umeipata. How does that happen? The people in the migration department are lying. They ought to come out and be honest so that we can resolve this issue once and for all. Kama uko na pesa, and I know there's somebody who had written here in the comment section. My friend, kama uko na 20,000, unaenda una apply passport asubuhi, by saa 9 umeipata. So it's the issue of process. Immigration has become a cash cow for a very long time. If you go to work in migration in passport, in 1 year, you're supposed to be rich. We must tackle these issues, not by convenience, with principles. Immigration are conmen. Utaenda upewe passport if you have money. But mtoto ya maskini ataenda ngoje 3 weeks, ambiwe lazima uandikiwe email ndio ukuje kuchukua, because that's the procedure Matiang'i used. Nowadays you can't even go there, lazima uandikiwe an email to go pick up your passport. It works for some people it doesn't work. So what we are saying is that the immigration wanadanganya. Pesa gani hao personal wanatumia? And when you are applying, you're paying money. Hiyo ndio kitu ya kwanza wamedanganya.
Alex, I agree with you. Actually, saying that I don't believe there's any Kenyan official can remove their money from their pocket to use for government issues. I don't believe there is any. Also, so these people in the Western, in the embassies, okay, I can agree with them. They need to improve on their technology to produce more passports. I won't agree with them that. And however, I also want to tell Kenyans, I think we better stop this bribing thing, because I think my kid renewed her passport some time back, and it didn't take her more than 2 weeks. It was a renewal. I mean, within no time after she did her biometrics, she flew to Nairobi, and within no time as she did her biometrics, even before, I mean, she was ready to fly back, she got a text message. She picked her passport from GPO. They pick from GPO. I mean, is it called GPO or is it called? That's where they pick their passports.
It's called Nyayo House.
Not Nyayo House, where you pick your passport.
At the poster of your...
Yeah, is it GPO at the poster? Yes, they pick at GPO at the poster. So I think Kenyans, first and foremost, can we do things right? Now, Kuseo has said he went eCitizen. Me too, I did that. Go to eCitizen. Do things right. Because what happens, sometimes when you show these people that unataka mambo ya haraka, that is where they get a leeway. I'm telling you, when you do this, it is us also we are to blame that we got Nyayo House looking for someone to bribe. Juicy, we were doing a thing here, presentation here with Mise. And somebody was telling Mise here, nitafutie mahari, ni connect na mtu. And Mise was saying, no, go and do it. I mean, approach the company formally, make your applications, prepare your CV, blah, blah, blah. Kwa hivyo, Kenyans, you also have this attitude, this idea. That is really a bad attitude. So I think we can also resolve and decide that do things the right way. These people finally will lack somebody to get bribes from. So that's my take. Otherwise, I think there's a big problem in that passport thing.
So are you suggesting that this issue of passport will probably end with this regime?
No, this will be worse because now you see people have come up with we are not being funded, we are not being warned, we need better equipment, blah, 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 blah. And also Ruto wants to save a lot of money. That's one thing. And then even if he's saving, like Alex is asking, he's not telling us where the savings are going. And then he's not keen on fighting this corruption. Because maybe if I were the president and I watched that clip that we just watched, somebody said they don't have enough equipment. I'm going to task the immigration cabinet secretary and let them get the right equipment and then give deadlines. Now, can these Kenyans work on deadlines that you have this number of passports? Can they be cleared within this period of time?
Julia, let me ask you, who is the cabinet secretary for immigration?
I don't know. Is there
Exactly, and that's where the problem begins.
It's under the interior secretary, because it was under Matiang'i. Remember Matiang'i?
It is Kindiki, Kithure Kindiki.
Yeah.
And you think Kindiki is a serious guy? If at all Kindiki anahutubia watu huko kwa msitu na bandits wanampigia risasi, anatoka mbio, and is the minister wa interior. Akona mkutano ya security, amesimama juu ya podium na anapigiwa risasi, anaingia kwa ndege akiondoka mbio. You guys, you know, sometimes you surprise me here. Matiang'i would
really, Matiadi? Really?
But I'm speaking the truth.
Matiang'i, where is that clip?
I'll play the clip if you want. I'm not speaking the truth.
Play.
That guy cannot manage that.
Can you be scared? Where hata ukisikia ati Kindiki anakuja unaweza jificha?
No, this guy just played them. This guy played them. The reshuffle is going to be very soon. The reshuffle is going to be. That's the same way thing that happened to Olelenku. The reshuffle is going to be very soon. It can't be like this man is going to be.
Let me tell you something. You know, I was telling other people a few days back that we have a cabinet secretary at unasema cabinet. Unajua kuna ile walikuwa wanasema usipokula chakula mtoto wako unamtisha. Walikuwa wanasema wanatisha sijui nani, wacha niite nani akuja. You know, Matiang'i did not call press conferences ya kusema we are giving you 1 month to surrender your bunduki town. Unaambia mikora hii vijana wananyang'anya watu town vitu mabag, wasichana wetu wananyang'anywa mabag hapo. Unawaambia ati nimewapatia mwezi moja peke yake, usiposarenda hiyo bunduki yako will come for you. Na ule mtu mwenye amesema namna hiyo anaongea na sauti nyingine sitaki kuitaja hapa, mtasema anamuonea, lakini these guys, to be honest, how do you even give thieves, muggers who are robbing people in town 1 month to surrender? Unawapatia amnesty ati wasarende, kama wata surrender will come for them. And it's the same guy mwenye walikuwa anaingilia Matiang'i. Matiang'i did not even need to speak to anybody. Wewe ungeona kazi ikifanyika tu. He was a serious guy. Akisema tu hiki tutamaliza, mnajua itamaliziwa. Na sasa you are seeing what the government is doing to the police officers that were taking these thugs out. Kuna huyu jamaa nimewachezea clip yake hapa, huyu alikuwa amemaliza ujambazi Isili, wapi huko Majengo, hiyo area yote hakuna mtu alikuwa anaongea huko. Hivi jana walikuwa wanazunguka na bunduki, wote walikuwa wameogopa. Say that guy is going to be charged with the murder. Simeona hiyo video hapa hivi. Same guy mwenye alikuwa amemaliza hii Mikora town. Sasa polisi wameanza, it's like the police are being demoralized to do their job. Because wakati unafanya kazi, wewe afadhali upigwe na risasi na mwizi, lakini ukipiga mwizi risasi inasemekana ya kwamba IPOA itachunguza tuone kama ni human rights. Kwa nini hii IPOA ichunguzi wakati watu raia wenyewe wanauawa? Why are they not even speaking out? Now the police, it's like the police are on a go slow. We unaenda unanyang'anywa pale, polisi anakuambia we enda malizana naye, ukisha malizana naye kuja utuambie tubebe mwili. You saw that. We played the video here. That police officer, sijui ilikuwa ni Kilifi ama ni wapi huko, alisema wewe ukipatana na thug maliza, tuitie tukuje kubeba mwili. It's as simple as that. The police officers are scared because you might do something, alafu serikali yenye unatetea imekuandika ufanye hiyo kazi, inakugeuka. So what are you supposed to do? Watu watangojea tu mshahara huko kwa police station, wenye Gachagua walisema wakae huko Kiambu Road wangojee mshahara mwisho wa mwezi. That is in fact they will be paid whether they go out to do patrols or not, they will still get their salary. And that is where we are heading right now. You can see these guys always being paraded kwa TV kila siku ati walikuwa sijui kikosi inaitwa sijui SSU ama what. The prosecutor has no evidence ya kuwa link to extrajudicial killings. Now the court is forcing them kwenda kutolewa DNA. What does that tell you? This is a country whereby criminals are on a free roll right now. They are roaming freely. Hakuna mtu anaweza wauliza kitu.
And on the same point, Makiadi, what was the role of Nyumba Kumi? That was the point of Nyumba Kumi.
Sasa unaona Mimi, I'm telling you, sometimes I look at things that are happening in our country. Najiuliza, is this the country yenye tulikuwa tunatarajia ati kutakuwa na mabadiliko? Most of us were very optimistic here. Unajua, kila mtu hapa, if you rewind the clips that we were talking here, mwezi gani, mwezi wa 7 huko, everybody was optimistic. Kila mtu alikuwa anasema we are going to have a country, we are going to see changes. I would never have thought in my life, never, ya kwamba 3 months down the line tungekuwa tunaongea juu ya police officers wakienda kupelekwa kotini ati kwa sababu wameua mikora. I mean, what are we looking at right now? What type of country is this? You know, a country whereby 800 million wase, 800 million shillings inamezwa na Ministry ya Education. CS anasema he is providing food for schools in 10 counties, and then the senators wanamuuliza hizi county ni gani, because zile county unatuambia sisi tunatoka hizo county and we cannot see these programs. Minister anakuambia amenunua mchele ya 457 million, alafu anaongeza maharago ya sijui 150
na chumvi ya 2 million,
chumvi ya 2
million na pilipili
mimi nakuambia,
yeah. Watoto wananunuliwa pilipili.
Kwani hiyo chumvi inakuja na refill ya mwaka mzima?
These guys are thugs. Yeah? Oh, watu ni mikora tupu. Yeah? And let me tell you something. Kama hawa watu ndio mnasema ati watabadilisha inchi, you wait and see. We are looking at a situation whereby people have eaten already 800 million. Sijui ndio ilikuwa kulipwa Chebukati ama ni nini, because hiyo 800 haiwezi kunywa maji namna hiyo. Sikia hii.
Director of Public Prosecutions Nurdin Haji has approved murder charges against Isli-based crime buster Corporal Ahmed Rashid. Rashid is both revered and criticized in Isli and Mathare, Nairobi, over his modus operandi of addressing various forms of crime. He's managed to contain crime levels in the area, during which a section of locals and human rights groups complained, accusing him of applying extrajudicial means. Here's Hassan Mugambi with the details.
After completion of its investigations into the deaths of Jamal Mohammed and Mohammed Khair that happened in Isli area of Nairobi on the 31st of March 2017, the Independent Policing Oversight Authority IPOA forwarded the file to DPP Nurdin Haji, where the prosecution nod was granted. The nod means murder charges for Ahmed Rashid, an officer of the rank of corporal. Thursday, IPOA moved to the High Court at Milimani, Nairobi, and obtained summons against the officer to attend court and take plea on the 8th of December this year. The officer, dubbed Super Cop, has been both revered and criticized depending on who you talk to in Mathare, Isli, Mlango Kubwa, and Pangani neighborhoods of Nairobi. Businessmen in Isli celebrated his move to deal with and decimate the gun-wielding superpower criminal gang that terrorized them in 2017. Human rights groups, however, differed with his modus operandi, terming it extrajudicial. The development comes in the wake of a series of cases where officers are individually facing charges over their actions. They include 9 officers from the disbanded Special Services Unit of the DCI who are supposed to face abduction charges in the case of 2 missing Indian nationals and their Kenyan taxi driver. 10 elite members of the General Service Unit are said to face murder charges over the shooting and killing of 4 people on the 2nd of June 2022 at Masimba area of Kajiado County during a protest by residents over increased attacks by wild animals. 11 more police officers, among them senior policemen, are said to face charges over the death of baby Samantha Pendo in 2017 in Kisumu. Hassan Mugambi, Citizen.
Aya, habari ndio hiyo. I support prosecution of rogue police officers. Lakini kuna mahali pengine inafikanga tunajiuliza.
But Richie,
would you rather, hold on Mato, would you rather have a police officer ambaye ana deal na criminals kama venye huyu jamaa alikuwa na deal na yeye, ama would you rather have a police officer mwenye anashika watu anapiga pingu na anapeleka jela, perhaps anapeleka cell? Perhaps we should have that conversation. If these people are the same people that are using guns to kill wananchi, I don't know, maybe it's just me, lakini if you ask me, I would side with this guy any day, anytime. Yes, Mato.
Richie, there's a documentary, because I think this thing is meant to paint this guy in a very bad way. Because I was also asking myself when I saw that video, the very first day it happened, and then I went and started investigating that thing. There's a documentary of him on BBC And that guy helped so many rogue criminals to reform. Na wengi walitorokea mashamba, but he used to help so many that they used to report to him and tell him he used to go to look at them, anawafuata kama ameenda shule ama agenda shule and everything. He helped so many things, so many criminals. Go look at that, the raw video of that guy before you judge him. It's on BBC. It was a BBC documentary. I want Kenyans to go look at that before you crucify a man that helped Nairobi. And, you know, people have some free kind of safe security. I mean, safe place to stay. I want people not to judge him just because of that.
Haya, bro Benson, ulikuwa unataka kusema nini?
Sijui kama nimesahau nilikuwa nataka kuuliza nini. Ebu mtu aende nifikirie, imepotea.
Haya, Stone PK.
Haya, naona watu wa Ruto wanaongea wakisema young generation are happy with Ruto. I don't know. You know, again, in Kenya, we are so foolish that we pick things. Nasikia kuna passion about young and old. I don't know what old does and I don't know what young does. So I'm being told the young generation is happy with Ruto. Sawa, wacha wakuwe happy with Ruto. They have spoken. That's what I hear. And that is the path they want to go. The good thing is that when you are young, ujuagi ujui. You never know you don't know. Because you can't know of a bridge you've not crossed. So you are given benefit of doubt. And the good thing with being young is that you are allowed to do a lot of messes, hoping that you will be able to learn. But it happens that those who don't learn are the ones who never even see the daylight of old. So I'm trying to say that the narrative of young to be old, to be this, is bull ass. It's rubbish. Governance has no age. When rot is rot is rot. We were being told Ruto ni young. It is in Kenya where when you are 50 years, you are young, when youth. And only in Kenya, 50 years is young. And you go in the street saying you're very young. It's in Kenya where people don't know about youth or young is relative. So, and it's in Kenya whereby, because you are young, you are allowed to steal and support thieves and call yourself hustler. So it would be a good thing to see how the young man by the name Ruto helps the young men who are the hustlers. It is interesting. We want to sit and watch how the young people will be pulled from the impending doom or loom, and tuone vile watavuka na hiyo young. My thing is, we are talking of something has to happen. Maybe we should now stop saying something must happen and we just wait for it to happen, because as I said, we are in a country whereby I think tumerogwa. We are in an era where tumerogwa. We are behaving like a kid who is holding a glass. Ukimwambia njoki usiangushe glass, anaiachilia mara moja, pap, inavunjika. So Kenya, we are in that era. Kenya, we are in the era whereby we are asking each other, tunaulizana nani ataenda, nani atafanya. Nyumba inachomeka na tunaulizana nani atamwagilia ndoo ya kwanza. And that time the house is burning. Okay? Until the time when we will know saa hii kwamba hali ya hatari imeingia na mbio ya mgambo ilie, basi it will be too late. And it will be really too late. I want to give people examples of the neighboring countries. I want Kenyans to ask themselves, and look at Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda. Compare yourself. Don't say mkombele sana na hao watu. Jiulize wale wanalia nini. Go to Tanzania where you say our education is better than Tanzania. Oh, we are advanced in terms of education and all that. How many times have we changed our education? And what kind of people are we churning out? As much as we think we are so superb. And where was education the oldest? Where did we have the best university in those years before we came into being? And who? Look at those. Where do we have the cheapest education? Primary school, kuendelea juu. I mean, we need to ask ourselves that. Yeah. As much as we say we have the best, we have that. Go and ask yourself, how many Kenyans migrate to Uganda to go for that education? I know most of us are so ignorant, they don't know. So many Kenyans migrate to go and learn and get educated in countries like Uganda, in countries like Tanzania. Now Rwanda is one of them. Teachers have migrated. If you go to Rwanda, every single school, I was there for 2.5 years. Every single school utapata walimu wa Kenya. Ikiwa ni walimu 20, walimu karibu 5, 6 are Kenyans. Very good teachers that migrated because huku kwetu ni bull S. And they are doing well. What are they doing? They are building those countries. While we are here shouting and saying, Kenya iko juu sana. Kenya ndio imeunda hizo nchi. Go to even hotel and tourism industry. 80% of the senior managers of all those countries within the region, going all the way to Botswana, they are Kenyans. So compare iko pale. It is Kenyans that have brain drained everything to those other countries. And they are doing so well. While here we are saying, oh, you can't disturb the status quo, lazima tukae na amani, lazima tuchunge. Kenya, mutakuta, you are so dry, mumekonda, hata mtu mgonjwa wa kansa ni afadhali. Thank you very much. Wacha niwachie, nimeona mdume ameingia, naye pia ameingia na jina ya utu uzima ni karibu sana. Back to you, Machien.
Okay.
But Kenyans must wake up.
I just wanted to read a statement hapa kutoka Nabii. Nabii ameingilia. We told you this thing ya parliament is already scripted. Sikia statement ya Nabii. Sijui amepost kwa Twitter yake ama namna gani. Mimi alini block. Anasema this is in regards to the Cherera's ouster. Anasema the lords of impunity who destroyed oversight institutions using the handshake fraud should allow parliament to hold rogue officials who put the nation in danger by subverting the democratic will of the people to be held to account. New order is rule of law, not wishes of big men. So wakati tunasema hapa
kuisha nyinyi hata hakujakucha.
Wakati tunasema hapa tunawaambia hii kitu ya parliament hii kitu tayari ilishaamuliwa, wanakuja hapo wanasema the parliament is an independent institution, we should allow these people already wameambiwa kitu ya kufanya. And we are saying hii vitu Junet tunasikia naongea hapo, it's good ya kwamba it's on record ya kwamba amesema hii kitu ni illegal. But these people from the chairman, you look at the face of the chairman, that is a guy under instructions. He's already been told what to do. And so when you see himself carrying himself akijibeba vile anajibeba namna hiyo bila kufuata sheria, with no regard for the standing orders of parliament, already kitu imemalizwa. So there's no way, and I'm telling you, hata ikienda kotini, Madam Hot Air siku hizi unaona vile ana fly all over the place. Juzi nimemuona anapeana lectures sijui US wapi huko. That lady is enjoying herself. Ni kama mshahara ilifika. Ile vitu alikuwa ameahidiwa tayari imeingia. So saa hii she's all over the place. Hata sidhani kama anajua judiciary inafanya kazi namna gani. And I'm telling you, there's no need. Any political case that goes to the court right now will be thrown out. Juzi ya huyu jamaa alipiga mtu risasi Bungoma huko, wasijua anaitwa Didimas Baraza. Kesi yake ya petition against his will ilitupwa nje. Hata hakuna kubageni ama nini. Out. And I'm seeing there's another one there, ya sijini Susan Kehika ama ni nani. So if they cannot prevail you to withdraw your cases from court by buying you, paying you, like they did in Narok governor's race, they just call the judiciary. And the judiciary will settle that thing as soon as possible. Kenyans are done. This country has gone to the bananas. It has gone bananas again. And that is why sometimes unaona Raila anakaa hivi anasema yenyewe hii nikiachilia hakuna mtu mwingine. No one else has a spine to talk against William Ruto in that country. Hakuna mtu mwingine. Unless Raila speaks out. The other leaders, you cannot compromise Raila. You cannot compromise Raila with money. He's the only leader who cannot be bought. All these other guys wanaweza wekwa kwa mfuko, but him, I don't think so. And that is why you see they are trying to make him like stay quiet. Wacha sisi tutawale inchi vile tunataka, lakini ukiongea unafanya makosa. Lakini bado tunataka uongee, kwa sababu usipoongea tutasema hakuna opposition. Chaka Mdume, karibu. Chaka Mdune, karibu. Umemute tena Chaka.
Unmute.
Oh, yes, am I audible now? Mnanipata?
Tunakusikia Chaka, endelea.
Yes, my greetings to my sister, my lovely sister Julia, brother Alex Man Ovela, Stone PK, Kenyan with love, as well as brother Benson. Mimi nitakuwa tu mfupi wa maneno sasa hivi kuweza kuhakikishia baadhi ya maneno na mambo ambayo nilikuwa nikiyazungumzia wakati ikiingia katika uongozi hii serikali. La kwanza nilisema hawa watu wanakimbilia parliament wahakikishe kwamba wamecapture, and then judiciary. After hapo wakaingia kwa makanisa na wametaka kumalizia kwa security sasa hivi, japo wameteka upande wa polisi, lakini bado sasa wakimaliza hapo Wakenya tutakuwa completely done. Maana kuzungumza kwa nini wameteka hii parliament ni kwa sababu tu ya kutufumba tambala macho katika nyuso zetu, tusije tukayaona yaliyo ndani ama yaliyo pande mwingine wa pili. Kwa mfano ambao nazungumzia wakati wa vetting ya CSS, the same thing applies ambayo brother Richie amezungumzia tu sasa hivi hapa, kwamba watu walikuwa washapanga tu, ni kuonyeshwa tu pale kwamba wana vet, lakini wenyewe walijua hawa ambao tumeweka hapa na kuwataja, iwe na vetting kusio na vetting, hawa watu lazima watakalia hapo mahali juu parliament lazima watapitisha, kwa sababu wako under control. Na ndio bana nikazungumzia haya maneno manne, kwamba rais ndio vitu vya kwanza anavifikiria tu katika kuisimamisha agenda yake na mipango iliyo ndani yake, kwamba akishashika hizi sehemu vizuri basi hakuna wa kusema. Kwa hiyo haya mambo ya kinacherera tayari muamuzi alikuwa yashafanywa, ni kule kuibambanya bambanya. Ndio maana siku zote nasema jamani, hii katiba tusiachie tena wanasiasa. Hawa wanasiasa wameharibu na watazidi kuiharibu, mwisho wa siku itatukaanga wenyewe. Hii ni sisi wakati wetu tuseme katiba madamu iko, sisi ndio kila kitu, wananchi ndio kila kitu. Tusimame pamoja ili kunusuru hili regime, ni tusimame pamoja kwa kauli moja na tujitokeze haswa tuseme hatutaki hii regime, kwa sababu tushaona mpango wake. Kwa maana hiyo hata kipelekwa kotini still bado kotini hakuna kitu, maana ndiko mahali alikokimbilia kwenye judiciary akahakikisha kwamba ameshika vizuri. Na huo ndio mfumo mzima uliomweka katika uongozi. Hiyo siasa alikuwa anaifanya 2018 nini yote hiyo, lakini mpango mzima ulikuwa ni kuhakikisha hivyo vitu vingapi amevitia mkononi ili kupata nguvu ya kufanya yale ambayo anahisi kwake ni sahihi, mambo ambayo si ya kumfeva Mkenya wa kawaida. Kwa hiyo Afrika tunatumiwa na wazungu ama watu from the west, kutokana na au viongozi wenye tamaa, wenye uchu wa madaraka, wenye uchu wa kutafutia matumbo yao, na wenye maneno ambayo kama hakika akili yako ndogo, basi utasimama mahali unakaangwa na bado unasema niko hapo hapo, ukijazwa tu matumaini kwamba leo ni hivi lakini kesho kutakuwa na mabadiliko. Yaani unawekwa katika hali ya matumaini on daily basis, kutegemea kwamba bado mapema. Ukimaliza mwaka na bado mapema, tulichukua tu serikali hii mwaka mmoja, miaka miwili tu, yao yakiwa bado yanaendelea, na wakati tulikuja tukikumbuka tukitaka tuungane kwa pamoja tena itakuwa ngumu. So hapa ndipo mahali kwanza tunafaa kujitokelezea Wakenya wote, haijalishi wewe ni nani, haijalishi wewe ni kabila gani, tuhakikishe tunaimilika hii serikali barabara zaidi, kwa sababu tushaelewa. So haya masuala wakati kuna vetting ya nini, ati mambo ya parliament, mambo ya cherera, hii mpango ulishapangwa jamani, tushayaona katika serikali hii si iliyopita hii wakati wa CSS. Maamuzi yaliyotoka katika lile jopo zima lililofanya wahoji hawa wa mawaziri walikuja na conclusion yao na wakasema fulani tumeona huyu hafiti hapa, lakini ilipopelekwa parliament, what did Kenya Kwanza did? They all supported, kwa sababu wako under control ya one person. Haiwezekani brother Stone PK, mimi nimekutia noti shilingi, nimepiga mkwanja wa maana, alafu kiuke mkataba wangu. Hilo ni jambo ambalo haliwezekani. Lazima unisikize kile ambacho nakueleza. So I do believe kwenye Kenya Kwanza there are some leaders who are good, but because they are under controlled by somebody, that's where problem comes. So the only healing solution is to impeach this regime, the whole government. Hakuna lingine. Failure to which we might end up on a bottle top of trouble, especially those wanyonges, those wameambiwa the hustlers. Sisi ndio tutaumia, na not only sisi but for our future. Maana kitambo tukuja tukijenga katika hali ya usawa kuidegesha mahali pazuri hii Kenya, uongo. Kwa sababu huu ni msitu wa wenye wote wenye madoa waliungana for their benefits. That's why kama alivyozungumzia brother Richie kwamba kesi ya Desmas Baraza ilichukuliwa mbali. So for those who are strong supporters on Kenya Kwanza, how they are total safe, but those goes beyond them, they're in for it. Lazima wajue kweli hii ni serikali. Kwa hiyo ni serikali ya wachache wanaounga na wenye vyao, kwa wale wanaopinga na wale ambao ni wanyonge, hao ndio wakataka kutumiwa. So kwa hiyo Twitter umezungumzia, hiyo ni ishara wazi kwamba sisi tunaelekeza hapa, lakini ndio hivyo. Kwa hiyo tusipingane hapa kusema mambo ya Moses Kuria yalikuwa yake, atana wazimu aende kwa checking, hata akili yake ni mbaya. Never enough. Ni mambo yalizungumzwa, ni mpango ulipangwa na upo. Tusizungumze kwamba yale mambo alizungumzwa na yule jamaa, yule mbunge wa huko Somalini ule, kwamba they want to for the mambo na limit, president limit, ukasema labda ni ya uongo, yanafunikwa, lakini baada ya miaka miwili yatazuka tena upya. So Kenyans tusishabikie hapa, hakuna cha kushabikia, tunaingizwa kwa shimo tukiona. Tunageuka pweza ndugu zangu, tunajikanga kwa mafuta yetu wenyewe, kwa ushindani na ubishani kwamba hatutaki kutoka. Bado wengi wetu bado tunafungwa na kutamana macho kwa sababu ya ukabila, ya huyu ni mtu wetu, kwa sababu kwamba ya Raila ama ya Uhuru. But those leaders wao walikuwa na nia njema na Wakenya. So for real, mimi sina cha kuongezea zaidi ya hapo Bernard, lakini Afrika hii imemalizwa na viongozi sample hii na watu na wazungu, na tutatumiwa. Especially wazungu wataona labda wana upendo na Kenya, lakini washapata mtu ambaye hakika watamtumia vile ambavyo wanataka, kwa sababu wale vigogo ambao walikuwa kusimamia wanapinga hawalikuwa hawapendi na hawa jamaa. The reason kiongozi ambaye ni juzi tu alijitokelezea na kujisacrifice maisha yake na akawa anazungumza mbele ya watu ni marehemu hayati Magufuli. Akasema jamani, mimi sasa hivi na sacrifice maisha yangu kwa ajili ya Mtanzania. Najua napigwa vigongo kila pande kwa ajili ya Mtanzania, lakini ukweli lazima nitauzungumza. Pesa na imani tunayo, ya kujijengea tunayo, ni kwa sababu tu ni kuicontrol na kuhakikisha kila mtu anawajibika kulipa ushuru, na tutaijenga Tanzania na wakaijenga Tanzania. At a very short time Tanzania iliweza ikanyanyuka hali nyingine tofauti. So hizo roho zikishatokeza hii Afrika, mzungu ashaingia kwewe, kwa sababu hapa ndio utu wa mgongo wa hizo nchi zingine. Kama ni masuala madini ni hapa, kama ni mambo mengi yanatokea hapa Afrika. So Kenya tumepata kiongozi ambaye atatumiwa zaidi, na hizo trip anazozipiga tusidhanie labda ni mazuri tu ya Mkenya. Hapana, kabla tupate hayo mazuri kuna watu washafaidi kwalo. So mimi sitakuwa na haya kuzungumza, kwa sababu na imani my voice one day itakuja kukumbuka. Na kujenga nchi lazima tujitokeze, tuvue haya, tuliweke mbali na tuzungumze ukweli ope. Kwa hiyo those are supporting Kenya Kwanza. Swali langu kwao ni je, 6 days are over, kile kiliadiwa kwa manifesto yao haswa ni nini kimekuwa implemented na kinaonekana? Na if no, mbona bado uko katika huo mrengo? Unafanya nini Mkenya mwenzangu? Mbona tusijumuike pamoja tukasimamisha hii mrengo kando, tukatakisha kwamba hii Kenya inasimama katika hali ya usawa? Mbona tungoje tuivunje kwa mikono yetu kwa uongozi mbaya? Ndugu zangu, mimi sina kingi cha kuzungumza, but naamini yule Mungu hakika atasambaratisha kila mjama, atawapa hawa watu kila mtu lugha yake, hautajengwa huu mnara. I do believe through our voices, through kuungana mikono pamoja na kuhakikisha kwamba hawataenda popote, hili rijima haitaenda popote. If they wakikosa support, na pia nasema hata hawa viongozi ambao wako kwa kina Mudavadi ndio wa kwanza kutoka katika hii serikali ili kutengeneza hii nchi kwa vizuri, waanze kutoka wao na wafuasi wao, wasigande tu kwa sababu ni mimi nilipewa mapeni ama niliahidiwa kitu kizuri ama nishapewa, kwa sababu tayari koti ndio hiyo ilishatekwa, parliament ilishatekwa, makanisa ndio yalianza kabisa mapema kutekwa. Sasa Mkenya utakimbilia wapi wewe? Itabaki hii katiba itatengenezwa watakavyo wao, sisi tutakavyo. Kwa hiyo mimi nitakwamia pale ndugu zangu, nikiwa na machungu mengi, lakini na imani Mungu siku zote hashindani na mwanadamu. Asanteni.
Haya, sawa sawa ndugu yangu, utu uzima ni mvi au ni busara? Mimi unajua na kuelewa kama ndugu yangu Chaka. Nilikuwa nataka kuambia wasikilizaji wetu na watazamaji wetu na pia panelist ya kwamba Nabii pia kwa siku ya leo ninasoma amepata loan nyingine. So Kenya is set to receive 52.83 billion from IMF loan and 57.31 billion project loans from bilateral lenders in December. So pesa inaendelea kumwagika. Wakati tulifungua milango ya GMO, tarajia nayo pesa utapata, kwa sababu wenye biashara tayari wamejua mahali ya kufanya biashara. Pesa watakupatia, malipo inasemekana ni hapa tu ulimwenguni. Kwa hivyo I think tumekaa hapa karibu masaa 11. Naangalia hapa saa, we have been here for around 11 hours. So nataka nipatie panelists wetu at least nafasi ya kupeana closing remarks zao, alafu kisha baada ya hapo tukaweze kufunga show. Kesho tukutane, itakuwa ni Ijumaa. Natarajia kwamba kutakuwa na mengi ambayo tutakuwa tunayatazama, na tunafuata hili jambo ambalo linaendelea pale kwa bunge, hii sarakasi ambayo inaendelea pale kwa bunge ya kuwakagua makamishna wale wa Iebc. Umesikia Nabii amesema ya kwamba wale watu lazima walipe kwa sababu ya kujaribu kuenda kinyume na katiba. Kwa hivyo it will be interesting to see what happens. So nitaanza na Brother Benson kwa dakika tu mbili tujaribu kufunga comment section yetu, closing comments zetu, alafu tumalizie.
Mimi sina mengi sana la kusema, lakini I'm just praying and hoping that things will change. And if not, time is coming when street will start speaking. And when the street speaks, then things will change. And I think like now, Kenyans will be going under learning process, and they will see if it is viable to stay in that government or it is not, but they will take action when the right time comes. But like I would like to also request them as Kenyans, let us be people of goodwill, people who see Kenya not as a tribal nation, like people who see Kenya as a country, and like talk to our leaders in various areas. If you feel like your leader is doing something in parliament that does not reflect the will of Kenya, start from there. Make them like rebel against them. Then they will realize in their various constituencies, in your various constituencies, please do that. If they're not doing good job, start protest from them. Start protesting there on the constituency level. Protest anything that they're doing bad. Then they will learn, then they will know things are not good. Then when they go to parliament, they will do something that is very right. Thank you very much.
Safi ndugu yangu bro Benson, wacha tuende kwa Stone PK.
Thank you, Richie and everyone else. Mine will be very brief. We are doing a good job. We are here raising flags. I think we've raised them enough, and we are left with the two options. One is to leave and let go. Kenyans will test it. They will test the waters. Yakiwa machungu watakunywa tu, then they will decide kama watameza ama watatema. My sympathy and empathy is with the youth. Somebody is saying the youth are listening, the youth know what they are doing. So I wish them well. And hao tu ndio watatuambia kama maji ni machungu, basi kama watameza. So that's it. I think watajituma tu. Mahali wamefinywa watajituma tu, and it will not take long. Tumbo halingoji. Na masomo mara ikija kuwa umeshindwa kusoma, then kwisha, hautapata kazi. Hata hiyo kazi wanaita ya hasla ya kusukuma wheelbarrow itakuwa hakuna, kwa sababu utakuwa unasukuma wheelbarrow kwenda wapi, kwa nani? So things are bad, things will be bad, but I hope that all what we are saying here, as much as some people might think it's not worth it, it is worth it. Some of us will keep quiet and watch how it goes. And no sooner will the millions have landed here than more chaos will be seen. Kwa Kenya, hakuna popote hii nchi inaenda. Hii nchi imesambaratika. You give it 2 months, give it 3 months, give it 5 months, give it 10 years, it is gone. And the mistake we are going to make is what we made in the 20 years of Moi. Moi's script is now 100 times. Remember, take the example of 100 t-shirts being supplied 1,000 times and raising 1 million invoice. So now you can imagine that aspect. The script is now the one that is controlling and calling the shots. Wasikia hiyo Twitter vile inasema waache dunia.
Wewe ni mtayarishaji, ni mtangazaji, ni msanii, ni producer, ni editor.
Sorry. So mumesikia already ana preempt. Where does a president go interfering with the process, the so-called parliament and all that? So basically, it is what Kusha was saying, Mutadu, and he will talk with impunity, and all that. So muombe Mungu tu, either Mungu awaondolee hii uchafu ama nyinyi wenyewe muondoe. Naye Mungu nilisikia Mungu, God does not kill, so you have to pray to Satan. Naye shetani wenyu lazima awe na nguvu kuliko shetani wake. Really, have a very good night.
Kenyan with love. Santi PK.
Richie, now all our viewers and everybody, and we really thank you guys for listening to us. Na ile kitu tunasemanga, people in the comment section na kila kitu. But Richard, even though we're going through a lot of ish and everything with this government, and I wanted to remind you there's a 128 billion that is Nabi amepata pia kutoka Saudi, and I equate that to the wash that was there, that has been there. You know, whatever was happening with the, with the gold and everything. And I also don't feel very good about this Congo thing. But I'm very optimistic. I don't know why, of our country. I'll tell you why I think that I'm very optimistic. I'm optimistic because for the first time since independence, Kenya is more united more than we know. I don't remember a time that we've been all united with Kikuyus, Kalenjins, especially those two, with the whole world. It is this time that some of the Kikuyus, some of the Kalenjins are also uniting with the other. It used to be 42 against 1, 40 whatever against 2 and whatever. But now I can see Kikuyus and Kalenjins that actually agree with what I've seen. Even Kalenjins disagree with their own president. So I believe we're very united and we need to stay united, and we need to stop. We stop this. There's no tribe or anything. We just think about our country, because where Uhuru gave it, what Uhuru did for us, and especially even infrastructure ways, we need to keep on moving on that. I had somebody tell me that some roads, 3 people tell me today that some roads have been stopped, you know, they're not doing that. Richie, if I'm a president and then you come, ukikuja nyuma yangu, you need to continue what I was doing. And especially if we were trying to move from this thing to Nitagwa third worlds. I'm a big person on infrastructure because I do work in that side and I know what it opens up. As we close, Richard, I just have a message to Kenyans. Don't think of your political affiliation. Think of Kenya. And don't think about your tribe. Think of Kenya. And listen to what people are saying, not what the leaders are doing, because they have a way of doing a decoy mission for you to think otherwise. So hizo decoy, don't jump into it. Listen to what people are saying and what your body language is saying and what you're feeling, and don't defend the undefendable. With that, I say adios muchachas, or good night. See you another day. It's good to be here and discuss.
Yeah, thank you, Kenyan with love. Man of valor, you there?
Yeah, Makiadi, it's been long since I finished the show, and I usually enjoy listening to you guys from the back. Dunston Omari said something that I bought over this week. He said if only Raila could keep quiet in the next few days, then the Mount Kenya are going to come out blazing, and this government will not survive. And I've seen that thing happening. and I will urge Baba to take a sabbatical leave. Ile last time alichukua kuja hata kama ni US apumzike ama aende kama ni Zanzibar, because you can see the house of Mumbi itself right now has been coerced. Ngunjiri, the former Nyeri town MP, yesterday said we have only one leader in Mount Kenya, and that leader is Kashago. We will follow him. Kanini Kega was destroyed today by Ledama on how he is lying, and actually Ledama said we can even bring those ballots and you will understand we voted for you. What the DP has done is to successfully bring the Mount Kenya. The Mount Kenya has realized they have made a mistake. But since they respect leadership, there are only two communities in Kenya that respect leadership. And I will give you an example why. They knew that Uhuru was an alcoholic. They knew that Uhuru had a weakness, but they knew that leadership can come through Uhuru. They supported him, and Uhuru became a state person. The Kalenjin know very well that Ruto is a thief. Hata umesikia wakilia maneno ya mahindi. They are the ones actually rebelling, especially the Nandi senator. But because they know that leadership can only come through Ruto this time around, they've supported it. So I think in their next calculation on how to get power, I think the Mount Kenya people are going to get
Kama namna gani? What happened? Stone PK mumehaka Manovela.
Manovela amesikika na Ruto akiongea.
Akanyongewa mic mapema.
Akanyongewa mic. Atajua ajui.
Haya, utu uzima ni mvi au ni busara? Endelea Manovela akija tamaliza.
My closing remarks ni kidogo tu, lakini tu ni wasia tu na wa Wakenya. So, nitaumalizia kwa kusema hivi. Rafiki, mtu anaitwa rafiki. Rafiki mzuri ni yule ambaye akipika chakula mnakula na yeye, wakati ukiumwa anaingia mitini, ama wakati ukifilisika anaingia mitini anakuachia shida yako. Ama rafiki mzuri ni yule ambaye anakuangalia wakati ukiwa na tatizo, anahakikisha kwamba mfano unaumwa, anahakikisha kwamba kila asubuhi amekuja kuangalia, anahakikisha kwamba wewe amekupeleka hospitali, umerejea katika hali yako ya kawaida. Afuta hapo kila mtu anakula chake na mahesabu yake. Kwa hiyo hayo ndio maneno nitaweza kuachia Wakenya kuweza kulinganisha huu uongozi. Je, tuko kwa rafiki mzuri ama tuko kwa rafiki mbaya? Na tukipata hilo jibu, hakika majuto ni mjukuu siku zote. Tumehusiwa, tumeonywa, tumepewa njia, lakini baadhi tu ya wenzetu walikuwa na mambo yao, wakitegemea labda uongozi ni vile vile tu vya zamani, kwamba kabila mmoja ama nyingine ikishika uongozi basi uongozi ni wao, kila kitu ni chao. Lakini tumetoka kule. Sasa hivi Kenya wengi wamekuwa wasomi, kila kabila, hata kabila dogo zina watu wasomi, na pia zina hamu sana ya kuingia katika uongozi. Ila uongozi si kwamba mtu akiingia uongozi kabila yako hata kiwa mbaya umfagilie kwa sababu ni mtu wako, ama kiongozi akiingia kwa uongozi umfagilie kwa sababu ni mpenzi wako kwa mrengo uko nao, ni ndani ya damu yako. Ni lazima tuchague viongozi ambao wako na track record, hawana madoadoa na wako tayari kuhakikisha kwamba wanaisongesha nchi yetu mbele na mwananchi afaidi kutokana na nchi yake. Kwa hiyo tuko katikati sasa hivi, tuangalie huyu rafiki, je, ni mzuri au ni mbaya? Asante.
Haya, sawa sawa. naona man of valor amerudi. Haya, ndugu, endelea.
Yeah, so
Ulinyonga mic, ni sawa, endelea.
ndio nilikuwa naambia my sister Julia kuwa the fight that we have going ahead is going to be more difficult because when our leaders have started aligning themselves with the process of impunity, and they know very well that the electorate in Mount Kenya never voted for this person, it is very unfortunate. So it will be important for Mount Kenya to decide, are they going to help Kenya or they are going to go with Ruto? Because Mount Kenya is our first brother. You cannot do a revolution without them. We need them because of not only their number, but because of the wealth of this country is mostly concentrated within their region. However, from the look of things, what Gachagua has already done, and I can guarantee you, Stone PK, first of all, he wants to concentrate the powers into himself, get Uhuru totally out of the equation. And that's why the debate of terms imekuwa ngumu for them, because they thought inaenda kuwa rahisi kwao, but they realized Uhuru can be brought back. We can decide as Kenyans to bring Uhuru back and run for presidency against Ruto. So what I'm saying is there's a dangerous script that is being run in Mount Kenya. Gachagua has bought all the leaders, people like Kanini Kega, people like Sabina Cheke, people like Ngujiri, Wambu the former Nyeri town member of parliament, people that you thought they had principles, wamekuwa bought. And when you see that, it tells you that this is really dangerous. Now, my thought is this: let Baba be quiet, let the chicken come home to roost, because the moment you heard the Nyeri governor speak the way he spoke, there is some bitterness between them and Ruto. But you see, there is a Marxism that says, an enemy of your enemy is your friend. So because both of them, their enmity is towards Raila, right now they can come together. But when Raila is done with them, then they can come and start fighting. So I think the most basic principle that Baba can do right now is to be quiet and see how far these people can go. But as long as Baba keeps talking and he does not give us direction on what we should do, I think that is holy noise, which we really don't need right now. Either give us direction or keep quiet, because we need a solution to the problem that we are having. Those are my finishing remarks.
Julia, thank you, man of Vela.
Asante Makiadi. Alex, I'm really surprised at the behavior of Kanini Kega. I don't know. Makiadi, did we really discuss that? I think tomorrow we should look at that. I'm really surprised. I'm actually shocked. And I didn't really listen carefully to what Sabina Chega was saying, but I think she's tending toward the same direction. And I just wonder how people can be weak. It began with Jeremiah Kioni, but Jeremiah Kioni did not surprise me, because remember when they vied with Mudavadi, even Mudavadi did not even have one vote in that polling station where Jeremiah Kioni votes. That tells you how hawana msimamo. So this behavior of Kanini Kega, I don't know, maybe tomorrow, guys, we can look at that, where this matrix is going. We need to really analyze this and think about it. Now, okay, on one side, I see the governor for Nyeri. I think he meant what he said when he said, sisi si bibi ya mtu, hatujaolewa na mtu. He was directly attacking Ruto. But I'm asking myself, PK, I think this is the same thing I was asking myself yesterday.
Let me guide you, Julia, there. He said, sisi sio uji, sisi sio uji. And I hear that you detest uji kwa Wakikuyu uji.
Where Alex tokea nikwambie vile alisema. Exactly. What he said. First he said,
Iambie.
Sisi hatujaolewa na mtu. You know, in Kikuyu, when a man tells another man, haujanioa, anakwambia, I'm not your bitch. So, it's an insult. Usinione hivi, I'm not your that. That's what I said. he was not referring to a wife. So he was telling Ruto, we are not your that thing, that be. Okay? Then he went ahead and said, tutihaka kwa masoro, atipakangwi uji, pakwa uji ni kudharau mtu, hiyo madharau ya hali ya juu. So that address was meant to Ruto. So me, Alex, I'm asking myself, if this governor is with Gachagua, wanaambia nani yo maneno? Wanaambia Ruto ama wanaambia nani? Okay? So they are directing to somebody, and I suspect it was Ruto. So where are they going? Then we see Kanini Kega walking around with Gachagua, and Sabina Chege leaning towards the same direction. And I saw Jeremiah Kioni, of course, earlier, posting like he's already on that side. So me, I'm asking myself, are these people in the side of Ruto? Where are they taking this country? Now, but at the same time, Alex, I'm not convinced that Gachagua can really win Mount Kenya and become a kingpin. Sioni akitomboa vile hiyo maneno ya kingpin. Hiyo maneno ya kingpin Mount Kenya bado imekuwa ngumu. And now you said something. In my wildest dreams and visions and thoughts, I saw a situation of Kenyans bringing back Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. In my wildest visions and dreams and all that. Not because they like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, but maybe using him to salvage this situation. But now, watu wa Mount Kenya region wanaelekea wapi? Je, ni Gachagua anawatumia to lead a revolt against Ruto? Or is Gachagua trying to assert himself in Mount Kenya region? Is he trying to imagine that he can take the place of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta? And how easy is that for him to do that? You know, we have had leaders in Mount Kenya region, and I think leaders don't just come. Leaders, I think, are made in heaven, because we had one of the people that would have been a kingpin was Kenneth Stanley Matiba Jindo. He didn't have to be campaigned for anybody. He was outrightly going to be a kingpin of Mount Kenya region. Then Kibaki, by virtue of the absence of Matiba, Kibaki managed to get there. But I think Kibaki was made by Baba. I want to believe that Baba created a Kibaki kingpin in Mount Kenya region by saying Kibaki Tosha. Then now we are having Kibaki, and Kibaki is retiring, and the place is like we don't have someone. And Kibaki even didn't seem to support Uhuru presidency, because it is said that Kibaki wanted a Mudavadi presidency. Now, who made Uhuru? Moi made Uhuru. Moi had long ago begun manufacturing the Uhuru presidency. And we saw that he made him vie for parliament, and Uhuru lost parliamentary seat. Moi gave Uhuru some director thing. I mean, somewhere he had some appointment in the government. Moi really worked so hard to shape Uhuru. In fact, for a long time, I didn't think Uhuru had the personality to become anything. And then from nowhere, we see that Uhuru vying for presidency in 2002. Of course, I think Moi suspected Uhuru may not win, but that was a step of making Uhuru. So what do we see? We see Uhuru imagine, and Uhuru manages to become the kingpin of Mount Kenya region. Sasa mimi akina PK na wengine sioni Gachagua akipata hiyo haraka sana. Hapo mambo iko ngumu. So no wonder why that's why Gachagua is working so hard to bring akina Kanini Kega and the others together, because he needs them on his side. What is he doing? Do you think that he's trying to beat Ruto in his own game? Or has Gachagua foreseen the likes of Kindiki Kithure being proposed to remove him from being the next running mate for Ruto? Is he preparing for 2027? What is Gachagua doing? Now, how does that benefit Kenyans? I think if we have that fight, somehow it may be advantage the rest of the Kenyans. I mean, inaweza ikatusaidia, because we may find somebody who, with Gachagua weakening the KKA team or the Kenya Kwanza team, then we may have somebody coming out to help Kenya. My only concern, Alex, you can answer me tomorrow when you come back. Now, on one side, we are seeing Gachagua trying to consolidate Mount Kenya region. On our side, Baba akilitaya tuko na nani anatusaidia? Nyinyi watu akina Makiadi, amjatupatia viongozi. Nyinyi watu ni wale wanaume wa mundu wa mundu. Kwa nini nyinyi hamtoi muhundu wa mundu mmoja, mtuambie who is coming in? Tell us, please. You people, we talk about Mudavadi, you dismiss him as the biggest coward of cowards, the king of cowards. Now, then we give up there. We had the Wamalwas. I think they have gone into hiding somewhere in some caves in Mount Elgon. I mean, and then we look at Sifuna. At one time, Sifuna is eloquent, but then he stopped somewhere. I think something is stopping him. Now we got Luo Nyanza. Luo Nyanza now, I'm beginning to ask myself who is there. Then I was hoping to see a Matiang politician, but Matiang decided he's not a politician. So he wherever he is, I don't know where he is. Now I got to Kambani, Kalonzo. We are happy with him and we are grateful. We appreciate he gave us so many votes. But Kenyan with love, Kalonzo doesn't give me the charisma I'm looking for. And he doesn't giving me the guts. Unajua saa zingine uongozi unatikana umang'aa mwingine wa hali ya juu. Yani ile you tell people off and they can do whatever they feel like they can do their worst. Kalonzo won't do that. Anaongea akichunga maneno yake, ama sometimes I see like he has been given a hot slap before he speaks. So you're gonna speak with guts. So now, Mother Karua, I think her feet have been cut and she's feeling frustrated and I think she doesn't know where to start. Baba, I don't know what Baba is doing. Like Alex is saying, he's speaking, but he's not saying what. So my conclusion is, Baba should just come out PK style and say, okay, I may not become president, but I have to end this game in style. I have to end this game in style, having changed this country. That is what Baba should do. Asante Makiadi.
All right. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Stone PK, Kenyan with love, men of valor. Me yangu ni kusema ya kwamba we've been talking about the issues that are going on behind the curtains between Mudavadi and the Rigiji. People came out and said we don't know what we are saying. It has been proved. Right now we are talking about a tiff between the president, Nabii, and the Rigiji. People are telling us we don't know what we are saying, that we are being played because we don't have foresight. There's a story I was reading in the papers today. It says that there's a plot to make Ruto fall out with Rigathi Gachagua, and that came from the Nyeri governor Mutahi Kahiga, who has revealed that certain individuals close to the president William Ruto are pushing for a fallout with his deputy Rigathi Gachagua. So sometimes tunakuja hapa tunaongea vitu, the way we look at things out there, watu wengine wanakuja wanatuambia hapa hatujui ile kitu tunasema. So let's wait and see. And then finally we questioned the issue of the maize. Inasemekana hiyo mahindi yenye imeingia Mombasa imetoka Mozambique. So mahindi ni ya Mozambique sijui, lakini haijulikani ni ya nani. Wanasema ni WFP, World Food Program, na hata mwenye anasema ya kwamba ni WFP amegundua hiyo maneno juzi tu. Kwa hivyo no one knew who the maize belonged to, but it's finally here. And as much as we make noise like it is said, hiyo mahindi hakuna mahali itaenda. Itaingia Kenya na Wakenya ndio watakula. Sababu we decided to let thugs lead, and they lead thuggishly. So I want to bring this conversation to an end today. We've been here for 11 hours 30 minutes from the time Bernard alianza mpaka ile time tumeingia hapa. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Man of Valor, who has changed from Putin Red Army. I know finally you'll go back to your title. Kenyan with love, hata wewe najua utarudi tu kwa title yako. Utakuwa kama Ose. Ose anakuja hapa anaita uze ize, anapotea wiki moja, anarudi hapa sasa anajiita SS underscore unscripted, sijui unscripted scripts ama ndio nini. Jua Nabii amefanya watu wamebadilisha majina hapa, wengine hata wanakujaga kwa studio hapa wakiongelea kwa giza. naeka taa kama mimi, lakini kuna taa ingine inafunikaga mtu anaonekana uso kwa giza peke yake. We Julia, sijui kama umewaiona Guru anaongeleanga kwa giza.
Yeah, I don't know why people are changing names. I don't know. Wamepewa stress.
Wamenipata hivi leo.
Yeah.
Yani nyinyi man of valor, nani amewapewa stress mnabadilisha majina hivi? What is cooking? Can you tell us?
Watu wanaingia baridi na tuambii mapema ni nini inaendelea bana. Unajua tunaweza kuwa tunakaa hivi kienyeji na hatujui. What is happening?
Naona tu ukitaja tu hivi, nilitaja tu kitu kimoja hivi nikapigwa nje. Sasa
haya,
Kenyan with love.
Kenyan with love, wewe sasa.
Danny Dairas alikuwa anauliza ni upendo upi huu unasambaza? That is what Danny Dairas was asking, na ni huku mjibu.
It's just a Kenyan with love. Yeah, you love your country. Just Kenyan with love. Kesho nitakuja nikiwa kungulu kuangala pa.
I don't know why you people are changing names. Me, I'm not changing my name.
Stone PK amebaki na militant STPK. Stone PK yalisema is a militant soldier wa baba, haizi badilisha jina.
Yeah, they can take him where they want. They want to take him. Stone PK is asking them what to do.
Naitwa hivyo mpaka Yesu arudi. Kama atarudi, lakini nilisikia hatarudi.
Nabii ameenda Korea. Ile kitu amesema huko Korea, hata ukisikia unacheka tu. Ameenda Korea, wakaenda kanisa na deputy nabii wake. Ile kitu ameenda kusema Korea kwa kanisa ni kwamba, acha nikusomee, the last election was not just about political issues, but also a referendum on those who believe in God and those who believe in men. Those who believe in men, a referendum on those who believe in God and those who believe in men. Those who believe in God won. Hiyo ndio vitu ameenda kuongea Korea. Bibi yake ndio anasema, the Lord has just been reminding me of the similarities between Kenya and Korea. Being a Christian country, I see Korea is a Christian country. There are so many Christians. We are requesting that you bring some of your great missionaries to our country. Hiyo ndio vitu wameenda kuuza huko South Korea.
Alafu kwa nini walikuwa nakunywa pombe?
Hiyo video nitawatumia, siwezi cheza hapa kwa sababu ni ya mtu, lakini utaona walipatikana leo. Unajua watu huko nje, watu wametembea huko nje wana toss wine
People when they leave Kenya they change their mind. What happens?
Wana toss wine. Sasa huyu jamaa alipatikana
ni waledi hao, waledi wa usiku.
Walipatikana off guard na glasses za wine, wakaangaliana na nabii na deputy nabii. Ikaonekana sasa hapa kwa sababu ya unajua ile unasemekananga ni sawa tu, one for the road, kwa sababu hatuwezi kataa, ni ya kuitiwa. Naona wana toss glass ya wine wakiangaliana. But that is what we have.
Wine ni ile makali kabisa hiyo. Kwanza Ruto anameza.
It was not wine. It was not
wine. Niliona kuvaa socks.
No, hii mguu iko na shida yake, hatuwezi
Okay, Alex, we are still asking ourselves those questions. Sasa kama hutaki kuvaa socks, there are some shoes you people wear, some decent ones. I mean, you have those nice open shoes that you wear. I mean, kuwe decent kiasi kama preso, si kuvaa tu, kutoa viatu unaka na moka zile nyaina socks. What's that? That was funny. That is funny.
Julia, nilikuuliza jana mtu travel wapi kama ni si economy, na sisi tunananga na economy na unavaa boot mpaka iko huku juu. Mbona si atufuragi miguu?
Anatumia first class. Lakini mimi sina shida na kufura mguu because he has his own reasons. Lakini I have a problem with the kind of shoes he was wearing and without socks. So something should have been done for the President of the Republic of Kenya in such a meeting. I mean, something should have been done.
Hiyo viatu Julia haivaliwagi na socks.
Hiyo viatu alikuwa amevaa?
Yeah, hiyo haivaliwagi na socks.
Hiyo ni swag. Ni swag.
Hiyo ni swag, hiyo ivaliwangi na
Is it
socks.
flip-flops?
No. They are called, they have a name. Sijui wanaitanga nini, loafers ama kitu kama sijui.
Oh yeah, those are loafers, eh?
Hazivaliwangi na socks, lakini hiyo mguu yenye niliona hapo ndio nilikuwa najiuliza, hii mguu ni mtu ametoka kutembea ama ni nini? Sababu inaitwa moccasin. Wanasema wengine wanasema inaitwa moccasin. Sijui kama ni
Lakini I think they are called loafers, not moccasin.
But Mary Awori anasema this is just a village, and I agree with her. You know, I told you yesterday hapa, huwezi toa village ndani ya mtu. Enda huko unaenda kuvalia watu trouser ya red na jacket ya green na shati umeantak na wewe ni president. Na juzi unaona ile mkono bado naikumbuka mpaka leo. Baada ya kuambia mtu atulie tu hapo apige picha, unapitisha huyo mwingine unanisumbua, hiyo umesema hiyo achana naye. Hiyo
haikuwa mkono. Mbona unasema ni mkono? Haikuwa mkono.
No, alikuwa anasema one love.
Haya, acha mimi niachie hapo.
What surprised me, Makiadi, was when it is Uhuru taking a loan, it is wrong. Do you realize today we signed a loan of 122 billion, terms that are really very bad towards us? I want you to go to hindsight and see the kind of loan that we took today from South Korea.
I have talked about loans today here. I think labda ulikuwa umedrop. Tumeongea mambo ya loan hapa mpaka tumechoka na mise. We are talking about a month and we are talking about 1 trillion in loans. So hata
I think Makiadi, you people, hata kama unafunga, these people, I think first I think they don't see themselves lasting the 5 terms, and I see that they don't see themselves when going for the next term. So I think they're on a routine spree. And that is what PK is saying. We should do something before it is too late. They are on a routine spree. Nile unaingia nyumba ya mtu, unajua utatolewa, unaanza kupora mali before utolewe huko. That is what they are doing. These guys on a routine spree. So unasikia hata all the budgets have been cut. Walimu, masomo imekatizwa, masomo imepunguzwa. Siji everywhere, food subsidy, name them, GMO. Who is bringing this GMO, this maize, who's importing this maize? Even at the expense, Ebu Fikiriani, at the expense of his Iftivari farmers, when he knows that that's his backyard. What do you think? It's kama hawana mpango wa kuishi then kutawala the next 2 years. That's what I see in the picture they are giving us.
Julia, nikuulize, kwani Uhuru alikuwa anatoa pesa yake kwa mfuko ama nini alikuwa akifanya?
Alikuwa na manager aje? How was Uhuru, wherever you are, you told us 3 months. Sasa sisi hata miezi 3 haijaishi Uhuru. Urudi utuambie ulikuwa na survive aje. Uhuru should come back and tell us how he was doing the budget.
Aya, ngoja kidogo tu.
Maize, Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka has termed the move by the Ministry of Trade to import GMO maize duty-free a political decision. Kalonzo either lamented that the country is still reeling with the shock of drought and thus the timing of the importation is wrong. This even as leaders from maize-growing areas are pointing a blaming finger at the Ministry of Trade for making unilateral decisions. Maize farmers from Elgeyo Marakwet are up in arms, claiming that the government has not consulted them before importing maize into the country. This comes after Trade, Industry and Cooperative CS Moses Kuria announced that the government will soon allow a 6-month duty-free importation of 10 million bags of GMO and non-GMO maize for food security.
So tunauliza serikali waangalie jinsi wanaweza kutusaidia mpaka Januari, Februari wanaweza kuimport kama yetu haitachaa vile wanataka.
Area leaders in the maize growing regions of the country are also singing the same tunes, pointing an accusing finger at Moses Kuria for having a one-man show. According to Nandi Governor Stephen Sang, legislators should formulate policies that will shield farmers so as to avoid impoverishing them.
Why do you want to import maize to go and distribute in the areas of our country that are facing famine when we have maize in our region? Why don't you start by mopping up and buying the maize from ourselves? Why are you supporting foreign farmers more than your own farmers?
Weighing in on the matter, Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka has faulted the importation move, claiming that it was politically instigated.
GMO
without any public participation. And here I want to thank the Catholic Church for beginning to show leadership. We're not going to kill our people through GMO. And I think as Kenyans, we are very good at forgetting things very fast, but how do we forget about that which is going to kill us with cancer?
Even as the government prepares to
Aya, mimi nataka kumalizia hapo na nitauliza swali moja tu peke yake. Yani ngoja kidogo, kuna mtu anasema okay, sawa. Nataka kuuliza swali moja ambayo sitaki kujibiwa, so I will have this discussion tomorrow. Does the government have any obligation or contract with the people of RV who are planting maize to buy their maize? That's something we'll be discussing. Ni lazima serikali inunue mahindi kutoka kwa wakulima? Is it something that was written somewhere waka-agree ya kwamba ile mahindi yote wakulima wako nayo lazima iuziwe serikali, iuziwe sijui NCPB or whatever it is? So maybe the government has just realized it has no obligation to buy the maize from farmers. Wameamua kwenda kifua kaende. Whoever wants to do what they want, shauri yao. Yes, man of valor. Alafu tumalizie.
Makiadi, the hypocrisy from the leaders from Rift Valley is of a high nature. I don't think at this time when Ruto is facing a backlash, leaders from leaders from Rift Valley can come to criticize the issue of maize openly if it were not for hypocrisy. You know very well the buck stops as William Samoei Ruto. Even the issue of maize should not have been talked with the so-called Moses Kuria. We have not seen our Minister for Agriculture speak anything. Moses Kuria is the one speaking. They want to impeach Moses Kuria. Hence, the whole issue is about the maize. So if they want to get audience, why don't they get audience with the Minister of Agriculture first, and they know what they need to do with their maize? So this hypocrisy from the people from Rift Valley, they are playing double standards, Makiadi. This is a script that they've made. They know how to take Moses Kuria because Moses Kuria is a nightmare to them. Had they not put him to be a CS, walikuwa naogopa. So they want to get him out of incompetence, lakini waache kutudanganya hapa. Now I just realized Mozambique has a border with Congo. Na huyu jamaa mahindi yake it was huko chini karibu na border ya nanini ya Congo. So all in all, hii mahindi ni ya Ruto. Let us not even say inatoka Mozambique. Hii mahindi ni ya Ruto. Anyway, wacha tumalize show.
Sawa, maridadi kabisa. Acha ni acknowledge mafans wetu ambao wanakuja kwa comment section. I'm blessed, it's good to see you. Miss we uli drop bana. Tutakutana kesho. Yufin AO, asante sana. Kevin Ocheng, asante. Mohamed Ege, good to see you back. Margaret Wanjiru, asante sana. Kevin Ocheng, nimekutaja mara mbili. Nani Timmy Move Team. It takes at least 2 months to ship stuff from the US to Kenya. They spoke about GMO and within a week it's there. Kwa hivyo hiyo GMO hata si ya World Food Program. Hivyo ndio Timmy Move Team anatuambia. Mary Awori, asante. Fartuna Abdullahi Muhammad asante sana. Nani mwingine hapa sijamtaja. The Birian, asante sana. Nimekuona hapo. Margaret Wanjiro. Ni Margaret Wanjiro mgani huyu? Ni ule alikuwa amerun for Senate, lakini huyu ni wapende yetu. Yule si ule alienda UDA siku mbili, nasikia naona anasema ni Hustlers Fund anatafuta. Okay, huyu si
huyu. Nilimwambia ataenda Jesus is Alive Ministries. Anakuwa huko by there anashinda huko.
Huyu Margaret Wanjiro si ule mwingine bana wa The Glory. Huyu ni wetu. Rafael Masua, asante sana. Good to see you. Nani mwingine hapa? Anita Bobo, good to see you. Welcome back. Waskoana anasema hiyo viatu inaitwa moccasin. So Julia, take note. Hiyo ivaliwangi na socks. Najua Julia, wewe saa ingine unataka kutuambia hiyo viatu uliona hapo, hiyo ni fashion ya vijana, ni ya teenagers. Lakini nabii kwa sababu ya ile ushamba anaenda kuvalia Korea huko. Kaonyesha amefika.
Ni ile viatu nakataza students kuvaa kwa class. Now I see them with it.
Nasikia wanaitaga moccasin, iko fashion.
Oh, inaitwa moccasin. Okay. See flip-flops. They flip-flops, loafers.
Inakaa kama loafers, lakini sasa uvai na socks, iko na design yake, inavaliwanga tu hivyo venye uliona. Unfortunately ni viatu ya vijana, but you cannot remove the garden from some people. Ile ushamba bado iko ndani yao, anavaa viatu za vijana. Geoffrey Ruto, asante sana. Nani mwingine hapa sijamtaja?
Ukitaja Mise na kuna kitu inamsumbua.
Achana na Mise. Mise tutakuwa na yeye hapa, hata tumekuwa na yeye. Florence Amusugut. Wah. Asante sana. Tony Maina, asante sana. Nani mwingine? I think nimewataja wote. Kama sijakutaja jina lako samahani sana.
Sijui Waskoan
nimekutaja, nasema moccasin zinarudi tena. Wajua kitambo watu walikuwa wanavaa moccasin. Kiatu hauhitaji kufunga kamba, ni kuingiza mguu tu, ukienda unatoa tu namna hiyo. So siku hizi
yeah, I saw that shoe, looks like some shoes I saw some long time ago.
Yeah, so they are coming back but in a different way. Navaliwa na vijana. So that's adios Tony Maina, adios hata wewe. Tuseme tuonane kesho. So asanteni sana.
Alex ametoka hapa anataka kutajwa pia.
Nani?
Alex Media.
Alex, did you find a speaker for Saturday or Saturday hatuna program?
No, if you find any, let me know. Ule mwenye nilikuwa naye nilikuwa napata kutoka kwa Birian na hajanitumia nini bado. Hajanitumia ujumbe bado. He's still looking for one. Akipata nitakwambia, asipopata then probably if you have another one on standby it can be okay.
Or can you still talk more about Canada? Mise. I'm seeing a lot of opportunities in Canada.
Yeah, we can. If Mise has time, we can bring him on. I don't mind that.
Mise tweetie nani? Joyce, Mise unasikia maoni yangu, tweetie Joyce Canada.
Joyce Canada. Ongea mambo ya nursing. We can also
aka nursing, and then I'll get there some, I think in the last 2 weeks there are some new visas in places like New Brunswick. Like in the last 2 weeks, that is, I'm talking about the last 2 weeks. Like, and then like New Brunswick has selected 6 major companies that are hiring with visa sponsorship, with everything, location packages. I mean, there are some new development the last 2 weeks, and I saw Joyce Canada talking about it. Jika Mise. Yeah, yes, Mise out. Thank you very much, Mise.
Okay. Mise tutafutie ukimpata ukuje na yeye, ama ukimkosa utuletee ujumbe yenye atakupatia. We want to at least know more about CNDA Canada. Charles Aguero anasema thanks a lot for the show. I always follow from the background. Asante. Jana tulikufanyia maovu lakini ilikuwa bahati mbaya. Usifuatane na hiyo kitu inaitwa spam kwa comment section. Utauma block kwa kutopenda. So ukiona hiyo kitu imekuja, kwanza una relax kwanza, tunaiblock alafu tunaendelea. Kuna Alex anasema kuna opportunities ziko Somalia. Ni mingi sana, ni mingi, hata kuna ni mingi. It's a nice place. Siku hizi kuna amani, si kama kitambo. Hizo visas yeah, it's people, Kenyans are there. Kenyans are in Mogadishu.
What about Sudan? The opportunities in Sudan.
Yeah, Kenyans are in Mogadishu. Many Kenyans are in Mogadishu.
I have a cousin that flies to Mogadishu every day for cargo though.
Yeah, so
but for Kenya wanaenda huko.
Yeah, it's a good place. It's a good place. Si kama kitambo. At least it's better than it was some time back. Na it's a biashara ya Mogadishu ni mzuri sana. Kama unanunua vifaa kutoka Mogadishu kileta Kenya, it's okay. Mohamed Ege anaweza kuambia hiyo. Kuna siku alituambia anajua maneno yako kidogo pia. Biashara si mbaya. Haya. Wacha niwakumbushe kusubscribe kwa Motebei TV. Subscribe, tafadhali hit kitu inaitwa notification bell, ile kengele pale chini, si makengele ile umezoea. Wachana kengele zile kuna watu wanatajanga sisemi hizo, nasema kengele ile ya notification. Stone Piquet amesikia makengele akaanza kushika kichwa.
Acha kumchafu.
You people, you need Jesus. What are you thinking about?
Good night. Huyu jamaa ameweza kuwa mchafu.
Stone Piquet, ninasema kengele ya notification button, it's a bell shaped button pale.
Before he came to this show, he was a nice man. Ameharibika tu hapa hivi vitu.
Haya,
I'm blessed, nimepokea salamu na
I'm blessed. Salamu zako Stone PK ndio amezipokea, na jana niliona rafiki yako kutoka California Stone PK, anaitwa nani Njoki, sijui Mary anaitwa nani? Alikuwa anaitwa Mary Njoki ama nani kutoka California.
I think so. Waambie nimejaja.
Alituma salamu hapa sana, lakini uko na siasa zilikuwa zimenoga. I'm blessed, thank you. Kutoka Australia tunashukuru sana. Birian anasema washindwe, sijini ya kina nani Njoki Ndungu. Okay, kumbe unaona unajulikana, rafiki yako anakujanga hapa anakusalimia sana lakini upatikani. Mary Awori anasema opportunities za Mogadishu ni suicide missions. Hapana, suicide opportunity. Huko ni kuzuri. Ni kuzuri sana huko, watu wanafanya biashara. KDF, Kenya Defense Forces, anasema makadi wa Somali hawajawacha bana. No, those guys are very good.
Me too, Makadi. I don't believe you. Kenya
no, there are very few people ambao ni wagaidi. In fact,
the Somali embassy, something was attacked in Somali.
No, those people died. Mohamed Dege anaweza kuambia, unajua alitupigia story ya huko siku nyingine. These people just come there
unless mnaenda kuuza makaa kama Kenya Army.
No, they don't live there. The Magaidis don't live there. Wanakujanga wana attack na and it's just mmoja wanakuja wafanya ugaidi na wanatoroka. But Mogadishu it's a booming place ya business as we speak. So I think, and Kismayu is also a good place ya kufanya biashara. Meli ziko. They have, Somalia has a very beautiful port. Mnajua namna hiyo kweli? Natural. Wachana na hii yetu tunatengeneza Lamu ya kuchimba. Yao ni natural. Yeah. Very beautiful ports ya kufanya biashara. Hizi meli zenye tunapeleka Lamu huko in Somalia, especially mali kama Kismayu, zina land bila shida, kwa sababu their port is ile natural, yani si kama hii ya kuchimba alafu kama hii ya Lamu yetu. Somali ni wetu, usisikize media Birian. Asante sana. So kwa hayo machache, sijui kama kuna mtu ambaye nimefungia. I think nimewasalimia wote. Kuna mtu alikuwa anasema
Richi nani Julia alikuwa jacket kalibloisha watu fulani sana, sijui kwa nini huko. Julia pia kuona ile jacket ulivaa ilibloisha watu fulani sana, wamenoki.
Oh my goodness. Somebody has been killed here. I'm sorry for killing you.
Unajua leo ni Thanksgiving, you had to look your best.
So yeah, leo nime hang out with some Americans here. I ate my turkey. Life is good though on Thanksgiving.
Asante sana. Mimi nimepata nafasi ya kutoa kabusi. Nilikuwa na kabusi nimeweka kwa freezer.
Oh, you made goat meat. How kuna turkey? Where would you eat?
Atukuragi hiyo taki ya tukuragi, sisi tulienda tukachomoa kabusi mahali Kamuguu na nikukausha kwa jiko polepole mpaka saa 7 kakiiva, ndio mnakula kasukuku yenu na mawaru na mashakura.
Wacheki kutunia. Watu wanapenda kutuonea na mashakura yetu. Sisi tunapenda mashakura yetu, bora tunashiba.
Mnaweka mawaru na mashakura ndani.
Na maboga.
Na maboga ndani. Inaitwa kabusi.
Vitamini yote combine.
na kamushere kado yake. Haya, unasikia Alex anasema iko Mutura Minnesota. Iko Mutura Minnesota. Lakini Julia, kuna watu huku wanaitangwa Amish wanakuchinjia mbuzi. Unaenda pale unasema ndio hii, wanakuchinjia, unabeba matumbo yake, kichwa na kila kitu.
You are talking about the Amish community?
Yeah. If you want to buy a whole goat, you just go to them, show them ndio hii nataka, wanakuchinjia, wanakuwekea. Ni vijana wadogo, unaenda unatengeneza mtura yako. I don't know kama mko nao huko, lakini where I am right now they are there. So you can buy a whole goat. I think it's almost, I don't know, ilikuwa 100 sijui kadhaa, 100 sijui.
You only have